My name is Lu Xiao. When I woke up from the pain, I saw a man kneeling in front of me, shirtless. You are? I started to ask, but before I could finish, a flood of unfamiliar memories hit me, and everything went dark again. I had transmigrated into a world where women held absolute power over men. The man kneeling before me was my newly acquired concubine, Ares, an S-class young general of the Empire. The original owner of this body had chosen him at a banquet simply because he had glanced at her. The next day, she submitted a formal request to make him her concubine, and it was approved. Just like that, a once promising officer had his life turned upside down. What's worse, on their wedding night, the original owner indulged her cruel tendencies, tormenting him for hours. His mental backlash ended up injuring her. That's why I was in pain. It was all her fault. If he didn't kill her, it was only because of this world's rules. Women here were rare and possessed the ability to calm men's mental storms, making them highly respected. Men who disobeyed or harmed women faced severe punishment, even death. When I woke up again, Ares was still kneeling there, pale and covered in whip marks but sitting straight, as if holding on to some dignity.
You.
I started, and he immediately lowered himself in a submissive posture.
Please punish me, mistress, he said.
I closed my eyes, telling myself this was just their culture. Go clean yourself up, I said, too overwhelmed to think about how to deal with him. After he left, I realized he had not only treated my wounds, but also changed my clothes. This world's setting suffocated me. Even though I had power here, as a doctor, even one who had survived an apocalypse, I couldn't stand seeing life treated so cruelly. The original owner deserved her end, but her mess was now my burden to handle. I tried to sleep, but the image of Ares' whip marks haunted me. As a professional, I couldn't ignore them. I got out of bed, barefoot, but quickly realized I didn't know where his room was. Turns out, the original owner hadn't even prepared one for him. When I found him, he was kneeling beside the couch in the living room. Hearing me, he sat up straight, but as soon as I opened my mouth, he bowed again.
Please punish me, mistress, he repeated.
I sighed, feeling a headache coming on. Where's the medical device? He hesitated, but I stopped him from getting up. Just tell me. Don't move. His wounds bleeding more with every movement was too much for me to bear. I fetched the device from his room and returned to find him still kneeling. Sit on the couch, I ordered. He hesitated but obeyed. Only then did I notice how tall he was, easily over 2 meters, towering over me. Instinctively, I stepped back. Sensing my unease, he deliberately chose a seat farther away. I handed him the device. Treat your wounds properly. If you get injured again, fix it immediately. I don't like blood. While he treated himself, I went to the kitchen. Hunger gnawed at me, but the fridge only had rows of colorful nutrient packs. Memories told me that food in this world was plentiful. The original owner just couldn't cook and relied on these. Grimacing, I drank one and brought another for Ares. By the time I returned, most of his wounds were healed. I handed him the nutrient pack and said, once you're done, find a room upstairs to stay in. Stop kneeling in the living room. He froze for a moment but nodded. Yes, mistress, he said, gripping the medical device tightly. He looked like he was bracing for some hidden punishment, probably thinking I was playing mind games. His distrust was obvious, but I had no intention of explaining myself. Actions speak louder than words, and right now, all I wanted was peace. I left him there, sipping my nutrient pack as I headed back upstairs. His suspicious gaze followed me, but I ignored it. Explaining wouldn't help. It was better to let my actions do the talking. When I came downstairs the next morning, I saw Ares had already set the table. For a moment, I thought he might have cooked breakfast while I slept, but then he placed a heated nutrient pack on the plate. Really? Even drinking nutrient packs had to be this formal now? If I hadn't had one yesterday, I'd have doubted it was just a nutrient pack. Good morning, mistress, Ares greeted, then immediately dropped to his knees again. I snapped out of my thoughts and grabbed his arm. Stop kneeling. There's no need. Stand up. He stayed frozen in his kneeling posture, confused. When I tugged at him, my balance shifted, and I ended up falling into his chest, taking him down with me onto the carpet. His instinct was to shield my head, but I still hit my forehead against his chest. It was surprisingly hard. Without thinking, I pressed my hand against his chest. What is this made of? You're so hard. Aries tensed up, looking flustered.
I'm sorry, mistress.
It's my fault. Please punish me. Once he helped me up, he knelt again. I stared at him in disbelief. Seriously? Was this the slave era, or something? Aries, get up. I don't want to see you kneeling anymore. From now on, no matter what happens, you're not allowed to kneel unless I say so. Do you understand? He looked up at me, confused.
Why?
In his world, even the most accomplished men knelt before women at home. Many women hated their height and would force them to kneel to appear less intimidating. Some even went so far as to cripple them. There's no why. I just don't like it. Get up. To make my point, I headed to the table. Do you have anything to do today? I'm on a 3-day leave from the military for the wedding, he replied cautiously, studying my reaction.
Good.
Let's go to the supermarket later and buy proper food. I'm done with these nutrient packs. I grimaced at the half-finished pack and added, if you're free, we can go now. Before Aries could answer, the doorbell rang. He answered it, and I heard, we're from the Female Protection Association. Please open the door. Aries stiffened, his back straightening as if bracing for a blow. He stepped aside after letting them in, his face a mix of resignation and defiance. A group of uniformed women walked in, their scrutinizing gazes landing on Aries. Is he the one who hurt you, madam? Their leader asked, as if Aries wasn't even human. I didn't like the way they looked at him. It was as if he were trash they could dispose of. Standing in front of him, I realized I was half a head taller than the woman speaking. That little discovery made me absurdly pleased. Back in my old life, my 172 centimeters height often outmatched even some men. What do you want? I asked, crossing my arms. We're here because your terminal flagged a danger signal last night. We brought a doctor and will handle the male who harmed you, she declared, motioning for 2 women with electric batons to step forward. Stop. I stepped back to shield Aries. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not hurt and Aries didn't harm me. Pack your things and leave, or I'll call the police. Madam, you mustn't be fooled by him. These males, out. Now, I snapped. Don't make me say it again. Aries, escort them out. After they left, Aries hesitated before speaking. You didn't need to do that. Yesterday, I really did. Did you mean to hurt me? I interrupted. He froze, then shook his head. I couldn't control myself. It was my fault. Exactly. You couldn't control yourself because of what I did. That's not your fault, it's mine. I crossed a line, and I owe you an apology. It won't happen again. Aries stared at me, stunned. I wasn't sure if it was the apology or something else that shocked him, but I continued. That said, you've done something else that's annoyed me. Sorry. He trailed off, still processing what I'd said. You're still kneeling. I pointed out, exasperated. Get up and go start the car. We're going to the supermarket. Finally understanding, Aries stood and left to prepare the car. For the first time, I thought maybe we could start over, even in this messed up world. It was clear Aries wasn't going to stop kneeling anytime soon, so I decided to let it go for now. First, I needed to get to the supermarket and buy real food. I was done with nutrient packs. Aries went upstairs to change, and when he came down, he looked
stunning.
A simple white shirt, olive green pants, and black boots somehow highlighted his broad shoulders, slim waist, and long legs. His sharp features completed the look, making him the kind of guy who'd turn heads on the street. Even I, someone who wasn't big on appearances, had to admit the original owner of this body had good taste. You look really good, I blurted out as he walked closer. Aries froze for a second, his ears turning pink before he nodded politely. Thank you, mistress. Just call me Lu Xiao, I said, cringing at the constant mistress this and mistress that. It made me feel like a slave owner. Aries looked startled. That's not proper. I'm only your secondary husband. I don't have the right to call you by name. Who does, then? I asked, baffled. Only the main husband. Seriously? This place couldn't get more feudal if it tried.
Fine.
When it's just the two of us, you can call me Lu Xiao. I won't mind. It's not about whether you mind. Enough. That's my decision. Let's go to the supermarket, I said, cutting him off and heading for the door. Behind me, I could feel Aries taking a moment to process my words before following. By the time he joined me outside, I was staring at the car parked in the lot. It looked more like a UFO straight out of a sci-fi movie. Even with the original owner's memories, seeing it in person left me a little awestruck. This world might be backward in some ways, but its tech was incredible. Trying to act natural, I got into the car and asked Aries, "Is the supermarket far?" He explained it wasn't too far by car, adding that he could handle the shopping if I told him what I needed. I shook my head. No, I want to look around myself. I wasn't the original owner, and I couldn't sit at home indulging in cruelty or wasting time on frivolous things. If I wanted to adapt to this world, I had to get out there and see it. Aries glanced at me, as if trying to figure me out. Ever since I woke up, he must have thought I was acting strangely, but he didn't say anything. The hover car moved smoothly, fast but steady, making it impossible to feel any vibrations. It was impressive, and I even considered asking Aries to teach me how to drive it someday. When we arrived at the supermarket, the valet who opened the door froze when he saw me. He quickly lowered his gaze, like he couldn't believe a woman had come to a supermarket herself. It was ridiculous, like being shocked that women needed to use restrooms. Inside, the supermarket was eerily quiet, nothing like the bustling places I remembered. Robots zipped between shelves, restocking items, while the rare male shifters scurried out of sight as soon as they spotted me, bowing their heads like even glancing my way was a sin. Ignoring the awkward stares, I focused on the food. Fresh greens, colorful meats, and fragrant fruits lined the shelves. It reminded me of how rare these things had become in my old world after the apocalypse. Kids born during that time only knew such foods from textbooks. "Let's buy extra and stock up," I told Aries, picking up some vegetables. Then I froze when I saw the prices. Fruits and veggies were shockingly expensive, while meat was slightly more affordable but still pricey. No wonder nutrient packs were so common. They were cheap and practical compared to fresh ingredients. Out of habit, I checked my balance. For a moment, I felt relieved. The original owner had left me plenty of money. But then I noticed a note. Aries' private account linked successfully. Wait, what? This was Aries' money? Where was the original owner's account? A quick search revealed it. There was only 0.3 credits left in it. I was stunned. Turns out, in this world, women didn't earn their own money. Before marriage, they relied on family and social allowances, and after marriage, their husbands were required to hand over all their assets. It was normal here, but for me, it was unacceptable. I swallowed hard, looking at the food in my cart. I had no choice but to borrow Aries' money for now. I promised myself I'd find a job and pay him back. When I realized I'd have to use Aries' money to pay, I felt guilty and decided not to take too much. Even so, seeing the fresh ingredients in the cart made me ridiculously excited. No more nutrient packs, finally. I couldn't wait to make braised pork today. At checkout, Aries picked up the bags without hesitation. I didn't argue. "Do you want to go anywhere else?" he asked as we left. I shook my head. "Home. I want to cook right away." On the way out, I noticed more people near the supermarket entrance, but I assumed they were just customers. I didn't realize they were employees sneaking glances at me. Apparently, it was a big deal for a woman to shop in person, and seeing one in real life, even just for a moment, was enough to thrill them. Back home, I handed the groceries to Aries and ran upstairs to change into something more comfortable. All I could think about was cooking. My braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, steamed fish, tomato eggs, and cold noodles. I was going to make them all. But when I raced back down, ready to dive into the kitchen, I found Aries already wearing an apron, handling my ingredients.
Oh, no.
Aries, stop. "Let me handle this," I said, trying to sound calm. He looked surprised. "I can cook, Mistress Lu Xiao." I've trained in culinary skills. I knew that most men here were taught to cook, but I insisted. I believe you, but I want to cook this meal myself, okay? He hesitated, clearly confused by my request, but finally agreed. Of course. Do you need me to help with anything? No, just relax or clean up the house. I'll call you when it's ready. Shooing him out of the kitchen, I sighed in relief. Finally, I had the space to myself. Rolling up my sleeves and tying on an apron, I got to work. Before the apocalypse, I'd been a food blogger. Losing access to proper ingredients during those harsh years had been heartbreaking. I had the skills but no resources. Now, with fresh food in my hands, I almost teared up. Meanwhile, Aries was supposedly cleaning but kept glancing toward the kitchen. He couldn't believe a woman was cooking, something unheard of in this world. Was I really capable, or would I hurt myself with the knife or the stove? His concerns melted away when the aroma from the kitchen wafted through the house. Curious and unable to resist, Aries peeked into the kitchen. There I was fully immersed in cooking, and to his shock, I actually knew what I was doing. He couldn't wrap his head around it. A woman who could cook? It was almost unbelievable. He even messaged his lieutenant. Have you ever seen a woman cook? The lieutenant, who'd been worrying about Aries' well-being since the marriage, was so stunned by the question that he almost panicked. Are you okay? Do you need help? He replied, thinking Aries might be hallucinating. But Aries didn't reply because I had just called him for dinner. When Aries sat at the table, he looked at the spread before him. Steamed fish, braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, tomato eggs, and cold noodles. Under the table, he pinched himself to make sure it was real. Carrying 2 bowls of rice, I placed one in front of him. I went a bit overboard, so eat as much as you can. Don't let it go to waste. Try my cooking. He stared, overwhelmed. He'd secretly dreamed of a happy married life but never dared to imagine eating a meal cooked by a woman. That was something no man in the Empire would think possible. It all looks delicious, he said softly. You haven't even tried it yet. Eat up, I said, already taking a bite of the braised pork. For a second, I was nervous. I hadn't cooked in so long, but the flavor was perfect. Just as I remembered. I couldn't help but stomp my foot under the table in excitement. It was delicious. Absolutely delicious. I hadn't lost my touch, and I couldn't have been happier. Before I served the meal, Aries clearly didn't expect much. I could tell he thought I was just curious about cooking. But once the dishes were on the table, his shock was written all over his face. The vibrant colors, the delicious aroma, it was undeniable. I had really cooked this meal. He took a bite, and I saw the surprise in his expression deepen.
How?
How can it be this good? He muttered. Even the Empire's most renowned chefs couldn't compare, apparently. I glanced up from my plate, catching his stunned look. What's wrong? Don't you like it? I asked, worried I might have gotten rusty. No, it's amazing. I've never had anything like this before. You're incredible, he said, clearly in awe. His genuine praise made me smile. You've got good taste. Now eat up, it's best while it's hot. Satisfied, I dove back into my food. With such delicious dishes in front of me, there was no time to think about anything else. By the time I finished, I felt completely fulfilled. Good food really does heal everything. It reminded me I needed to start earning money to keep this kind of life going. I left Aries to clean up the kitchen. Since I'd cooked, it was only fair he did the dishes. Returning to my room, I opened my computer and started looking for jobs. Back in the apocalypse, I developed a purification ability, which allowed me to remove viruses and dark energy from people and the environment. That's what had pushed me to become a doctor. I wondered if my ability to calm male mental states here was similar to purification. If so, maybe I could find work related to that. Worst case, I could look for a job as a chef. I had the skills for it. As I browsed, one listing caught my eye. The 5th Research Institute is hiring female healers. High pay. Contact info. It sounded perfect, though the post was 2 years old. Still, I decided to take a chance and send a message. Hello, are you still hiring healers? If so, what materials do I need to provide? After sending it, I wondered if I was being too hasty. What if my purification ability didn't work the same way here? I'd need to test it first, and who better to test it on than Aries? I had a ready-made subject right downstairs. Just as I was about to go find him, I received an immediate reply. Yes, we are hiring. When can you come? Here's the address. The speed of their response surprised me. They seemed even more eager than I was. It turned out this posting had been refreshed weekly for 2 years without anyone applying. No wonder they were so excited. For now, though, I decided to test my ability first. Heading downstairs, I found Aries just finishing up in the kitchen. Aries, are you busy? I asked. No, do you need something? He replied. Yes, I want to try something mental soothing. I'd read in the partner handbook that it was a responsibility for females to provide mental comfort to their male partners, though it was often left to personal discretion. I motioned for him to sit on the couch. Aries froze for a moment, clearly shocked. You want to soothe me? He asked hesitantly. Of course. Why not?
Come on, I said, sitting down first.
Aries finally moved, mumbling a quiet thank you as he sat beside me. He seemed unsure about how to react, as if he couldn't believe I'd actually offer this. Have you ever had someone do this for you before? I asked, hoping for some guidance. He shook his head. No, it's not something males can expect.
It's
very rare. All right then, we'll take it slow. Lie down, I said, realizing quickly that Aries was too tall for the couch. Without thinking, I patted my lap. Here, lie down. His ears turned bright red, but he didn't move. I could see the hesitation in his eyes. Lu Xiao noticed that Aries was acting strange, and asked in a strange tone, Are you hot? It would have been fine if she hadn't asked. But when she asked, Aries, who was leaning on her legs with his body tense, quickly turned red in the face, but said stubbornly, No, I'm not hot. Lu Xiao realized something belatedly, and a smile appeared in her eyes. She didn't continue the topic. She didn't expect Aries to be so shy. It's quite cute. Relax, it's okay to rest your head on my legs. If you feel uncomfortable, tell me immediately. Don't endure it. I want to know your true feelings, okay? Okay. Even though Lu Xiao asked him to relax, it was really difficult for Aries at this moment. All he could think about was that Lu Xiao was willing to let him rest his head on her legs. She was willing to do that. How could she be so nice? If Aries had a screaming chicken in his heart, he would definitely be in a state of explosion at this moment. Lu Xiao put her hand on Aries' forehead and then probed her purification ability into the man's spiritual sea. Then she saw a ball of tangled black thread and black substance on it. Lu Xiao didn't expect that even after traveling through time, she would be able to see these black substances again. So, in this world, it is these black substances that torture males? She tried to use her purification ability to touch the black substance, but as soon as she got close, she felt that most of her purification ability was drained away. Her head buzzed, and she almost bounced out of Aries' spiritual sea. The black substance that absorbed the purifying power was obviously lighter in color. Lu Xiao calmed herself down and said to herself, as expected. Although her purification ability came with her, its power was greatly reduced and was almost the same as when she had just awakened. But it doesn't matter. Her purification ability can be improved, and the way to improve it is to remove these black substances. After confirming that these black substances were the things she had seen at the end of the world, Lu Xiao began to sort out the tangled threads in Aries' spiritual sea. But this was a little difficult for her. According to your own ideas, untie and purify the tangled thread ball bit by bit. The color became visibly lighter where she combed the hair. I don't know how long it took, but Lu Xiao just felt a tingling pain on her forehead and knew she couldn't continue today. The moment the purifying force was withdrawn from Aries' spiritual sea, a feeling of dizziness ensued. After calming down, I felt better. I looked at the time and saw that more than an hour had passed. Lu Xiao lowered her eyes and wanted to ask Aries how he felt, but she found that Aries had fallen asleep without her knowing when. He looks very relaxed. It's totally different from the tense look when he's awake. Lu Xiao hesitated, but still did not wake him up. Instead, she relaxed her body, leaned on the sofa, and replied to the other party. Is tomorrow okay? If it's convenient, I can go there tomorrow morning. It is better to confirm work sooner rather than later. The other party seemed to have been waiting for her reply. Almost as soon as she sent the message, she received a reply. Okay. Looking forward to your arrival. Lu Xiao couldn't help but smile. So polite. Aries was still a little dazed when he woke up. He didn't even know when he fell asleep. In fact, he hadn't slept like this for a long time. Even if he could fall asleep, it was a shallow sleep, and he might wake up at any time. So when Aries woke up, he was still a little dazed until he heard Lu Xiao's voice. How do you feel? Aries came back to his senses and sat up subconsciously. Sorry, I fell asleep. You can wake me up. I saw you were sleeping well, so I didn't call you. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Aries felt his own spiritual sea after hearing this, and then surprise appeared in his eyes. Although his spiritual sea seemed to be no different from before, if you look closely, you'll find that the spiritual thread in a corner has loosened and the inky color has turned into light gray. Even though it was just a small change, it brought some relief to his ever-painful spiritual sea, not to mention that he had just had a good sleep, which made him feel particularly relaxed both mentally and physically. No discomfort. Very comfortable. Thank you. I feel much better. Seeing his serious expression, Lu Xiao couldn't help laughing. Why are you always so nervous? Relax. I won't do anything to you. I know. I'm not nervous. Aries, who said he was not nervous, straightened his body unconsciously. Lu Xiao knew that he still needed time to adapt, so she didn't make things difficult for him. She just said, You feel much better after just combing it once? It's true. I just fell asleep. Don't you usually sleep? Faced with such a question, Aries pursed his lips unconsciously. I haven't slept so well for a long time. Is that so? Is it understandable that if the situation gets worse, insomnia will become more and more serious? Aries nodded. His current level was at the critical point between A and S level. So when Lu Xiao submitted a request for marriage to the military agreed without hesitation. Because if no female intervenes, what awaits him may be an S-level shelter. Lu Xiao nodded. In that case, I will help you to comfort your spirit every night. Aries suddenly looked up at Lu Xiao, his eyes full of surprise. No need to do that. I can hold on for a long time this time. Since spiritual comfort is effective, why do you insist on it? Don't you want to be cured? I think it can be cured, but it will take some time. And my ability is a little weak now. Once I improve it, the speed will be much faster. Aries looked at Lu Xiao's serious expression and felt that he had suffered too many shocks in recent days, so much so that he felt numb. It will be very hard for you, no. I think it's okay. By the way, I found a job, but I don't know exactly where it is. Do you have time tomorrow? Can you take me there? Lu Xiao opened the terminal directly, and before Aries could finish his words, she pointed to the address of the 5th Research Institute on the screen and showed it to Aries. It's here. Aries looked at the words 5th Research Institute, and his heart trembled slightly. Are you going to work here? Yes, I saw they were recruiting healers. I want to give it a try. Do you think I can do it? Lu Xiao's understanding of S-level male orcs is just a few adjectives in the original owner's mind. Lunatic, not human. She didn't know what an S-level male orc looked like, but from Aries' description, it was not difficult to see that an S-level male orc was probably a dangerous existence, even Aries would find. Are they dangerous? When the male's spiritual C level enters the S-level range, it will be controlled. Through rating, the degree of danger and supervision of the S level will be determined. It is forbidden to appear in public places, and it is forbidden to appear in front of any female, of course, with the exception of research institutions like the 5th Institute. So Aries was not surprised by Lu Xiao's doubts, but patiently explained, If I hadn't met you, I might have been sent to an S-level shelter soon. S-level male orcs are not allowed to appear in public places. They are supervised when they go out. No matter what position they held before or how many military exploits they have made, they will lose their freedom. They will gradually lose their sanity and control of their bodies, and eventually they will completely transform into beasts without reason or emotion. In the end, the only way out is to destroy them manually. People like them would often choose to die in battle rather than enter an S-class shelter and wait for death without dignity. But in this case, there is no need to tell the little female. Lu Xiao was silent for a moment after hearing this. Is there no one who can save them? If females can appease males, then for S-level males, do they not want to save them? Or are they unable to save them? The Fifth Research Institute is dedicated to conducting research on the spiritual sea of S-level males. It is also a form of rescue. But so far, no male who entered the S-level shelter has recovered and been discharged. In the end, they were unable to leave. After entering the S-level, even if they were comforted by females, it would only prolong the time of death. It seems that it's not that we don't want to save him, but that we can't save him. Hearing what you said, I'm even more curious about the Fifth Research Institute. Lu Xiao raised the corners of her lips. Come with me to take a look tomorrow. Aries didn't expect that after hearing his words. Lu Xiao not only did not give up the idea of going to the Fifth Institute, but became more interested. Will you not think about it again?
You are too confident in me.
Do they have to hire me when I go for the interview? Lu Xiao wondered if Aries had some filter on her. Aries didn't think so. If you are willing to go, they will definitely not refuse. As far as I know, there are only 4 female researchers working in the Fifth Institute. They have been recruiting more students in recent years, but no one has applied. They will not refuse your application. It can be said that they were eager for Lu Xiao to apply for the job. If you put it that way, won't I have a job soon? Lu Xiao's eyes brightened. Her reactions always exceeded Aries' imagination, but he also realized that Lu Xiao was really interested in this job. Have you forgotten that you have to go back to Count Gouei's house tomorrow? After hearing this, Lu Xiao thought for a long time before remembering who Count Gouei was. She was the original body's mother, Lu Gouei. It is customary to visit your parents' parents 3 days after your wedding. I didn't expect that this also applies here. We can go for the interview first and then go back. It won't take much time. Lu Xiao didn't think there was anything wrong with this at all. In the original owner's memory, her relationship with Lu Gouei could only be considered average at best. She even felt that if she didn't take the initiative to go back, she, as a mother, would probably not even remember the incident. But since this is the rule here, I'll just follow it for now to avoid giving people a chance to criticize me. There is no reason to hand over your handle to others. After talking for so long, Lu Xiao felt thirsty. I'll go get you something to drink. Do you want something? I bought some fresh lemons at the supermarket today, so I'll have a glass of rock sugar lemonade. Aries quickly stood up upon hearing this and said, I'll go. You sit down and rest for a while. How could he let Lu Xiao pour him water? Lu Xiao asked, then can you make lemonade? Aries was stunned. I can learn. Then you learn from me, and I will be in charge from now on. Lu Xiao patted Aries on the shoulder and motioned for him to follow her. She not only bought lemons but also rock sugar, dissolved the rock sugar in hot water, and then added lemon slices. It is best not to use hot water to brew lemons, as this will destroy the vitamins in them. After Lu Xiao finished speaking, she poured the brewed lemonade into the cup and motioned for Aries to taste it. Aries had drunk lemonade before, but this was the first time he made it himself. After tasting it, Aries nodded. It tastes good. You are amazing. Lu Xiao smiled and shook her head. This is just the simplest thing, not amazing. No, it's already amazing. He had never seen a female more special than Lu Xiao. In his opinion, females, let alone making lemonade by themselves, may not even know that lemonade is brewed. They just think that lemonade is supposed to be like this. Lu Xiao knew that this was not Aries' problem, but that this was how the world viewed females. She didn't want to continue this topic. After drinking a glass of cold lemonade, Lu Xiao felt much more relaxed. It's getting late. I'm going upstairs to rest. You should also rest early. See you tomorrow. Aries quickly put down the cup in his hand and said respectfully, good night. Lu Xiao waved at him as a response to the good night. After watching Lu Xiao leave, Aries turned around and cleaned up the kitchen counter. At the same time, he couldn't help but think about what had happened in the past 2 days. Lu Xiao's application to the military to be a concubine was very sudden. His subordinates were very angry at the time. However, according to his rank and military achievements, it was not impossible for him to become the main husband. But Lu Xiao wanted him to be her concubine, and she applied directly to the military, without discussing it with him at all. It can be said to be very brutal. After evaluating his physical condition, the military felt that this was a rare opportunity for him, considering how many males in the empire could not find females. Even being a concubine is a rare opportunity for him. His application was therefore dismissed. Things cannot be changed, and he is prepared. What Lu Xiao did to him on the wedding night did not exceed his understanding. He knew a long time ago that some females look petite, but enjoy abusing males. I had prepared myself to endure it, but I didn't expect to lose control and hurt Lu Xiao. So much so that what happened afterwards, when I think back on it now, seems like a dream. And Lu Xiao also gave him a feeling that was different before and after. But he prefers Lu Xiao the way she is now. Lu Xiao didn't know Aries' complicated thoughts. In fact, even if she knew, she wouldn't say anything. After all, there is a saying that time reveals a person's true character. What kind of person she is, just look at what she does. In the morning, when Lu Xiao went downstairs, Aries had prepared sandwiches and was looking at her expectantly, like a puppy waiting for praise. Lu Xiao was amused by her own thoughts. Did you make this, Aries? It looks delicious. As long as you like it. Aries looked serious. If his ears had not blushed secretly, I would have been fooled by him. Lu Xiao could see that this guy was a repressed person. Sandwiches, no matter how they are made, taste almost the same. They are not delicious, but not terrible either, just average. However, if this thing were in the end times, Lu Xiao would be very happy to see it, but here she would rather drink porridge and eat buns in the morning. If you come home early today, buy some flour to make dumplings. Make more and freeze them. This way, when you want to eat them, you can just take them out of the refrigerator. It's convenient and delicious. While Lu Xiao was having breakfast, Aries had already prepared the hovercraft. Lu Xiao was very pleased with his sensible and considerate side. The Fifth Institute is a bit far from where they live now, and it takes 30 minutes to drive there. You have to know that this is flying in the sky, so there is no such thing as traffic jam. Lu Xiao could understand this. After all, such a place could not be built in a bustling city center. When the hovercraft slowly landed on the parking lot, a security guard came over to ask questions. After seeing Lu Xiao getting off the car, the other party politely stepped back half a step, then lowered his head and said, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lu Xiao who came to apply for the job today?" She was a little surprised that the other party knew her. "How did you know it was me?" "After receiving your application yesterday, Teacher Ellie informed us of the news and asked us to be careful today and not neglect you.
Please come this way.
Teacher Ellie and the others are waiting for you." After saying this, the other party looked at Aries and said, "Sorry, male non-staff members are not allowed to enter here." Aries was not too surprised when he heard this. He stopped and looked at Lu Xiao. "I'll wait for you here. Is it not okay even if he is my partner?" Lu Xiao specifically talked about their relationship, mainly because she thought that Aries came with her but could not go in, and it would be a bit inconvenient to stay outside. But these words were equally shocking to the ears of both of them. Aries did not expect that Lu Xiao would so naturally tell others that he was her partner. Generally, females are unwilling to talk about it when they're away, even if they have a husband, a concubine, or even a maid at home. They just want to pretend to be single and hunt for more male hearts. So he never expected Lu Xiao to introduce him to others. But Lu Xiao described their relationship so naturally that she didn't even emphasize his status as a concubine, but said that he was a partner. Generally speaking, only the main husband can be considered a partner. The security guard didn't expect that a female would speak up for a male. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but glance at Aries. "Sorry, he still can't enter, but if you're willing, he can wait in the tea room." "Okay then, go to the tea room and wait for me." Although Aries still couldn't go in with her, it was a good thing that Aries didn't have to wait in the car because of her words. On the way, the security guard couldn't help but say, "You are so good to your partner." He said this completely from his heart. You also said that he is my partner and someone close to me, so naturally he should be better. Besides, it's mutual. Lu Xiao said this very naturally and fluently. Even her expression was nonchalant. There is absolutely no character setting, which makes people feel different from others. She seemed to be simply narrating the incident. The security personnel have also seen many females, and some of them are nice to their own people, but that is somewhat like showing off to outsiders. He didn't feel these from Lu Xiao. The little female in front of him made him feel different. I can only take you here. Walk 100 meters inside, and you will find Teacher Ellie's office. Okay. Thank you, you've worked hard. Lu Xiao nodded and walked straight inside. The security guard stood at the door and watched Lu Xiao disappear inside, with surprise in his eyes. Was he just thanked by a female? A female who would say thank you and thank you for your hard work? Who would believe it if they told others? Although the Fifth Institute was full of females who were willing to sacrifice themselves to treat the male's spiritual sea, it did not mean that they would treat them equally. What shocked the security guards was not that Lu Xiao said thank you and thank you for your hard work, but the calmness in her, as if they were in the same class as her, not inferior creatures, which made them feel respected. After Lu Xiao entered the office, she saw 4 desks in the huge office. Behind each desk sat a middle-aged female who was about 40 to 50 years old. Hearing the noise at the door, the 4 turned their heads, and when they saw her, someone exclaimed, "Oh my God, you are so young, come in." Finally, there are young females willing to join us. Hello, Lu Xiao, I'm AI Li, I'm the one contacting you. I'm glad you've joined me. Lu Xiao noticed that the word she used was join instead of interview. It seems that Aries was right, they really seem to be short of people. But wouldn't it be a bit hasty to allow her to join like this? Don't we need an interview? Can we just join directly? Lu Xiao asked the question in her mind, and saw AI Li showing her an especially doting smile. Oh baby, how can you be so cute? We are very happy that you're willing to apply for the job. How could we reject you? You have to know that there are very few females in the Empire who are willing to work, and there are even fewer females who come to their 5th Research Institute. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been 2 years since the recruitment advertisement was sent out before only Lu Xiao contacted me. Regardless of Lu Xiao's abilities, as long as she is willing to come, she can even be a mascot here. If you have good abilities, then you have found a treasure. Dear, let's fill out a form and enter your information first, and then we'll do a small test. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Lu Xiao was brought to a table. Before she could do anything, someone pushed a chair over to her. Baby, sit down. Do you want to drink something? The juice here is good. Do you want to try it? After Lu Xiao filled out the form with full of doubts, the other party took her into the examination room. The so-called examination was just drawing some blood from her. Honey, let's talk about your salary now. Do you have any ideas about this? Lu Xiao didn't expect that the interview went straight into salary discussion before either party even explained their situation. I have no idea. Mainly because she didn't know what the market conditions were here, so she at least wanted to hear what price the other party could offer. It's okay. Let me tell you about our salaries. Our researchers are divided into 3 levels: junior, intermediate, and senior. Newcomers like you are junior researchers with a monthly salary of 80,000 beast coins. The intermediate level is 180,000 and the senior level is 280,000. Of course, these are all pure salaries, not counting various meal allowances, car allowances, and other subsidies. If you count them, the junior researchers can get about 120,000 a month, the intermediate 220,000, and the senior 320,000. In addition, we also have insurance. Listening to the other party's introduction, Lu Xiao was shocked. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end she said nothing. Instead, her appearance was noticed by Teacher Ellie on the opposite side, who immediately stopped and asked, "If you have any requests, just ask. We can satisfy them as long as they can be met." Her salary has increased from 80,000 yuan per month to 120,000 yuan per month, but the other party still allowed her to make requests. Isn't this money a little too easy to earn? I don't have any requirements, this is already very good, but I just want to ask, how can I get promoted to this level? To be promoted, you need to take professional exams and conduct performance evaluations. You can rest assured about the performance evaluations, as we will rate each other. At the end, Teacher Ellie even gave her an apologetic smile, as if she was very sorry, and let her learn. Lu Xiao was speechless at her own thoughts. Baby, your test results are out. Your mental strength is C level and your physical strength is D level. That's excellent. When Lu Xiao heard the other party praising her for her excellence, her heart twitched. You know, the mental and physical strength levels of females are from high to low, namely A, B, C, and D. Her mental strength is only C level and her physical strength is D level, both of which are on the lower level. No matter how you look at it, she can only be considered ordinary and has nothing to do with excellence. The other party really went to great lengths to keep her. Am I qualified for the job here in my situation? Of course, that's enough. Honey, don't lose confidence in yourself. If there are no problems on your side, you can come here to work tomorrow. As if afraid that she would regret it, the other party handed the prepared agreement to her. Just sign your name here, and you'll be an official researcher of our 5th institute in the future. There is not even an internship period. You can be hired directly as a full-time employee. Lu Xiao increasingly felt that this place was not as reliable as she had imagined. I also want to ask, what do I need to do to work here? She doesn't even know what the job is about. Every week we have to conduct a spiritual C assessment for the males in the S-level shelter. In addition, we have to go to the military district regularly to participate in the spiritual C-level assessment of the soldiers. These are the main things, and they are not very difficult. The work content is similar to what Lu Xiao knew. Although it looked unreliable, the 5th Institute was indeed a formal state institution. Lu Xiao did not hesitate and signed his name on the agreement. Seeing her sign, Teacher AI Li immediately smiled brightly and said, "Baby, do you have time later? We want to hold a welcome ceremony for you to join us." "Thank you very much, but unfortunately, I have already promised my mother that I will go back to see her today. I have already felt your kindness, so you really don't need to worry about it." "Well, we will have many opportunities to spend time together in the future, including dinners together," Teacher Ellie said with a little regret. "Give our regards to your mother for us." "I certainly will. See you tomorrow." Lu Xiao waved goodbye to a few others and left the office. The security guard waiting outside the door saw her and immediately came forward, saying respectfully, "Is everything going well, sir?" "That went very well. I will start working here tomorrow." "How do I get to the tea room?" "Please come this way, Your Excellency. My name is Anson. You can call me by my first name from now on." "Well, Anson, it's nice to meet you. It is my honor to serve you." Anson had made no secret of his admiration for Lu Xiao. However, Lu Xiao did not notice Anson's thoughts. After seeing Aries in the tea room, Lu Xiao immediately walked over and said, "Sorry, Aries, I kept you waiting for a long time." "No need to apologize, it's nothing. Is everything going well?" "It's going so smoothly. I've already signed an agreement with them, and will start working officially tomorrow. Let's go home quickly. I want to go to the supermarket in the evening." She will soon earn 150,000 yuan a month. Although she will not receive the money until the end of the month, she has already figured out how to spend it. Aries followed Lu Xiao out of the tea room. When he saw Anson standing outside the tea room, Aries frowned slightly. "Mr. Lu Xiao, are you leaving now?" Anson immediately stepped forward and led the way for them. Lu Xiao didn't expect him to still be there, but she didn't think much about it. She just felt that this man was really passionate about his work. "It's getting late. We have things to do later. Thank you for helping me lead the way." "You're welcome. It's my honor to serve Mr. Lu Xiao." Lu Xiao smiled when she heard that, then turned to look at Aries, who was a few steps behind them. Why did she feel that Aries seemed a little unhappy? But before she could take a closer look, Aries had already opened the car door, and his expression did not seem different. Was he dazzled just now? Thinking so, Lu Xiao turned around and got into the car, so she did not notice the turbulent waves between the two males. After all, Lu Xiao could never have imagined that during her interview, Anson would run to the tea room to find Aries and ask her whether she needed a servant. Aries, who was just Lu Xiao's concubine, did not prevent Lu Xiao from having a concubine. Not only that, he even had to take the initiative to help when Lu Xiao had such a need. The only one who can exercise the right to refuse is the house husband. But if the husband exercises such rights, he will be branded as jealous. Anson ran over so boldly to ask him what he meant. Aries understood that the other party regarded him as the house husband because Lu Xiao used the word partner when introducing him. While coming to test his attitude, he was also showing his intentions. She felt uncomfortable seeing other males coveting Lu Xiao, but she had no way to stop them and even had to pretend nothing happened in front of Lu Xiao. He didn't want to disrupt the existing peace between him and Lu Xiao because of this incident. "We're here." Lu Xiao had just fallen asleep leaning against the back of a chair. When she heard the sound, she opened her eyes and looked out the window to see a vast expanse of green grass. "Let's go down." Lu Xiao rubbed her eyes and followed Aries down from the hovercraft. "I wonder if the family has prepared lunch." She was a little hungry and hoped that Count Lugaway would not let them go without lunch. Thinking this in her mind, Lu Xiao brought Aries to the door of the Earl's mansion. After scanning his face to enter, he saw a person kneeling on the grass from a distance. Lu Xiao couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect to see such a thing as soon as he came back. According to the original owner's memory, this man was Duobin, one of her mother's concubines. Seeing this, Lu Xiao subconsciously thought of the first time she met Aries. It seems that the mother and daughter are of the same blood. The other party heard the voice, turned around and saw them, and immediately bowed her head respectfully. "I am very sorry for polluting your eyes, Mississippi. My mother asked you to kneel here? It was me who made Madam angry. It's not Madam's fault." Duobin didn't look very strong. Instead, he looked a bit sick. It was not known whether he was like this originally or if he was sick. Hearing what he said, Lu Xiao was not surprised. Kneeling here in such a hot day is indeed a bit of an eyesore. "Go back to your room." Although Duobin is the concubine of Count Lugaway, a concubine is only slightly stronger than a servant. When facing the female Lu Xiao, he can only obey her orders. "Yes." Mississippi seeing the other party limping away, Lu Xiao led Aries towards the villa. On the way, she met the housekeeper who came out to greet her. "When I just came here, I saw Duobin fainted on the road. I will send him something to relieve the heat later. Don't let him die at home and upset my mother." The housekeeper was stunned when he heard this, and subconsciously looked at Lu Xiao, as if to confirm whether she was serious. After all, this happened frequently in the past, but Lu Xiao had never paid attention to it. It was surprising that she suddenly said this. However, as a housekeeper, it was not easy to say much, so he lowered his head and said, "Madam knows that the eldest lady is back. She is very happy and has been waiting for you. Is the meal ready?"
I'm hungry.
Lu Xiaoka didn't plan to stay any longer and was going to leave after dinner, so he naturally wanted to know the progress of lunch. The old butler was confused again and nodded. "It's already being prepared." "Then let's go see Mother first." As if she was not the one asking whether the meal was ready. As I entered the main hall, I saw a woman sitting on the sofa. She was in her 40s and was in very good shape. She looked elegant and graceful as she sat there holding a porcelain cup. But thinking about the way this man treated males, Lu Xiao didn't think that he would be a merciful person. "Mom, I haven't seen you for a long time. You look younger." Lu Xiao walked over with a smile, sat on the chair confidently, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. It didn't taste good, not as good as lemonade. She wanted to go home even more. Lugaway glanced at her and chuckled. "I haven't seen you for a few days.
You can talk now."
After saying this, he looked at Aries, who was standing next to Lu Xiao, and said, "This is the person you insisted on having. He doesn't look that good." Unexpectedly, Lugaway started to criticize Aries as soon as she opened her mouth. Lu Xiao glanced at the man who looked normal. She didn't know whether he was forcing himself to endure it or was used to it. "Of course, I can't compare to my mother's vision in choosing males, but I have Aries, which is enough for me. If you can't compare to me, you should learn more. Don't go out and bring disgrace to the Earl's mansion. Aries, you don't have to go to the military anymore. After a male gets married, there's no need to show up in public." Hearing this, Lu Xiao was very glad that she didn't drink the water, Otherwise, she would have sprayed it out uncontrollably.
What kind of nonsense is that?
The Qing dynasty has been gone for so many years. It's no longer fashionable to bind feet, but now it's fashionable to bind the cerebellum? Well, my mother and I are different in this respect. I get annoyed to see him in front of me every day. Even the best relationships need to keep a distance. Besides, I want Aries to continue to earn military merits for me. He is only a major general now. At least he should be a general like my father. Yes, Lu Guiwei's husband was a general and the father of the original body. Also, because the other party was a general, he did not obey Lu Guiwei's discipline at all. Lu Guiwei often took out her anger on her concubine and servants. So when Lu Xiao said this, Lu Guiwei's face changed. No matter how I put it, you are young and ignorant, and you are easily deceived by these messy males. If you strengthen their wings, be careful that they will not obey your discipline. The connotation of this statement is very obvious. Lu Xiao smiled and checked the time. Is mother the only one at home today? Why can't I see my sisters? The original body had two younger sisters who were not yet adults and were also domineering in their daily lives. They are all out and you didn't even say hello before you came back. Who knows when you will be back? Indeed, if Aries hadn't remembered, I would have really forgotten about going home. Mother has been talking for so long. Isn't it time to eat? I must be hungry. Seeing her serious look as if she was about to eat, Lu Guiwei felt a pang in her heart. Why did she feel that Lu Xiao's personality had changed a lot after she came back this time? Although they were not very close as mother and daughter in the past, she could feel that Lu Xiao respected her and secretly learned her methods. When she came back this time, she didn't feel respected by Lu Xiao. Instead, she kept attacking her with sarcastic remarks. But I'm not sure if it's my illusion. Since you knew you were hungry, why didn't you eat more when you came? I just want to go home. How can mother skip a meal for me? Lu Guiwei really couldn't do anything like starving her. After all, she was a count. It would not look good if the news got out that my own daughter came home and didn't even have a meal. Let's go. Lu Guiwei stood up and took them to the dining room for dinner, but on the way she glanced at Aries, who was following Lu Xiao. Why does he want to eat with you? Doesn't he know that males are not allowed to sit at the table? Lu Xiao almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Isn't this a joke? Aries always eats with me at home. I don't like a deserted table. Please forgive me, mother. Anyway, we won't come back often. Please take care of me, my dear mother. Lu Xiao said as she reached out to hold Lu Guiwei's arm, but before she reached out, she saw Lu Guiwei trembled as if she saw something dirty and quickly took 2 steps back. Hey, whatever you want. After saying this, he rubbed his arms, looking as if he was really annoyed by her cheesiness. During the meal, Lu Xiao deliberately asked Aries to sit next to her and occasionally picked up food for him. Try this, I think it tastes good. Aries would obediently eat the food she gave him, and then say, I don't think it's as delicious as yours. The chirping noise of the 2 crickets was quite loud, which annoyed Lu Guiwei, who was eating opposite them. However, she had to maintain her composure and dignity as an earl. But she would glance at Aries from time to time, hoping that he would leave on his own accord and not get in her way. However, Aries seemed to have his senses dead and did not respond at all. It seemed that Lu Xiao was the only one in his eyes. She knew that males like this who rose to power without any background were full of schemes. It's just that idiot Lu Xiao, who can't see clearly. Thinking of this, Lu Guiwei couldn't help but glared at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao looked up and asked, Mother, what's wrong with your eyes? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Lu Guiwei felt like she was having a heart attack and raised her hand to support her forehead. I'm done eating. You guys take your time. You don't need to say hello when you leave. I need to take a nap. Okay, Mother. If you feel unwell, please see a doctor as soon as possible. I know. Shut up quickly. Lu Guiwei couldn't stand seeing the 2 of them being so affectionate. She just stood up, picked up her skirt, and hurried away, as if to say, out of sight, out of mind. After watching the man leave, Lu Xiao put down the fork in her hand. She felt that the food in the Earl's mansion was really not that good. No wonder the original owner would rather drink nutrient solution than eat. She would also be unwilling to do so, but when Lu Guiwei was around, she had to pretend. Now that she was gone, there was no need to do so. Aries on the side pursed his lips. He could sense that the intimacy just now was something Lu Xiao had done deliberately for Count Lugawei to see. As for why, he didn't know and didn't really want to understand. Since it was what Lu Xiao wanted, it was enough for him to cooperate.
Stop eating.
Let's go to the supermarket and make something delicious at home. It doesn't matter if the food in the Earl's mansion is not eaten. Today's mission is completed. Unless it is necessary, there is no need to come back in the future. Because Lugawei had just told them that they didn't need to say goodbye before leaving, so Lu Xiao took Aries directly out of the Earl's mansion, got in the car, and went straight to the supermarket. But on the way, Aries' terminal rang. Lu Xiao noticed that Aries looked lonely for a moment after reading the message and couldn't help but ask, "Is there something wrong? If you have something to do, I can go by myself. You just go and do it." She didn't need Aries to accompany her every time to go to the supermarket. "No, I'm fine. Yes, my adjutant asked me when I would return to resume my duties." Lu Xiao was stunned when she heard this. "Do you still need to renew your contract? Can't you just go back to work after your vacation is over?" Aries looked at her. "Can I go back to work?" "Of course. What's the hesitation? Or do you want to stay home and not go to work?" "I don't want to. I want to go to work. Thank you." At this moment, Aries was sincerely grateful to Lu Xiao. Seeing his excitement, Lu Xiao realized something belatedly. "You don't think that what I said in the Earl's mansion was a lie, do you? My mother and I have different ideas. I don't think that males should stay at home after marriage and can't show their faces. You're just married, not sold to me. You still have your own life, do whatever you want. Your life is not someone else's appendage. You are an independent individual. Of course, I will be very happy if you can be promoted to the rank of admiral, but it must not be life-threatening. I will try my best and won't let you down. Just be sure you won't be disappointed." Lu Xiao smiled at him. She felt that she had made herself very clear this time. Aries should understand her meaning well enough. He should not be so cautious about such things in the future. Hopefully. Having been to the supermarket last time, Lu Xiao was completely familiar with the place this time. I even learned about the delivery process from the staff here. If she and Aries both go to work in the future, they certainly won't be able to come to the supermarket often, so they will need to shop online. After knowing that the order would be delivered within 1 hour, Lu Xiao felt relieved. This time, Lu Xiao was not so cautious when buying things. You know, she is about to earn 150,000 yuan a month. I have to say, in this world it is really easy for females to make money. Soon Lu Xiao filled the shopping cart full. It seemed like they would be able to eat for a long time after this. After paying, Aries was still very considerate and took the initiative to take on the burden of carrying the bag. The male parking attendant outside the door was the same man she had seen last time. When he saw her, he smiled and said, "Sir, please take your time. I am happy to serve you." Hearing the voice, Lu Xiao waved at him to show that she heard it. The other party didn't expect her to respond and was very excited. He couldn't calm down for a long time even after Lu Xiao left. This is not only a female who will go shopping in the supermarket herself, but also a female who will respond to him. Oh, how could she be so special? Lu Xiao didn't know what kind of harm her simple response had caused to the parking boy. Sitting in the car, Lu Xiao had already planned what to do when she got home.
And eager to try.
Aries, who was sitting next to her, could clearly feel the little female's happiness. He didn't quite understand why Lu Xiao liked going to the supermarket so much, but he found Lu Xiao very cute. When they got home, Lu Xiao said, "Aries, you have to come and make dumplings with me later." Of course, Aries had eaten dumplings before, but he didn't know how to make them, but he would learn. "Then I'll go change my clothes first, and you should get ready too," Lu Xiao said, and went back to the room. Aries couldn't help but curl his lips and sent the things to the kitchen. He also replied to the adjutant, "I will go back to resume my post tomorrow." The adjutant, who had been waiting for a long time and prepared for the worst, couldn't help laughing the moment he received the message. "Great, congratulations on being able to come back and continue working." The adjutant was sincerely happy for Aries. There are countless officers like Aries who leave their posts after marriage simply because their mistresses don't like them to show up in public. This has killed their careers, confined them to a small space, and wasted their lives. When Lu Xiao came down from upstairs, Aries had already washed the cabbage and carefully broke it into pieces. He just learned this after searching for a dumpling tutorial online. Seeing Lu Xiao coming, Aries very tactfully stepped back and left the main position to her. Lu Xiao was very happy because of his understanding and thoughtfulness. Go and have a rest first. I'll call you when I need a bag later. These past few days, Lu Xiao would let him go out when she cooked, and Aries was no longer as frightened as he was the first time. Okay, I'll be in the living room. You can call me anytime. Lu Xiao gave him an okay sign, turned around to find the blender, and prepared to blend the cabbage and meat. Aries washed the cabbage and meat for her in advance, which saved her a lot of trouble. This kind of man who knows how to do things without saying anything is really good. So far, Lu Xiao is still very satisfied with Aries' existence. He is sensible, considerate, motivated, and most importantly, he doesn't talk much, which is really good. Whether dumplings are delicious or not mainly depends on the dumpling filling. Lu Xiao has her own method of mixing dumpling fillings. Whether it tastes good or not depends on the cooking oil. Lu Xiao also uses this kind of cooking oil when cooking, so she prepared a lot of it in advance and can just add it now. While Lu Xiao was busy in the kitchen, Aries replied to his adjutant, "There is something urgent that needs my attention. Get ready. I will go there tomorrow to handle it." "Okay, your mistress is treating you well?" "She's fine." The adjutant stared at these 3 words with mixed feelings. After all, if you ask any married male how their females are, they will answer with these 3 words. However, judging from the fact that the other party is willing to let Aries come out to continue working, no matter what their purpose is, it is okay. At least Aries, who works outside, can have some time to breathe. No more she asked me to help. The adjutant, who originally thought that the chat was over, suddenly received this message and was surprised. What was going on? Why did he feel that Major General Aries seemed to be showing off? Is it an illusion? After Aries sent the message carefully, he turned off the terminal and waited for Lu Xiao to summon him. He didn't know why he wanted to do this, but he just wanted to do it. I don't want Lu Xiao to be misunderstood. Although he was reluctant to admit it, his heart was indeed a little biased. "Aries, you can come over now." The first moment Aries heard the summons, he stood up and said, "I'm here." At this time, Lu Xiao had already kneaded the dough. "Do you know how to roll out the dough?" "I just watched a video to learn. Can you let me try it first?" "Of course." Lu Xiao handed him the rolling pin. After Aries took it, he thought about the tutorial in the video and rolled out the dumpling wrappers under Lu Xiao's gaze. "Sure, just roll it like this. You roll it and I wrap it. It's okay if you're slow. I'll roll a few first, and you can continue rolling." After Lu Xiao finished speaking, she quickly rolled out a dozen dumpling wrappers. "You are amazing." Lu Xiao laughed. "Practice makes perfect. The more you roll, the faster it will be."
Come on.
Lu Xiao was making dumplings while Aries was rolling the dumpling skins. He was a little slow at first, but he was not stupid. He could even operate mechas and aircraft carriers, so rolling the dumpling skins was not a difficult task for him. Gradually, he was able to meet Lu Xiao's needs. The 2 of them worked together and finished wrapping the dumplings in no time. Set aside some and freeze it in the refrigerator. You can take it out and eat it directly when you want to eat it, and boil the rest in water. I didn't eat much at the Earl's mansion before, so I was counting on this meal in the evening. When the hot dumplings are served, they're served with garlic chili oil. It smells really good. Aries already knew that Lu Xiao was a good cook, but he still felt amazed every time he ate her. "How is it? Is it better than what you eat elsewhere?" Aries nodded. "Your cooking is always delicious." "Of course. I may not be good at other things, but when it comes to cooking, I am definitely not worse than others. In fact, when I was looking for a job, if the Fifth Institute didn't want me, I would have wanted to open a restaurant. Can I open a restaurant with my cooking skills? Business will definitely be very good." Regardless of how good Lu Xiao's cooking skills are, just spreading the word that this is a restaurant opened by a female will attract many people to come, not to mention that Lu Xiao's cooking skills are so good. Lu Xiao smiled happily. "Let's fry these for breakfast tomorrow morning."
Okay.
Aries took it to heart and decided to have it ready by the time Lu Xiao woke up tomorrow morning. This way, the little female can sleep a little longer. After eating and drinking, Lu Xiao didn't want to move anymore. Aries would take the initiative to clean the kitchen without her asking him to do anything. It feels really good. Aries, when do you get off work tomorrow? Can we both come back together? Okay, I'll pick you up. Will it delay your work? Won't. Okay, I'll wait for you. Lu Xiao smiled sweetly at Aries, stood up and said, I'm going back to my room first. I'm a little tired today. I want to take a bath. You pack up and come to my room. I haven't done the mental comfort for today yet. You can rest if you are tired, but not necessarily every day. This won't take too long. Just remember to come over. Okay. There was a gentleness in Aries' eyes when he looked at Lu Xiao that he himself didn't even notice. When Aries cleaned up the kitchen and came to Lu Xiao's room, he felt that his mood was completely different from the last time he came to this room. The last time he came in was on his wedding night. He had made sufficient mental preparation before coming in. He was also a little nervous at this moment, but also happy and expectant. He didn't know when it started, but he began to look forward to Lu Xiao calling his name. This change made him happy, but also frightened. He didn't know what would happen if he let things continue to develop, but selfishly, he didn't really want to change it. I felt like my will as a soldier was crumbling bit by bit. Lu Xiao came out of a comfortable hot bath. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Aries standing in the room, his posture straight, as if he was standing in a military posture. Although it's very cool, it's also a little funny. What are you doing? Why don't you find a place to sit? I'm not tired. Aries quickly glanced at Lu Xiao and looked away, his ears turning red. The little female, who had just finished taking a bath, was white and tender with a hint of pink and looked particularly delicious. It smells delicious, like a freshly made cake, exuding an enticing aroma. You're not tired, but I feel dizzy watching you. Hurry up and find a place to sit. Lu Xiao said while wiping her head. Oh, by the way, where's your pillow? Bring it over. Otherwise, where are you going to lie down later? Aries stiffened for a moment, then said okay. When Aries came back with the pillow, Lu Xiao had already wiped her hair and was waiting for him. Seeing him come in, the little female sitting beside the bed patted the bed gently, indicating Aries to put the pillow here. Her movements were natural, and her expression didn't seem condescending or arrogant. There's just a reassuring feeling. As Aries carefully put down the pillow, Lu Xiao asked, Did you sleep well after the mental comfort yesterday? Aries was about to say that he slept well, but Lu Xiao predicted his answer. Answer truthfully. Aries paused, swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth, and reorganized his words. Compared to before, it's better. What do you mean better? I can sleep for a while, but when I wake up, I still can't fall asleep again. Lu Xiao nodded and carefully recorded Aries' situation in the memo. She wanted to have a comparison. Aries looked at her in amazement as she recorded her situation. You don't have to do this. If you want to know, you can ask me. Our treatment process is definitely long-term. Can you remember it after a long time? This is not a troublesome thing. And if you write it down, I can take it out and see it when I want to. Okay, lie down. Lu Xiao didn't intend to say more. She patted the pillow and signaled Aries to hurry up. Aries lay on the pillow with shock in his heart and a joy that he was unwilling to admit. Then the next second, the warm and smooth palm of the little female covered his forehead. The situation in Aries' spiritual sea was no different from before. Lu Xiao, who had experience, cleaned it up more smoothly this time. About an hour later, Lu Xiao exited Aries' spiritual sea, and as expected, Aries fell asleep again. Obviously, this kind of treatment was a rare rest time for Aries, so he didn't bother him. But Lu Xiao realized later that if she didn't wake Aries up, they would have to sleep in the same bed tonight. This was something she had not thought of in advance. If she had known earlier, she should have done the mental comfort in Aries' room. This way she could leave, and Aries could continue to sleep. Now, this is a bit awkward. But it is impossible for Lu Xiao to sleep on the floor for this. Why should she sacrifice herself after saving others? Isn't it just sleeping in the same bed? In the harsh conditions of the apocalypse, she has even slept with the dead. So without thinking any more, he covered Aries with the blanket next to him, rolled up the quilt, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. Having done a lot of things today, she was already very sleepy, so she fell asleep soon after lying in bed. Aries woke up in the middle of the night. The moment he opened his eyes, he heard the sound of even breathing. It felt particularly strange that there was another person in the room besides himself. But he would not mistake this room. He knew very well that he was still in Lu Zhao's room, sleeping in the same bed with the little female, and the little female was sleeping next to him at this moment. It is within reach and can be touched by just reaching out your hand. After realizing this, Aries was excited and nervous. As a male, his 5 senses are very strong, and even in the dark night, his eyes can still see clearly. So he could clearly see Lu Zhao's sleeping face and engrave it in his mind. It turns out that the pretty and well-behaved little female is also well-behaved when she falls asleep. He only dared to secretly look at Lu Zhao on nights like this. This was a little female that made him feel conflicted. It was a little female that he wanted to get close to, but didn't dare to get close to. It simply made him. Just when Aries was daydreaming, Lu Zhao suddenly stretched out her arms and legs and hugged Aries as if she was hugging a doll. She even seemed to dislike Aries for being too big. After hugging him for a long time without success, she got angry and pulled him hard. Aries was pulled over by her and then entangled with her hands and feet. Lu Zhao rubbed against his neck, then found a comfortable position and stopped moving. Aries, who was hugged by her, had a blank mind and his cheeks were hot. The hands under the quilt unconsciously clenched into fists. Where am I? Who am I? And what should I do now? In the morning, when Lu Zhao woke up, Aries was no longer in the room, and the blanket he had covered her with was neatly placed aside. He reached out and touched the place next to him, but he couldn't feel any heat. It was obvious that Aries had been up for some time. The fact that she didn't notice it meant that Aries was careful enough when he left. After lingering in bed for a while, Lu Zhao went to the bathroom to wash up. When she went downstairs, she found that Aries had already prepared breakfast. It was the fried dumplings she mentioned last night. It feels good to have someone remember what you say and see the results. When did you wake up? Lu Zhao walked over and naturally pulled out a chair and sat down. Did you sleep well last night? It's better than before. I got up at dawn. I'm used to getting up early. I hope I didn't disturb you? Aries answered casually. In fact, the scene of Lu Zhao hugging him to sleep last night was still lingering in his mind. It can be said that he almost spent the second half of the night with his eyes open. In order not to wake Lu Zhao up, he maintained the same posture until dawn. He didn't leave carefully until Lu Zhao let go of his hand and turned over. However, he was actually very reluctant to leave. However, if he didn't get up, he would not be able to prepare the fried dumplings when Lu Zhao woke up. From now on, when you do spiritual comfort, you should go to your room so that I can go back to your room after you fall asleep. Aries heard this and clenched his hands unconsciously. Did I disturb you? I'm not disturbing you. I'm just worried that you won't get enough rest. Lu Zhao felt guilty for a second. She was mainly not used to sleeping in the same bed with Aries. She always felt that their relationship was too close. She and Aries were not yet close enough to the point of sharing a bed. Aries took her evasive look into his eyes, feeling a little bitter in his heart. Okay, do you want to squeeze some juice? I also squeezed orange juice. Seeing Lu Zhao's avoidance, Aries felt uncomfortable but still changed the subject. He could sense that Lu Zhao might not like him that much, but even so, Lu Zhao did not drive him away and was even willing to provide him with mental comfort, which was already very good. He comforted himself in this way that his little female was already very good. She just didn't like him, and that was not a mistake. Many females don't look for males just for love, but more likely to satisfy their own selfish desires. It's really good that Lu Zhao did this. Aries did not continue this topic, which made Lu Zhao secretly relieved. This made her realize that she seemed to have to face up to her relationship with Aries. After breakfast, Aries personally sent Lu Zhao to the 5th Institute before going to work. On the way, Lu Zhao asked Aries, "Will you be late for work if you send me off like this?" Aries shook his head. "No, we don't have a fixed time for work and get off work, as long as we complete the task." Lu Xiao didn't expect that the working habits in the military district were like this. That's good. How are you going to solve the lunch problem? You can drink nutrient solution. Drink nutrient solution? Lu Xiao turned to look at him in surprise. Isn't there a cafeteria in the military district? The military district does not need a canteen. The military district is full of males. As a male, one must overcome all difficulties and does not need to have those appetites. Aries' expression was so matter-of-fact that Lu Xiao almost thought it was a normal thing. In fact, this is also a form of exploitation of males, right? Even if it was the donkey of the production team, Lu Xiao felt that it would not be deducted in this way. Have you ever thought about bringing food? Aries was stunned for a moment. No need to do that. Drinking the nutrient solution is enough for me. Lu Xiao sighed and didn't say much. She just thought about cooking more when she went back home in the evening and bringing out the next day's meals. She had tasted the nutrient solution once, and it was enough. She really didn't want to drink it a second time. She really didn't understand. Did these males have no sense of taste? Arriving at the 5th Research Institute, Lu Xiao got out of the car, and Aries said, I'll pick you up in the evening. If you leave work early, you can tell me in advance. Okay. Be careful on your way. Lu Xiao waved at him, turned and left. On the way, she met Anson, who came to greet her. The other party seemed to have come from somewhere specially and was very enthusiastic when he saw her. Good morning, Lord Lu Xiao, you look better today. Good morning, Anson. You look energetic today. Sitting in the hovercraft, Aries looked through the window at the two figures entering the office building side by side. He raised his hand and rubbed his brow, wondering in his heart, how long will it take for Lu Xiao to tell him about taking in a husband as a servant, or will she not tell him at all and take Anson home directly? Just like when we recruited him in the first place, didn't we submit an application directly to the military? Aries found that he cared about this matter much more than he thought. If he hadn't realized how good Lu Xiao was, he might not have cared as much as he does now. Even though he didn't want to admit it, he was jealous. If Lu Xiao knew that he was so jealous, she would definitely hate him. He was just a concubine and didn't even have the right to be jealous. With a self-deprecating laugh, Aries drove away. Lu Xiao didn't know that Aries had imagined so many things just by watching him and Anson walking together. For her, she hasn't even figured out what to do with Aries right now, let alone Anson. I'm sorry. She doesn't have that much energy. What's more, these are all human beings, and they're not something that can be treated casually. Even if you raise a kitten or a puppy, you still have to take care of their mood, let alone a living person. As a doctor, she hates to see life disregarded. When she arrived at the office, teacher Ellie was already there. She was very happy to see her come so early. Oh, baby, you are really early. In fact, you can come later. It doesn't matter if you sleep a little longer. Isn't this bad? She didn't expect that on her first day at work, her boss would tell her that she could be late.
It was really exciting.
What does it matter? Teacher Ellie said as if it was a matter of course, baby, come and write down what you want to eat today. Someone will deliver the meal to you at noon. Don't we have a cafeteria here? Lu Xiao reached out and took the meal order card from teacher Ai. She began to doubt whether there was no cafeteria here at all. Canteen, we don't have that kind of thing here. Our meals are delivered by special restaurants. Lu Xiao thought that the S-level shelter next door was probably the same as Aries' military zone, where they all drank nutrient solution. She really couldn't imagine what kind of life these males were living day by day. Don't they know how to resist? Lu Xiao thought so, looked through the menu, and selected 2 dishes she wanted for lunch. I've chosen. Who should I give this to? Just give it to me, baby. Teacher Ellie took it and said, today there are 3 people in the S-level shelter who need to have their spiritual C evaluated. You don't have to do it. Just follow and watch when the time comes. Lu Xiao understood this as pre-job training, and she really wanted to see how these people provided mental comfort to the males. After all, the spiritual comfort she was providing to Aries now was all learned through her own experience. She thinks that things like this still require more communication so that it would be better to learn from each other's strengths and make up for each other's weaknesses. Not long after the other 3 females arrived in the office, news came from the S-level shelter. There are still 10 minutes until the patient arrives. Hearing this, Teacher AI stood up and said, "Okay, get ready. As far as I know, the 3 people who came here today are only in the early stages. Don't worry. Xiao, just follow Teacher Shirley and learn." "Okay, Teacher Ellie," Lu Xiao said and walked towards Teacher Shirley. When the other party saw her coming, he smiled and said, "Dear, just watch for a while. I don't need you to do anything." Lu Xiao was a little amused and confused. Why were there teachers supervising interns and worrying about tiring the interns out? "It's okay, Teacher Shirley. If you need me to do anything, just tell me. I'm willing to do it." Shirley held her hand and said, "Honey, I can already feel your passion for work. Well, if you need anything, I'll tell you. You can sit here and watch later." After entering the clinic, Teacher Shirley first showed her where to sit and then introduced the functions of the instruments in the clinic to her. There is also a chair with chains placed in the middle of the consulting room, which serves as a torture device. In fact, without Shirley saying much, Lu Xiao guessed at the first sight of the chair that it should be used to tie up and restrain S-level males. There is also a circle of red warning line around the chair. It is to remind these therapists not to enter the red alert area during the treatment process. Lu Xiao stood outside the cordon, somewhat confused, and asked, "If we stand here, how can we treat them? I mean, provide them with mental comfort?" "Dear, we are doing this to protect ourselves. You know, an S-class that has lost their mind is very scary. At that time, they only need to wear a helmet, and we can use the instrument to give them mental comfort. There is no need for contact during the process." While Shirley was speaking, Lu Xiao had already seen the so-called helmet, which to be honest looked more like a gas mask. Just from these things, it can be seen that S-level males have no human rights here at all. This feeling reached its peak when he saw the S-rank male being escorted in by officers. The man had shackles on his hands and feet, and a bite-stop-like mask on his mouth. The whole person doesn't look like a patient, but more like a vicious gangster. "Don't be afraid, dear. They won't be able to hurt us this way." Yes, the restraints on him are all equipped with electric shocks. The escorting officer also echoed the explanation. Seeing that they misunderstood, Lu Xiao did not explain that she was not afraid. As he watched the escorting officer place him on a chair and then put chains around him, he remained silent, his eyelids slightly drooping and his expression dull, as if he had completely lost expectation and hope for life. Just when Lu Xiao thought that this was the end, the escorting officer opened the front of the bite stopper on the man's face, then inserted the breathing tube on the helmet and ordered the man, "Open your mouth." Lu Xiao frowned and turned her head to look at Teacher Shirley, who looked normal, as if she didn't think this was a big deal. "Teacher, do you have his information? I want to take a look." Upon hearing this, Shirley turned the light screen and said, "Here, codename 3355, has been in the S-class shelter for 3 years. Currently, he is in the early to mid-level S-class stage. He has lost control twice, but recovered after receiving electric shocks. He is currently in good condition." Lu Xiao noticed that there was only a number, but no name on the other party's file. Why no name? After entering the S-level shelter, it is convenient to manage them in a unified manner, so these people only have numbers. "Okay, go out. I'll call you if I need you." Shirley waved at the escorting officer, signaling him to go out. After escorting the officer out, Shirley spoke up. 3355, please tell me how you feel right now." Lu Xiao looked up at the person who was locked in the chair, wearing a helmet on his head, and his whole body seemed to be trapped in a hood. It was hard to imagine how the other person would speak. But apparently Teacher Shirley was not worried. After waiting for a while, Lu Xiao heard a hoarse and dull voice. "I'm fine." "If you were fine, you wouldn't be here. Please answer truthfully whether you have ever had hallucinations. If you don't want to suffer electric shocks, it's best not to lie." Lu Xiao felt that this was not like treatment at all, but more like an interrogation. If the prisoner does not actively cooperate, he will be punished. Is this really treatment? Suddenly, I understand a little bit. Aries said that none of the males who entered the S-level shelter recovered. Is this kind of treatment really aimed at recovery? Just when Lu Xiao was thinking about this, 3355's voice came again. It appeared, but I don't remember it. What kind of question was this? Why are you still asking this? Teacher Shirley, what is the purpose of this question? The study showed that S-class males need to lower their desires, which could help with their treatment. Do they need to suppress their emotions? Lu Xiao couldn't figure it out. Is this really a treatment? The status of males is so low that when they fall ill, instead of being comforted, they continue to be suppressed? Just thinking about it makes me suffocate. The reason why they entered the S level is because they think too much and are too greedy. If they control themselves well, they can get relief. Teacher Shirley spoke as a matter of course. I don't think this is a problem at all. Lu Xiao tried to adjust her mood. Do you want to comfort me mentally later? No, his condition is relatively stable and the system evaluation is also good. There is no need to do mental comfort every time. You are still young and may not understand that mental comfort is also very exhausting for us. Lu Xiao smiled. Mental comfort consumes a lot of energy, so you won't do it? She had never seen this kind of treatment before. I looked at his previous examination report. He has been here for 3 years and has only received mental comfort once. Every test said that his condition is very stable. But stable means he has risen from the initial primary to the intermediate level, or even entered the advanced level and the intermediate level. Is this treatment really effective for him? How can it not be considered possible? You only saw his case, but compared to others, his condition is already considered good. His condition progressed very slowly, and it took him 3 years to reach the intermediate stage. Do you know how many people have reached the peak stage not long after they came in? Shirley felt that Lu Xiao was still too young and lacked experience. Lu Xiao was surprised by her words. What was she doing? She wasn't comparing herself with the good ones, but only with the bad ones? What kind of logic is this? As long as it's not bad enough, it's good. Lu Xiao felt that the reason she hadn't had a heart attack was because she was young and in good health. But she also knew very well that this was not Teacher Xueli's fault alone. It was just that this was the way the world was. He took a deep breath and said with a smile, "If you don't want to comfort him mentally, can you take off the helmet on his head? It makes me feel uncomfortable." Of course, if you feel uncomfortable, I'll ask someone outside to come in and take it off for him. Can I come? I want to try. Lu Xiao stood up and prepared to go over, but was grabbed by Teacher Xueli, who looked at him in disbelief. Are you crazy? Didn't he say that he is in a stable period now? I believe in Teacher Xueli's judgment. Besides, he has other restraints on his body. I won't get hurt, don't worry. Lu Xiao broke free from Teacher Xueli's hand, walked over a few steps, went around behind the other person, and reached out to untie his helmet. The moment the helmet was taken off, 3355 retched uncomfortably. Apparently, the tube inserted in his mouth was not very comfortable. The uncomfortable physiological reaction made his eyes red, and he looked very uncomfortable. Are you okay? Do you need some water? I'm fine. The moment the 3 words came out of his mouth, 3355 was subconsciously stunned. He looked at the little female in front of him who was not far away from him in disbelief. His previously dull eyes became a lot more lively. Was he hallucinating? Otherwise, how could he hear the female asking him, "Are you okay?" Seeing him in a trance, Lu Xiao smiled at him and said, "Drink some water. Will it make you feel better?" As Lu Xiao said this, she turned to the officer outside and said, "Can you please pour me a glass of orange juice?" The officer at the door didn't seem to expect Lu Xiao to be so polite. After a pause, he quickly lowered his eyes and nodded respectfully. "I'll be there right away." After Lu Xiao closed the door, she met Teacher Xueli's incomprehensible look. "Dear, you speak too gently to them. This will make them full of fantasies about you, which is not a good thing." Now it was Lu Xiao's turn to be stunned. Is this considered gentle? Is there a misunderstanding about politeness? You have to know that males are very greedy guys. They are the most likely to push for more. You just need to. Teacher Xueli, why did you come here to work? Is it because of the salary here? Or because having a good job can satisfy your vanity? Or is it simply because of your passion? Being asked this question suddenly, Xueli was stunned for a moment. When she came to her senses, Lu Xiao continued, "I came here because I like it. I actually want to be a doctor, but there are no hospitals that accept females. I came here I want to realize my dream of becoming a doctor here. Teacher Xueli, will you fulfill my dream? Xueli stared at Lu Xiao blankly, watching the natural and lively smile on her face that seemed to be glowing. She couldn't help but nodded. She felt that she was bewitched at the moment, and there was no way she could refuse Lu Xiao. She never had any dreams because she had everything since she was born. Or it could be said that females in this world are superior since birth. As long as they want, they will get it and no one can refuse them. So there is nothing she can't get. In that case, does it matter what the dream is? But Lu Xiao is so full of expectation and tells her vividly that becoming a doctor is her dream, but because there is no female hospital, she can only come here to realize her dream. At this moment, she felt that Lu Xiao is different from all the females she had ever seen, but she couldn't tell exactly how. Sir, the juice you requested is ready. Hearing the voice, Lu Xiao turned around, opened the door, took the orange juice from the other person's hand, and said with a smile, "Thank you." "No, you're welcome." The officer looked at the closed door and replied belatedly, "Oh my God." He was actually thanked by a noble female. Lu Xiao returned to the room with the orange juice and then brought the straw in the orange juice to 3,355's lips. "Drink some. The sugar in the juice will make you feel much better. Drink it quickly, if you don't want my hands to get sore." Upon hearing this, 3355, who was originally stunned, opened his mouth and mechanically took the straw. Lu Xiao was very satisfied to see him drink the juice. He even looked at Teacher Xueli, who was also stunned. "Can I treat him next?" Teacher Shirley came back to her senses. "Lu Xiao, what are you doing? It's very dangerous." "But the fact is, he didn't hurt me, right?" Lu Xiao put the empty paper cup aside and looked at 3355 with a smile. "Do you like orange juice?" 3355 immediately said, "I like it, sir. I like it very much. It is the best juice I have ever tasted. I think you will like it too. How do you feel now? Are you in a better mood? Can you tell me why you came here for the checkup? Don't say those official words. I want to hear your true thoughts." While saying this, Lu Xiao had already come to the instrument and asked Teacher Xueli to leave. Xueli stepped aside helplessly and tried to persuade him. "My dear, I don't know why you do this, but it's really dangerous. They are the best at disguising themselves, and they are the best at—" "Would you please be quiet, Miss Xueli, or could you go out and relax?" "No, I want to watch you here." Shirley turned around and sat in the seat where Lu Xiao had just sat. For a moment, the priorities were reversed. 3355 before answering the previous question, "Can I ask your name?" 3355 felt like he was going numb from the shock. This female not only cared about him, but also fed him orange juice with her own hands. Now she asked him his name. If there was no desire for him in the eyes of the little female, he would really have had inappropriate thoughts like Xueli thought. Who doesn't want to possess such a beautiful female? "My name is Claude. Before coming to the S-Class shelter, I was a second lieutenant. If I hadn't suddenly entered the S-Class, I would have been promoted." At this point, Claude suddenly laughed sarcastically. This was the first time he expressed his emotions in the 3 years he spent in the S-Class shelter. But there was no disgust or disdain in Lu Xiao's eyes. She just looked at him calmly and listened attentively. "I didn't apply for it on my own initiative when I came here today. It is stipulated that all of us must do an evaluation within 3 months. I have been in good condition for 3 consecutive years, but in fact I feel that I have been getting worse and worse recently. I couldn't sleep, and the medicine didn't work very well. Even if I finally fell asleep, I would still have dreams. I dreamed that I had turned into an irrational monster. I even went crazy twice because of it, but when I woke up I told them that I forgot. Actually, I remember. I know I may not be well or worse, but this is also a relief. I don't want to continue. At this point, Claude suddenly choked up and looked at Lu Xiao with pleading eyes. It was the look in the eyes of a terminally ill patient begging the doctor for life. Lu Xiao looked at the instrument and recorded Claude's words. The instrument observing his condition showed that Claude was still in a harmless and stable state. Lu Xiao didn't let him continue, but smiled and affirmed, "I know, Claude, you have worked hard in the past 3 years, but it's not your fault. You're just too tired, and need a good sleep. Let me help you. Lu Xiao walked up to him and put her hand on his forehead. This scene made teacher Shirley beside him stand up in horror. Lu Xiao, what are you doing? Why are you? Mr. Xueli, could you please be quiet? Shirley looked at her in disbelief. She was now certain that Lu Xiao was crazy. How could she touch these dirty males with her hands? How could she give spiritual comfort so casually? But Lu Xiao did this right under her nose. Claude's spiritual sea was many times more serious than Ares's. Those tangled threads and the dark matter on them were about to fill up his entire spiritual sea. Is this the spiritual sea of an S-class male? When these dark substances fill up the entire spiritual sea, Claude will probably completely lose his mind. Lu Xiao sent in her own purification power. Recently, she's been helping Ares clean up his spiritual sea, and her ability has been greatly improved. That's why it didn't seem that difficult to deal with Claude's spiritual sea. 30 minutes later, Lu Xiao withdrew from Claude's spiritual sea. Claude fell asleep as she thought. While Claude was asleep, Lu Xiao came to the instrument to check his current physical data. After calming his mind, the data showed that Claude's spiritual sea level had changed from the early intermediate red line color to red-green. It is no longer the pure red color it was before, and the 56% progress bar next to it has become 50%, a drop of 6 points. So the color changes from red to red-green. If this is the case, Lu Xiao couldn't help but wonder, could it be understood that if she continued to treat him according to her ideas, Claude could regress from the intermediate level to the elementary level, or even drop to the S level, and eventually be cured? These are not impossible. But right now she has too few cases to compare. Just as Lu Xiao was thinking this, Claude woke up from his sleep. Lu Xiao looked at the time, about 20 minutes. That is to say, half an hour of mental comfort can allow Claude to sleep for 20 minutes. Although the time is short if it is deep sleep, 20 minutes is enough to restore some vitality. The man who had just woken up seemed to be still in a trance. Lu Xiao walked over and asked with a smile, "How do you feel? Do you feel a lot more relaxed? Did I fall asleep just now?" He felt that after the little female touched his forehead, his whole body seemed to be soaked in warm water. The dull sea of mind seemed to be injected with a touch of coolness, which made him so comfortable that he couldn't help but relax his body, and then he seemed to know nothing. "Yes, I slept for about 20 minutes. I actually fell asleep." Claude looked unbelievable, but soon reacted, "Thank you. I know this is all." "That's not necessary.
This is my job."
"How often can you apply for treatment?" "You can usually apply once a week." When Claude answered this, he couldn't help but feel excited. "In that case, we'll see you next week. Remember to apply." "My name is Lu Xiao, and I'm the new therapist here."
You can go back now.
Lu Xiao smiled at him, turned and walked to the door, notified the escorting officer outside to come in, and went back to the instrument to back up Claude's physical data. "Teacher Xueli, I want to start seeing patients independently. Who should I apply to for this?" Teacher Shirley was in a very complicated mood at the moment. "Dear, I don't think you can see patients independently yet. What you just did was too crazy." If Teacher Ellie knew, she would definitely not agree. Lu Xiao grasped the key point in her words. "Can I just ask Teacher AI to apply?" "That's not what I meant." "No, even if you apply, I won't agree. I will tell Teacher Ellie about what you just did." Shirley was obviously angry and turned to leave the clinic. Meanwhile, Claude had been taken back to the car by the escorting officers. The two companions who came with him saw him coming back and couldn't help but ask, "What did they do to you? You were gone for so long. I thought you died in there." 3355. Although Claude had already come out of the clinic, his soul seemed to be still there, and he was in a trance. It looks like 3355 has gone insane. Is his condition getting worse again? "Hey, 3355, are you okay? You won't be destroyed if you go back, right?" Claude finally came back to his senses amidst the noise. "No, I'm fine. I feel like I have hope of survival. I saw an angel today." Claude's words made the two strong men on the opposite side stunned for a moment, and then they looked at him with worried eyes. 3355, are you hallucinating again?" "No, I'm sober now. I know you may not believe me, but trust me this time. Next week we will apply for Dr. Lu Zhao's clinic together. She will definitely be able to cure us. No, I don't agree, Ellie. Do you know how crazy Lu Xiao was in the clinic just now? She took off the patient's helmet with her own hands, fed him juice with her own hands, and even touched his forehead to comfort him. My God, you would be scared at the scene too. She has no sense of crisis. If I let her see the patient alone, I would be worried. Teacher Shirley looked disapproving. AI Li and the other two teachers also frowned. Lu Xiao, is what Teacher Shirley said true? Lu Xiao nodded and did not deny it. It's true, I did it. Facts have proved that I was not hurt. S-level males will not go crazy easily. You should know this in your heart, right? She didn't believe that the 4 people who had worked here for so long would not be able to see it. None of the S-rank males I have treated went crazy during treatment, but that's not a reason for you to lack a sense of crisis, Lu Xiao. Teacher Shirley has no ill intentions.
She is just worried about you.
I know, and I am very grateful for Teacher Shirley's concern, but I still have my own ideas. It is also necessary to appropriately relax the policy for potential crises that are unlikely to cause danger. What's more, the effect of my treatment today is very obvious, please see. Lu Xiao knew that all words were not as convincing as direct evidence. She opened the terminal and presented the light screen to the group, on which was the physical data of Claude that she had backed up. Needless to say, the data display is very intuitive, and she believes that the 4 people will understand it when they see it. As expected, Teacher Ellie was the first to react. 3,355 spiritual sea level has dropped? That's impossible. Teacher Shirley immediately retorted, this has never happened before. Could it be that the crazy things Lu Xiao did were really effective in healing the spiritual sea of S-level males? You have to know that their 5th research institute, since its establishment till now, has aimed to heal the spiritual sea of S-class males, but it has never been achieved. Teacher Ellie suppressed her excitement and said, can you tell me about the treatment process in detail? Lu Xiao patiently narrated a process, but omitted the process of purifying the spiritual sea. She was not sure whether the spiritual power possessed by the females here was her purifying power. You mean after the spiritual comfort, 3355 slept for 20 minutes?
Yes.
I can testify to this. Teacher Shirley and Lu Xiao spoke at the same time. Ellie nodded. The reason why the S-level males haven't gotten better is largely because they can't sleep or rest, which causes their condition to get worse. If touching them can help them rest, it's indeed a therapeutic method. But it's still too dangerous to touch an S-rank male. When Teacher Shirley spoke again, her voice was much softer and she was obviously a little more relaxed. Lu Zhao's words once again plunged the office into silence. I said she was crazy. Teacher Shirley's incredulous voice rang out again. Teacher AI Li also looked at Lu Xiao with a complicated expression. 3 a day is too much. This is a heavy burden for you. You don't have to work so hard. The problem of treating S-level males cannot be solved in a short period of time. There is no need to do this. Lu Xiao looked at Teacher AI Li in confusion. How many teachers can provide spiritual comfort at most? 1 a day is pretty good. Won't you be affected by their negativity? Negative emotions? Lu Xiao blinked her eyes and was basically certain that her purification ability was not the same as their mental power, because she couldn't feel any negative emotions at all. Her purification ability is more like a ruthless dust removal machine, recycling garbage to achieve purification.
I feel fine.
3 is the number I have confirmed. Don't worry, I am not a saint. I will not cause any problems to my body just to treat an S-rank male. 3 is still too many. How about 2? Let's start with 2. If you agree, we can start seeing patients tomorrow. Lu Xiao wanted to try again, but seeing Teacher AI Li's determined face, she had no choice but to nod and say, okay. When the time comes and Teacher Ellie sees her ability, she will believe that 3 is not too many for her. The reason why there are 3 instead of 4 is because she wants to save some energy to go back and provide spiritual comfort to Aries. The effect on Aries' side is just a little better and cannot be interrupted. Okay, the food is here, let's eat. Lu Xiao took the lunch handed to her by teacher Ai Li with a smile and said thank you. What she ordered was tomato scrambled eggs with rice. After a busy morning, Lu Xiao was still looking forward to lunch. But after taking one bite, Lu Xiao was disappointed. The salty and sweet fried tomato and eggs really disappointed her. She can accept salty and sweet, but what the Hades is salty and sweet? Looking at the others eating with gusto, Lu Xiao felt that she had probably made the wrong choice. After taking 2 quick bites, Lu Xiao couldn't eat anymore. What's wrong, dear? Why do you eat so little? I've eaten this tomato scrambled eggs before, and it tastes pretty good. Have you ever tried their fried tomato and eggs? They're always salty and sweet, right? Is there anything wrong with this? Isn't this what scrambled eggs with tomatoes taste like? Teacher Ellie looked at Lu Xiao with confusion. Lu Xiao. Well, it seems that she misunderstood. Why don't you bring your own lunch tomorrow? In the afternoon, Lu Xiao found that the 4 people in the office had nothing to do, and even teacher Ellie started watching TV series to pass the time. He was very free and even worried that Lu Xiao would feel bored, so he recommended to her the TV series he was watching, How to Be a Perfect House Husband. It tells the story of how a male husband wins the heart of a female husband. Lu Xiao felt very uncomfortable after just reading the beginning. In the plot, the male husband was once a senior military officer. He stopped working after marriage in order to take better care of his female mistress. He cooked for her, but was always criticized by her for being too salty or too bland, and was even told that the food was unpalatable. In addition to this plot, the male who is the head husband has to take care of all the housework at home, and his female mistress throws fruit peels and paper scraps on the ground as soon as he finishes cleaning up, and as a matter of course, makes the male head husband kneel down to clean up. When Lu Xiao saw this, she felt her blood pressure soar. For the sake of her own health, Lu Xiao chose to turn off the video. She really couldn't watch this thing at all. I raised my eyes to look at teacher Ellie, who was watching with great interest. Teacher Shirley even came over to discuss the plot with teacher Ellie. The husband is still not good enough. He still needs to be trained, and he even has to wait for the female mistress to take the initiative before he comes to clean up. He has no sense at all. It turns out that males should not be spoiled too much. Lu Xiao simply didn't listen. She was bullied like this, but she was still being spoiled. So, what can we do to avoid spoiling them? Lu Xiao searched online to see if there were any TV shows or movies with less magical plots, and found that they were almost all aimed at female audiences. Just reading the introduction is so suffocating that I have no desire to click on it at all. These movies and TV shows are made for the purpose of being watched not only by females, but also by males. Dear friends, did you know that director Audrey's new film, Desperate Mistress, will be released the day after tomorrow night? Are you interested in going to watch it together? Lu Xiao, do you have time? Why don't we have a team building the day after tomorrow? You are welcome to join us. I can't refuse you anymore. Lu Xiao, who originally wanted to say that she would not go, had no choice but to nod and agree. Okay, I will definitely go. Then I quickly flipped through what the Desperate Queen was about and who this director Audrin was. He sounded very famous. Upon checking, I found out that Audrin is a very famous female director. She has made 3 works since her debut, all of which are very popular among females. Her latest work, The Desperate Mistress, tells the story of a husband who betrayed his mistress and felt extremely regretful. It sounds a bit like The Wife Chasing Crematorium type, but Lu Xiao knew that it would definitely not be what she thought. However, she was quite interested in the plot of this house husband who had the courage to betray the female master. For a moment, she wanted to see this work. In a blink of an eye, it was time to get off work. When Lu Xiao came out of the office building, she saw Aries waiting there. The man looked taller and more handsome in his military uniform. Lu Xiao walked over with a smile. Have you been waiting for a long time, Aries? No, I just arrived not long ago. Is work going well today? Overall, it's not bad. Lu Xiao said, thinking about lunch at noon. I'll bring my own lunch tomorrow. Aries was stunned. The lunch here is not delicious? I don't like it. I'd better bring it myself. At least I won't make mistakes. Okay. Aries' face wrinkled when she said this. It was obvious that she really didn't like today's lunch. I feel a little sad, but also a little cute. After returning home, Lu Xiao got out of the car. I'll take a shower first and cook dinner later.
You should also take a rest.
Don't work secretly while I'm away. Do you hear me? Aries, who had originally planned to do so, wanted to say that he was not tired, but then he heard Lu Xiao ask again, "Did you hear that?" "I heard you. I won't do anything secretly." He won't do anything that the little female doesn't like. Seeing that he agreed, Lu Xiao nodded with satisfaction and went upstairs. In the evening, Lu Xiao made cumin lamb and mashed potato rice. When it was served on the table, Lu Xiao felt filled with happiness. It turned out that life was more interesting if it was lived this way. While eating, Lu Xiao asked Aries, "Do you have your own separate office in the military district?"
Aries nodded and said yes.
"That's good. I just bought 2 microwave ovens online. You can have one, and I can have one. We can put them in the office and heat up lunch at noon. It's very convenient." He had never thought that Lu Xiao had taken him into consideration when she said she would bring him food. Aries was a little confused for a moment, and it took him a while to find his voice again. "Thank you." It was the same if he didn't say no need or drink nutrient solution because Lu Xiao had already prepared everything for him quietly. If he was still so tactless, it would spoil the fun. So the most appropriate words are "thank you." "You're welcome. It's just a matter of convenience." "Oh, by the way, is 2,000 yuan a month enough for your pocket money?" Aries felt that he could understand every word Lu Xiao said, but he could not understand them at all when they were put together. I don't need pocket money, my money. You are a major general after all. It's not good to go out for dinner without money in your pocket, especially when you go out with your subordinates. Do you have the nerve to let your subordinates treat you to a meal? Let's make it like this for now. 2,000 yuan pocket money a month. If it's less, tell me. If it's more, you save it. You can't go out without money in your pocket. That's it. She could figure out what Aries was going to say without him having to finish his words. Aries is like a girl who has been poisoned by feudalism and is deeply poisoned. Looking at the 2,000 yuan that suddenly appeared on his terminal, Aries felt like he was dreaming. Everything seems so unreal. Lu Xiao ignored him and let him digest it on his own. Since she has to bring her own lunch tomorrow, she plans to prepare the vegetables in advance so that she can fry them in the morning and they will be fresher. Before Lu Xiao comforted Aries in the evening, she suddenly remembered, "You don't have to pick me up the day after tomorrow. For teachers in the office have asked me to watch director Audrin's new film, Desperate Mistress. I guess I won't be back until late. You can contact me when you're done, and I'll pick you up. No need, I can call a taxi back. It's too late to bother you. It's no trouble, and this is what I should do. I want to pick you up." Suddenly meeting Aries' dark and serious eyes, Lu Xiao's heart trembled slightly. When she came to her senses, she had already nodded. Beauty can mislead people. "Hey, have you heard of Director Audrin?" "I've heard of her, but I haven't seen her. She's very famous among the females." I didn't expect Aries to actually know. I'll tell you after I finish watching it. I hope you won't let me down. Come on, lie down. Aries had a vague feeling that Lu Xiao would not like Audrin's movies, or in other words, she would not like any of the movies here. The lieutenant was used to coming in first thing in the morning and cleaning the office for Aries. Just as he was about to pour water into Aries' cup, Aries walked in from outside, but he was a little different today, with more things in his arms. Seeing that he was holding a box in his arms, the adjutant quickly put down what he was holding and went over to him. "What did you buy?" "A microwave oven. The mistress gave it to me." Just after putting the box down, the adjutant heard this and subconsciously looked at Aries and asked uncertainly, "Who did you just say?" "My female mistress gave it to me. She said it's convenient to have this, especially for heating up lunch boxes." As he spoke, Aries handed him a square box with 2 layers. The adjutant took it steadily and said, "Don't tell me that this is the lunch box your mistress made for you, right? You are a little smart today." Aries smiled with satisfaction. The adjutant, however, was not in a good state. He had begun to wonder if Major General Aries had suffered some kind of mental attack and was suffering from hallucinations. "Are you really okay?" "I'm very good. Put the lunch away and heat it up for lunch, and bring it to me." I'm going to get to work. The adjutant stiffened his neck and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't. He put the lunchbox in his hand away and left the office. Not long after he left, he ran into other colleagues. Seeing that he was not in good shape, they came over to ask, "What's wrong? Were you criticized?" "How is that possible? Major General Aries would never criticize me. Forget it, you wouldn't understand even if I tell you." He didn't want too many people to criticize Major General Aries behind his back. Because Major General Aries suddenly got married and to a concubine, he has been the subject of discussion in the military for a long time. He now couldn't help but wonder if this was the reason Aries did this. Alas, it's really not easy for them to be major generals. This thought continued until lunchtime. When he was about to get nutrient solution for Major General Aries, he suddenly remembered that he had brought a lunchbox made by the female master herself today. The adjutant immediately took out the lunchbox, heated it up, and sent it to Aries in the office. "The Major General, it's time to eat." After sending the lunchbox over, the adjutant did not leave after giving the reminder. He just wanted to see what was in the lunchbox. After all, he didn't believe that females could cook. Doesn't Major General Aries really not know that the phrase "the lunchbox was made by the female master herself" is really false? Aries put down his work upon hearing this, took the lunchbox and placed it in front of him, then looked at the adjutant who was standing still. "You, Major General, can you let me see your lunchbox?" Even though he thought Aries was lying, he still wanted to see what the Major General brought him and how good their Major General's cooking skills were. When Aries saw his expression, he knew that this guy didn't believe what he said.
He didn't explain.
After all, if he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed that Lu Xiao cooked. I'm afraid he is the only one in this world who can eat the food cooked by the female master himself. So, he didn't say anything and opened the lunchbox in front of the adjutant. These were all made by Lu Xiao herself this morning: braised prawns, stir-fried pork with green peppers, cold cucumber salad, and fishball soup. As soon as the lid of the heated bento is opened, the aroma of rice wafts out instantly, which is so tempting. The adjutant's eyes suddenly widened. Oh my God! Even if the Major General was lying, his cooking skills were so good. "Major General, you look so hungry, can you please?" "No, please go out." Aries made a gesture of invitation, but the meaning should not be too clear. The adjutant came out of the office, the aroma of food still lingering in his nostrils for a long time. Isn't this food so delicious? He had been to restaurants before and had eaten at the best ones, but none of them were as delicious as this. Their Major General's cooking skills are so good. It's really unbelievable. I wonder what's wrong with you today? Wait, what's that smell on you? It smells so good. A colleague who passed by him suddenly stopped and sniffed, looking incredulous. "What did you eat?" The adjutant pushed the nutrient solution in front of him and asked, "Is this all you want to drink?" The other party frowned when he saw the nutrient solution. "You should keep it for yourself. This is what is most needed here." "You really didn't eat anything. Then what's the smell on you?" The smell was so delicious that he wouldn't be able to sleep today if he didn't get an answer. No, the one who ate was the Major General. He brought his own food today. Our Major General brought food. Did the Major General cook it? It smells so good. What did he bring? You want to know? Haven't I made it obvious enough? The adjutant smiled at him and said, "Ask yourself." After saying that, he turned and left. The Major General was so protective of his food that he couldn't even let him taste it. It was sad. Aries had lunch and felt very happy. He cleaned the lunch box carefully, put it aside, and came out of the office. He felt several pairs of eyes on him. It was not easy for Aries, who had just come down from the battlefield, to catch such a gaze. "Why are you all looking at me?" Aries stopped and asked suspiciously, "If you have nothing to do, you can go out for a run." "Major General Aries, we heard that you brought lunch today. It smelled so good. We all want to know what you did. Okay?" Aries was stunned for a moment, then looked at his adjutant. The adjutant immediately said, "I didn't say it on my own initiative. It's just that their noses are so good that they smelled it themselves." This was indeed an answer that Aries had not expected. "I didn't cook the meal, my mistress did. She likes cooking and is good at it. I can't make it taste this good. When Aries said this, his tone was serious and natural, without any intention of showing off. But if you say he was not showing off, he would say that it was the lunchbox that the female master made for him. Wasn't Major General Aries, mistress, the one who directly applied to the military to have him become her concubine? He was just a concubine, but he could get a lunchbox made by the female master? Of course, this was not the point. The point was that Major General Aries just said that his female master liked and was good at cooking. Oh my God, how could it be possible? Are there really women in this world who like cooking? Don't they all hate the strong smell and smoke of cooking, which will harm their delicate skin? At this moment, these people, like the adjutant, inevitably began to doubt Aries' mental state. Is Major General Aries' mental condition getting worse again? Poor thing, he's starting to hallucinate. Lu Xiao had nothing to do today because her information had just been entered into the system and her personal clinic had not yet been opened. The earliest she could officially start seeing patients would be tomorrow, so she spent the whole morning in boredom and daze. It was finally lunchtime. When Lu Xiao took out the lunchbox she had brought with her to heat it up, the lunch sent by the restaurant also arrived. Teacher AI Li called her. Dear Xiao Xiao, are you really not going to eat with us? Teacher Ellie, I brought a lunchbox today. I know. What I meant was, do you really want to eat a male lunch? I remember you got married and have a concubine now, right? Yes, but it wasn't him who did it. It was me who did it. This world has almost engraved the blame on males into its genes. Even the lunchbox she brought didn't say who made it, so everyone subconsciously thought it was made by a male. The lunchboxes made by males will definitely be equated with being unpalatable. But unfortunately, all the chefs in the restaurant are male. It's contradictory, but it's reasonable. Teacher AI Li was stunned when she heard Lu Xiao's words, then she opened her eyes wide. Oh my God, dear. You actually cooked for me yourself. What is your concubine doing? How could he let you into your kitchen? The kitchen has a strong smell and fumes, which are the most harmful to the skin. How could you go in? Teacher Ellie's excited and exaggerated tone made Lu Xiao feel like she was not going to the kitchen, but to a battlefield. I'm afraid Teacher AI Li has never experienced the joy of making a delicious dish in your hands. Making delicious food is my hobby and has nothing to do with my concubine. I would even get angry if he tried to stop me. Fortunately, he listens to me. Do you want to try it? I brought braised prawns today. Lu Xiao opened the heated lunchbox, and the orange-red braised prawns caught everyone's eyes, along with the fragrant aroma. Teacher Shirley had just come out of the bathroom and smelled the aroma of food in the air and immediately said, "Oh my God, why does today's lunch smell so good?" Teacher AI Li, who had just been persuading Lu Xiao not to enter the kitchen, now said, "It's not the meal incense we ordered. It's the lunchbox incense that Lu Xiao made herself." Teacher Shirley, who had already walked over, just heard this and saw that Lu Xiao's lunch was different from theirs. "Oh my God, did you make this yourself, dear? How can you enter the kitchen, but you can actually cook? Can I have a taste?" Of course, Lu Xiao picked up a braised prawn with chopsticks and put it in the lunchboxes of the other 4 people. "If you like, I can teach you." Sometimes cooking by yourself is a different experience of life, isn't it? Teacher Shirley couldn't wait to eat the prawns and said with a look of enjoyment, "Although I have always felt that places like the kitchen should not be places for us females, but now I think what you said makes sense because it is really delicious. Can you please tell me how it is made?" Teacher Ellie wiped her mouth with a napkin. "Please tell me too." Lu Xiao smiled and said, "Then you must promise to try to do it yourself." "Okay, I'll record a video for you. I won't lie to you." After Teacher Ellie finished speaking, Teacher Shirley smiled and said, "How about we make a group video while we're cooking?" "Oh my God, I'm actually going to go into the kitchen to cook. If this gets out, my friends will think I'm crazy, but none of them can make such delicious prawns. Just thinking about their surprised expressions after eating them makes me laugh out loud." Lu Xiao didn't expect that just a stewed prawn would make the female who regarded the kitchen as a terrifying place willing to cook. It was incredible. On the way home at night, when Lu Xiao and Aries talked about the lunchbox, Aries said, "They don't believe that my lunchbox was made by you." Lu Xiao smiled and replied, "Then when you have time, You can invite your friends to your home for dinner. This was an answer that Aries had never expected, or perhaps Lu Xiao would often give answers that surprised him. What seemed completely unbelievable to him seemed so natural to Lu Xiao. It seemed like inviting his friends to his home was a normal thing, as if he was also the host in this home and had the power to decide anything. He thought that even his adjutant would never have thought that one day he would be able to visit his home. Why aren't you talking? Do you have no friends? Lu Xiao looked at Aries. She felt that Aries had a good personality and was not the kind of officer who couldn't make friends. Of course not. I just didn't expect that you would be willing to let me bring friends to your house. Why not? If I bring a friend home one day, would you be unwilling? Of course not, but this is different. My friends are all males. Aries, this is also your home. I think it's normal for your friends to come to visit. I don't mind. I hope you don't feel any psychological burden. Let's just treat it normally, okay? She didn't want to change Aries forcefully or demand that he do something. She wanted Aries to understand what normal interpersonal relationships are like. Change subtly. This may take a long process, but for now, Lu Xiao feels that Aries is changed. He no longer kneels down or apologizes casually, and he will not be surprised when she does a little work. He is also gradually accepting some of her differences, which is good. I will probably teach my colleagues how to braise prawns in oil via video tonight. This is what I promised them today. I am a little curious about how they will make it. Lu Xiao was indeed a little curious about how teachers Ellie and Shirley cooked, and hoped that it would not be a disaster. Aries, however, feels that anyone who has interacted with Lu Xiao will change inadvertently. He thought that the therapists at the Fifth Institute probably never dreamed that they, who were of such noble status, would be willing to cook one day. Lu Xiao returned home and cooked the wontons she had wrapped earlier. She and Aries each had a bowl and had a simple but satisfying dinner. Afterwards, while Lu Xiao and teachers Ellie were teaching via video, Aries cleaned the room inside and out. When Lu Xiao finished the video and came out of the kitchen, she saw flowers on the coffee table in the living room. There was a faint fragrance in the air, a clean smell. Lu Xiao thinks that this kind of man who would take the initiative to do housework without much explanation and do it so well is really great. Is teaching going well? Aries poured a glass of water and handed it to her. Overall, everyone had a good experience. At the end, every one of them looked very satisfied and thought that the food they cooked was delicious. As for this, Lu Xiao privately thought that it was the competitive spirit among the 4 teachers that was at work. We will know how well they have done when we get to the office tomorrow. All 4 of them said they will bring their own lunch tomorrow. Did she start the lunch-bringing trend in the office? In fact, the issue of bringing meals affected not only the Fifth Institute, but also the 7th Legion where Aries was. Now many people know that Aries now brings his own lunch and that he is an excellent cook, so these people are looking forward to seeing what he will bring tomorrow. But these 2 people don't know yet. The next morning, Lu Xiao packed 2 lunch boxes and thoughtfully gave each person a glass of freshly squeezed juice. It is also necessary to take daily vitamins. When Aries handed it to him, the man clearly felt that today's lunchbox was different from yesterday's. It was a little heavier. Before he could ask, Lu Xiao said, "I brought you juice today. When you come back in the evening, I'll ask the supermarket to send some milk over. Aren't we going to have dinner with the teachers from the institute tonight?" "Oh, yes, you reminded me, I almost forgot. Contact me when you're done, and I'll pick you up." "Okay, I'll tell you in advance. You can take care of dinner by yourself. Don't deal with it."
Good.
After waving goodbye to Aries, Lu Xiao carried her lunchbox and walked towards the office building. On the way, she ran into Anson again. Since she started working, she had run into Anson almost every morning. After so many times, no matter how carefree Lu Xiao was, she would feel that something was wrong. When Anson offered to help her carry her lunchbox, Lu Xiao refused again. "Anson, don't you have to take turns? I can see you every day." Anson immediately said, "I switch shifts with my colleagues just to see you." This sentence can be said to be very direct. Lu Xiao couldn't help but stop and looked at Anson in confusion. "Do you have something to talk to me about?" Even now, Lu Xiao only thought that Anson wanted to ask her for something and didn't think that he liked her. Anson, who was quite tall, suddenly became uncomfortable, Sir Lu Xiao, I admire you and want to be your husband. I will take good care of you and will not make you angry, and more importantly. As he spoke, Anson knelt down. His kneeling startled Lu Xiao. What are you doing? What's wrong with you? Just say what you want to say. Why are you kneeling? Stand up quickly. Lu Xiao looked around anxiously, trying not to be seen by anyone, but she didn't dare to touch Anson because this guy was too big. He was totally different from Ares, who had muscular body when he took off his clothes but looked thin when he was dressed. This guy gave her the feeling of a bear. Mr. Lu Xiao, I am sincere. I have inquired and found out that you currently only have one concubine and no suitable mate around you. If you accept me, Anson stopped talking. I don't know what I did to make you misunderstand me like this. I apologize for this, but I have no intention of becoming a servant. Not now, and not in the future. You'd better give up this idea. You should find someone who likes you and whom you like, instead of becoming someone's servant. That's all I have to say. Think about it carefully. After saying this, Lu Xiao didn't care about anything else and trotted away with her lunchbox in her arms. Lu Xiao waved her hands, not knowing how to explain Anson's behavior. Seeing that she didn't want to talk, Teacher AI Li didn't ask any more questions. She just pulled her to sit down and said, "Then you should take a rest and drink some water." "Thank you." Lu Xiao took the water and took a sip. "I think I passed the test today. Let me see if anyone has applied." Seeing that she hadn't recovered yet and was still thinking about the clinic, Teacher AI Li didn't know what to say to her. "I just checked and she has passed. And according to what we agreed before, there are 2 places per day." "That's great, thank you, Teacher Ellie," Lu Xiao said, already impatiently opening the terminal to log into the internal network of the 5th Institute. However, the moment the system was turned on and she entered the clinic with great anticipation, there was not a single vacant application spot. Lu Xiao refreshed the page several times without giving up, but the situation remained the same. Teacher Ellie standing nearby burst out laughing. "Even if there is an application, it won't be so early. Besides, there are very few people who actively apply for the S-level shelter now. What should I do then?" Lu Xiao made sufficient preparations, but found that the result was completely different from what she expected. She was like a woman in the hot summer, originally full of passion, but someone poured a basin of cold water over her head. Ellie looked at her slumped in the chair in frustration, as if she had lost all her energy, and said with a smile, "How about I contact the shelter and ask them to send 2 over? Is it okay?" When Lu Xiao heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up and she looked at Ellie with anticipation. "Are you serious? Wouldn't it be nice to have some free time? But it will be boring. I want to do something." Lu Xiao looked at Ellie pitifully. Teacher Ellie couldn't stand her staring at her, so she kindly reminded her, "You have to know that once this thing starts, there is no turning back. They will continue to send people here, and you won't be able to handle it. I will ask for leave when I can't handle it anymore." She is not a saint and will not let herself get exhausted. Seeing that she seemed to have thought it through, Teacher Ellie nodded. "Okay, I'll help you contact them." Lu Xiao jumped up and gave Teacher AI Li a loving hug. "Teacher AI Li, you are really the most beautiful and kind-hearted female I have ever seen. You are also the most talkative female I have ever met." Teacher Shirley came in from outside and saw the 2 people hugging each other. She exclaimed, "What are you 2 doing? It's so corny." Teacher Ellie helplessly told Teacher Shirley what Lu Xiao asked her to do, and Teacher Shirley looked as if she knew it. Lu Xiao smiled and did not refute. Teacher Ellie returned to her workstation, contacted the person in charge of the S-level shelter, and told him about Lu Xiao's situation. The person in charge of the S-level shelter suddenly heard Teacher Ellie's words and thought he was hallucinating. "Teacher Ellie, it's a great honor to hear your voice, but I didn't quite hear what you said just now." "That's what you heard. Don't doubt your ears, Hans. Arrange 2 initial S-level males to come here immediately. Our young therapist, Lu, has nothing to do right now and wants to practice. Do you understand? Arrange 2 people to come to our therapist Lu's clinic every day." After saying this, Teacher AI Li hung up the call directly and then saw Lu Xiao giving her a thumbs up. Teacher Ellie raised her chin and said, "Just wait, They will be here soon. There is no way they would miss such a good thing. Just as Teacher Ellie thought, after the call ended, Hans stood up and said, "Quick, immediately arrange for 2 S-level males to go to the 5th Research Institute to find Healer Lu. No, arrange for 2 to be sent there every day. No matter what they're going to do, it will be a good thing for our S-level shelter." Hans even wanted to go and see in person who this therapist named Lu was and why he suddenly became so kind. "No, don't be too hasty. Take a look first. Stay calm, stay calm." After Teacher Ellie's voice call, Lu Xiao soon saw the escorting officer delivering 2 S-level males. "Excuse me, who is Healer Lu? We sent someone here as requested." The leading officer stood stiffly at the door. Lu Xiao stood up and said, "Come with me.
I'm Lu Xiao.
If you want to send someone here every day, just come to me." One person comes in, and the other waits outside. After entering the clinic, Lu Xiao turned on the instrument and checked the information of the 2 people. There were still only numbers. The spiritual Cs of the 2 people were currently in the initial primary state. After the escorting officer locked the man in the chair and was about to put on a helmet for him, Lu Xiao said, "You don't have to wear a helmet. Thank you. Leave it to me next." The escorting officer was stunned for a moment. Then his face turned red. He obviously didn't expect Lu Xiao to say thank you to him.
He was even a little hesitant when he left.
When his companion saw him coming out, he was stunned for a moment and asked in a low voice, "What's the matter? What did you do in there? Why is your face so red?" The red-faced officer hesitated for a long time and whispered, "Just now, Therapist Lu said thank you to me." "What?" Lu Xiao turned on the synchronized record on the instrument. "Before the treatment begins, can you tell me your name?" The tall male locked in the chair also had a bite device on his face, which covered most of his features, but from his exposed black eyes, one could see his surprise at the question. "I don't think your condition has reached the point where you have forgotten names." Lu Xiao smiled at him and waved the notebook in her hand at him. "All the patients I have treated will appear in this notebook. I don't want to open it and only see cold numbers. My name is Kyles, Lieutenant Colonel Lu Zhong. I am affiliated with the 3rd Legion, and I have participated in." Lu Xiao did not interrupt the other party's self-introduction, and even carefully recorded all this information in a notebook. Such self-narration can be regarded as a kind of release for these S-level males. When Kyles finished speaking, Lu Xiao raised her eyes and said, "What a brilliant resume. I think if you were not here, you would be a colonel or a major general now. Unfortunately, I don't have the chance." Kyles wanted to smile bitterly, but the bite stopper on his face restricted his expression. However, Lu Xiao still sensed his sadness. "I don't think so. I think you may still have hope. People should not be without hope. If you do what I say after this treatment and perform well, you will get a reward when we meet next time. What the reward is will be kept secret for now. Do you want to make this agreement with me?" Lu Xiao still looked at him with a smile on her face. "You can think about it carefully and give me an answer after we finish today's treatment. How is your sleep recently? Can you fall asleep if you take medicine? Do you have nightmares after falling asleep? Can you fall asleep again after waking up? Answer in order." After trying to calm down his shocked and complicated mood, Kyles organized his words and said, "In fact, it has been difficult for me to fall asleep since I entered the S level. However, the drugs are still effective for me. I dream, but I don't remember the specific content. I wake up easily after falling asleep, and it is difficult to fall asleep again after waking up." Lu Xiao recorded all of this. "Is there anything that makes you happy recently?" Kelsey was silent, and even looked less relaxed than before. "Is this question difficult to answer?" "No, I'm happier right now." He didn't dare to express it, worried that this would offend the little female in front of him. However, Lu Xiao smiled and said, "Thank you. I am very happy to hear such an answer. It means that at least you are relaxed here with me. This is very good. It is very good, very good. Don't you find this offensive? Isn't this recognition of my work? That's enough. Let's do some mental comfort. I think a good sleep will make you feel more relaxed." Hearing Lu Xiao's words suddenly, Kyle's eyes widened. You want to comfort me mentally? Otherwise, if I don't give you spiritual comfort, what is the purpose of your coming here? Okay,
Feel it and relax.
Lu Xiao didn't give Kyle's too much time to think and reached out to press Kyle's forehead. The moment her purifying power entered Kyle's spiritual sea, she felt that Kyle's condition was much better than Claude's, but much worse than Aries'. But now she is no longer surprised by the dark substances and tangled spiritual threads in the male's spiritual sea. After combing and purifying it step by step, Kyle's fell into a deep sleep after the 30-minute treatment. After Lu Xiao recorded his sleep time, he walked to the instrument and drank some water. When treating an S-class male like Kyle's, whose spiritual sea is at the initial stage, she feels that her purification power consumption is much less than that of treating Claude. If all the patients are of this level, she can probably treat 5 or 6 of them a day without any problem. Thinking of this, 25 minutes later, Kyle's woke up quietly. The man who had just woken up looked dazed, as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. "Are you awake? How do you feel?" Lu Xiao spoke, interrupting the other party's trance. Kyle's came back to his senses and shook his head and said suspiciously, "Did I just fall asleep?" "Yes, I slept for about 25 minutes, deep sleep. I actually fell asleep. I can't remember the last time I felt this way."
Thank you.
"I feel great. My body feels relaxed, especially my spiritual sea. It has not been this peaceful for a long time." "That sounds like good news. Congratulations. Are you starting to feel hopeful about life again? Then do you want to accept my agreement? All you need to do is think of something that happened in the S-class shelter that you find interesting and tell it to me next time we meet. If we reach an agreement, you can get a reward. Do you want to make a deal with me?"
Okay, Dr. Lu. Ido.
"I mean, I am willing to make this agreement with you." "Very good, Kyle's, your treatment today is over.
See you next week.
I hope you can take the initiative to apply for my clinic next week." "I definitely will. I won't forget it." Kyle's eyes were red. The rugged man actually looked a little pitiful at this moment. Lu Xiao smiled at him to comfort him, then opened the door and called the escorting officer in. Nearly 50 minutes is not short. The moment the door opened, the escorting officer was also very curious about what Lu Xiao had done. But no matter how curious they were, they didn't dare to ask more questions. After Lu Xiao sorted out Kyle's information and stored it in the database, she looked at the time and found that she could have lunch just after treating one more person. Let the next one in. Hearing her say that she wanted to continue the treatment, the escorting officer subconsciously asked, "Don't you need to take a break?" "No need. Let him in, and don't put a helmet on him," Lu Xiao said, and when Kyle's was about to leave the clinic, she smiled and called his name Kyle's goodbye. Kyle's, who had already walked to the door, froze. Not only him but also the 2 officers next to him and another patient showed surprised expressions because of this sentence. This little female actually called out Kyle's name. He also took the initiative to say goodbye. Kyle's tried to calm down his excitement, but his choked voice still betrayed him. "Goodbye." After Kyle's left, the last patient of the day sat on the chair. He looked much thinner and younger than Kyle's, but he looked very sinister. After escorting the officer out, Lu Xiao looked at him and said, "Don't be nervous. Let's chat first. What's your name? Can you introduce yourself?" Did you just use these words to deceive Kyle's? Lu Xiao was slightly startled, feeling the aggression in the other party's words, but she was not surprised at all. Instead, she was a little pleasantly surprised. It seemed that not all males were naive enough to tolerate females. If you think that just chatting can be considered bewitchment, then it should be. After saying this, Lu Xiao burst into laughter, and her whole body was like a flower blooming in the sun, bright and dazzling, extremely dazzling, making the orc who inadvertently glimpsed this scene feel his heart tighten, and he subconsciously looked away, but a suspicious blush appeared on his face. "You seem hostile to me, but it shouldn't be just to me. After all, this is our first meeting. Do you dislike females, or do you dislike female therapists? What's the difference? I don't like females and have never concealed it.
You can tell on me.
I don't mind. You're very courageous, and I think you're very special, but don't you think it's a pity that I don't even know who you are? I've seen many women like you who look gentle and considerate, but are actually full of evil and hypocrisy. No matter how you flirt, it's useless to me. Just give up. While he was talking, Lu Xiao kept observing the values on the instrument. The values showing the stability of the other party's mental sea kept fluctuating, indicating that the other party had a very sensitive personality. You've been hurt before, so you don't trust all females? Lu Xiaoyun's calm reaction caused the orc's angry face to stiffen for a moment.
Don't talk nonsense, I didn't.
As the other person blurted out these words, he felt like a cat whose tail was stepped on. The smile on Lu Xiao's face became even bigger. No. Why are you so excited? I wasn't angry when you said that, so why are you angry? You don't want to tell me your name, because it's ugly and you don't want to be called that? Of course not. He refuted subconsciously again, which made the orc lose his momentum and look a little embarrassed. My name is Kenwit, an ordinary second lieutenant. I was diagnosed as S-level not long after joining the army. As he spoke, his voice became much quieter. That's great. You're only 19 years old, and you're already a second lieutenant. You'll definitely achieve great things in the future. Kenwit, who had been prepared to be ridiculed by Lu Xiao, suddenly looked up at Lu Xiao and found that the little female still had a smile on her face. His eyes looked away as if burned, but his cheeks turned red. Even if you say that, I won't be grateful to you. No, you can still hold on to your opinion of me, but this won't affect my treatment of you. Kenwit didn't understand the female in front of him. What was wrong with her? Didn't she have a temper? Why did she tolerate his offense and didn't even call the officers outside to punish him? How's your sleep recently? Did the medicine help your sleep? I asked the same questions to Kyles and asked Kenwit again. I repeated the questions for different patients and found similarities based on their answers. For example, S-level males have severe sleep disorders. Sure enough, Kenwit's answer was just as Lu Xiao expected. In fact, Kenwit's problem was even bigger than Kyle's. The medicine had completely lost its effect on him. Being young, he has a lower ability to withstand stress and is more prone to anxiety. The more anxious he is, the less suitable it is for his current situation. It's simply a vicious cycle. Lu Xiao even felt that if she left Kenwit alone, he would be at the initial intermediate level the next time they met. Okay, close your eyes and relax. Lu Xiao changed into a pair of gloves and walked towards Kenwit, but the other party looked at her warily, as if she was some kind of monster. What are you going to do? Lu Xiao looked at him with a smile, as if she was looking at a naughty child. If I wanted to do anything to you, I would have asked the escorting officer to put on a helmet for you. I think you would be much more obedient that way. Now shut up. After saying that, Lu Xiao pressed her palm directly on his forehead, and the purifying power directly penetrated into Kenwit's spiritual sea. As Lu Xiao expected, his condition was much worse than Kyle's, and not much worse than Claude. 30 minutes later, Lu Xiao dissipated the purifying power, and Kenwit fell into a sound sleep as expected. As expected, no matter how hard you try, you have to shut up in front of her. After organizing and storing Kenwit's information, Lu Xiao looked at the time. 20 minutes later, Kenwit woke up. Are you awake? How do you feel? If there is no problem, you can leave. Today's treatment is over. Kenwit had just woken up when he heard Lu Xiao's words. He was surprised. Did I just fall asleep? Of course, I can tell whether you are asleep or unconscious. After Lu Xiao said that, he turned around and asked the officer outside to come and take the person away. Lu Xiao packed up and prepared to go home from get-off work. Just as she was about to leave with her things, Kenwit suddenly said, Wait a minute, can I apply for your clinic next time? Lu Xiao chuckled and turned to look at the orc, who was becoming shy. Okay, remember to apply for Lu Xiao, Healer Lu's clinic.
Goodbye.
After saying this, Lu Xiao turned around and left. Kenwit breathed a sigh of relief because of her words, and even couldn't help but curl up the corners of his lips. The officer escorting him looked at him sideways. What happened? Kyles was crying when he came out, but you were laughing. What did you go through in there? That little female looks pretty and weak. Is she really that powerful?
It was a wonderful dream,
Kenwit said to him with a smile, obviously in a particularly good mood. When he got back to the car, he saw the big guy Kyles. Hey, brother, did therapist Lu Xiao also ask you to make an appointment with her clinic next week? Kyles, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and asked, "Did I ask you to make an appointment?" "Yes, she is really the most special therapist I have ever seen. I just fell asleep." "Oh my God. I can't even think about it." "Me too. It's like a dream." "No, I wouldn't even dream about it. I can still have a good sleep." "Did she make a promise with you too?" "Agreement? What agreement?" Kenwit's heart tightened, and he asked immediately. When Kyle saw him like this, he knew that Lu Xiao had not made an agreement with Kenwit, and this was unique to him, so he immediately shut his mouth. Kenwit next to him looked anxious. "Why are you silent? Tell me, what is the agreement? You better not get too excited." "Therapist Lu didn't tell you that my treatment plan might be different from yours. We should trust Therapist Lu." Seeing Kenwit getting excited, Kyle said quickly, "You'd better calm down and don't let Therapist Lu down for his hard work today." Kenwit stared at Kyle's for a while before looking away. Seeing that he was still listening, Kyle's was relieved. He had just taken a nap in the clinic, which made him feel very happy and energetic. He didn't want to waste it because of emotional fluctuations. Kenwit certainly didn't want to do that either. They all knew how difficult it was for them to get a good night's sleep. Is Healer Lu very good?" The officer who was sitting next to the two men and was in charge of escorting them asked tentatively. This was actually a violation of discipline. They would rather bear the punishment, but they also wanted to know. Kyle's was stunned, and when he hesitated whether to say it, Kenwit chuckled. Sarcastic. The escorting officer looked at him and rarely said anything. Instead, he asked Kyle's, "You just said that you fell asleep during treatment. Is that true?" "Well, Therapist Lu comforted us mentally." "Psychological comfort?" The escorting officer asked in a hoarse voice. "Aren't females the ones who dislike psychological comfort the most? It puts a lot of pressure on them. How could Healer Lu treat two of them in a row?" "Oh my God, where on earth did this angel come from?" "I remember now. I remember that when I was escorting Claude back last time, he said that he would make an appointment with Lu for treatment next week. He seemed to have told quite a few people about it after he returned. Didn't you hear about it? Claude should not be in the same district as them, so he should not be able to hear it." As soon as Lu Xiao returned to the office, she was surrounded by 4 teachers. Teacher Ai Li held her hand, Teacher Shirley poured her water, and the other 2 teachers rubbed her shoulders and legs. After all the services, Lu Xiao was a little confused and a little flattered. "Teacher, no, I'm fine. You don't have to do this." Xiao, you may not feel it now because you are young, but when you get older, you will know how regrettable it is for not taking good care of yourself when you were young. My dear, I'll give you half a day off later. Go back and have a good rest." Lu Xiao was amused by their exaggeration. "Teachers, I am fine now really. I definitely care about my own health and will never show off." "And, Teacher Ellie, did you forget that we have an appointment to watch the new play directed by Audrey today?" "Oh, yes. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it, but are you really okay? Do you have a headache? Do you feel sick? How are you feeling?" "The only thing that's bothering me right now is my stomach."
"I'm hungry."
"I think we should have lunch." As she finished her words, her stomach growled in a very appropriate manner. Teacher Ellie was at a loss for words. Okay, I believe you. Let's eat. I'll show you the braised prawns I made yesterday. Now I feel so strong. If you say that, I won't accept it. I did pretty well." Teacher Shirley also felt the desire to win. "Our opinions don't count. Xiao has to make the judgment." Xiao, you can try mine later." "And mine." "Okay, I'll try each one." Lu Xiao smiled and held the water level. After the lunch boxes were heated, she gave each person a prawn. To be honest, judging from their appearance, all 4 of them are quite talented. But in terms of taste and texture, Ms. Ellie's prawns were overcooked, so the meat wasn't as tender as it could be, but they tasted great. Ms. Shueli's prawns were not cooked enough. They are still a little undercooked. The 4 teachers gave 1 comment each, and each had their own strengths and weaknesses, and everyone calmed down. But to be honest, I still admire you teachers. You cooked so well in your first time. It's really great. With more practice in the future, this dish will definitely be your specialty. I think there are not many females in the Empire who can make this braised prawns, right? No, you don't know. When I was cooking yesterday, my husband was scared. When I served this braised prawns, he looked at me strangely. Teacher Ellie raised her chin proudly. If she had a tail, it would have been raised high at this moment. Who said it wasn't? I used to think cooking was so difficult, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. Teacher Shirley also raised her chin in defiance. Teacher Ellie glanced at her and burst out laughing. I don't know who was so angry last night that he screamed in pain. Teacher Shirley immediately said angrily, "Didn't you yell?" Seeing the teachers making a fuss, Lu Xiao was also very happy. After the few people finished playing, they ran to look at Lu Xiao's lunchbox. Lu Xiao was not stingy. Today I brought fried chicken, stir-fried vegetables, sweet and sour pork with pineapple and cold shredded potatoes, with a glass of orange juice. After the introduction, he did not forget to give some to everyone so that they could taste it. Teacher Ai Li was eating sweet and sour pork with pineapple. I like this taste. Please teach me. I like this cold potato shreds. It's so refreshing. Okay. I'll write you a checklist and you can follow it. Take a picture of the process and send it to me. I'll tell you if there's anything wrong. This is a good idea. Lu Xiao was a little amused. She felt that she could open a cooking training class in her spare time. Maybe she could make a lot of money. When it was almost time to get off work, everyone had already planned where to eat in the evening. Lu Xiao didn't know much about these things, not to mention that the 4 teachers were treating tonight, so she just had to eat with them. However, at this moment, 2 females in uniform suddenly appeared at the door of the office. Lu Xiao looked at the uniform on the other person and felt it looked familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen it before. Instead, Teacher Ellie asked, "Why are people from the Female Protection Association here?" Only then did Lu Xiao remember why she felt that the face looked familiar. As early as the 2nd day after she came here, people from the Female Protection Association came to her house. "What are you doing here?" Teacher Shirley asked. "We are here to see Mr. Lu Xiao." "What's the matter?" Lu Xiao didn't expect that after all these twists and turns, he would come to her again. But recently, she and Aries have been getting along very well, so what could he possibly want from her?
It's like this.
"We received a notice that a male named Anson harassed you this morning. We have video surveillance. Don't be afraid. Tell us your troubles boldly. Our Female Protection Association will definitely protect every female from male harassment. All the males who harassed you will eventually be punished." Listening to the other party's bold words, Lu Xiao felt a headache. She almost forgot what happened in the morning. "I remember now, Xiao. You came here with a pale face this morning. Was it because Anson harassed you? Why didn't you say anything?" Teacher Ellie looked scared. This made the 2 people from the Female Protection Association even more certain that Lu Xiao was harassed by a vicious male. Lu Xiao was somewhat helpless. I don't think it can be considered harassment at the moment, but it was quite unexpected that he suddenly said he wanted to be my servant. However, I have already clearly rejected him. I don't think this matter is as serious as you say. If he pesters me again in the future, I will take the initiative to apply to the Female Protection Association for punishment against him. Okay? Anson actually wants to be your husband. He has a nice stream. Xiao, you are too naive and easy to fool. Anson must have seen that you are young, so he did this. These males are the best at it. Whether he achieved his goal or not, he has caused you trouble, which has constituted a crime. Anson is no longer suitable to stay here. We will transfer him away from here from now on, and you will not see him again. Are you satisfied with this punishment, Lord Lu Xiao?" Hearing the decision of the Female Protection Association, Lu Xiao was stunned. She didn't want Anson to lose his job. "Can I ask, where are you going to transfer him to?" "Transfer to the mining area to mine." "Lord Lu Xiao, I advise you not to be soft-hearted towards these males. Otherwise, they will stick to you like a dog-skin plaster. Only by severely punishing them can they learn their lesson." Lu Xiao sighed and said, "I don't think it's that serious yet. Can you give him a chance and keep his job? As long as he doesn't appear in front of me again, that's fine." Because of a confession, he was sent to mine. Lu Xiao felt that this punishment was too much. If Anson continued to pester her several times after she had clearly rejected him, she would think it was necessary to send him to mine at that time. As long as you don't pursue the matter, you can let him go, but I think you will regret your decision today. Yeah, Xiao, I also think it's too dangerous to keep Anson. You don't know how crazy these males are. Let's leave it at that for now. If he really harasses me later, I will contact you. Then I hope you won't regret it. After the Female Protection Association left, Teacher Ellie patted her on the shoulder and said, I'm afraid there will be a lot of such things in the future. Lu Xiao was stunned, not really understanding what she meant. She is not money. How can she be liked by everyone? Teacher Shirley spoke at the right time. Okay, don't let unhappy things ruin your good mood. Let's go. After Kyles and Kenwit returned to the S shelter, the director Hans immediately asked someone to retrieve their treatment records. After the treatment information and results are stored in the database, they are connected to the network and can be queried by any system within the authorized scope of the Empire. Soon the treatment files of the two were retrieved. The time range was from entering the S-class shelter to today, and all treatment records could be viewed. Hans did not directly look at today's treatment results, but read them one by one from the beginning. The two had not been in the S-level shelter for long, so Hans read quickly. When he came to the last page, which was today's treatment record page, Hans's originally frowned brows instantly relaxed, and he stared in disbelief at the red line that had been on an upward trend. After the treatment, it returned to the middle value of red and green. For the first time, he realized that the red line that originally represented the progression of the disease could be reversed. Fearing that he had misunderstood, Hans quickly called his adjutant. Come here. Come and see what this red and green line means. The adjutant was startled by being called suddenly and hurried over to look at the information on the screen. Leader, how is this possible? Kenwit's condition is not stable. The doctors in the institute said that he might soon enter the early intermediate level. Now it shows that he seems to be returning to the early primary level. Did the therapist Lu, who asked them to go over today, do this? When he said this, Hans had already finished reading Kels's records, and both of them had the same red and green lines. By the way, wasn't there another one before, also taken over by Lu Healer? What was his name?
Claude.
Yes, Claude. Finest file as well. After reading the records of the three people, Hans suddenly laughed. If it was a coincidence for one person to do this, then would it still be a coincidence for all three of them to do this? The adjutant beside him was also slightly excited. Does this mean that their S-level males are finally saved? But he didn't dare to say it, and could only keep this speculation in his heart. After all, if this was true, then the significance behind this matter would be too great, and it could even subvert the current structure of the entire empire. But Hans was different. I will report this matter to Her Majesty the Queen. During my absence, you should do your best to meet the needs of Healer Lu. Lu Xiao sat in the dining area reserved for females, still wondering how Aries knew about Anson, to the point of seeming a little absent-minded. Teacher Ellie, who was sitting next to her, noticed and poured some more fruit wine into her glass. What's wrong? Are you still thinking about Anson? Lu Xiao picked up the wine glass and took a sip. The only thing that tasted good in this restaurant was the fruit wine. The rest of the food tasted strange. The dishes that should be sweet and sour were salty, and the dishes that should be spicy were sweet and sour. Lu Xiao ate a few bites and didn't want to pick up her chopsticks anymore. She really didn't want to make things difficult for herself. For this kind of food, she might as well have a pack of nutrient solution with the same flavor. After hearing what Teacher Ellie said, Lu Xiao simply spoke out the doubts in her heart. Otherwise, she would feel uncomfortable keeping it in her heart. After listening to this, Teacher Ellie really didn't expect that Lu Xiao was thinking about this kind of thing when she was absent-minded that night. It seems that you like your concubine very much, right? Teacher Ellie didn't say anything, but Teacher Shirley, who was sitting next to her, came over and said with a smile, I've seen her from a distance before, and she's indeed good-looking. But as someone who's experienced this, I can tell you, don't be too partial to a particular male. They will take advantage of their favor and become more and more greedy. In the end, they will only ask for more from you. Lu Xiao felt confused after hearing this. She only wanted to know why Aries knew about Anson, not to hear them analyze her feelings. And she knew very well that she had no such thoughts about Aries now. It was not because Aries was not good, but because she herself was not ready to accept someone. Why did she start thinking about these messy things? No, I want to know how he knew about Anson. I haven't told him what happened today, but he already knows about it. Isn't that strange? Teacher Ellie thought her dazed look was cute. Usually Lu Xiao acted smart and capable, as if nothing could stump her, but she didn't expect that she would be confused sometimes. The Female Protection Association knows about it. Aries, your concubine, must have also received the news. To a large extent, he is also partly responsible for your harassment by Anson. What responsibility does he have? Lu Xiao looked puzzled. Aries wasn't by her side, and he didn't know what happened to her every day, so how could he still be responsible? Because he didn't protect you well, it was his fault as a side husband. In the absence of a main husband, he, as a side husband, has to take full responsibility for your safety. After listening to what Teacher Ellie said, Lu Xiao felt that her mother tongue had become speechless. What could she say? Aries was really unlucky, as he was being blamed for something he had done while he was still at home. So, it's because of this reason? Lu Xiao really began to doubt her life. Who set these inexplicable rules of the empire? Do they have any sense of justice? Isn't this reason sufficient? Teacher Ellie saw that she was unbearable and thought that she felt her privacy was violated. This is also a way for the empire to protect females. Who makes us so fragile? Lu Xiao. It seems she is just looking for trouble. She didn't want to continue this topic because it was clear that this concept had existed in the imperial social system for who knows how many years, and it was impossible for her to shake it at this stage. She didn't want to cause trouble for herself, so she checked the time and said, "The movie is about to start, let's go over there. Let's go, let's go. If we don't talk about it, we'll forget everything." Teacher Shirley came over, took Lu Xiao's arm, and walked towards the cinema with her. Lu Xiao discovered that no matter where she went, there would be passages and activity areas exclusively for females. When you enter the female-only theater, you can smell a light and elegant fragrance as soon as you enter. If you smell it carefully, it sounds a bit like tea, which is very pleasant. Teacher Shirley pulled her to sit down. "Hurry up, it's time to start." There were quite a few people coming to watch the movie, but the theater was very large, so females who did not come together sat separately. There is a clear distinction between the two, and they don't disturb each other. "Come on, honey, let's take a picture first. We can use Desperate Female Master as the background." Teacher AI Lee turned on the camera and hugged Lu Xiao's neck. "Baby, smile. You don't know how charming you are when you smile." Lu Xiao, who originally just wanted to smile and cooperate, was amused by these words, and her whole person became bright and charming. Lu Xiao is the kind of person who will never take the initiative to post on WeChat moments unless it is necessary, because she feels there is really nothing good to share. Everyone lives their own life behind closed doors. Sharing or not sharing won't change anything. The meaning of existence may be just to satisfy one's own vanity. But since Teacher Ellie specifically said so, she wouldn't spoil the fun. "I just posted it and didn't pay any more attention to it, and I knew what this photo would attract. Here it comes, it started." Teacher Shirley excitedly held Lu Xiao's hand, her eyes staring at the big screen in front of her with excitement. The films here all use holographic visual projection technology, making them look as if you are actually there. The story of the Desperate Queen is about a male who was born in a humble family and climbed to the position of lieutenant general by virtue of his military exploits, was madly pursuing a noble female, and fell in love with her at first sight. In order to make her accept him, the lieutenant general used all his savings to buy the emerald that the female liked, just to make her smile. The female accepted the man because of the emerald, but only gave him the status of a concubine. Even though the female did not have a main husband, she did not promise the position to anyone else. Even so, the lieutenant general accepted it happily. After marriage, he took on the responsibility of taking care of the female. However, females go out every day to socialize, play, make friends, and have ambiguous relationships with different males. The lieutenant general saw all of this, but because of his status, he could not stop the female from doing anything. Even within a week of their marriage, the female took in 2 more servants. He could only endure it silently, and he also had to arrange accommodation for his servants and discipline them. The females, on the other hand, never actively seek him out, but only think of him when they are in trouble. Even one of the female's favored servants had liver problems, and the lieutenant general happened to be a successful match with him. The female did not ask the lieutenant general's opinion, but directly sent him to the operating table and cut off half of his liver to give to the servant. Because of this, the lieutenant general missed the qualification for promotion to general. A male without a complete body will be assumed to be uncompetitive. Afterwards, the female never came to see the lieutenant general again. After this incident, the lieutenant general became disheartened and took the initiative to apply to the female husband management agency to dissolve his marriage with the female. Even if doing so would result in the lieutenant general being whipped in public, expelled from the army, and exiled to a garbage planet, he would be willing to do so. When the female received the news, she couldn't believe it at first, and then she thought the lieutenant general was in a bad mood, because the lieutenant general was so good to her, always responding to her requests and letting her take whatever she wanted without any complaints. She admitted that she was a little overbearing this time, but she didn't abandon him either. What else did he want? She just wanted half of his liver. If not, her husband would die. Didn't he even have a little sympathy? She really misjudged him. The female decided to leave the lieutenant general alone for now. But the lieutenant general didn't want to wait. He had just been discharged from the hospital and immediately accepted the flogging. After 100 lashes, even though the lieutenant general had good physical fitness, he was dying in the end, not to mention that he had just recovered from a serious illness. When he was sent to the hospital, the lieutenant general told the doctor, who came not to save him. The female received the message again, but she still ignored it. This would happen again and again. Wasn't it just to show her presence? She knew that she couldn't spoil him too much. But she didn't expect that the 3rd message she received would be an invitation to attend the lieutenant general's funeral. When she rushed there and saw the photos from the funeral, she realized what she had lost. The female regretted it deeply and finally dismissed her 2 husbands. Many years later, someone saw a young male who looked like the lieutenant general accompanying the female. The film ended here, and many females in the theater sobbed and sighed. Director Audrey, why can't you give her a happy ending? She already regrets it. How could the lieutenant general be so resolute? He had promised to give her everything, so how could he do such a thing in the end? She just took half of his liver, not his life. In the end, she even found a similar substitute just to miss him. She really loves him so much. Lu Xiao, who was sitting on the chair, felt very uncomfortable and was almost upset. Isn't this just liver-diggering literature? But Lu Xiao felt that the most disgusting thing about this novel, compared to the ones she had read before, was that in the end the female even found a substitute to show her deep affection. Lu Xiao was deeply disgusted and had no way to empathize with the people around her. Teachers Ellie and Shirley were both wiping their tears, looking extremely moved by this absolutely beautiful and tragic love story. But Lu Xiao just wanted to go home. She really wanted to go home. This world was too terrible. She would be a dog if she watched movies again. No, calling it a dog is an insult to dogs. It's a turtle, a 1,000-year-old turtle. When she saw Aries at the door, Lu Xiao even felt like crying. Because I felt so sad, I left without saying goodbye to the 4 teachers. The 4 teachers were so immersed in the tragedy of the film that they didn't notice. Lu Xiao was sitting in the car, looking like she was in a very bad mood. Aries wanted to say something, but was worried that Lu Xiao didn't want to be disturbed at the moment. Just as he was hesitating, the quiet little female next to him suddenly spoke up. No, Audrey is sick. It was the first time that Aries saw anger on Lu Xiao's face. Is the movie not good? He looked at the females who had just come out, all of whom had red eyes, as if they had been crying. I also secretly observed Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao didn't cry.
I'm disgusted. Ares.
I feel sick just thinking about it now. How on earth did Audrey write such a disgusting work? Lu Xiao was getting angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. She was so angry that her heart ached. I'll write when I get back. I want to discuss them, too. Otherwise, it's really hard to relieve the disgust in my heart. Aries looked at Lu Xiao, who suddenly became irritable, and said, Okay, if this can make you happier, I support you. Lu Xiao put her arm around his arm, leaned over, and rubbed his shoulder. Aries, you are so nice. You are the only one who can stand by me. Aries sat there stiffly, not daring to move at all, for fear that if he moved, he would disturb the little female who was acting coquettishly towards him. After Lu Xiao had a talk with Aries, she finally felt much better. She only dared to say these words to Aries, and she would not say them to anyone else. Because she knew in her heart that Aries would tolerate her, she couldn't help but wonder if she had also been subconsciously assimilated by this world. Because of her marriage relationship with Aries, did she naturally regard Aries as a closer person? So naturally, I threw so much garbage at him. After calming down, Lu Xiao looked at Aries' handsome profile and said, I'm sorry, I told you all this nonsense. Did it affect your mood? Aries was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Lu Xiao to apologize to him for such a thing. The little female would always do surprising things, and he was somewhat used to it. No, on the contrary, I'm quite happy. I'm happy that you are willing to tell me these. This made him feel that he was not useless to Lu Xiao. At least Lu Xiao was still willing to share her emotions with him. You are really. But thank you. I feel much better now that I said it. She knew that Aries said this largely because of the injustice of the world to males. So many of the things she did sometimes might be understood differently in Aries' eyes and heart. She couldn't explain much, nor could she change Aries' thoughts, but some of Aries' actions would be fed back to her, making her soft-hearted and unable to help but want to treat him better. When Lu Xiao got home, she was hungry. Originally, she was looking forward to going out for dinner in the evening, but after eating at the restaurant, she was completely disappointed. It was a restaurant with a high rating that was specially selected by teacher Shirley, but the taste was so strange that it made people collapse. However, she also found that it was just her. Teachers like Shirley and Ellie all ate well. Maybe they had already accepted these tastes, or they had never tasted normal tastes. Just like the difference between the North and the South, some people like sweet rice dumplings while others like salty ones. But the taste of many of the foods here is inhumane to her. She decided to cook well and be self-sufficient in the future and never want to eat out again. I'm hungry and want to have some noodles in clear soup. Do you want to have a midnight snack, Aries? What did you eat tonight? Sandwich. Aries walked to the kitchen. I'll help you. Lu Xiao glanced at him and said, I'm relieved that you didn't drink the nutrient solution secretly. Aries smiled and shook his head. If you don't allow me, I won't drink secretly. Now that he is with Lu Xiao, Aries is no longer so tense and becomes much more natural. Lu Xiao saw it but didn't say much. Perhaps even Aries himself didn't notice the change. Lu Xiao thought this was a good idea, and she didn't want to disrupt the current peace. Finally, the clear soup noodles were too monotonous, so they were changed to shredded pork noodles. After eating a bowl of noodles, Lu Xiao felt that her depressed mood caused by the movie was cured. Sure enough, good food can heal everything. After dinner, when Lu Xiao was about to go upstairs, she noticed that Aries seemed to be hesitant to speak and suddenly remembered what she had forgotten. Do you want to ask about Anson? Aries looked stern. Okay, if you don't want to. It's not impossible. As soon as you left this morning, Anson suddenly said he wanted to be my servant. It was so sudden. I didn't know he had such thoughts. If I hadn't run into him so often, I would have just thought it was a coincidence. But I have already rejected him. I don't have any intention of looking for a servant. Lu Xiao looked into Aries' eyes and said the last sentence. The Female Protection Association has contacted me. They want to send Anson to the mine to mine. I don't think it's necessary. Just let him keep his job and don't appear in front of me again. There is really no need to kill him. I guess Anson won't have any thoughts about me when he calms down. She thought that she and Anson were in a normal relationship, and even if he had feelings for her, they wouldn't be very deep and would naturally fade away after a while. After saying this, Lu Xiao thought about some information she learned while watching the movie today. As a concubine, A male has no right to stop or persuade a female to take him as a servant. This right is only possessed by the main husband. But if the husband exercises his power, he will be branded as jealous. This is exactly the same as during the foot-binding era, when the mistress of the house would help her husband take a concubine in order to win him over. It's just the other way around. Thinking of this, she was afraid that Aries didn't understand what she meant, so she explained it more clearly. It's not that I don't have the idea of taking a husband as a servant at the moment, but I never have the idea in the future. I have many hobbies, but my energy for love is really limited, so I won't bring many people home.
Don't worry about this.
Aries looked at Lu Xiao in surprise.
He was not stupid.
He could even climb to the position of Major General at such a young age, which was enough to show that he was very outstanding. Doesn't Lu Xiao mean that there will only be him in the future? How is that possible? No matter how lustful a female is, she will not stick to just one person. Not to mention, Lu Xiao is so outstanding. However, before he could be happy for too long, he heard Lu Xiao say, "Well, I also learned about the marriage law today. If we get divorced, it will hurt you a lot, so before the law is changed, we will temporarily maintain the status quo." Of course, I say this without any other meaning. I just feel embarrassed that you had to accept me because of my willfulness. If there is a chance to dissolve this wrong relationship, I am willing to set you free.
Don't think that.
I don't feel embarrassed, nor do I feel unfree. Even if the marriage law changes, I don't want to get divorced unless you want to. After saying this, Aries turned and went upstairs. Aries was really angry, very angry. If he was happy when Lu Xiao said that there would only be him in the future, then Lu Xiao's next words made him very sad. It turned out that Lu Xiao didn't just want him. She didn't want anyone. She even denied her original intention to marry him. Even if he was indeed reluctant at the beginning, but after so much time, no matter how reluctant he was to admit it, he had no idea when in his heart he had leaned towards Lu Xiao. But now Lu Xiao wants to divorce him. How can he accept it? In order not to lose his composure in front of Lu Xiao, he had no choice but to leave without paying any attention to etiquette. It was the first time that Lu Xiao saw Aries angry. She thought he had no temper. It turned out that he did have a temper, he just kept it to himself. It's good to vent now. But the other party's reaction surprised her a little. She thought Aries was willing, but now it seems not. Lu Xiao heated a cup of milk in the kitchen and prepared to bring it to Aries. Even if it was an apology, there had to be a reason. But just as she went upstairs, she saw Aries' bedroom door open, and then Aries came out. The man looked like he had washed his face, and his bangs were wet. Seeing her, surprise flashed in his eyes but then turned into panic. "Sorry, It's not your fault. I didn't consider your feelings. I should apologize. I just thought that when I married you, I was acting on my own. You might not have agreed, but this time I seem to have acted on my own.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to not delay you and didn't consider your feelings. I will pay more attention in the future. You drink a glass of milk to calm down. I will consider you more in the future." Lu Xiao was not very good at apologizing to others, but she would not avoid doing wrong. She handed the milk over, hoping that Aries would forgive her. Aries did take the milk, but he looked at her and asked, "Why did you choose me in the first place? If it wasn't because of love, why did you choose him?" Being asked this question suddenly, Lu Xiao's heart skipped a beat. She was not the original owner, so how could she know? The original owner's memory was completely searched, and there was no memory of loving Aries to death and having to choose him. The only possibility is, just think of it as me being attracted by your beauty. After all, Aries is really good-looking. It's normal to be attracted to him because of his beauty. So you don't like it now. She didn't expect that there would be an even more embarrassing situation after the embarrassment. How should she respond? Why did she suddenly feel that Aries had become so aggressive? No, it's just, can you treat me as someone who has a change of heart? If we don't want a divorce, then we won't. Can you please stop asking? She really didn't know how to make up a story. She just wants to cover her face now. It's so embarrassing. Aries saw that the little female in front of him was embarrassed, but he was afraid that he would be angry, so he didn't turn around and leave. It was so gentle that he didn't want to let go no matter what the cost. I don't want to get divorced. He expressed his thoughts bluntly. Having been with Lu Xiao for such a long time, he had some understanding of Lu Xiao's personality. Know that sometimes playing the direct ball is much more effective than hinting. Sure enough, Lu Xiao nodded after hearing this. Okay, I won't leave. Will this decision be difficult for you? Will you be bored of facing me every day? If so.
No, Im.
Well, how should I put it, a little slow to warm up? Since you've chosen not to divorce, I will take on the responsibilities as a partner, but I need some time, and I think you need some time too. Can we just get along like before and let nature take its course? Lu Xiao knew very well that if they chose not to divorce, based on their current relationship, they certainly couldn't play dumb and had to make things clear. There was no way she could be married to Aries and still think they were just ordinary friends, right? However, Aries did not expect her to say this. No. To be more precise, Aries did not dare to hope for it. He had such an idea, but he didn't dare say it out loud, for fear that Lu Xiao would dislike his greed. As a result, Lu Xiao took the initiative to make this matter clear and asked him to give her time. Isn't this equivalent to saying that she wants to be his true partner? If he was as desperate as he was just now, he was as happy as he was now. But he didn't dare to show it too obviously and replied softly, okay. Hearing the okay, Lu Xiao instantly breathed a sigh of relief and felt like she could even breathe a sigh of relief. So, for someone like her, who only has theory but no practice, dating is a bit difficult. Fortunately, Aries was a sensible man. He did not force her and was considerate of her. Thinking about it this way, Aries is really fine. Come on, let's go inside and give you some mental comfort. Aries looked at Lu Xiao, who had quickly adjusted herself. If you want to be tired today, actually. I'm not tired. I'm in good spirits. Let's go. Then wait until I finish cleaning up downstairs. Otherwise, I will fall asleep later. No, I cleaned it up when I came up. I can't just leave the housework to you. Whoever has the time can do it. Come on, drink the milk first. It won't taste good if it gets cold. After saying that, Lu Xiao had already gone into Aries' room. She comes to this room almost every night, so don't get too familiar with it. Aries finished drinking the milk and lay down on the bed, feeling that the atmosphere today was different from every day. The promise Lu Xiao made to him cleared away the uneasiness in his heart and made him feel relaxed. Lu Xiao, who was providing him with spiritual comfort, discovered that when she was purifying the dark matter in Aries' spiritual sea today, it was particularly easy to purify it, and the effect was even better than expected. She was very sure that this was not due to the improvement of purification power, but rather to Aries himself. Is it because the emotions are released? If there was any difference compared to usual, it was that tonight Aries rarely revealed his true emotions. So, males releasing their emotions is beneficial to the recovery of their spiritual sea? An hour later, Lu Xiao adjusted the air conditioning temperature for Aries and returned to the room. She did not rest immediately, but turned on her computer and prepared to write a plot outline first. What she said to Aries in the hovercraft was not just talk, nor was it simply venting. She really had such thoughts. She wants to write a real husband-chasing crematorium. Yes, the crematorium for chasing wives is not applicable to this world, so she will write a crematorium for chasing husbands. Hans stood in front of the door of Sophie's royal manor, waiting for the waiter to pick him up. The cold mountain wind at night made his face hurt. But there is no way to question why the queen chooses to live here instead of in the palace. Because everyone in the empire knew that Sophie Manor was once the residence of the late Prince Li Ke. And Prince Li Ke is Her Majesty the Queen's eternal love. Since the passing of Prince Li Ke, Her Majesty the Queen has moved here to live in memory of her late lover. If the Queen did not handle affairs properly, the empire would definitely fall into panic. But apart from normal affairs, Her Majesty the Queen no longer cares about many things. She seemed to want to immerse herself completely in missing Prince Li Ke. After waiting for a long time, the tightly closed door finally opened. The old female serving Her Majesty the Queen glanced at him coldly. You want to see Her Majesty so late? You'd better have something important to say. I know. It is indeed an urgent matter, and I have to disturb Her Majesty the Queen's rest. Please forgive me. It's not me you're begging for forgiveness from. Tell His Majesty that it's already very difficult for her, and she still has to deal with all of you. Nothing makes her worry-free. After Hans entered, he found that there was no light on in the huge study. Only the moonlight shone through the window, making it very cold and deserted. Her Majesty the Queen, with her white hair, sat upright on a chair, holding a glass of red wine in her hand. Seeing him, Her Majesty the Queen gently shook the glass and said, "Long time no see, Hans. You seem to be doing well." Thanks to Her Majesty the Queen, I came here today because I have something important to say. I really don't want to disturb your rest. Please forgive me, Her Majesty the Queen. What's up? It's like this. A new therapist has come to the 5th Institute. The S-class males treated by her have the possibility of being cured, although the most seriously ill ones are only at the early to mid-level stage. I saw their treatment records and came to see you right away, Hans said as he handed the prepared information to Her Majesty the Queen. The Queen, who had been lacking interest at first, finally seemed to be somewhat interested. This is something new. The Queen took the pictures one by one and read them all. During the whole process, Hans remained quiet and stood beside her with his eyes lowered, not daring to make a sound to disturb her. Until, who is she? Lu Xiao just entered the 5th Research Institute not long ago, and the clinic was just approved. It was Teacher AI Li who asked to send someone there. She also said that 2 S-level primary males would be arranged to go there for treatment every day. I originally thought that this was a rare opportunity, and no matter whether it was effective or not, the S-level shelter would naturally not let it go if the therapists were willing. But I didn't expect to have such a gain after reading their treatment records. Well, it looks good at the moment, but it's not enough. You can go back and ignore it for now. When there is a cured case, come back to me. After Her Majesty the Queen returned the information to Hans, she looked like she was seeing him off. Hans didn't dare to stay any longer and turned around and left in a hurry. Although the Queen did not express her opinion immediately, Hans achieved his goal. This time, he came here just to take the clear path of the Queen. If Healer Lu's treatment plan can really cure the S-level male successfully, then it is enough to prove that the mental C danger assessment reaching S-level is not a terminal illness. All it takes is for the female to be willing to provide mental comfort to the male. As long as the Empire is willing to formulate policies for this matter, his goal will be achieved. But he knew very well that all this needed to have results. The result is that some people can be cured and leave the S-class shelter. There was no hope before, so I didn't have any expectations. But now, Lu Xiao gave them hope. He must catch it. When Aries woke up in the morning and saw that it was already bright outside the window, he was stunned for a moment. Ever since Lu Xiao began to comfort him mentally every day, his sleep has been good, and he has hardly had nightmares anymore, but he still wakes up and finds it difficult to fall asleep again after waking up. Even so, it is much better than before, so much so that he feels full of energy every day recently. But now, looking out the window, he actually slept a full night. I didn't have any nightmares and didn't wake up. I slept completely all night. His spiritual sea was as calm as the period when he had just awakened. There is no pain, no noisy sounds, and no restlessness. The tranquility is like a new life. Now he was eager to take a test, as he felt that his mental risk assessment level must have dropped. This is all because of Lu Xiao. So when Lu Xiao came down from upstairs, she found that, even though they hadn't seen each other for just one night, the way Aries looked at her was different. How to put it, it was a bit scorching. If Aries was implicit before, he is a bit too straightforward now. This was a bit too much for her to bear. He raised his hand to cover his lips and coughed softly. "Morning, Aries, you look energetic today. Did you sleep well last night?" "Very good. I also want to tell you that I slept a whole night yesterday. I didn't wake up in the middle of the night, and I didn't have any nightmares." "Lu Xiao, I think my mental risk assessment level has dropped. I'll go to the military region and get tested. Is that okay?" Since starting to provide mental comfort to Aries, Lu Xiao has been recording his condition every day. Hearing him say this, Lu Xiao instantly perked up. "Really? It seems that what she felt last night was not an illusion. There's even a good chance that she's right. It is of great help for males to release their emotions to relieve their unstable mental state. Aries, once you have done the test, you must tell me as soon as possible. I will. Aries and Lu Xiao were both very happy with the result. So much so that when Aries sent Lu Xiao to the 5th Institute, Lu Xiao opened the car door and got out and specifically reminded him not to forget about the test. Obviously, Lu Xiao was very much looking forward to the results. When teacher AI Li saw her come in, she immediately asked, "What's good news? Why are you in such a good mood today?" It is indeed a good thing. Aries' condition has improved. Lu Xiao did not hide it. She was truly happy for Aries, and at the same time happy for her own guests. Teacher AI Li knew that Aries was Lu Xiao's concubine and was surprised when she heard this. Did you provide him with mental comfort? I give him 1 hour of mental comfort every day, and it's very effective. Lu Xiao said it naturally, but it sounded completely different to teacher AI Li. That is to say, you treat 2 S-level patients here every day, and you have to comfort your side husband Aries when you go home. Honey, are you crazy? Lu Xiao found that teacher AI Li always found the key points. This is not a burden for me. You can see that I am in a very good state now. No, dear, you are not okay. Look, you have dark circles under your eyes. Teacher Ellie pointed at the area under her eyes. So you must stop immediately. You have to think about your health. Lu Xiao's heart tightened. How could she forget that she stayed up late to write a novel last night? This is not. You must rest after you go back today, otherwise you will not be allowed to continue treating the people sent from the S-level shelter today. You choose one. Teacher Ellie looked at her with disapproval, as if she would enforce it immediately if she did not agree. Lu Xiao wiped her face and whispered, I promise to get a good rest tonight, okay? I want to see your dark circles disappear tomorrow. Lu Xiao nodded very seriously, but what she was thinking in her heart was, she wondered if she could use the treatment device to eliminate the disease after returning home. Otherwise, she could use her purification power to purify it. After coaxing teacher Ellie, Lu Xiao went to the clinic with her notebook. At this time, outside the door, the escorting officer was already waiting for her with 2 patients. Are you Mr. Lu Xiao? After the escorting officer left, the orc sitting on the chair suddenly spoke with a respectful tone. Lu Xiao, who was adjusting the equipment, heard this and raised her eyes and smiled at him. You are here, but you still don't know who I am? I'm just not sure. You look very young. Sorry, I didn't mean anything else. I understand. Kyles and Kenwit. Oh, and Claude, are they all okay? Lu Xiao named 3 people in one breath, which made the other party look surprised. You actually know their names. I don't know Claude because he is not in our area, but I know Kyles and Kenwit. They went back and told us about you and asked us to apply to come to your clinic. But some people don't trust them. So you trust me? Of course. It can't get any worse anyway. Rather than waiting to die in the shelter, we might as well give it a try. Besides, Commander Hans also encouraged us and asked us to trust you. Captain Hans? Lu Xiao raised her eyebrows. She remembered that the person teacher Ellie contacted was called Hans. What did he say? He said if we don't apply now, we won't regret it if we fail in the future. Doesn't this just prove that you have the ability? Lu Xiao laughed. What's your name? My name is Wilk. Before entering the internment camp, I worked in the military intelligence department. I talk a lot, please don't mind. No, on the contrary, I think you are doing very well. How is your sleep recently? Do you have nightmares after falling asleep? How is the effect of the medicine on you? Actually, my condition is fairly stable. I can sleep, but I have nightmares, which are better with medication. Lu Xiao nodded slightly. The system showed that Wilk's condition was the mildest among all the people she had treated. 1 year and 3 months after entering the S-class shelter, the situation remained stable at the initial primary stage with almost no improvement. Lu Xiao felt that this was probably related to Wilk's own personality and the work he had done before. Generally speaking, intelligence personnel should be better at tackling stress. Okay, let's get some treatment now. Close your eyes and relax. Are you going to give me some mental comfort? Wilk's eyes widened, and he looked at Lu Xiao in surprise. Didn't Kyle's and the others tell you about this? I didn't expect you would do it for me. My condition is much less serious than theirs, I know that, and I have never been comforted by spirits. I have been saving money just to experience it once while I am still alive, but I have never had the chance. I didn't expect you would be willing to comfort me. At the end, Wilk even choked up a little. Lu Xiao gently touched his forehead with her hand. Don't think too much. Relax. You need a good sleep now. With the infusion of purifying power, Wilk's spiritual sea is indeed the one with the least dark matter among the patients currently being treated, except for Aries. If it is based on the admission standards of an S-class shelter, if Wilk continues to receive treatment from her, it shouldn't take long for him to be able to leave the S-class shelter. As for whether the disease will relapse after he gets out, Lu Xiao is not sure. After all, she still doesn't know the origin of this dark matter. After 30 minutes, Lu Xiao stopped the treatment, returned to the instrument to rest for a while, and waited for Wilk to wake up. This time Wilk slept for 30 minutes. It is not difficult to see from several cases that the milder the symptoms, the longer the sleep time after treatment. Wilk, who had just woken up, still had a dazed look on his face, but he soon came to his senses. I fell asleep. Did I just fall asleep? Kyle's really didn't lie. You can really let us fall into a deep sleep. It feels great. Feeling comfortable? Yes, I feel very relaxed. Thank you. You are amazing. Then, let's make a promise. Between this time when you return and the next time we meet, think of one thing you would most like to do after leaving the S-class shelter. Leave? Can I still leave? Even though Welk has always had a good attitude, he didn't dare to hope that he could leave after entering the S-level shelter. Lu Xiao shrugged her shoulders. Who knows? Maybe there will be a chance. Think about it carefully and tell me next time that your treatment is over.
See you next week.
When Wilk left, he looked as happy as if he had won a lottery. This made the orcs waiting outside very curious. They wanted to speak, but were pushed inside by the escorting officer. Keep quiet. The orc had no choice but to shut up and keep his doubts to himself. He actually just wanted to ask, is the therapist Lu in there really as evil as Kyle's and the others said? Lu Xiao looked at a fat orc who came in. He seemed to be older. Hello, what's your name? My name is Robin, and I used to be a chef. I don't know if you have ever eaten at Egger's restaurant. I used to be the head chef there. Lu Xiao was a little surprised. This was the first time she encountered a male who is not a military man since her treatment. Wow, that sounds great. You know, I love cooking myself, so don't be surprised. I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. It is indeed incredible that you would be willing to enter the kitchen. Not only me, but all the therapists in our clinic are learning how to cook. It's very fulfilling to make a delicious dish by myself. Yes, I know. I always knew it, but I just don't have the chance now. Keep hopeful, Robin. Let's make a deal. When we meet next week, tell me what your specialty is, and I'll bring one of my own dishes in exchange.
How about that?
Robin's eyes widened, looking at Lu Xiao in disbelief. You want to invite me to taste your dishes?
Certainly.
Of course I do. I mean, it's an honor. I really don't know how to express my gratitude. Then you must cooperate with the treatment. How is your sleep recently? After starting the routine questioning, Lu Xiao became a little more serious than before. Robin's situation is similar to Kyle's, and he is already close to the early intermediate level. The medication helped him a little, but not much. If no intervention is made, the next meeting will be at the standard early intermediate level. Lu Xiao recorded his situation, then put on gloves and walked over. Okay, Robin, now please close your eyes, don't think about anything, and have a good sleep. Okay, Healer Lu, I won't move. After he finished speaking, Robin closed his eyes obediently. The moment Lu Xiao inserted the purifying power, she couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. All the S-level males that Lu Xiao has dealt with, including Aries, have their spiritual seas filled with dark matter. He had always believed that the existence of dark matter was the direct cause of the assessment of the danger level of the spiritual sea. However, there is dark matter in Robin's spiritual sea, but it is very little. However, he is still at the early intermediate level, and his spiritual threads are much more messy. So, The culprit that caused the orc's spiritual sea to rise in danger level was not the dark matter, but the spiritual threads? Lu Xiao felt that this idea was not absolute enough. She needed proof. So this time, Lu Xiao did not purify Robin's spiritual threads first, but wanted to purify the dark matter inside his spiritual sea. She wanted to know if Robin's spiritual sea danger level assessment value would decrease without these dark substances. If it decreases, it means that the dark matter still affects the orc's spiritual sea. If the value does not change, then what is the meaning of the existence of these cold, dark matter? However, even if the current purification power has some hints, it is impossible to clean up the dark matter in Robin's spiritual sea in one go. It must be divided into at least 3 times. Even so, after clearing 1/3 of it, the instrument's assessment of the danger level of Robin's spiritual sea changed. It was just as she thought. These dark substances still had an impact on the spiritual sea. According to Lu Xiao's speculation, if all the dark substances in Robin's spiritual sea were cleared, his danger level should return to the normal initial primary level. 20 minutes later, Robin woke up. Like everyone else, he looked dazed until he gradually came to his senses. He said in surprise, "I really fell asleep. This is incredible." Lu Xiao smiled at him. "Today's treatment ends here. Remember our agreement."
See you next time.
Without staying for long, Lu Xiao left the clinic after the escorting officer came in. After she left, Robin came out of the clinic and immediately asked Wilk, "Did Treatment Lu also make an agreement with you?" Wilk was a talkative person, and he responded in surprise, "Did he do it with you too?" Robin nodded. She said that next time we meet, she will bring me some dishes she cooked to taste and ask me to tell her what my specialty is. Wilk's eyes widened. "Healer Lu can cook?" I couldn't believe it either, but she said that cooking is her hobby. Therapist Lu is truly the most incredible female I have ever met. She and I agreed that after I return, I should think carefully about what I want to do after I leave.
What do you think she meant by this?
Does she think there's a chance you could be cured and leave the S-class shelter? Robin looked at him with a gleam in his eyes. So much so that when the officers escorting the 2 men heard his words, they all looked over. Wilk shook his head. How is this possible? Since the establishment of the S-class containment camp, no one has been able to leave. How could he possibly be the luckiest person? The other 3 people didn't say much after hearing this. After all, this was not something that could be easily imagined. But even so, Wilk and Robin felt like they were dreaming on their way back. After the 2 of them returned this time, Lu Xiao's reputation in the S-level shelter became even more famous. But Lu Xiao doesn't know all this yet. At this moment, Lu Xiao came out of the clinic and returned to the office and immediately checked the message on the terminal. As expected, Aries sent her the test report, Spiritual Sea Danger Level Assessment. If I remember correctly, Aries' spiritual sea danger level was assessed to be A and was extremely close to S. But now the danger level assessment of Aries' spiritual sea is only B. It has really dropped. And it has dropped so much. Lu Xiao couldn't help but smile and replied to Aries, "Congratulations." Aries did not respond immediately because he was being questioned in the office of his superior, Admiral Confronting. The mental risk assessment report of each officer will be uploaded to the terminal of the first person in charge of the military region as soon as possible. Admiral Confronting, as the person directly in charge of the 7th Military Region, when he saw the danger value assessment of Aries, even though he was over 50 years old and had experienced many storms, it was the first time he saw the danger value assessment of the spiritual sea regress. He personally inquired about the situation in the examination room to see if there was a problem with the equipment. When it was confirmed that it was not a malfunction but real data, he immediately found Aries and asked him personally what was going on. Aries was also very clear about Admiral Confronting's purpose in finding him. "Since we got married, my female master has been comforting me mentally every day. This should be the reason why my mental danger level has dropped." "You mean your female mistress gives you spiritual comfort every night?" Even though Confronting has a good relationship with his female mistress, he is still the husband and has only one chance for spiritual comfort a week. If he has it every day, that is almost unimaginable treatment. And every time his female master finished giving him spiritual comfort, she would feel very tired. If it's like this once a week, then once a day, how much does Aries' mistress love him? Yes, when they had directly applied to the 7th military region for a female concubine of Aries, they had thought that this would be a strong female who would not consider the wishes of the male. Now, it seems that they were wrong. But if that is the case, why is he only willing to give Aries the position of a concubine?
This is something that is hard to understand.
Yes, leader. Since you have met such a good female master, you must cherish her, Aries. In addition, won't your female master be tired of spiritual comfort once a day? Female bodies are very fragile, and you must know when to stop, Aries. Hearing this suddenly, Aries was stunned, because he suddenly realized that he didn't know what Lu Xiao looked like after she gave him spiritual comfort every day. Are you tired?
Because he was sleeping at that time.
Seeing the surprise on Aries' face, Confronting couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? What do you want to say?" "No, leader. I suddenly realized that I am not a competent concubine. Every time I finish my spiritual comfort, I fall asleep and fail to pay attention to the female master's condition in time. You are right. The female body is very fragile. I shouldn't do this." "Wait, what did you just say? You said that every time you do mental comfort, you fall asleep. Is that true? Can you sleep when you haven't dropped to be before? You know, insomnia is a problem that almost every male has." "Yes, leader. Isn't that right? At first, I couldn't sleep a full night. I would wake up in the middle of the night, and it was hard to fall asleep again. But I slept a full night yesterday, so I came to do the danger level assessment today." If he didn't know Aries well, Confronting would really think he was in Versailles. "Listen to what you say. I can't even get a full night's sleep at the beginning. It's good enough to be able to sleep, and you've even picked it." Confronting felt that he had suffered 10,000 points of damage. "You are indeed wrong. Let's talk tonight. You are now B, so you can reduce the number of mental comforts and let your mistress rest more." At this point, Confronting seemed to have thought of something and said, "Since your mistress has no intention of looking for a master husband at the moment, you should hurry up and let her make you a legitimate wife, so as to avoid more trouble." Speaking of this, Aries suddenly smiled and looked a little shy. "Leader, my female master said that she will not look for other male partners." "What do you mean?" "She only wants you. So why doesn't she make you her first wife? Why does she let you be her concubine?" Aries, don't trust females too much. Some females are very good at talking. They just want to trick you into opening up to them. When you really open up to them, they will abandon you. Although Confronting has a good relationship with his female mistress and is also the head husband, it does not mean that there are no other males in his family. I know, but I am willing to believe him. If he did have some doubts about Lu Xiao before, after talking it out last night, he was willing to believe Lu Xiao. If in the end, Lu Xiao really cheated on him, he would admit it. Confronting sighed, knowing that his mistress was very clever. She comforted him every day, so which male wouldn't be confused? "Never mind, whatever you want you can go back now." Aries was undoubtedly lucky. When the danger level of his spiritual C was about to reach S level, he met a female master like Lu Xiao. But his situation cannot be replicated. "I'm afraid there's no other female in the entire empire who can provide spiritual comfort to me every day." It would be a lie for Confronting to say he wasn't envious. This kid is really lucky. At this moment, although Confronting was surprised that the danger level of Aries' spiritual C had dropped, he did not take it too seriously and just thought that the daily spiritual comfort had taken effect. But this kind of thing cannot be replicated or spread, so it loses its meaning. As soon as Aries came out of Confronting's office, he checked the terminal and saw Lu Xiao congratulating him. He told Lu Xiao about being called in for questioning by his leader. Lu Xiao was not surprised. After all, the decrease in the danger level of Aries' spiritual C was a good thing, and it was normal to be called over for questioning. Teacher Ellie was surprised to hear her say that Aries' spiritual C danger level dropped to B. It actually dropped. "You have been doing spiritual comfort for him every day. How long have you been doing it? How long do you do it every day?" "It's been almost half a month, 1 hour every day." I have records of this. Lu Xiao did not hide anything and told the truth. It only took half a month to get him from A to B. Isn't this effect too good? Teacher Shirley came over and said, "But don't you feel tired? You must have spent 2 hours a day doing mental comfort. Didn't you see the dark circles under her eyes? That's crazy. I've never seen a female who doesn't take care of her body like you." When it comes to this, Teacher Ellie's face is full of disapproval. Lu Xiao stuck out her tongue. There was really nothing she could say. The dark circles under her eyes were not caused by exhaustion from doing spiritual comfort work, but by staying up late to write novels. Published a 10,000-word article on a popular fiction website in the Empire, but I don't know how it turned out. Thinking of this, Lu Xiao logged into the website when she had nothing to do, and as soon as she logged in, she was prompted with comments. This was undoubtedly a great surprise for someone like Lu Xiao who had just started writing novels. She went straight into the novel and saw that comment. As a female who has been here before, I would say that males really can't be spoiled, otherwise they will really push their limits and ask for more, which is very annoying. I can understand how upset the female protagonist in the author's writing is, and I empathize with her. I'll give her 100 gold coins and hope the author can write more. I love it, and am willing to read it Mua. After reading this message, Lu Xiao couldn't help but raise the corners of her lips, hoping that after reading the rest, she would like it just as much. After all, her book was a real husband-chasing crematorium. The more heart-wrenching the early stage is, the more miserable the later stage will be. It's just that the article hasn't been published yet, so it can't be seen yet, but she has clearly marked in the text this article is about chasing the husband's crematorium. If you read it rashly, without reading the annotation, it will backstab you. Lu Xiao laughed evilly in her heart. According to the outline she had drawn up, as long as she wrote for another 3 days and 30,000 words, she could enter the initial stage of pursuing her husband. Lu Xiao felt that she was full of energy. "Are you reading another novel, dear? What's the name? Recommend it to me." Teacher Shirley suddenly came over and scared Lu Xiao. "It's a new novel, only 10,000 words. Lu Xiao thought that the other party would regretfully say that it was too short after hearing it, but unexpectedly, Teacher Shirley smiled and said, "Really? That's perfect. I like to follow serials the most. Please recommend it to me." Don't most people like to wait until the girl is fat before watching? After the house husband male runs away after saying the title of the article, Lu Xiao wanted to try to save it. "I see the author is still a newcomer. How about? It's good to be a newcomer. I can build something from nothing and accompany you to grow up." And the title of this article sounds quite interesting. After the male house husband runs away. Why would a house husband run away? I'll go take a look. Seeing that Teacher Shirley not only did not lose interest, but her interest became even stronger, Lu Xiao really didn't know what to say for a moment. After a while, the book was added to the bookshelf by the 4 teachers in the office, who said they would read it later. Lu Xiao's conscience still hurt a little, and she reminded him, "I just saw that the copy of this novel says chasing husbands to the crematorium, so it should be about torturing the female protagonist, right? What does it mean to abuse the female protagonist?" Teacher Shirley didn't quite understand, and the others also looked at Lu Xiao with confusion. Lu Xiao explained with a stiff upper lip, "That is, the mistress wants a divorce, but the mistress doesn't want a divorce, so she wants to win back the mistress." She has explained it so clearly. If you still want to watch it, then don't blame her for stabbing you in the back. Lu Xiao was very clear that the article she wrote was not suitable for the female audience. As a senior novel fan, Miranda often browses various novel platforms just to find novels that suit her taste. For example, the book After the House Husband Runs Away that I read recently was a hit with me because of its peculiar title. Although the author's writing style is a little immature, the story is well written and the character setting is also very good. Even though she already has a husband at home, there are still many males who want to be with her, even if it means becoming her husband's servant. Her husband Morian is an ordinary male. Just because he saved Belle's life when he was out, Belle took him as her husband for her own reputation. After this incident was exposed, Belle immediately became a synonym for gratitude and received a lot of praise. The simple Morgan was also attracted to the beautiful Burlier and was willing to give everything for him, Even though soon after the marriage, Bullier brought home concubines, servants, and other males one after another. He endured it all silently, arranged everything for these people, and assumed the responsibilities of a husband. But he came from a very poor family and was often laughed at and ridiculed. If he had not been lucky enough to save Baelier, he would never have become Baelier's house husband. But later, at a family dinner, Morian heard Beryl say to her friends, "Morian is so boring. If it weren't for my reputation, why would I accept such a loser?" When Morian heard this, he felt as if his passion was extinguished like a bucket of cold water. It was because he was ignorant and had fantasies about Beryl. So from that day on, Morian no longer cared about Beryl's affairs. At first, Beryl didn't think there was anything wrong until she brought home a young male. The other party was tall, handsome, and had a good family background. Beryl liked him very much and stayed in his room almost every night. She was spoiled to death for a while. When the other party sees him, they will raise their chins proudly and even say sarcastically, "If I were you, I would definitely not occupy the position of the master husband, and I would have left long ago. The female master doesn't love you at all, and you are not worthy of him." Do you know what the female master said to me? "Let me pretend that you don't exist." Haha, how ridiculous. Morian was completely disappointed. He felt that the other party was right. How could a male like him have the qualifications to occupy the position of Baelier's house husband? So he asked Baelier for a divorce. When Miranda saw this, she found that her emotions seemed to have been aroused. She began to vaguely realize that something was wrong with the book, but she had read a lot of novels and there were plots like this, but the author would quickly return things to normal. So although she felt uncomfortable because of the plot, she didn't care too much about it, and just thought that the author wrote it this way to attract attention. But even so, she still went to the comment section. What else is there for Morian to be dissatisfied with? He is already Beryl's mistress. What else does he want? He wants Beryl to love him alone. Isn't he too greedy? What qualifications does he have? He has no family background and no status. What right does he have? He is still divorced. As soon as this comment was posted, it immediately received nearly 100 likes. Apparently, there are many people who share the same idea as her. At the same time, there were different voices in the comments section. "I can empathize with Morian and I envy him. He actually asked for a divorce from his mistress. He is so brave." This comment was downvoted hundreds of times, and someone even asked him directly, "You are a male, right? Only males like you would have such unrealistic fantasies. Just go to bed." Lu Xiao looked at the comment section, which was gradually becoming lively. It turned out that topics like crematoriums were the most likely to stir people's emotions. She also specifically looked at the ratio of female to male readers in the comment section. Obviously, there are more female readers than male readers. This is also normal. After all, whether it is novels or film and television works, the mainstream tends to be female-oriented. Males already suffer unfair oppression in reality, and they still seek abuse by watching such works. Few people are willing to do so. But it doesn't matter, just wait until she finishes writing the article. At first I thought Morian was a very sensible male, but I didn't expect him to be so unrealistic. He actually filed for divorce from Baelier. This is simply a humiliation to Baelier. When teacher Shirley came over early in the morning, she couldn't help but complain to Lu Xiao. It was obvious that she couldn't hold it back any longer and was eager to find someone to complain to.
But she chose Lu Xiao.
Morian is sad and doesn't want to live with him anymore. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Besides, divorce seems to be more hurtful to Morian, right? That's what I don't understand. Why is he sad, just because Beryl treats other people better than him? It should be that he was hurt by what Baelier said about him. I can accept bad comments from everyone else, but it's hard for me not to care about the comments from my closest people. Would teacher Shirley say that her husband is not good to others? Of course not. I chose my husband myself. No matter what he is like, I will definitely not tell anyone. Wouldn't that make people laugh? Teacher Shirley retorted subconsciously, and then realized belatedly, Belle is indeed a bad person. She spreads nonsense everywhere. If Morian hadn't saved her, she would have died long ago. Lu Xiao discovered long ago that the females of the empire were not completely unable to distinguish right from wrong. It was just that the worldview of this world was like that, causing these females to sometimes ignore many things. But if someone guides them, they can accept it quickly. For example, Teacher Shirley was just angry because Maureen wanted to divorce, but after hearing her explanation and analysis, she immediately changed her attitude. Now that you put it that way, I understand a little bit. Maureen is a little sad, but if he wants a divorce, he'll have to bear a huge price. Is it worth it? It depends on whether Maureen thinks it's worth it. Teacher Shirley nodded. You are right, but do you think the author will really let them divorce? What do you think? Lu Xiao was amused by what Teacher Shirley said. What was going on? Was she addicted to being abused? She thought Teacher Shirley was really cute. But what she was worried about was impossible to happen, and she would not stop until she finished writing the book. When Teacher Ellie came over, they actually started discussing the plot of After the House Husband Runs Away. Obviously, in the latest chapter last night, Maureen and Beryl filed for divorce, which had a huge impact on the readers. This was something Lu Xiao had not expected. She knew it would cause a reaction, but she didn't expect the effect to be so good. It seems that the females in the empire cannot accept the fact that a male filed for divorce. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you can understand the reason. It's nothing more than that males are always of low status in the minds of females, and the resistance of the lower ones will always make the higher ones dissatisfied, and even regard it as a humiliation. But such humiliation will probably appear many times in her book, and I hope her readers will not be too fragile. You guys chat, I'm going to the clinic. Lu Xiao packed up her things, got up, and went to the clinic. She had just seen the application list. Claude is on today's application list. Since her treatment ended last week, her backstage application list has been in operation. When I saw Claude again, he looked much more lively than when we first met. The originally dull look disappeared and became warm. Good morning, Claude. You seem to be in better spirits. Have you been having a good week? I'm fine, thank you. It's all because of you that I'm fine. No, it's because you didn't give up. Of course, I was a little bit of a factor, but it's a small part. The rest is all your own efforts, Claude. Don't deny your own efforts. I'm also very pleased to see that you're doing well. Lu Xiao smiled at him. Okay, let's get back to the topic. Let's talk about your physical condition this week. Did you have nightmares? How was your sleep? I have fewer nightmares now. I can sleep for a while every day, but after waking up, it is still difficult to fall asleep again. But this is good for me. As long as I can sleep for a while, I feel I can survive. While Claude was speaking, Lu Xiao kept looking at Claude's physical data report. Compared with the last time, Claude's mental danger level assessment values still remained in the red and green area, with no progress or decline. It's held up pretty well. As long as there is no further progress, it will be good news for Lu Xiao and Claude. You're doing well. Your condition is stable and has not progressed. We will begin today's treatment. I hope that after this, you will be better. Have you thought about what to do after leaving the S-class shelter? Hearing Lu Xiao's question, Claude was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes flashed with disbelief. You mean that it is possible for me to leave the S-level shelter? If we continue to look at the current situation, it is possible. Isn't the standard for you to leave the S-level shelter that the danger assessment level of your spiritual C drops below S-level? Yes, below S-level, but no one has ever left the S-level shelter since its establishment. Maybe in the future, you can think about what will happen after you leave the S-class shelter in advance. Then I want to continue to go back to the military headquarters. I don't want to leave the military area. Claude's eyes were filled with anticipation. Then, I think you should increase your exercise. Lu Xiao said with a smile, and put her hand on Claude's forehead. Close your eyes, relax, and have a good sleep. After purifying Claude's spiritual C this time, the situation inside Claude's spiritual C has improved a lot. A quarter of the dark matter has been cleared, and so have the spiritual threads. After 30 minutes, Lu Xiao returned to the instrument and saw that Claude's mental C danger assessment value had returned to the standard initial primary level. If this can be done at most 3 more times, Lu Xiao feels that Claude's spiritual C danger assessment level will drop to S level. However, until things meet expectations, Lu Xiao will not say this to Claude for the time being. Okay to give him hope, but it's not good to give him hope that is certain but he can achieve it. This time, Claude's sleep time was obviously much longer than before. Claude woke up 30 minutes later. Claude was a little dazed when he woke up, but he quickly regained consciousness and looked at the smiling female. Thank you. I just slept very comfortably and my body feels relaxed. That's great. That's all for today's treatment. See you next week, Claude. See you next week, Healer Lu. After the escorting officer took Claude away, Lu Xiao continued to receive the next patient. Lu Xiao was busy until noon before she finished and left the clinic. When she returned to the office, she found that the 4 teachers were still discussing after the male house husband runs away. Lu Xiao listened to their discussion and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Is it so powerful? Seeing Lu Xiao coming back, teacher Shirley immediately said, Xiao Xiao, you came back just in time. That book was reported and taken off the shelves. Now it's no longer available. Do you think the author will be scared and dare not write it? Lu Xiao's heart tightened. What? It's the book after the house husband runs away that was reported. Now it's blocked and I can't see it. I don't know who reported it. It's so annoying. If you don't like it, you can just not read it. Why report it? Teacher AI, Li was angry. They were all looking forward to the follow-up development. Hearing this, Lu Xiao opened the backstage and took a look. It was indeed reported and taken off the shelves. The reason for the report was that the plot caused discomfort. The website responded to her by asking her to change the plot as soon as possible. Lu Xiao was so angry that she almost laughed. She directly contacted the back-end customer service and filled out the complaint information. In the end, they even asked for her identity information. After uploading everything, Lu Xiao said, the author shouldn't give up just like that. Let's wait and see. Let's hope so. Generally, new authors like this are the most unstable. If the author is female, it should be easy to pass. If it is male, it is hard to say. Teacher Shirley suddenly said this, leaving Lu Xiao a little puzzled. Is there any difference between the 2 types? Of course, if this was written by a male, the backend would probably judge it as unfavorable to females, and it would be difficult to unlock and restore the listing status. If it was written by a female, things would be much simpler. Only then did Lu Xiao realize why the appeal required her identity information. She didn't expect that she would be treated differently based on her gender when writing a novel. This world is simply amazing. It once again refreshed her 3 views. When Lu Xiao got off work in the evening, as soon as she walked out of the office building, she ran into the new security guard who had just taken office in the past 2 days. When the other party saw him coming out, he hesitated for a moment, but still stepped forward and said, Mr. Lu Xiao, are you free now? I have something to tell you. Of course, if you don't have time, forget it. Lu Xiao glanced at Aries, who was waiting not far away, then turned to the new security guard and asked, What's the matter? Seeing that Lu Xiao was willing to listen to him, the new security guard said quickly, Tell me, don't be angry. Anson asked me to bring you a message. He said thank you for not letting the Female Protection Association punish him. He will not appear in front of you again in the future. Lu Xiao didn't expect that the other party was actually delivering a message for Anson. Is he still in the 5th Research Institute? Yes, but I'm not in charge of this area anymore. Well, then tell him to live a good life. After saying this, Lu Xiao turned and walked towards Aries. The new security guard watched her leave and felt that what Anson said was correct. Lady Lu Xiao was really a very gentle and kind female. He somewhat understood why Anson would rather take the risk and want to become her husband. It's really hard not to be moved by a female like this. Aries watched Lu Xiao come back and did not ask her what she had just said to that person. Instead, he opened the car door and let Lu Xiao get in. It was Lu Xiao who took the initiative to bring it up. The man just now was delivering a message for Anson. You still remember who Anson is, right? He is the security guard from before. He was transferred to another jurisdiction. He thanked me for not letting the Female Protection Association punish him. He said he would not appear in front of me again. I told him to live a good life. After saying that, Lu Xiao glanced at Aries and changed the subject directly. I want to eat cold noodles when I go back tonight. It's a bit too hot today. Aries knew that what Lu Xiao said just now was specifically said to him because she didn't want him to have any suspicion. Aries felt very touched by Lu Xiao's gentle and thoughtful behavior. But since Lu Xiao didn't want to talk more, he wouldn't dwell on it. Okay, I'll need the dough when I get back. After being with Lu Xiao, Aries felt that his cooking skills had improved a lot, and now he has become a very qualified assistant to Lu Xiao. However, the cold noodles had just been prepared, and Aries brought them to the table. Before Lu Xiao started eating, the terminal on her wrist rang. Lu Xiao paused, and after opening the phone, she saw a voice invitation from her mother, Countess Lu Guowei. Why did this person contact her suddenly? Lu Xiao answered the call and heard Lu Guowei's voice. When are you free to go home? Lu Xiao raised her eyebrows. I've been busy lately. Does mother need me for something? She didn't believe that Lu Guowei would have nothing better to do and ask her to come home to enhance the mother-daughter relationship. Something happened to your sister Lu Huan recently, didn't you know? She said this as if she should know. I don't know. I haven't seen them for a long time. What happened? The original owner not only had a weak relationship with her mother Lu Guowei, but also had an ordinary relationship with her two younger sisters. They were definitely not the kind of relationship where they would interact privately. If she doesn't take the initiative to contact, the other two won't either. They both treat each other as if the other doesn't exist, so how can they know what's happening to the other? Lu Guowei sighed. Recently, a male has been pestering Lu Huan and even went to her school to make trouble. This is just a small matter. If you have time, please help her deal with it. Lu Xiao subconsciously asked, how to deal with it? What do you think? Of course, we should tell the male to stop pestering us, or the Female Protection Association will take him away. Do you really need me to teach you such a small thing? Lu Xiao rolled her eyes. Since it's a small matter, can't mother just handle it? Why did she come to me? Lu Guowei obviously didn't expect Lu Xiao to speak so bluntly and choked. Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? If I deal with the other party, wouldn't that be giving him face? Anyway, this matter is handed over to you, so hurry up and deal with it. After saying this, Lu Guowei hung up the phone without hesitation, obviously afraid that Lu Xiao would say something else to provoke her. After the voice message ended, Lu Xiao picked up the bowl and was about to eat, but then put it down again. No, they are sick. Can't Lu Huan handle her own problems? Why do they want her to handle them? Who do they think they are? Aries looked at the irritated Lu Xiao, a little worried. What happened? Lu Xiao repeated what Lu Guowei had just said. Do you think she is sick? Lu Huan is not a child anymore. Why do you want me to do this? No, I have to ask her what she did. You eat first. If this matter is not dealt with, she will definitely not be able to eat in peace. Lu Xiao got up from the table and sat on the sofa, starting to look for Lu Huan's phone number. When she found it and dialed the number, she heard an impatient voice. Who is it? Lu Xiao's heart ached for a moment. You didn't save my number.
I'm Lu Xiao.
I heard that a male is harassing you. Can you tell me what's going on? It's you. Lu Huan's tone didn't improve after he knew it was Lu Xiao. What else could it be? He's just pestering me. He wants to be my house husband, but he doesn't even look in the mirror. It's not that you hooked up with her and didn't keep your promise. Tell me the truth, Lu Huan. In the original owner's memory, she, the older sister, usually liked to flirt with other girls. Why are you shouting? Even if I said something, it was just drunken nonsense. What can I do if he takes it seriously? I didn't directly call the people from the Female Protection Association to punish him. I have already given him face. Well, since Mother asked you to come here to help, why are you asking so many questions? Just help me get rid of him. Lu Huan's tone was full of the feeling that you came to help but you still talk so much. Aren't you annoying? Lu Xiao silently told herself that this was just a naughty child and she should not bother with her, otherwise she would be the one who would be angry. But I tried to hold it back, but I couldn't. I still couldn't hold it back. Are you in school now? Of course not. It's after school time. Who would be in school? Then where are you? Send me your address and I'll find you. Why are you coming to me? Just help me deal with it. I don't owe you anything. Send me the address quickly, or you can solve it yourself. Aren't you capable? Lu Huan was silent for a moment, then said reluctantly, I know. Soon, a shared location appeared on Lu Xiao's terminal. Lu Xiao stood up. Aries, please take me there. It's not a problem, but Lu Xiao, aren't you going to eat? Lu Xiao glanced at the cold noodles on the table and said helplessly, I'm not in the mood to eat now. Let's go see Lu Huan first. The shared location that Lu Huan sent her was a bar. As soon as she entered, she was dizzy by the deafening music. It was dim, and the lighting inside was very messy. Aries was worried about Lu Xiao and stretched out his hand to protect her. She and Aries suddenly appeared, causing everyone in the room to look over. Just as one of the females stood up, she asked, Who are you? Lu Huan, come out for a moment. Lu Xiao would never admit that she didn't recognize which one of the 4 females was the original owner's sister. This cannot be blamed on her, as the original owner herself had a vague memory, not to mention that the makeup on these 4 females' faces was so heavy that their original appearance could not be seen. After the voice fell, a reluctant little female stood up after a long while, mumbling, You could have just dealt with it directly, but you had to come to me. It's so annoying. Seeing Lu Huan was about to leave, the female next to her reached out and pulled her. Hey, Huan, where are you going? We haven't finished yet. My sister is here. I'm leaving now. You guys can have fun. Then, how do we settle this account? I'll pay for you. Lu Huan said lightly, and it was obviously not the first time he paid the bill. Lu Xiao glanced at the other 3 females and came out of the box with Lu Huan. However, it was too noisy outside, and it was not a place to talk. Just when Lu Xiao was thinking about where to go to talk, Aries had already opened a new private room. After they went in and closed the door, it was finally quiet. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Lu Huan looked like he was saying, Hurry up and tell me, I have something else to do. Seeing her dead look, Lu Xiao got angry. I don't owe you anything, and I have no obligation to help you deal with things. You'd better be nicer to me. Do you often come to places like this? Lu Huan looked at Lu Xiao, and after a while his tone softened. What's wrong with this kind of place? Didn't you come here often before? And now you're talking about me. Lu Xiao's heart sank and she subconsciously glanced at Aries. She felt really wronged. She had to take the blame for the original owner and she couldn't even refute it. Fortunately, Aries looked normal. You're still in school, don't come to places like this anymore. And what's going on with that male? What's his identity? How did you 2 know each other? Tell me everything in detail, don't lie to me. Mentioning this, Lu Huan became irritable again. He turned around and sat on the sofa. He reached out to take the wine on the coffee table, but Lu Xiao held him back. Hurry up and tell me. Lu Huan had no choice but to withdraw his hand. Why are you so annoying now? How else could we have met? We met here. The waitress here is pretty. We got to know each other after a few visits. But how did I know he was serious? I didn't do anything. Lu Huan felt quite aggrieved when she talked about the latter part. It was just holding hands and kissing. She didn't do anything more excessive. He's just an ordinary waiter, isn't he? Lu Xiao would not be fooled by her words. She stared at Lu Huan and asked, Does he have any special identity? As soon as the words fell, Lu Huan's expression froze. He doesn't have any special identity, but he is also the son of an earl. His mother is the Earl of Huan, a male of the Li family. Lu Xiao knew that neither the mother nor the daughter was telling the truth. If the other party's identity was not special, according to Lu Guowei and Lu Huan's personality, they would have raised their fingers to deal with it long ago. Why did they come to her? Lu Guowei asked her to deal with it because they were both earls and didn't want to bow to others, so she had to stay out of the way. It was most appropriate for her to come out. As for Lu Huan, it's okay for him to play with ordinary males with no background, but he has no way to deal with someone like this with status. It really was leaving her speechless. That's how it is. I've said everything I need to say. Just deal with it. I'm leaving now. Seeing Lu Huan was about to leave, Lu Xiao laughed angrily. Who gave you the illusion that I should help you deal with this matter? Don't mention mother. Since you asked me for help, you should have the attitude of asking for help. Otherwise, you can just marry the other party. According to his status, he is qualified to be your house husband. Lu Huan didn't expect Lu Xiao to say that. He turned around and looked at her in disbelief. How could you do this? I'm your sister. You know, you're just my sister, not my ancestor. If you want to ask for help, you should show some attitude. Now go back to school, pack your things, and move in with me. Why, if I live with you, I don't have to go to school. Do you still know that you are a student?
Look at how you look now.
How can you be like a student? I will give you 1 month to fix your problems. Otherwise, you will perish on your own. Lu Xiao walked over, grabbed Lu Huan's arm, and dragged him out of the bar. Lu Huan wanted to struggle, but she couldn't get free. Then she realized how strong Lu Xiao's grip was. After getting in the car, Lu Xiao changed her mind. Aries, go home directly, and you don't have to go back to school to get your things. I will ask my mother to reimburse the expenses for eating and using my house. Let's go. Lu Xiao, you're crazy. You want to imprison me. I will tell my mother, and she will definitely punish you. That's perfect. You can send her a voice message right now and tell her that if you want me to take care of you, you have to do as I say. I can't always clean up your mess. If you can't change, then don't go out and mess around with other girls. Just stay at home for the rest of your life. Lu Xiao was not afraid at all. What a joke. Now, they were asking her for something. There was nothing he could do about her, and he could only sit in his chair and sulk. Lu Xiao felt amused and thought he was so capable. The fire was put out already? After returning home, Lu Huan just entered and heard Lu Xiao say, Aries, find her a guest room and let her wash her face. I'm going to eat. Okay. Aries responded, come with me, Master Lu Huan.
Don't call me that.
What qualifications do you have to call me that? You're just her concubine. Ah. Before she could finish her words, Lu Xiao slapped her in the face. Lu Huan was stunned. You know, she had never been beaten in her life. He covered his face and looked at Lu Xiao in disbelief. Aries, who was standing by, didn't expect that Lu Xiao would suddenly take action, and it was for him. Lu Xiao said no matter what, and Lu Huan ignored her, but went upstairs to change clothes and then came down to heat up the meal. After Lu Huan saw her leave, he also sat on the sofa angrily, with half of his face still swollen, but he was already complaining to Lu Guowei. She exaggerated the incident of Lu Xiao beating her. But no one knew what Lu Guowei was doing, and she didn't reply to her at all. When Lu Xiao came down, she saw Aries cooking noodles in the kitchen. She couldn't help but feel warm in her heart and walked over with a smile. Didn't I tell you to go upstairs and rest? But you're still hungry. He had said he wanted to eat cold noodles when he was in the car, but he kept putting it off and hasn't eaten it yet. Although Aries didn't say it directly, he was obviously distressed. Lu Xiao understood what he meant and said with a smile, Thank you, please eat with me as a midnight snack. Aries didn't eat well because of Lu Huan's incident just now. She knew it all. Aries nodded and said yes, then thought, do I need it? No need, don't worry about her. She won't die from starvation if she starves for 2 meals. Lu Xiao knew what Aries meant before he finished his words. Don't even think about giving food to this naughty kid, Lu Huan. Without waiting for Lu Guowei's reply, Lu Huan subconsciously cast his gaze towards the kitchen. Through the glass door, he could clearly see Lu Xiao and Aries talking and laughing in harmony. Lu Huan curled her lips. Her sister was really going backwards as time went by. She even went into a place like the kitchen. She was becoming more and more unruly. But as she thought this, the aroma wafting from the kitchen tempted her taste buds again. She had just drunk some wine at the bar and was brought here before she had time to eat. The aroma of the food will tempt me, and my stomach will start to feel empty. Soon, the cold noodles were ready. Aries brought 2 bowls of noodles to the table, and Lu Xiao even opened a bottle of sparkling water. As soon as she sat down, she saw Lu Huan, who was originally angry on the sofa, came over, sat down on the chair, stared at her and asked, Why is mine not there? Why do you feel that you are the one? Lu Xiao asked while eating, without any guilt on her face, as if she really didn't know why Lu Huan asked that. Her question also confused Lu Huan herself, because in her subjective consciousness, no one had ever rejected her, and whatever she wanted was taken for granted. I'm hungry, I want to eat. Lu Huan had no way of answering Lu Zhao's question, so he could only act like a naughty kid again. Have you forgotten what I just said? You have to make it yourself if you want something. No one will serve you. If you want to eat, go to the kitchen and cook it yourself. If you don't know how to cook, you will starve. Don't put on your airs like a young lady in front of me. After Lu Xiao finished speaking, she ignored her and started eating noodles. The sauce she made for the shredded chicken cold noodles was really great, and it was so satisfying after just one bite. Seeing how happily she was eating, Lu Huan couldn't help swallowing his saliva, but he didn't want to lower his head. He turned around and ran back to sit on the sofa. After a while, he started crying, and his voice was getting louder and louder. Aries glanced at Lu Xiao and saw that Lu Xiao seemed not to have heard anything and did not say anything. After clearing the table, he went upstairs. After a while, Lu Xiao came over to comfort him mentally. As for Lu Huan, Lu Xiao seemed to completely ignore him. Lu Huan cried so much that she didn't know when she fell asleep, but she woke up in the middle of the night because she was hungry. At this moment, she really understood that when Lu Xiao said she didn't care about her, she really didn't care about her. It was not just talk, nor was it to scare her. I can really do it to the extent of not letting her EQAQ. Lu Huan, who had already experienced Lu Xiao's strength, although very hungry, did not dare to make any noise and sneaked to the kitchen. She was so hungry at the moment that she forgot the rule that females were not allowed to enter the kitchen. But it was impossible for her to cook since she had never been in the kitchen and didn't know how to use these utensils. She could only open the refrigerator secretly. Fortunately, Lu Xiao also liked to eat some snacks. So there is always some stock in the refrigerator. And there were many kinds of things. When Lu Huan saw the things inside, he immediately became happy. Just as he was about to reach out to take them, he remembered that he didn't know when he could leave here, so it was better not to anger Lu Xiao. So I took a box of yogurt and 2 slices of bread and didn't even dare to touch the sausage next to it. The next day, when Lu Xiao came downstairs in the morning, she noticed the garbage bag on the ground. She was not surprised. After all, Lu Huan was not a fool, and it was normal for him to look for something to eat when he was hungry. When Lu Huan saw her coming down, he felt guilty but didn't want to show it, so he stiffened his neck and said, "When are you going to let me go? I still have to go to school. And when are you going to help me solve that problem? Write down what you ate last night in a notebook, and we'll calculate the money together when the time comes. Or you can use labor to pay off the debt. I've already asked for leave from school for you, so you don't have to go during this period. Anyway, your grades are just for slacking off. As for what you said, Lu Huan, you should have the attitude of asking for help when you ask for help. When did you understand this principle? I will naturally help you solve the problem. Do you want to have breakfast? If you do, come and help. You are being overbearing. You can't do this." Lu Huan obviously didn't expect that Lu Xiao would make the decision for her like this, and she was so angry. Lu Xiao looked at her and said, "This is uncomfortable. You are not tolerant. You still need to practice. I see you don't want to eat. Continue to be hungry." Having tasted hunger deeply last night, Lu Huan's arrogance instantly died down. "I'm here to help. Tell me what you want me to do. Go ask Aries and do whatever he asks you to do."
You asked me to.
Lu Huan's eyes just widened, but Lu Xiao glared back at him. He turned to Aries reluctantly and said, "Brother-in-law, is there anything you need my help with?" Upon hearing this, Aries subconsciously glanced at Lu Xiao. He was very surprised that Lu Huan actually lowered his head. Although the term brother-in-law was full of reluctance, it acknowledged his identity. This was what Lu Xiao fought for him. He didn't show it on his face, but he was very happy in his heart. "Not for now. After breakfast, you can clean up the dishes and the kitchen." Lu Huan's eyes widened unconsciously, and she looked at Aries with disbelief in her eyes. She didn't expect that Aries would actually ask her to work. How dare he? Did he really think that if she called him brother-in-law, he would really be her brother-in-law? He was just a side husband. Even if he was Lu Xiao's main husband, he was nothing in her eyes. Lu Xiao glanced at her and said, "If you don't want to, you don't have to eat this meal." Lu Huan's heart trembled when he heard this, And he walked to the dining table and sat down. Clean it up. Hearing Lu Huan's words, Lu Xiao laughed out loud without disguising. You complained to Mother yesterday, but she didn't reply to you. Just now, Mother sent me a message, asking me to treat you as I like, and just help you deal with the matter, and also asked you not to send her messages anymore. As Lu Xiao said this, she also showed Lu Huan the chat history with Lu Guwei. This made Lu Huan, who wanted to refute, shut up completely. She never expected that Lu Guwei would really ignore her. Seeing her look like she was devastated, Lu Xiao said, Your brother-in-law, and I will go out to work later. You will be at home alone. Someone will bring you lunch at noon. Your task at home is to clean up the house and use labor to replace your living expenses here. Don't be lucky. I can feed you or not. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Lu Xiao's tone was calm, but her words were very strict. Lu Huan looked at her and lowered her head to respond. She was extremely panicked now. If Lu Guwei really ignored her, then she would really fall into Lu Xiao's hands. Lu Xiao didn't care what she was thinking. After breakfast, she went out with Aries. In the car, Lu Xiao said, Whenever it's convenient for you, please accompany me to the Earl of Huan's mansion. No matter what her attitude towards Lu Huan is, the matter of the Earl of Huan's mansion must be resolved. It can be done today. I'm always available. To him, Lu Xiao's matter is the most important. Lu Xiao knew what he meant and said with a smile, There's no need to rush. Since you're available anytime, let's do it the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow is the weekend, and we still have to prepare some gifts in advance. You can't just go to someone's house and apologize empty-handed. I'll prepare the gifts. There was no need to let Lu Xiao worry about such things. Okay, thank you for that. I'll ask the Earl's mansion to reimburse me for the money when the time comes. She helped to solve the problem, which was already a favor to him. I'm sorry to ask her to pay for it. It's impossible. After Lu Xiao left, Lu Huan faced the tableware on the table and the pile of things in the kitchen. He instinctively felt that he was overwhelmed. As a female who has been brought up in luxury, she has always been taken care of by others and never taken care of others. But now Lu Xiao actually asked her to exchange labor for food, which was an insult to her. Lu Huan did not give up and sent a voice request to Lu Guwei again. This time, Lu Guwei answered the phone, but her tone was impatient. What's the matter? Mom, Lu Xiao doesn't give me food and she makes me work and she doesn't let me go to school. Woo, I want to go home, Mom. What home do you want to go back to? You still have the nerve to come back if the problem is not solved, or do you think I will help you solve it? Lu Huan, give up. I will never bow to Li Huan for you. Don't even think about it. If Lu Xiao doesn't help you solve it, you can solve it yourself. If you can't solve it, you can marry her son. You did all this by yourself. If you still want to solve this matter, just listen to Lu Xiao honestly. If you don't want to, just do whatever you want.
Don't contact me again.
I don't have time to care about your affairs. After saying that, Lu Guwei directly cut off the communication. Lu Huan was completely dumbfounded. It was the first time in her 18 years of being a female that she realized what helplessness was. As for Lu Xiao, she didn't care at all whether Lu Huan was really cleaning the room at home. Because no matter whether Lu Huan did it or not, she can deal with it freely when she returns. Lu Xiao ordered lunch for Lu Huan. She wouldn't starve her on purpose. If a child is disobedient, it's probably because she wasn't taught well enough, but education doesn't happen overnight. After finishing work in the morning, Lu Xiao returned to the office and heard teacher Ai Li say, Have you all watched yesterday's After the Male House Husband Runs Away? I think Morian really doesn't care anymore. Bai Lear deliberately made love with her concubine in front of him, but he didn't react at all. He even started to secretly look for a house. He wants to move out. I have no doubt that he is determined to divorce. Teacher Shirley said, It's hard to say. What if all this is a tactic of playing hard to get? Aren't males the best at this? I thought so at first, but when I saw him looking for a house, I was a little shaken.
But we still have to wait and see.
But if it's true, what Bai Lear is doing now is a bit self-righteous. I feel that her mentality will explode in the later stage. I am more and more looking forward to the direction of the plot. Shower. Did you watch the update yesterday? Seeing Lu Xiao come in, Teacher AI Li immediately called her, fearing that she would miss the discussion. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. I've seen it. Morian is quite courageous. It seems that he is not just talking. In the new chapter last night, Lu Xiao arranged for Morian to find a house and prepare to move out, and also prepared for the punishment for divorce. When Morian was determined to divorce, Bullier thought that everything Morian did was just to attract attention, win favor, and show his presence, so she deliberately showed affection with the concubine and the maid in front of him, deliberately ignored him, and ordered him to clean up the mess afterwards. In fact, after this chapter was published, not only the protagonist, Bullier, thought so, but also the readers in the comment section thought so. Especially in the comment section, Miranda, who was very active, kept saying that Morian was playing hard to get, scheming and trying to win favor, and warned Beryl not to be fooled. Of course, there is a faction of female protagonists led by Miranda, and there is also a faction of people who support Morian and don't look back, and who insist on divorce to teach the female protagonist a lesson. It can be said that Lu Xiao's comment section has been very lively these past 2 days. When Lu Xiao got off work on time and came to Aries' car, she saw the visiting gift Aries had prepared, which was 2 boxes of tea. The kind of scented tea that all the females in the Empire like to drink. Lu Xiao had seen it at Lugui's place. How much are these 2 boxes of tea? Do you still have the receipt?
Yes.
Knowing why Lu Xiao asked this, Aries directly handed her the receipt. Lu Xiao took it and looked at the amount of money. It was very expensive, but it didn't matter because someone would reimburse her anyway. After returning home and opening the door, Lu Xiao took a quick look around and saw that Lu Huan was sensible enough not to cause any trouble while they were not at home. Lu Huan, who was curled up on the sofa, raised his head and looked over when he heard the noise. You are back. She was in a low mood, but no longer looked arrogant, especially after her face was washed. The little girl looked fair and clean, very pretty, and seemed quite well behaved. Lu Xiao found her like this much more pleasing to the eye. What did you do at home? What else can I do? Clean the room, tidy up the kitchen. I'm not lazy. I've done everything you asked me to do. Lu Huan looked like he was saying, you can't stop not giving me food. It seems that he has learned a lot, and it has only been less than 2 days. Lu Xiao is quite satisfied with the results. By the time Lu Xiao came down from upstairs, Lu Huan had been alone and silently doubting his life for quite some time. Seeing Lu Xiao at this moment, Lu Huan subconsciously stared at her. This sudden scene made Lu Xiao feel weird. Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? You just said you wanted me to learn something from you, but I didn't hear you clearly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao knew that Lu Huan did not fail to hear clearly. She just heard it, but did not dare to believe it. After all, here it is really hard to understand that females can cook. There was no intention of explaining, so he said directly, go wash your hands, and then come to the kitchen. After saying that, Lu Xiao turned and went into the kitchen. Lu Huan stood there and watched. After Lu Xiao came in, she naturally picked up her apron and tied it on, then started to get busy, her eyes full of shock. No way, is Lu Xiao really going to cook? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go? Lu Xiao saw Lu Huan standing there motionless through the glass door and reminded him, come over after washing your hands and wash the vegetables. Lu Huan came back to her senses and hurried to the bathroom. She wanted to see whether Lu Xiao really knew how to cook or was just pretending to be so. After she washed her hands and came to the kitchen, she saw the vegetables on the counter. She opened her hands slightly and said with a clear face, how do I wash this? Lu Xiao glanced at her and said, wash the dust off with water by hand. Do I need to teach you this? Lu Huan was so angry at Lu Xiao that he had no way to refute. After Lu Huan finished washing the vegetables, Lu Xiao went over and took out the tomatoes. I will only teach you once what I am doing now. You can do it at home at noon tomorrow. If you can't learn it, you will go hungry. Lu Huan's eyes suddenly widened. How can you be like this?
Don't forget whose house you are at now.
It doesn't matter what I do to you. If you don't want to learn, get out now, and don't have to eat dinner. Lu Huan muttered, you only know how to threaten me in this way. I'll learn it. Don't talk so much nonsense if you're learning. To make scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cut the tomatoes into pieces and beat the eggs and mix them, like this. Since Lu Xiao wanted to teach her, she would not be vague and explained each process in detail. If Lu Huan was smart, she should have opened the terminal and recorded what Lu Xiao said, but obviously Lu Huan didn't think of this. Lu Xiao didn't remind him that some things cannot be taught by teachers, and one has to suffer losses before one can learn from them. I made 3 dishes and 1 soup in total, all of which were very simple home-cooked dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cold shredded potatoes, stir-fried meat with green peppers, and seaweed egg drop soup. Even if Lu Huan learns to cook one of these 3 dishes and 1 soup, he won't go hungry tomorrow. When the food was served, Lu Huan was unusually silent. She really didn't expect that Lu Xiao could actually cook and was not just pretending to be her. Instead, it was like magic, and such a dish was really made, and it tasted very fragrant and looked very good. So much so that during the meal, Lu Huan kept secretly glancing at her out of the corner of his eye. Lu Xiao naturally felt it as well, but she pretended not to see it and ignored it. After the meal, Lu Huan subconsciously stood up to clean up, but when he reached out his hand, he heard Aries say, "You have already helped with the cooking. I will clean up." Suddenly, she was stopped from working, and Lu Huan subconsciously looked at Lu Xiao, who was drinking sparkling water. "Look at what I'm doing. Isn't it better if I don't ask you to do something?" Lu Huan immediately withdrew her hand and silently reflected on herself, wondering why she had stood up to help just now. It was all Lu Xiao's fault. She had been threatening her with not giving her food these past 2 days, and it had almost become a conditioned reflex for her. Not working means no food to eat. QAQ. Lu Huan never felt that his life was so difficult. "I don't want to sleep on the sofa anymore." Lu Huan was silent for a while and whispered, "This sofa is too soft. I can't sleep comfortably." After sleeping all night yesterday, she felt like her waist was about to break. "There are so many empty rooms here. It wouldn't be too much to give her one to sleep in, right? There are so many empty rooms, but you insist on sleeping on the sofa instead of staying there. What can I do?" This rhetorical question confused Lu Huan. Yes, it seemed that Lu Xiao had never said that she was not allowed to sleep in the room. She even asked Aries to help her clean up when she just came back. It was she who spoke rudely to Aries and slept on the sofa. After thinking about it carefully, Lu Huan blushed for no reason. "Then I'll go back to my room." After saying this, Lu Huan hurried upstairs, found an empty room, and went in. Lu Xiao couldn't help laughing when she saw her running away in panic. To say that Lu Huan is that bad is not the case. She is just spoiled too much and does things without regard for the consequences. This is also a common problem among females in the empire. It's caused by the worldview here. Therefore, Lu Huan, who has never hit a wall or suffered any hardship, will naturally learn his lesson after experiencing more hardships and hitting a wall a few more times. It is not difficult to teach Lu Huan well. In the evening, Lu Xiao was preparing to take a bath and then go to comfort Aries mentally when she suddenly received a voice request from Teacher Ellie. Generally, after get-off work, Teacher Ellie and the others rarely disturb us. When a voice request was suddenly sent, Lu Xiao instinctively felt that something had happened. As expected, after the call was connected, I heard Teacher Ellie say, "Dear, have you rested? Something happened at the shelter. I'm afraid we need to go there. I'll pick you up later. We can go together, okay? Something happened at the shelter and it alarmed them, so it can't be a small matter." "Okay, Teacher Ellie." Without asking any more questions, Lu Xiao started packing after cutting off the communication. She didn't know if she could come back tonight, so just in case, Lu Xiao brought some extra things with her. Regardless of whether it can be used or not, it is better to be prepared. After she had packed up, she went to Aries' room. Aries, who had just finished taking a shower, only tied a bath towel around his waist, leaving his upper body exposed. His muscles were smooth and elegant, and his shallow muscles were not exaggerated but full of power, which was very beautiful. Not to mention, Aries also has shark muscles and mermaid lines. Perhaps because he didn't expect Lu Xiao to come over at this time, Aries didn't have time to change his clothes. Lu Xiao pushed open the door and was a little confused when she saw this scene, but she did not avoid it. She took a generous look and smiled. "You have a good figure." Aries paused for a moment while putting on his clothes, and then his ears turned red. "Thank you." Aries watched Lu Xiao get on the hovercraft and leave before turning back to the house. But when he closed the door, he heard, "Lu Xiao is still out so late. Is she going on a date?" Aries raised his eyes and looked at the young female standing on the second floor. "She went to take care of the work." "Oh, you believe this?" "My mother lied to my father and said the same thing, but she brought back a concubine the next day." Lu Huan looked at Aries jokingly, with undisguised mockery in his eyes. Aries did not reveal any emotion because of her words. "It's late. You should rest." The meaning of this statement was obviously that she didn't want to continue this topic, but Lu Huan didn't think so. Lu Xiao was not at home after all, and she had been angry for so long. If she couldn't vent it on Lu Xiao, then couldn't she vent it on Aries? He was just a concubine. She didn't believe that Lu Xiao really cared about him. Maybe tomorrow, when Lu Xiao comes back, she will bring back a servant, or even a master husband. Then you won't be the only male in this family. Aries, who had returned to the second floor, glanced at her calmly and said, "Your Excellency Lu Huan does not need to worry about the matter between me and your sister. Besides, Lu Xiao told me not to pay attention to what you said or did when she left. She will come back to deal with you. Good night." After he finished speaking, Aries even nodded politely to Lu Huan before returning to his room and closing the door. Standing in the corridor, Lu Huan felt as if she had punched cotton. What was even more unacceptable to her was that Lu Xiao had actually predicted what she was going to do. He actually gave Aries a shot of prevention in advance. What's wrong with Lu Xiao? She suppresses her everywhere. After Lu Xiao got in the car, she listened to teacher AI Li talking about the situation at the shelter. It turned out that in the evening, a high-level male in the middle stage of S-level lost control at the shelter and injured many people in the same area. If things went as they had done in the past, an S-class male about to enter his prime would be locked up directly until the end of his life. But during this period, females like Lu Xiao appeared in the 5th Research Institute. Hans, the person in charge of the shelter, thought this might be an opportunity, so he contacted teacher Ellie and asked if Lu Xiao could come over to see if the out-of-control male still needed to be rescued. If even Lu Xiao is helpless, does that mean that males with higher risk assessment levels no longer need to be rescued? After teacher AI Li finished explaining what happened, she looked at Lu Xiao and said, "Dear, I must remind you that this is very dangerous. Males whose mental danger level has been assessed to be in the middle or advanced stages may completely lose their minds at any time. Don't think that there will be no danger just because they are still in the middle stage. In fact, at this stage, the transition from the middle stage to the advanced stage happens almost instantly. If you don't want to, we can refuse. No one can gamble with the safety of females' lives." Lu Xiao naturally understood that if she refused, no one could force her. "I believe that Commander Hans has made all necessary preparations to let me go, and will not let me get hurt."
What is the condition of this male now?
Controls have been put in place. The shelter has been in existence for so many years that it has a wealth of experience in taking many repressive measures against out-of-control males. Otherwise, teacher Ellie would have directly rejected it on Lu Xiao's behalf. It was also because they were in the shelter that teacher AI Li dared to let Lu Xiao go, but she still accompanied her out of concern. Lu Xiao naturally understood these principles. Soon, the hovercraft entered the jurisdiction of the S-level shelter. This was Lu Xiao's first time here. Looking down from the hovercraft, you can see that the S-class shelter is actually built on an island, surrounded by the sea. It would be difficult to leave the shelter without transportation. Rather than being an asylum, it looked more like a prison from which there was no escape. Isolated from the world. Although it is late at night, the light all around still makes it easy to see the scene below. Teacher AI Li patted Lu Xiao on the shoulder. "Don't be afraid, I will be with you." Thinking that Lu Xiao was young and would be scared when she suddenly saw such a scene, teacher Ellie couldn't help but comfort her. Lu Xiao smiled at her without explaining that she was not afraid. The hovercraft slowly descended, and when Teacher Ellie took her out of the car, she saw the officer waiting there. The leading officer had gray hair on his temples, and his rank showed that he was a general. "Hans, I have brought the person to you, but please make sure she is safe." Lu Xiao was not surprised to hear how Teacher Ellie addressed the other party. It was also normal that the shelter was in charge of an officer of the general rank. "Hello, I'm Lu Xiao. Where's the patient now?" Hans looked at the young female in front of him. Although he had learned about Lu Xiao's basic information from Teacher Ellie early in the morning, he was still shocked when he saw her with his own eyes. "I'm sorry to trouble you to make this trip so late, but the situation is a bit urgent, so please forgive me." Hans did not hold himself in high esteem, turned around and led the way for Lu Xiao himself. "So can you tell me roughly about his situation, so we can buy some time?" Lu Xiao had obviously entered the working state, which was also the result of the training she had received during the apocalypse. Seeing that there was no fear on her face, only seriousness, Hans couldn't help but think more highly of the little female in front of him. On the way over, Hans didn't say anything else, but repeated the other party's situation. When they arrived at the door of the detention room, Hans stopped and said to Lu Xiao, who was wearing protective clothing, "Be prepared. He is already transformed into a half-beast, and his beast form is a snake, which won't be very beautiful." Lu Xiao's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. "To be honest, since I came here, I knew that this world is made up of orcs, and the male orcs have two forms. But so far, she has never seen an orc transformed into a beast." "Thank you for the reminder." Lu Xiao fastened her protective suit and waited for the automatic door in front of her to open. Teacher Li looked at her worriedly. Xiao, I'm right outside. You can stop the treatment at any time." Lu Xiao smiled at her. "Okay, Teacher Li, but don't worry, I will be fine." She reached out and gently hugged the nervous-looking Teacher Ellie. Then he turned and walked in. The air conditioning in the huge detention room was turned on very high. Lu Xiao was glad that she had put on a lot of clothes before coming here, so she didn't feel cold at this moment. In addition to the patients locked in their beds, there were also armed officers guarding them. "We have indeed made sufficient preparations." Lu Xiao put on gloves and walked towards the tall orc who was locked on the bed. The man's lower body was covered with white cloth, but dark, slightly open scales could be seen on his exposed waist and abdomen. If you look closely, you can see the sharp serrated edges of the scales. Lu Xiao has no doubt that if she touches her fingers, she will definitely be cut. "I thought of what Admiral Han said before I came in. The beastman's form is that of a snake. So could the thing hidden under the white cloth be a snake's tail?" Although Lu Xiao was curious, she did not like to lift people's quilts. Besides, no matter what form of animal the other person took, it would not affect her treatment. "Take off the helmet on his head." After saying that, Lu Xiao came to the instrument and found the other party's information. "Is this dangerous?" the leading officer asked, apparently unsure whether the helmet should be removed. "I need to consult my superiors." Lu Xiao glanced at him and said, "Then hurry up." After saying that, his eyes fell on the instrument screen again. The orc numbered 3,477, 32 years old this year, has been in the shelter for 5 years. Before this loss of control, he had suffered hallucinations many times and had hurt people. He had been controlled and detained as many as 8 times and was one of the dangerous orcs under key observation. Even the numbers are marked in red to indicate that they require special attention. After asking Hans what he meant, the officer came back and took off 3,477's helmet. Lu Xiao had just finished looking at the data on the instrument and walked over. She noticed that 3,477's eyes now had vertical pupils like a snake. Seeing Lu Xiao coming over, 3,477 suddenly bared his teeth and growled, and the tip of his tongue was even in the shape of a forked snake. Obviously, the beastification is not just about the lower body. "Can you hear me?" Lu Xiao was not frightened by the ferocity shown by the other party. She even stretched out her hand and waved it in front of his eyes, noticing his pupils moving, confirming that he could see her and respond to her voice. This means that the other person's hearing and vision are intact. "I just can't speak." Her actions made the officers standing by feel nervous. It was truly amazing that a young female like Lu Xiao had such courage. Not only was he not scared to tears, he even dared to reach out his hand in front of the other person. Even if 3477 was locked on the bed and injected with muscle relaxants, this group of people would not dare to completely relax their vigilance. After confirming the information she wanted, Lu Xiao signaled the officer next to her to pull the chair over for her. She sat directly next to 3477. The officer immediately reminded, "It is dangerous for you to sit here. You'd better retreat beyond the yellow line. Aren't you still here? I believe in your abilities." Lu Xiao smiled at him and then set her sights on 3377 again. "I know you can hear what I say now, and I know you must be very uneasy right now. I can also see that you haven't given up and are still trying to survive. You are amazing, so don't worry, you will be fine. You just need to relax and have a good sleep. When you wake up, everything will be fine." Because of the other party's current situation, he was unable to answer her question, so Lu Xiao simply comforted him first, then reached out and pressed his forehead, and then injected purifying power into him. Hans was watching all this through the huge glass. Even though he didn't show it on his face, he was still shocked by Lu Xiao's actions again and again. She actually touched the male's forehead directly with her hand instead of through the helmet. Has she always done spiritual comfort like this? Teacher Ailey nodded when she heard this. Lu Xiao is a good child, except that she sometimes doesn't take good care of her body. We have said this before, but she has always been independent, and there is really nothing we can do about it. Fortunately, she has always behaved well. Ms. Lu Xiao is a female with a big heart. Hans couldn't help but sigh. These words made Teacher Ellie's heart tremble slightly. Never heard from any female. Lu Xiao didn't know what people outside were thinking of her. At this moment, as soon as her purifying power reached 3,377 spiritual C, it was swallowed up. 3,377 spiritual C is almost filled with dark matter. If he continues to be left alone like this, within 3 days, 3377 will become a mindless beast. By that time, Lu Xiao was not sure whether her purification power would still work on him. It is very difficult for her right now. Her purifying power was like a stone falling into the sea in front of these dark substances. Her current abilities are much stronger than when she first came to this world. If her purification power was level 1 at the beginning, it is at least level 3 now. If the levels are determined by high, medium, and low, her purification ability is at least at the intermediate level. But even so, it is still difficult to deal with 3377. Her purifying power lasted less than 30 minutes before it was completely absorbed. However, the dark matter in 3,377 spiritual C remained unchanged. But even so, Lu Xiao had to suspend treatment as she needed to rest and recover. When she opened her eyes, the officer next to her wanted to step forward but was afraid of offending her, so he could only stand there and ask stiffly, "Are you okay?" At this time, Lu Xiao's face was pale, completely different from the rosy complexion just now. In just a short while, the blood color disappeared from the little female's lips. "Is there any water?" Lu Xiao waved her hand to indicate that she was fine, but she did need to drink some water and then take a rest. The fatigue caused by exhaustion of energy will be restored if you just take a good rest. She doesn't need to be too experienced in this kind of situation. After all, it happens frequently in the end times. When the officer heard this, he immediately asked people to go out and prepare. "Do you want me to call a doctor to come in and take a look at you? You don't look well." "No, I'm fine. Don't worry. I'll recover after a rest," Lu Xiao said, looking up at 3377 on the bed. Although it seems that her ability has no effect on dark matter, it actually does have an effect because 3377 has closed his eyes and fallen asleep. However, everyone's attention was on Lu Xiao right now, so they ignored the changes in 3377. Seeing that 3377 responded to her purification power, Lu Xiao smiled, then stood up and walked to the instrument, quickly finding the data on the danger level of 3,377's spiritual C. Sure enough, The rising red straight line turned into red and green. It seems that even an out-of-control male can be cured, but her current ability is too weak and it will take a lot of time to heal him. After Lu Xiao said this, the officer standing by noticed that 3,377 had not made any sound for a while. After watching it, I found that it was just as Lu Xiao said. I actually fell asleep. Their eyes widened unconsciously. They all knew very well that mid-advanced and high-level S-level males almost never slept. It's not that they don't want to, but that they can't. The consequence of not sleeping is that their body and mind cannot get rest, and people are always in an irritable state. At this stage, medicine has completely lost its effect on them, and the only way out is to wait for death to come. But the little female in front of him only gave 3,377 some mental comfort, and 3,377 fell asleep. What an incredible thing this is. Lu Xiao had already left the detention room with Teacher Ai Li. After arriving at the lounge, Teacher Ai Li said, "You can rest here. No one will disturb you." "Thanks. You're welcome. Go to sleep.
Call me if you need anything."
"I'll be outside." Teacher Ai Li didn't say much. She felt so sorry for Lu Xiao's current appearance. The little female looked pale, as if she had suffered a serious illness. It turned out to be too dangerous to let Lu Xiao treat the out-of-control S-class male. She wanted to find Admiral Hans and withdraw this order. Before going to bed, Lu Xiao sent a message to Aries. "I don't expect to go back until tomorrow. Don't worry, I'm fine." Who knew that after sending the message, Aries replied, "Okay, contact me anytime if you have anything." When Lu Xiao saw the reply, the corners of her lips slightly raised. She knew that Aries couldn't be resting and must be waiting for her news. The exhaustion from having exhausted all his energy did not allow Lu Xiao to hold out for long before he fell asleep. At this moment, Admiral Hans had already arrived at the holding room and personally checked the condition of 3,377. After confirming that 3,377's mental sea danger assessment value showed red and green, Admiral Hans could no longer hide his excitement. Yes, she really can. Does this mean that the out-of-control S-class males can be saved? Admiral Hans, I need to talk to you. Teacher Ellie suddenly pushed the door open, her face looking particularly grim. Hans smiled and said, "You came just in time. Come and see, Lord Lu Xiao is really extraordinary. Just a spiritual comfort and he made." "That's enough, Hans. You can't go on like this. Even if Lu Xiao can help treat high-level S-class males, she can't bear it now. You will kill her. Didn't you see what Lu Xiao looked like just now? I demand that you stop thinking about this immediately. Once Lu Xiao has rested, I will take her back immediately." Hans looked at the angry Ellie and said, "I'm sorry. I was so excited that I ignored Lu Xiao's feelings." "You are right. According to Lu Xiao's current condition, it is really too much for her to do this. When she wakes up, you can take her back to have a good rest." Seeing Hans let go, Teacher Ellie's expression became much better. "It seems that you are not completely confused yet." Hans said seriously, "Ms. Lu Xiao is the hope for saving the S-level males. I don't want to see her get into trouble even more than you do. I hope you can always think this way." Teacher Ellie said this and turned away. At this time, the officer guarding 3377 reported, "General, 3377 is awake. He slept for a total of 13 minutes and 44 seconds. Hans immediately came to 3,377 upon hearing that. 3377, who had just woken up, still looked very dazed, but his animal eyes had returned to normal. Seeing this, Hans smiled and asked, "Can 3377 hear me?"
How do you feel now?
3,377's unfocused eyes gradually regained their spirits. When he saw Admiral Hans, he was surprised. I'm not dead yet." Apparently his forked tongue had recovered and he could speak, but his voice was hoarse and unpleasant. Seeing this, Hans looked up and said to the officer next to him, "Give him some water." After saying that, Hans continued to look at 3377. "Yes, you are lucky that you are still alive."
How do you feel now? Can you tell me?
I feel fine in my spiritual sea. It's not so painful anymore. I think I fell asleep just now. 3377 looked at Hans uncertainly, confusion in his eyes. Yes, although it was less than 15 minutes, you did fall asleep, and someone rescued you. Who is it? 3377 wanted to know urgently. Hans smiled at him and said, her name is Lu Xiao. She is still resting because she saved you. When she wakes up, if she is willing to come see you, you can thank her. You can rest for now. Hans didn't say much. He arranged the people here and left. Lu Xiao slept very deeply and did not wake up until dawn. She was still a little dazed when she just woke up. She stayed in the quilt for a while before gradually coming to mind. Although she still felt tired, she felt much better, and her purification ability had been largely restored. I looked at the time, and it was already past 7 o'clock in the morning. After a simple tidying up, Lu Xiao opened the door and came out, only to see an officer guarding her door. Seeing her, the other party immediately saluted and said, Mr. Lu Xiao, Admiral Hans said you are awake and asked me to take you to breakfast.
Please follow me.
Lu Xiao nodded. How is 3377? How long has he slept? The officer didn't expect that she would care about 3377 situation as soon as she woke up. He couldn't help feeling touched. How could there be such a female who didn't care about her own safety, but cared about them, the males? 3377 is currently in good condition and has regained consciousness. He slept for 13 minutes and 44 seconds. She only slept for less than 15 minutes. As expected, her ability had little effect on the high-level S-class male. Okay, thank you, I got it. After breakfast, Lu Xiao planned to provide spiritual comfort to 3377 again. But in this case, she would probably have to miss out on comforting other people today. But things have their priorities, and I think everyone will understand. When teacher AI Li saw her coming, she immediately came over and asked with concern, Why don't you sleep a little longer, Xiao Xiao? I'm awake now. Teacher Ellie, I want to ask for leave. Lu Xiaoduo told Teacher Ellie his request while getting breakfast. No problem, you can rest as long as you want. Teacher AI Li looked at Lu Xiao with relief. She didn't expect that Lu Xiao finally knew to take care of her body. It seems that the pain she suffered this time was not all a bad thing. Lu Xiao was not surprised by Teacher Ellie's reaction. She was even a little touched. Perhaps only someone who really cared about her would be so excited. Lu Xiao put down what she was holding and went over to hug her. I know I need to rest now, but his condition is a little serious, and he needs to be mentally comforted and stabilized again. Otherwise, all my previous efforts will be in vain. Teacher AI Li, please believe me, I really didn't joke with my body, and I am also very afraid of death. Teacher Ellie was so annoyed by her half-coquettish, half-explanatory attitude that she couldn't refuse. Okay, just this once. Seeing that Teacher AI Li agreed, Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. Teacher AI Li, you're the best. I knew you would agree. Stop flattering me. I don't want to make you sad. Lu Xiao chuckled and quickly finished her breakfast, which didn't taste that good. This is the special meal specially prepared for Lu Xiao and Teacher AI Li. Everyone here, whether they are officers or patients, relies on drinking nutrient solution to sustain life, and their lives are no different from those of ascetic monks. After quickly finishing her breakfast, Lu Xiao prepared to meet 3377. However, on the way to the holding room, Admiral Hans's adjutant came to ask her to come over. Lu Xiao had no choice but to follow the other party to meet Admiral Hans. Seeing her, Hans went straight forward and asked, How is your health, Lord Lu Xiao? I feel much better after resting. Your Excellency Admiral, don't worry. I believe you have already read the data report of 3377. You really can't sense any feminine airs from Lu Xiao. This is also what makes Hans feel that she is different. Lu Xiao gives people the feeling that everyone is equal in her eyes. No matter whether you are poor, rich, high-ranking, or from a prominent family, it all seems the same to her. This feeling is so wonderful that people can't help but keep their eyes on her. Yes, I have read the report. 3377's condition has improved. I just want to see him. Except for his lower body, which is still in the half-beast state, all other parts have recovered, and his current violent state has been resolved. So, how do you plan to place him next? Lu Xiao wanted to hear what Admiral Hans planned to do with 3377. Was it the same as she thought, just letting him go and waiting for the next out-of-control situation? Hans did not answer her question immediately. He pondered for a moment before saying, I want to hear what you think. Lu Xiao was a little surprised, and she also realized that Hans, as the highest executive here, was not a tyrannical person. I'm sure you're well aware of 3377's condition. The current improvement is only temporary. If we let it go, what happened not long ago will still happen. But with my current abilities, it's unlikely that I can cure him in one go. In addition to treating him multiple times, I'll need your cooperation. Tell me how we can cooperate. Hans could see that Lu Xiao had some ideas. Provide 3377 with a comfortable environment where he can relax and untie the restraints on him. If he has any hobbies, try to satisfy them. In addition, provide him with a place to vent his emotions. Do not suppress his emotions or restrict his actions. I try to comfort him mentally once a week. Hans didn't expect that Lu Xiao had not given up on mentally comforting 3377. He saw how weak the little female was after she had given 3377 mental comfort. He thought Lu Xiao had given up the idea, but he didn't expect that not only had she not given up, but she had even put it on the agenda. It will be very exhausting for you to comfort 3377. You don't have to. It consumes a lot of energy, so I will not treat anyone else on the day I treat 3377. In addition, the treatment I mentioned before is there is no guarantee that the situation of 3377 will improve, but I think this is a good experimental opportunity. I want to try it. I hope Admiral Hans can help. I have remembered everything that Lu Xiaoge just said. I will definitely do as you say. We will definitely cooperate actively. Curing S-level males has always been the goal of our shelter. Now Lu Xiao is their hope to achieve their goals, and Hans will not underestimate anything Lu Xiao proposes. Thank you for your trust. I will do my best. Is 3377 still in the detention room? I want to go and comfort him again. As Lu Xiao spoke, she stood up and prepared to leave. Hans was surprised and asked, You're going to comfort 3377 again. Can your body bear it? It's okay. I've asked Teacher Ellie for leave. After I finish comforting 3377, I'll go home and rest. Given 3377's current condition, doing it one more time will be more beneficial to his condition. Don't worry, I won't hurt myself. I know what I'm doing. Even though Lu Xiao said this, Hans looked at her with admiration. If all the females in the Empire were like Lu Xiao, then the fate of the males in the Empire would not be so bumpy. I'll go with you. Admiral Hans also used the honorific unconsciously. Although he is already a general and is no longer bound by the status of a female to a certain extent, he is willing to pay his respects to Lu Xiao at this moment. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. Okay, after this is over, I'll have to trouble you to arrange a car to take me back. Teacher AI Li has worked hard all night, and she also needs to go back and rest. Okay, it's all up to you. Lu Xiao was amused by Admiral Hans's reaction. You don't have to be like this. I'm just doing what I think is right. This is as it should be. What you think is right is very rare and important to us. Lu Xiao understood what Admiral Hans meant, and precisely because she understood it, she felt helpless. She was just doing something that was normal to her, but to the males here, it seemed like she was doing something incredible and great. At the same time, she is also very clear that such ideas cannot be changed in a short period of time. It's not something she can change alone. As they were talking, they arrived at the detention room. After Lu Xiao came in, she saw that 3377 was still tied to the bed, no different from before she left. Seeing Lu Xiao coming in, the officer guarding here wanted to say hello, but was stopped by Hans, who was following behind him. Lu Xiao did not pay attention to the scene, but walked directly to the instrument. She first glanced at the data displayed on the instrument. Seeing that the mental C danger value assessment data of 3,377 had not fluctuated during the time she was away, she felt relieved. It seems they have already told you. My name is Lu Xiao. What's your name? Lu Xiao had a smile on her face, without any arrogance as a female. She was approachable, as if she was an old friend who hadn't seen her for many days. In this cold detention room, the smile on Lu Xiao's face was like the bright sunshine in July or August, warming everyone's heart. Not only 3377, but everyone standing in the detention room was dazzled by the smile on Lu Xiao's face. If there really are gods in this world, this is probably what they look like. My name is Dean. Hello, Dean. Nice to meet you. Can you tell me how you're feeling right now? I feel fine now, very good. Tell the truth, Dean. If you don't know how to express it, then just answer my question. Lu Xiao gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. How does your spiritual C feel now? Pain, dull pain, no feeling, refreshed or numb. Just now, when I woke up, I felt refreshed. Now I feel a dull pain, but the pain is much lighter than before. Okay, can you feel the beastly lower body parts? Are you feeling any pain? Can you turn your legs back into their original state? No consciousness. Forced driving can change it back. After hearing Dean's answer, Lu Xiao nodded and wrote it down in the notebook. Do you think that if the spiritual C is treated, the beastly parts will recover? Of course, Mr. Lu Xiao. Dean answered with certainty. Lu Xiao put down the notebook in her hand and said, Okay, I will comfort you again. I will come here every week to comfort you. I'm sorry my ability is limited, so I can only do this. The treatment may take a long time, and I'm not sure when I can cure you, but I hope we don't give up and work together, okay, Dean? Dean didn't know how to express his excitement and gratitude. I won't give up, I won't let you down. I will try my best to live longer. Okay, let's get started. Have a good sleep, and I won't say goodbye to you, because we will see each other next time. After Lu Xiao finished speaking, her palm had already covered Dean's forehead. As soon as it entered Dean's spiritual C, the dark matter inside seemed to come alive and pounced on her purifying power. No matter how Lu Xiao resisted, she would eventually be exhausted. But after 2 rounds of mental comfort, a small clean area finally appeared in Dean's spiritual C. Finally, it worked. After exiting Dean's spiritual C, Lu Xiao subconsciously held onto the person beside her. Her already slightly pale face became even paler. Hans quickly asked the doctor who was waiting there to come in and examine her. He was relieved only after confirming that Lu Xiao had just consumed too much energy and was not seriously ill. Lu Xiao glanced at the sleeping Dean and said, Monitor his sleep duration. Also, Admiral Hans, don't forget what you promised me. Mr. Lu Xiao, please rest assured. I will definitely do what I promised you. Do you want to rest here, or should I send someone to take you back? As soon as Admiral Hans finished speaking, Teacher Ellie squeezed in and held Lu Xiao's arm. I have already contacted Lu Xiao's concubine, and he has arrived. We will not keep him here. Feeling Teacher Ellie's sharp eyes, Admiral Hans took a step back in shame. He knew what Teacher Ellie meant. She was just worried that if Lu Xiao continued to stay here to rest, he would have to provide mental comfort to Dean after waking up. I was treated like a thief. But Admiral Hans had nothing to say. Lu Xiao looked at Teacher Ailey in surprise. You called Aries? Teacher Ailey nodded. He is your concubine. If he doesn't take care of you now, who will take care of you? That's true, but if Aries saw her like this, wouldn't he be worried to death? Then will it be so easy for her to do these things next time? Lu Xiaoqiang cheered up. I feel much better, Teacher Ellie. You don't have to support me. I can walk by myself. Really, I feel fine now. Ailey looked at her pale face and didn't understand why she was trying so hard. Be quiet for a while, Lu Xiao. Otherwise there won't be a next time. Don't forget, I am your leader in the 5th Institute. After she finished speaking, Ellie did not forget to glance at Hans. Its meaning is very clear. It is a warning. Admiral Hans could only smile apologetically and dared not say another word. Lu Xiao realized that Teacher Ellie seemed really angry this time, so she didn't dare to act rashly. She obediently let Teacher Ellie help her out of the detention room. However, When she passed by Admiral Hans, she secretly winked at Admiral Hans. Admiral Hans was slightly stunned. Then he laughed and nodded with emotion. How could there be such a gentle female who still remembers to take care of his emotions even in such a state? Being supported by teacher Ellie all the way out of the shelter gate, Lu Xiao immediately saw Aries standing tall next to the hovercraft. The man was still wearing a major general's uniform, standing there like a pine tree, looking fearless, really handsome. But when she met Aries' worried eyes, Lu Xiao felt guilty. When teacher Ellie put her in Aries' arms and was about to say something, Lu Xiao directly reached out and wrapped her arms around Aries' neck, buried her head in the crook of his neck, and rubbed it. Aries, let's go home quickly. I'm so sleepy. Aries was frozen by her sudden coquetry and ambiguity. Although his expression looked as determined as if he was going to the battlefield, his face was flushed. Teacher Ai didn't expect that Lu Xiao usually gets along with her concubine like this. While she was distracted, before she could say anything, Aries had already quickly picked up Lu Xiao, turned around and strode towards the hovercraft, completely forgetting that she existed. However, Lu Xiao did not forget and turned around and waved to Teacher Ai. Teacher Ai was stunned for a moment, then waved her hand to signal Lu Xiao to leave quickly. Aries carried Lu Xiao into the car. When Aries was about to put her down, she suddenly tightened her arms and looked up at Aries' puzzled black eyes. Are you angry? Aries' heart trembled slightly, as if it was brushed by soft fur, and he felt numb. No. I didn't do this on purpose. There's a reason for it. The doctor checked me and found that I was just weak. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. There's nothing wrong with my body. Please don't be angry, okay? Aries lowered his eyes and looked at Lu Xiao. The little female had been looking at him. His figure was reflected in her beautiful black eyes, as if he was the only one she could see in the whole world. Lu Xiao was indeed afraid that Aries would get angry, because she really didn't know how to coax people. Of course, she couldn't say this, because if she did, Aries would be angry even if he wasn't angry at all. The most important thing is that this time, she made herself miserable, and she will have to provide mental comfort to Dean every week. It is very likely that she will remain in this state for some time in the future. If I don't tell Aries in advance, do I have to coax him every time I come back? That would be too tiring, right? Thinking of this, Lu Xiao smiled at Aries ingratiatingly. Of course, you are my closest person now. Of course, I care about your emotions. I know you must be worried about me, but the doctor really checked me, and it's just exhaustion. I will recover after a good sleep. Don't take it to heart. I'm not that delicate. Seeing the little female trying hard to explain so as not to make him worry, Aries' tense expression relaxed. In fact, Aries was really frightened when he saw Lu Xiao being helped out for the first time, but before he could react, the little female threw herself into his arms and disrupted his mood. After listening to Lu Xiao's explanation, Aries was no longer so worried. How about that orc? The situation is not particularly good. His problem is quite serious. He has already turned into a half-beast. After 2 sessions of mental comfort, he still cannot recover. I may have to come and give him mental comfort once a week in the future. When she spoke the latter part, Lu Xiao's voice subconsciously became much lighter, because she found that Aries' expression had become tense again. This is my job, Aries, she argued quietly, hoping Aries would understand. I know this is your job, but there are other people besides you, right? Can't Teacher Ellie and Teacher Shirley share the burden for you? You are an S-class male who has entered the advanced middle stage and has also transformed into a half-beast. Can you really bear such a burden? Lu Xiao, you are not a savior. You don't need to work so hard. Lu Xiao, nestled in Aries' arms, was shaken. You are not the savior. You don't need to work so hard. She didn't expect to hear such words from Aries. Yes, it is no longer the apocalypse, and she doesn't need to try her best to save people. She is not the only one who can provide spiritual comfort here. Lu Xiao felt that she had reached a dead end. If Aries hadn't reminded her, she might have gone down the same old path of the apocalypse again. Aries looked at the little female who was stunned for a moment and suddenly smiled, with a little panic in his eyes. Did I say something wrong? Lu Xiao held Aries' face with her hands, looked at him with a smile, and said firmly, "No. Aries, you are right. I am not the savior. I shouldn't take all these things on myself. You woke me up. You are awesome." At the end, Lu Xiao even happily rubbed Aries' head, messing up his hair. Aries' face turned red at her sudden action. Even when he was a child, his mother never rubbed his head like this. What did Lu Xiao mean by this? Lu Xiao was so tired that even though she was awakened by Aries' words, she just wanted to sleep. However, she had not forgotten one thing before going to bed. "Did Lu Huan bully you at home?" "She didn't bully me, but she said something." Aries put Lu Xiao on a chair and covered her with a thin blanket. "What did you say?" Lu Xiao half closed her eyes, as if she would fall asleep in the next second, but she still forced herself to ask Aries what Lu Huan said. Her look filled Aries, who was squatting in front of her, with satisfaction. "She said you lied to me. You didn't go out to work. You went out to date a strange male." "Don't believe her. I won't date anyone." After saying this, Lu Xiao couldn't bear it anymore and closed her eyes and fell asleep. Looking at the peaceful and comfortable sleeping face of the little female, Aries smiled gently and reached out to touch Lu Xiao's cheek. "I believe you." Was leisurely curled up on the sofa watching videos when he suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. He didn't pay much attention to it and just thought it was Aries coming back. "What are we having for lunch today, Aries?" Lu Huan said as he turned to look at the door. Then he saw Aries holding someone in his arms. His pupils dilated unconsciously. Wasn't that Lu Xiao? Lu happily sat up from his bed, then stood up and rushed over. Lu Xiao, is she dead?" Aries, who originally didn't want to pay attention to her, frowned slightly and said, "Lu Xiao just fell asleep." "Lord Lu Huan, please be careful when you speak." Lu Huan's heart sank, and he felt that Aries looked a little fierce just now. He wanted to say something, but was afraid of waking Lu Xiao up. While she was hesitating, Aries had already carried Lu Xiao back to the room. Lu Huan curled his lips and muttered, "I don't know what you did outside to come back so tired. Tut tut." After mumbling, she couldn't help but rub her stomach. She was hungry, but Aries had not come out since he went in. What does she eat for lunch? Do you really want her to do it herself? No, she hasn't learned it at all. Looking towards the kitchen, Lu Huan felt that she could hold on for a while longer. If she couldn't hold on any longer, she would just steal some food from the refrigerator. Cooking was out of the question. Besides, she didn't believe that Aries would not come down to cook. Even if he didn't eat, Lu Xiao would always have to eat. As a concubine, if Aries doesn't do this, then he is too irresponsible. She can report him to the Female Protection Association. Just as Lu Huan was secretly planning, Aries finally came out of Lu Xiao's room. When he was about to go back to his room to change clothes, he suddenly heard Lu Huan's voice from below. "When are you going to cook?"
I'm hungry.
She said it confidently, as if she was sure that Aries would not refuse. Aries didn't stop when he heard that. He just glanced at her calmly and said, "If you want to eat, make it yourself." "What do you mean?" "You asked me to cook by myself. Have you forgotten your identity?" Lu Huan was almost mad. You know, she had never been rejected by a male before, but Aries asked her to cook by herself.
Why?
He was just Lu Xiao's concubine, just a better concubine than a husband. What was he so proud of? Lu Huan ran up and knocked on Aries' bedroom door. "Come out, Aries. You are just my sister's concubine. Why do you dare to let me cook by myself? Do you know that if you disrespect me like this, I can sue you to the Female Protection Association? By then, even Lu Xiao can't save you." Although Lu Huan said so, Aries ignored her, and she really had no choice. She didn't dare to report Aries to the Female Protection Association. Not to mention that Lu Xiao has not helped her solve the problem yet. Even if it has been solved, if she wants to complain, she can only complain to Count Lu Guowei at most. If she really complains to the Female Protection Association, Lu Guowei will deal with her and teach her that family disgrace should not be made public. Females are the most vain. Even if there is chaos at home, they have to present a peaceful scene to the outside world. If Aries' affairs were to be told to others and Count Lu Guowei were to feel ashamed, the consequences would not be good. Her mother has no affection for her children and will punish them if she is unhappy. They have known this since childhood. Aries did not take Lu Huan's words to heart. As long as Lu Xiao did not dislike him, the opinions of other females were not important to him now. After changing clothes and coming out of the room, Lu Huan thought that he had to prepare the meal before Lu Xiao woke up. It was impossible for him to see Lu Xiao so tired and then ask her to cook for him after she woke up. Lu Huan was startled when he suddenly saw him come out. It was because Aries was too tall. Even if he did nothing, just standing in front of him was full of pressure, not to mention that he had been on the battlefield. Lu Huan subconsciously took a step back. "What are you doing?" Aries ignored her completely and went straight downstairs to the kitchen without even looking at her. Lu Huan watched him enter the kitchen. The corners of her lips curled up unconsciously, and she said, "There is no such thing as an association for the protection of males who are not afraid of females." Even if Aries behaved tough, wouldn't he just go and cook after she said that? Thinking of this, Lu Huan went to the kitchen door and walked around to warn Aries. Lu Xiao slept until the afternoon, and when she woke up, she felt like her whole body was falling apart. It seemed that she had to put exercise on her agenda, otherwise her body would not be able to withstand the strain. Thinking of this, Lu Xiao lifted the quilt and prepared to get out of bed to wash up. She was hungry. The food in the shelter was so bad that she never got enough to eat. She's been here for so long and found that the food outside has never satisfied her and always tastes weird. After washing up, Lu Xiao changed her clothes, opened the door, and went downstairs. She heard Lu Huan saying to Aries, "Why don't you let me eat? Believe it or not, I'm really going to go to the Female Protection Association to sue you for disrespecting me." Lu Xiao frowned when she heard this. "What are you going to do?" The sudden sound startled Lu Huan, who was arrogant in front of Aries, and he quickly turned to look at Lu Xiao. "You're awake. Why don't you sleep a little longer?" Lu Xiao had already come down from upstairs and glanced at Lu Huan. "Did you cook the meal?" Before she could speak, Aries said, "I made this. Do you want to eat it?" Lu Xiao was not surprised that Aries would prepare meals for her. After all, Aries was always very considerate. "I want to eat."
I'm hungry.
Lu Xiao said, and went straight to the dining table. Lu Huan followed her. "Lu Xiao, I want to eat too." "I'm hungry too." "Are you hungry?" Lu Xiao sat down and looked at her. "Didn't I tell you to do your own things and cook for yourself when you are hungry? Didn't I teach you that yesterday?" "I haven't learned it yet." Lu Huan lowered his head and whispered, "Can I wait until I learn it before doing it? If you never learn it, then others will have to cook for you forever. Not being able to learn is not an excuse. I won't accept it." Lu Xiao gave her a cold smile. "Do you think you can bully Aries when I'm not at home? Did I ever tell you that he is your brother-in-law, and you should have at least some respect for him? You want to eat someone's cooking and threaten him. Who taught you that?" At this point, Lu Xiao slammed the table, startling Lu Huan. His eyes immediately turned red. I was just too hungry and he didn't give me any food, so I got anxious. I was just talking, and I never thought of really suing him." Just talk. You are already an adult. Do you still need me to teach you what to say and what not to say? "Lu Huan, I am not your mother. I have no obligations to you. If you can promise that no matter what happens in the future you will not come to me for help, you can leave now." Lu Xiao pointed at the entrance. Her meaning was self-evident. While talking, Aries seemed not to be aware of the atmosphere between the two sisters and placed the food in front of Lu Xiao one by one. He also thoughtfully poured sparkling water. "Lu Huan, don't be so irritating. Just go. Once you leave the store, no one will care about you. You will be free, and you don't have to endure this irritation from me." Lu Huan wanted to leave, but she knew very well that if she really walked out of the store, Lu Xiao would not help her solve the problem. She has wasted so much time here. If she leaves now, it will be a waste of suffering. She won't leave. "I was wrong, sister. I won't dare to do it again. Please give me another chance." Lu Xiao looked at Lu Huan, who was lowering his head and pretending to be serious. "I'm not the one you should apologize to. What can you do if you are unwilling? You still have to bow your head." Until now, Lu Huan still couldn't see the situation clearly, and Lu Xiao was actually really annoyed. Lu Huan understood what Lu Xiao meant. After all, she was not really stupid. He gritted his teeth and looked up at Aries. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. I won't do that again. Aries knew that Lu Xiao did this to dampen Lu Huan's fighting spirit and at the same time make Lu Huan acknowledge his identity. He was very touched by Lu Xiao's behavior. As for whether Lu Huan apologized sincerely, he didn't care. So, he didn't say anything but just asked Lu Xiao, "Is the food today okay?" "It's delicious." "Aries, your cooking skills are getting better and better." After following her cooking a few times, Aries learned how to cook. He was many times better than Lu Huan, who was taught by her with great care. "Okay, don't stand here anymore. If you want to eat, just cook it yourself. The kitchen has all the ingredients. I taught you so many dishes yesterday. You didn't forget any of them, did you?" Lu Huan didn't expect that she would have to cook for herself even after she apologized, but she didn't dare to refute, "I know." After saying that, she turned around and walked silently towards the kitchen, wondering if Lu Xiao would have a change of heart and call her back. "Wait a minute." Lu Xiao suddenly spoke. Lu Huan stopped walking instantly, turned around with a joyful mood, and looked at Lu Xiao aggrievedly, but the corners of his lips could not help but rise. He was ready to be called back to eat by Lu Xiao. It is said that when people are pushed to a certain point, they will always do things beyond their instincts. Lu Huan actually made scrambled eggs with tomatoes, which was beyond his level. Even though it was a bit blurry, at least it was done, and Lu Huan himself was quite moved. She couldn't help but think in her heart, what if Lu Xiao didn't give her food? Couldn't she have made it herself? Cooking doesn't seem as difficult as imagined. When Lu Huan came out with her scrambled eggs and tomatoes, Lu Xiao had already finished her meal and Aries was cleaning the table. When they saw her come out, neither of them wanted to say anything. She originally thought that Lu Xiao would praise her when she saw that she actually cooked, but in the end, nothing happened. Lu Huan felt sad, but he didn't know how to vent. After sitting down, he could only ask, "When will you help me deal with that matter?" "When the time comes, I will naturally help you deal with it. Don't keep asking." Lu Xiao said and stood up. "Aries, are there any peaches in the refrigerator? Wash one for me." "Thank you." "That's a good point. You still want Aries to help you." Lu Huan pouted and muttered softly. Lu Xiao turned to look at her. "What are you talking about?" Lu Huan quickly shook his head and said innocently, "I didn't say anything." Lu Xiao smiled coldly. "Remember to call me brother-in-law." Lu Huan. After hearing this, I still have to ask her, is it fun to play tricks on her? Although she had just had a nap, Lu Xiao still felt tired, so she didn't want to move. She curled up on the sofa and ate a peach. Aries poured another glass of water and placed it in front of her. Still feeling uncomfortable, Lu Xiao shook her head. "Actually, it's much better, but it's still a little difficult." "But don't you have to go to work today?" "Take a rest today." How could he go to work with peace of mind knowing Lu Xiao said so? "Then let's go see Earl Huan later." It would not be good to continue delaying Lu Huan's matter, so it would be better to deal with it early and calm down. After all, she doesn't have that much time to deal with Lu Huan's affairs. Aries was slightly startled. "Today, don't you need to rest anymore?" "I can't sleep now, so why not get this done?" Lu Xiao said as she stood up. "Go get ready and bring the gifts. I'll go change my clothes. When I come down, we'll set off." Seeing that Lu Xiao had made up her mind, Aries thought that Lu Xiao should rest more, but he also knew that once a female had made a decision, she would not change it easily, so he nodded. "Okay." Lu Huan had been paying attention to the two people's movements. Seeing that they were about to go out, he immediately said, "Where are you going? Can you take me with you?" She hasn't been out for several days. Lu Xiao glanced at her and said, "No, if you want to go out, just go out by yourself. No one will stop you." Lu Huan was immediately discouraged. She wanted to go out, but she knew very well that if she really went out of this door, it would not be easy to come back. Besides, Lu Xiao hasn't helped her solve the problem yet. If she leaves like this, what will happen if Lu Xiao doesn't care about her? Thinking of this, Lu Huan turned around and said, "I'll go clean up the kitchen." Lu Xiao didn't care about her anymore. As long as Lu Huan didn't do anything wrong, she didn't bother to care about her too much. The gate of Earl Huan's mansion looks similar to that of Earl Gawei's mansion. They are both residences gifted by the Empire, so the styles are different. After ringing the doorbell and saying hello, the old housekeeper of Earl Huan's mansion did not let them in immediately, but said he wanted to inform Earl Huan. So I left them alone for almost 10 minutes before letting them in. Lu Xiao knew very well that this was the power given by Count Huan. Aries couldn't see it, and the little female felt wronged. How about we leave and come back another day? In fact, he selfishly even hoped that Lu Xiao would not care about Lu Huan's affairs. But it was very clear that what Lu Xiao wanted to do was beyond his ability to interfere.
It's okay.
Since we're here, we'll just wait for a while. Lu Xiao smiled without showing much concern on her face. Anyway, she would get back at Lu Huan for the cold treatment she suffered here today. 10 minutes later, the door in front of them opened, and the old butler smiled apologetically and said, "I'm so sorry. Earl Huan was resting just now, so I can't disturb him. Now the Earl invites you two in." "Nothing. Anyway, the scenery here at Earl Huan's mansion is nice. I haven't had the free time to relax for a while. It's just right." Lu Xiao had a smile on her face, and she looked as natural as she could be. She was not annoyed at all by the other party's neglect. The old butler who was walking beside her couldn't help but secretly glance at her. In fact, he did not expect that the other party could wait until now, which made him admire the broad-mindedness of the little female in front of him. Arriving at the main hall, Lu Xiao immediately saw Earl Hua and in gorgeous clothes. Why could she recognize him at a glance? It was because the clothes were full of flowers, with large peony flowers in red and green. In addition, Earl Hua was wealthy enough, so such an outfit was very eye-catching and it was hard not to notice him. "Are you Lu Gawei's eldest daughter?" Earl Hua spoke before Lu Xiao approached. Due to his excessive obesity, Earl Hua had very small eyes and he seemed to be looking at people through slits. "Yes, my name is Lu Xiao. I came here today to apologize for my ignorant sister." After saying that, he put the things in his hand on the table. "I hope you don't mind. Lu Huan has been spoiled and is not very sensible. She did something like this. We will discipline her more in the future and will not let her harass the males in the mansion again. You are a good talker. No wonder your mother sent you instead of coming herself. My son Noah is about the same age as your sister. Since your sister promised to marry him, why don't you fulfill your promise?" Lu Xiao didn't expect that Earl Hua actually had such an idea. She thought that Earl Hua would strongly oppose this matter. This surprised Lu Xiao. It would be great if it could lead to something good, but it depends on the willingness of both parties. If they are forced to pair up, it will be hard for them to live well in the future. Although Lu Huan is my sister, I have to be fair. She is not a good match. The male of the Earl of Huan Mansion deserves better. Hearing this, Earl Huan sneered. After saying so much, "You just don't want to. Did Earl Lu Gawei say how to compensate us? Didn't he just let you fool us with words?" Lu Xiao said inwardly, as expected, Earl Hua is not someone who will suffer losses. Just tell Earl Huan what he wants. As long as my family can do it, my mother will agree. As for whether Lu Gawei can do it, what does that have to do with her, Lu Xiao? Let her handle this matter. Is she really going to be a hands-off boss? Can you really make the decision for your mother? Lu Xiao's words surprised Count Huan. Before she could continue, the butler's voice suddenly came from outside. "Noah, you can't go in. Your mother is meeting guests." "You." Before the butler could finish his words, a young male ran in. His face was pale, as if he had suffered a serious illness. The old butler followed behind but failed to stop Noah, but he didn't dare to go in. He could only stand at the door and wander around, with an anxious look on his face. Lu Xiao didn't expect that this was the person Lu Huan was teasing. The other person was about the same age as Lu Huan. The young male looked clean and handsome, but his eyes were full of anxiety when he looked at Lu Xiao. Obviously, he suffered a lot during this period. What was even more unexpected was that, at this point in time, this male named Noah was still thinking about Lu Huan, the scumbag female. Lu Huan is at home reflecting on his mistakes and didn't come. Hearing Lu Xiao say this, Noir looked disappointed. Did she tell you when she would come to see me, or if I could go find her? I want to see her. Lu Xiao felt her scalp tingling at Noah's words and couldn't help but look at Earl Huan, who was sitting in the main seat. The other party's expression was not good. As expected, before Lu Xiao could speak, Earl Huan scolded her harshly. Isn't it shameful enough that you still complain? I don't like you, and I'm here to solve this matter. You actually want to continue to pester me. You are going to make me, Earl Hua, and Lu's face. Impossible. Lady Lu Huan would not lie to me. She said she wanted to marry me and let me be her husband. She said that in front of so many people. How could it be false? Noah's expression became excited, and his face became paler. He couldn't help but press his forehead with his hand. Lu Xiao was frightened by his appearance and spoke subconsciously. Are you okay?
Hello.
Before she could finish her words, the other party suddenly fell to the ground. Fortunately, Aries, who was standing next to her, was quick to catch the opponent and prevented him from falling directly to the ground. Unfortunately, Noah's eyes were tightly closed, his face was in pain, and cold sweat was pouring down his forehead. He is mentally revolting and needs urgent treatment. As a male, Aries saw Noah's problem at a glance. Count Huan said with an unpleasant expression, "Why don't you let the doctor come and take him back?" Lu Xiao looked at this scene and finally understood why Count Fongcan was willing to let Noah and Lu Huan be together. It is obvious that Noah's spiritual sea is still unstable, but he is so young that he doesn't know if it was caused by Lu Huan's incident or if it has always been like this. Can this situation be resolved by being with Lu Huan? Wouldn't it get worse? Although I had only met Noah for a short time, it was not difficult to tell from what he said and what he did that he was a very sensitive boy. Is it really appropriate for such a man to be with a scumbag like Lu Huan? Lu Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Won't Earl Huan comfort him mentally? The doctor can't solve his problem. Generally, before a male has a partner, he is managed by his mother if he is one, and by his partner if he is one. If there is nothing else, they can only rely on drugs to maintain their survival, and this is also the case for the majority of people. After all, many males will leave the family after adulthood. But what she didn't expect was that Earl Hua and had no intention of treating her. Noah's problem lies with Lu Huan. If Lu Huan keeps his promise, he will naturally get better. Earl Hua and turned to look at Lu Xiao. His meaning was self-evident. Lu Xiao smiled. Does Earl Hua and really think that Lord Noah is suitable for my sister Lu Huan? Or do you think that after they get married, my sister will comfort him mentally? According to my understanding of Lu Huan, even if they get married, she will not be willing to comfort Noah mentally. In fact, you know this very well, don't you? Earl Huan himself was unwilling to provide spiritual comfort to his own son, and yet he placed his hopes on other females. It's no different from covering one's ears and stealing a bell. Being exposed by Lu Xiao, Earl Huan was furious and said, Noah has become like this because of your sister. Do you want to get rid of it without doing anything?
Who said we don't do anything?
I can comfort him mentally, as a way of repaying my sister's kindness. Lu Xiao said, and stood up and walked over. When she reached out her hand, Aries suddenly held her hand, Madam. Knowing what Aries was worried about, he said, It's okay. His condition shouldn't be serious. I have recovered a little, which is enough to treat him. As soon as Lu Xiao finished speaking, her hand was already on the other person's forehead. Just as she expected, considering Noah's current age, the turmoil in his spiritual sea was not serious. It could even be said that the situation in his spiritual sea was still very clean. 10 minutes later, Lu Xiao withdrew her hand, and her expression seemed no different from before. Aries finally put his mind at ease after seeing this. Earl Hua and was shocked by her actions. She really didn't expect that Lu Xiao would actually do what she said. You are completely different from your sister. If Noah likes you, it's better not to say some things, Earl Huan. Oh my God, what's going on? Lu Xiao was frightened by Earl Huan's words. She subconsciously glanced at Aries, and seeing that the other party didn't seem to take it to heart, she coughed lightly and said, Sir Noah should be fine after a good sleep. As for the matter between him and my sister, I will let Lu Huan talk to him personally when he gets better. This time, Earl Huan agreed very kindly. After all, in order to calm the matter down, Lu Xiao even did some mental comforting, which was considered to have given enough face to the Earl of Huan Mansion. You know, spiritual comfort for females is extremely precious. At this time, the eyes looking at Lu Xiao were much softer. She was interrupted by Lu Xiao before she could finish her words, but she couldn't help but think about it in her heart. But she heard that Lu Xiao only had this one concubine husband and no main husband. Maybe she could have a good talk with Lu Guowei. When Lu Xiao took Aries away, she didn't know that her actions had already made Earl Hua and have other ideas. When Aries came out of the Earl's mansion and returned to the car, Aries turned on the water and handed it to her. "Are you okay?" Lu Xiao took the water and looked at him with a smile. "I'm fine, don't worry. I'm not as fragile as you think." How could Aries not know that Lu Xiao was stronger than any female she had ever seen? It is precisely because of this that people can't help but feel sorry for her. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on your face?" Lu Xiao said and couldn't help but touch his face. Aries smiled and said, "No, I'm just curious about how you're going to convince Lord Lu Huan to apologize to Noah. It is almost impossible for a female to apologize to a male. Not everyone is as reasonable as Lu Xiao. Most females are arrogant and domineering." He had also met Lu Huan, and he could still hold back a little in front of Lu Xiao. When Lu Xiao was not around, Lu Huan never lowered his head. After returning home, Lu Xiao went to find Lu Huan. At this time, Lu Huan was chatting with her best friend in the room. When Lu Xiao pushed the door open, Lu Huan just said, "You know, that guy Noor sends me messages every day. It's so annoying. If I had known he was so clingy, I would not have flirted with him. Now I can't get rid of him, no matter what I do. I don't know when my sister will help me deal with it." Hearing this, Lu Xiao sneered and knocked on the door. Lu Huan turned around and saw her, subconsciously cutting off the call, then smiled at Lu Xiao flatteringly and said, "Sister, you're back. Well, have you finished chatting with your friend?" Lu Xiao raised her chin slightly. "We're done chatting, I just complained about it, there's no other meaning." Seeing Lu Huan trying to explain, Lu Xiao didn't care at all. "Now that we have finished talking, get ready. Count Huan and I have already agreed that we will let you talk things out with Noah. You can go over and apologize to Noah and ask for his forgiveness, and that's it." Lu Xiao spoke in a natural tone, as if asking Lu Huan to apologize to Noah was just a normal matter. But Lu Huan's face changed immediately, and he looked at Lu Xiao in disbelief. "Are you crazy? You actually asked me to apologize to the male. How can I live in the future? Shouldn't you apologize for doing something wrong?" Lu Xiao looked at her. Although her tone was not heavy, she was very firm. "You didn't think about solving the problem when you did something wrong. You just kept avoiding it and pushed the responsibility onto others or asked others to clean up your mess. Lu Huan, this is your capital of arrogance. Don't you think it's ridiculous? I don't care whether you can survive in the future. I'll give you 2 days to prepare. I'll go with you this weekend." After saying this, Lu Xiao no longer looked at Lu Huan's aggrieved look, which was just crocodile tears. She turned around and prepared to leave, but as she was leaving, she remembered, "I've already told my mother, and she has no objection." This sentence completely put an end to Lu Huan's intention to find Lu Guowei to complain. After Lu Xiao left, Lu Huan sat on the bed with all his strength and punched the pillow to vent his dissatisfaction. If her friends knew that she apologized to Noah, how would she survive in school? How could Lu Xiao be like this, not considering her at all? If she had known this would be the result, why did she ask Lu Xiao for help? What's the point of her staying here, just to suffer Lu Xiao's waste in vain? Thinking of this, Lu Huan felt more aggrieved. She couldn't stay there for a moment longer. She wanted to leave. Couldn't she just not ask for Lu Xiao's help? The moment Lu Huan left, Aries told Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao was not surprised to hear that. It would be strange if Lu Huan could obey her. Glancing at the time, Lu Huan realized there weren't many places she could go so late. She had already asked for leave from school, and there was curfew at this time, So, she couldn't go back. The only places she could go were Earl Gervais's mansion and the hotel. But what Lu Xiao didn't expect was that after Lu Huan left her place, he didn't go back to Earl Gervais's mansion or go to the hotel, but went directly to the bar. This guy really doesn't change his bad habits. Let Aries send someone to follow him. As long as nothing goes wrong, don't worry about anything else. Let her do what she wants, as long as she can guarantee that nothing will bother her again. Lu Xiao would not put too much energy on unimportant people. Aries was given mental comfort as usual at night, but now Aries' mental recovery is very good. After the danger assessment value reached B level, Aries no longer had a headache. He thought that he no longer needed mental comfort. However, Lu Xiao felt that it was not enough, because the dark matter in Aries' spiritual sea had not been completely cleared. At least all the dark matter must be cleared out before you can stop the daily spiritual comfort. Aries was filled with gratitude for this. But what no one expected was that in the middle of the night, Aries received a report from his subordinates that Lu Huan was harassed by 2 males in the bar. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao directly sent a voice invitation to Lu Huan. Lu Huan, who was being harassed by 2 drunken males, was worried about what to do when she suddenly received a voice call from Lu Xiao. She answered it without thinking. "Sister, come quickly. There are 2 males bullying me. Are you going to apologize to Noah?" Lu Xiao's voice was calm, but it carried an unquestionable tone. "If you don't save me now and you want me to apologize to him, you're crazy. If something happens to me, if anything happens to you, it has nothing to do with me. Your legs are on your body. Did I ask you to go to the bar? Did I ever tell you not to go to that kind of place? Did you listen? Even if something happens, it's your own fault. Since you don't want to apologize, forget it. You don't have to come back." Lu Xiao was about to end the call. As if sensing her intention, Lu Huan cried out, I promise, I'll go and apologize. Please send someone to pick me up. Woo, go away, don't touch me, you bad guys. Then you wait." After saying that, Lu Xiao asked the people sent by Aries to bring Lu Huan back. When Lu Huan came back, Lu Xiao had already returned to her room to rest. It was impossible for her to stay here and wait for Lu Huan to come back and comfort her. The fact that she woke up in the middle of the night and saved her showed that she had a change of heart. After being frightened, no one comforted her. When Lu Huan returned home hungry and cold, no one greeted her. There was only a dark and cold living room. At this moment, Lu Huan felt that she was really abandoned by the world. Did she really do something wrong? Did she really deserve such cold treatment? Lu Huan, feeling extremely aggrieved, could no longer hold back and burst into tears. However, no matter how loud she cried or how desperate she was, Lu Xiao did not come out to see her. Lu Huan didn't know when he fell asleep. When he woke up the next morning, he heard Lu Xiao say, "Go clean yourself up and come with me. Hurry up, I have to go to work later and don't have much time to spare for you." Lu Huan looked at Lu Xiao in a daze. "Do you know what happened to me last night?" "I don't know, and I don't want to know. What happened to you has nothing to do with me. If you don't listen to me, you will have to bear the consequences yourself. I can save you this time, but next time." Lu Xiao sneered, "Go upstairs and wash your face. I'll give you 15 minutes. You'd better hurry up while I still have patience." Feeling that Lu Xiao's attitude towards her had completely changed, Lu Huan also began to feel uneasy. She felt that Lu Xiao treated her worse now than at the beginning, as if he didn't want to care about her at all. She didn't know why. This was what she had hoped for, but she suddenly felt panicked. Seeing that Lu Xiao was indifferent to his and Aries' thanks, Lu Huan became even more panicked. Was it what she did wrong? Didn't Lu Xiao always say that we should be respectful to Aries? She had already thanked him, so why didn't Lu Xiao look at her straight in the eye? The meaning in Lu Huan's eyes was too obvious, and it was hard for Lu Xiao not to see it. But even if I saw it, I wouldn't want to pay any attention to it. She had finally figured out that this brat Lu Huan just couldn't be treated well, and if he was treated well, he would go crazy. She didn't give him a good face, but now she can take the initiative to thank Aries. Do you think she really doesn't understand? Obviously not. It is to do those disgusting things sincerely. Arriving at the door of the Earl of Huan's mansion, Lu Xiao said coldly. How will your relationship with Noir end? You only have this one chance. If you don't grasp it well, you will have no chance in the future. I won't solve it for you a second time. Remember this and go. The old butler who was in charge of receiving them saw Lu Xiao coming and stepped forward and said with a smile, Earl Huan knew you were coming and specially asked someone to prepare cakes. Please follow me. As for Lord Lu Huan, just go directly to Master Nui's room. All right. Lu Xiao glanced at Lu Huan. You decide what to say and do. Have someone notify me when you're done. Thank you for leading the way. Lu Xiao politely thanked the old butler and left with him. Lu Huan didn't expect that Lu Xiao would ignore her after she came in. At the moment, she was left there and looked completely at a loss. When he was brought to the door of Noah's room, his mind was still in a mess. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao has already met Earl Hua, and compared to yesterday, Earl Hua looked elegant and noble today in a slim-fitting long dress with a pink hibiscus flower base. Seeing Lu Xiao coming in, Earl Huan smiled, which was a huge contrast to his previous cold attitude. You are such a thoughtful elder sister. I wish I could be twice as sensible as you. Lu Huan is still young. She will be sensible in the future. Although he looked down on Lu Huan, it was not good to let others lecture him in public. I spoke to your mother yesterday and learned that you only have one concubine now, right? Lu Xiao's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She looked at Earl Huan and said, That's right, but I don't plan to take anyone else in at the moment, whether it's a master husband or a servant. So please don't introduce anyone to her, please. Her peaceful life will only last a few days. Earl Huan didn't expect her to say it so bluntly, which made her unable to say the words she had prepared. The smile on his face froze for a moment, and he advised unwillingly. You are still young. You don't know the benefits of having more people in the family. Now is a good time to officially expand the family, while you have enough energy. Here Count Huan, you are not going to introduce me to someone, are you? Thank you, but it's really not necessary. I have very high standards. You have seen what Ares is like, but you can only be my concubine. Ares is at the rank of Major General, so he is definitely qualified to be her house husband. She didn't believe that Earl Huan was powerful enough to introduce her to a lieutenant general or admiral. As expected, after hearing her words, Earl Huan's idea of matchmaking was completely gone. The person she wanted to introduce to Lu Xiao was her eldest son. Although he also worked in the military, he was currently only a lieutenant colonel and was indeed not as worthy of the title of Major General Ares. But if she had to let her eldest son become Lu Xiao's concubine or servant, she would not be willing to do so. Seeing that things were not going anywhere, his enthusiasm for Lu Xiao was greatly reduced. No matter how good she was, it would be useless if she couldn't be used by her. Seeing the change in Earl Huan's attitude, Lu Xiao pretended not to notice. As long as the other party gave up the idea of matchmaking, she would be content. However, Earl Huan's words did serve as a reminder to her. Obviously, here, if she doesn't make her attitude and position clear, she will be a piece of walking meat, and anyone who sees her and likes her will want to take a bite. Maybe in the future there will be many people like this who want to introduce her to someone, and she has to think of a way. Especially the signs from Lu Gui must be nipped in the bud as soon as possible. Come to think of it, Lu Huan has been there for quite a while. How was the chat? Earl Huan's expectation did not come true, and he did not want to spend any more time entertaining Lu Xiao. Upon hearing this, the old housekeeper immediately said, I'll go take a look. Please wait a moment. The old butler turned and left. Lu Xiao picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then Earl Huan started to make small talk. What do you do every day? Lu Xiao put down the teacup in her hand. I am currently working at the 5th Research Institute. I took a leave of absence to come here today. The 5th Research Institute, isn't that it? There was surprise in Earl Huan's eyes. She really didn't expect that Lu Xiao would go to work at the 5th Research Institute. That kind of place specializes in treating the males in the shelter. Lu Gui was actually willing to let Lu Xiao go to that kind of place. It was crazy. It's what you think. Lu Xiao admitted generously. She didn't think it was shameful for her to go to the 5th Research Institute to treat S-level males. There are many S-class males in every family in the empire. Aren't you afraid? Seeing her admit it, Earl Huan felt very complicated. She really didn't understand why any young female would be willing to work in a place like that. What are you afraid of? Everyone is very friendly, and the work is not hard. Does Earl Huan have any misunderstandings about the 5th Research Institute? Why don't you go and take a look in person when you have time? Earl Huan's heart sank. She was crazy to go to that kind of place. It would be unlucky. If you want to go out to work, tell your mother, and she can arrange a better job for you. Why go to that kind of place? It's a thankless task. Earl Huan couldn't help but show his disgust. Lu Xiao seemed not to understand the meaning of Earl Huan's words and smiled and said, "Are there any males in the shelter in Earl Huan's mansion? If the Earl needs it, please tell me, and I will take care of them. You may not know that the males in the shelter are all being treated in my clinic, and some are about to meet the discharge standards. If you have any needs, please don't hesitate to ask." Count Huan's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. What did some are about to meet the discharge criteria mean? Could the S-level males who entered the shelter still leave? If that's the case, then there. Before Earl Huan could speak, the old butler brought Lu Huan in. Lu Huan followed behind the old butler, looking extremely helpless and even a little confused. The old butler walked to the side of Earl Huan and said, "Everything has been resolved. Master Noir said that he will not bother Lord Lu Huan anymore, nor will he meet her again. In that case, even if we understand this matter, we won't mention it in the future." Earl Huan knew what to do. He turned to look at Lu Xiao and said with a smile, "Lu Xiao, you can go back and report to your mother." Earl Huan had already offered a way out, so Lu Xiao naturally would not refuse. "I would also like to thank Earl Huan for his generosity. Don't worry, we will definitely discipline Lu Huan more in the future and will not let her make mistakes again. It's getting late, so we will leave first. Earl Huan, please stay." Lu Huan, who followed Lu Xiao out of Earl Huan, still looked dazed. Lu Xiao had already noticed that something was wrong with her and only asked after they got in the car, "What do you want to say?" Lu Huan glanced at Lu Xiao, pursed his lips, and seemed to be unable to speak. Lu Xiao didn't urge her, as if Lu Huan didn't want to say anything. "I just went to see Noah, and before I even opened my mouth to speak, he took the initiative to say that he would not bother me anymore and asked me not to take his previous words seriously, that they were all his unclear remarks, that his love for me was all an illusion, and that he only now knew what he wanted, and he also asked me about you." Lu Xiao didn't feel anything about what Lu Huan said before until she heard the last sentence. Her heart skipped a beat. "Why are you asking about me?" Lu Huan replied in a low mood. "I don't know." She had not yet recovered from the fact that Noah disliked her. A man who sent her messages every day, pestered her, and seemed unable to live without her suddenly told her that he had been delusional before, and now he has come to his senses and knows what he wants, and she is not what he wants. Originally, this should have been a happy thing, but now, for some reason, she felt very disappointed. She could refuse others, but this was the first time she was rejected. Lu Xiao was in a complicated mood at this time. Why did Noir ask her what she was doing? Thinking of what Earl Huan had said before, she couldn't help but shudder in her heart. No, it's not what she wanted, right? For a moment, neither of them spoke again in the huge carriage. Aries asked, "Where is Lu Huan going?" Being asked this question suddenly, Lu Huan was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lu Xiao. "Can I? You should go back to school. Take her to school." Lu Xiao decisively rejected Lu Huan's idea of going to her house. Since Lu Huan himself doesn't want to stay in her house, there is no need for him to come in the future. Lu Huan didn't expect Lu Xiao to reject her so directly, and the unspeakable feeling of loss in her heart became even stronger. She didn't know why she was like this. To say that Lu Xiao was very good to her, that was not the case. Not only that, but he was always controlling her, not wanting her to do this or that. But suddenly, he stopped caring about her, and she felt uncomfortable, as if she had lost something. This made Lu Huan feel very uncomfortable. "Sister, I know I was wrong. Please don't be angry with me, okay?" Lu Xiao turned to look at her, with a puzzled look on her face. "What are you talking about? Why should I be angry with you?" Now that the matter is resolved, shouldn't you go back to school? Do you really want to stop studying? Lu Huan was choked by Lu Zhao's words. Yes, now that her problem with Noah has been resolved, she really has no reason to stay with Lu Xiao any longer. But this is the truth, but I still feel lost for some reason. Lu Huan felt that he had been poisoned by Lu Xiao, and maybe he should go back to school and calm down for a while. So, I didn't say anything more. Aries sent Lu Huan to school first, and then sent Lu Xiao to the 5th Institute. However, when Lu Xiao got off the car, Aries couldn't help but said, "If you want to provide spiritual comfort to the person in the shelter, can you tell me in advance? I want to pick you up then." After seeing how weak Lu Xiao was after she had provided spiritual comfort to that person, Aries felt uneasy about her going there alone. Even if he couldn't enter, he wanted to wait outside. Lu Xiao nodded. "Okay. Aries, I will contact you in advance when the time comes. Maybe I will need you to take me there. I hope it won't delay your work." "No, I'll arrange it." Aries drove away only after watching Lu Xiao leave. However, when Aries drove back to the military headquarters and just entered the office, he was told by his adjutant, "Admiral Kurapeng wants you to go to his office." Aries put on the military cap he had just put down again. "Did you say what it was about?" The adjutant shook his head, and Aries didn't ask any more questions, but walked out of the office. When he arrived at Admiral Kurapeng's office, the other party saw him and suddenly stood up enthusiastically. "Aries, you are here. Come and sit down. Do you want something to drink?" "Of course, I only have water here." "Hot water or cold water, can you choose one?" Aries looked at Admiral Kurapeng, who suddenly became very enthusiastic and even a little flattering. "If you have anything to say, just say it directly. There's no need to do this." "Well, is your female mistress named Lu Xiao?" "She is Count Lu Gui's eldest daughter. She currently works at the 5th Research Institute. She went to an S-class shelter not long ago." Although Kurapeng only asked for Lu Xiao's personal information, Aries was already keenly aware of Kurapeng's purpose. It was not surprising that the other party would know this. After all, Kurapeng was also one of the few generals in the empire. It is normal for their admirals to have a common information network. "It's true that Lu Xiao is my mistress. So is it really her?" Kurapeng's eyes flashed. Aries said with a serious face, "I don't know what you are referring to. Stop pretending. Now many people know that there is a therapist in the 5th Research Institute who is willing to provide mental comfort to S-class males, and the effect is remarkable. Do you think you can still hide it?" "I didn't mean to hide. It's just that you didn't make yourself clear, and I didn't understand what you meant." Aries raised his hand and adjusted his tie. The natural and ostentatious intention made Kurapeng feel depressed for a second. He admitted that when Aries confessed to him that his female master provided him with spiritual comfort every day, he had some doubts. But isn't he honest now? "Well, see if she is willing to come to our 7th military region for follow-up checkup when she is free." Obviously, this is the purpose of Kurapeng looking for Aries today. Aries looked at Kurapeng, whose eyes were full of expectation. "You can submit your application directly to the 5th Institute. You are her concubine. Don't you have this right?" Aries was unmoved. "I will not get involved in the affairs of the female master. You should go through the formal procedures to apply to the 5th Institute. Admiral, if you have nothing else to do, I will go back first." After saying this, Aries walked out of the door like a stubborn person who would not listen to anything. He also slammed the door of Admiral Kurapeng's office loudly. Kurapeng was startled and stared at the door. "Why are you so upset?" "I'm introducing a job to your mistress, not introducing her to a date." Kurapeng didn't know that when Aries talked about Lu Xiao's work, he couldn't help but think of the day when he saw Lu Xiao coming out of the shelter, with a pale face and extremely weak. If possible, he would rather the little female not go to work, stay at home, and do some simple and relaxing things. When teachers Ai Li and Shirley saw Lu Xiao suddenly appear in the office, they smiled and greeted her and gave her a hug. "Dear, why don't you stay at home and rest for a few more days?" "I've fully recovered, Teacher Ellie, Teacher Shirley." Lu Xiao also politely returned the hug. "Didn't you arrange any patients for me today? I thought you needed to rest for 2 more days, so I didn't open your clinic." Teacher Ellie explained, "Is your body really okay?" That day she saw with her own eyes how weak Lu Xiao was. If it were any other female, she would never show up without resting for 10 days or half a month. Some high-profile people may even spread the word about what earth-shattering things they have done. It is really rare to find a female as low-key as Lu Xiao. Don't worry, everything is really fine. There really isn't enough time in the morning, so let's do it in the afternoon. Lu Xiao said as she removed the temporarily closed sign in the clinic, without wasting even a minute. Teacher Ellie sighed. Even if you're fine, you should still take good care of your body. I know, Teacher Ellie, so I want to discuss something with you. Next time you go to see Dean, that is 3377, would you like to comfort him mentally? I think the power of the two of us can help him recover faster. What do you think? Teacher Ellie was stunned for a moment, then nodded. You are right, dear. We are all therapists of the Fifth Institute. There is no reason for you to suffer alone. We should share some of the burden with you. Lu Xiao's words were like a thorn that woke them up. Watching Lu Xiao receiving patients every day, it was impossible for them to say that they didn't feel a little touched. It was just that as females for many years, their habitual thinking and their female status made it impossible for them to convince themselves to treat those males for no reason. But now that Lu Xiao brought it up, Teacher Ai Li felt that she had found the reason. They couldn't bear to see Lu Xiao suffer so much, so they came to help. There would be no problem if the news got out. In fact, Teacher Ellie agreed readily, which surprised Lu Xiao, and she subconsciously looked at Teacher Ellie more. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you think I will refuse? Teacher Ai Li naturally did not miss Lu Xiao's surprised look. I'm not that cruel. Seeing you suffer, I have already agreed with them that next time you go to the shelter, we will all go. And after today, our clinic will also start to receive patients, but we can't do 2 a day. Let's start with 1 a day. You don't mind, right?
How could that be?
I think you are amazing. Teacher Ellie and the others were willing to change their long-standing ideas for her and take the initiative to provide spiritual comfort to the males. Isn't this a very courageous thing that deserves praise? Since you think we are awesome, do you have any expression? Teacher Shirley came over and looked at Lu Xiao expectantly. When Lu Xiao saw them like this, she knew that it was discussed in advance, but she didn't hate it. Instead, she smiled and asked, Of course. What does Teacher Shirley want? Then we won't be polite. We want to eat the sweet and sour pork ribs you made before. Is that okay? Teacher Shirley asked the last "can I" very carefully, as if she was worried that Lu Xiao would feel offended. Lu Xiao, however, took it as a big deal. When she heard that they wanted to eat sweet and sour pork ribs, she couldn't help but laugh. Well, don't you have any other requests besides sweet and sour pork ribs? How about this? I'll invite everyone to my house this weekend, and I'll cook for you myself. Teacher Shirley's eyes widened. Are you really willing to invite us to your home? Of course, you are all my friends. I am happy to cook for you, it's settled. You all have to come when the time comes. I will also prepare the ingredients in advance to entertain you. Please don't hesitate since you said so. We would be so embarrassed if we didn't go. Teacher Ellie's eyes were full of smiles. She felt that Lu Xiao was the most selfless and kind female she had ever met. Her uniqueness is so dazzling. Even as a female, it's hard not to like her. She felt that no one could refuse Lu Xiao. She really is like a ray of light in this endless darkness. There was nothing to do in the morning, so Lu Xiao sorted out the patient's medical records first, and then opened the author's backstage. Because of a lot of things in the past 2 days, the novel has not been updated for 2 days, and the number of private messages urging for updates in the backstage has reached 999 plus. Feeling guilty, I didn't open it to read, but jumped directly to the update page, ready to write a chapter while I had some time. Just as she was about to start, she heard Teacher Shirley's helpless voice. The author of After the Male House Husband Runs Away hasn't updated for 2 days. Do you think she has given up on the project? It's hard to say. It's normal for a new author like this to give up halfway through writing, especially since I think she really wants to arrange for Morian and Beryl to divorce. No way, Teacher Ellie. Why do you have such an idea? I think no matter what, they will never get divorced. Morian loves Beryl so much. He is just doing this to show his presence. When Beryl changes her mind, it will be a sweet plot again, for sure. Teacher Shirley looked very confident. She has seen too many novel routines like this. Listening to the discussion between the two teachers, Lu Xiao couldn't help but glance at Teacher Ai Li. She felt that Teacher Ellie's judgment was much more accurate on this point. Earlier, she wrote that Morian had found a house and was ready to move out. Could that be false? Of course not. Morian is really planning to move out. It's true that he used to like Beryl very much and was willing to give up everything for her. Everyone thinks he is an ordinary male with no background or family background, but in fact he is a male from the Volenda family, one of the 3 major financial groups in the empire. Even if he has no inheritance rights, the wealth he possesses is still unimaginable to the people of the empire. Beryl's identity was not favored by the family from the beginning to the end. They even used the wealth as a threat to force Morian to give it up, but he finally chose Beryl, but the final result was tragic. Morian packed his things and looked at the only suitcase, smiling silently. His smile was ironic and sad. Teacher Shirley, who had been browsing the comment section of After the House Husband Ran Away, suddenly received an update reminder and ran to read the latest chapter in great surprise. In the latest chapter, Belle knew in advance that Morian had packed his bags and left home to move to a rental house. Morian's rental contract fell and was seen by Beryl, who had just returned home. Baelia looked at Morian in disbelief and questioned him. How long are you going to make trouble? What do you mean by renting a house outside? Do you want to separate from me? Do you think that I will regret it and feel guilty about you?
Don't be so naive, okay?
Morian, I am very grateful that you saved me. For this, I gave you the position of house husband as repayment.
Don't be too greedy.
Morian looked at Baelier, who had just returned from going out and still smelled heavily of alcohol. He knew that she must have been out fooling around with her friends. However, such things would never cause any fluctuations in his heart. I have already submitted the divorce application. You don't need to worry about it. Just go through the procedures on my side and sign it. You don't need to face my annoying face anymore in the future. I wish you happiness. Morian took the contract from Beryl's hand, folded it, and put it in his pocket, picked up his luggage, turned around, and left without looking back. The ending is stuck when Morian leaves, leaving Beryl standing there looking helpless. Teacher Shirley was surprised when she saw this. No way. Morian really left like this. Does he really want a divorce? When I saw the contract fall, I thought he was really playing hard to get, otherwise how could it fall out by such a coincidence for Baelier to see it? I said that Morian really wants to divorce. Now I want to see Bailey's subsequent reaction. Teacher Ellie's tone was full of gloating. She has changed her initial female perspective to a male perspective now. There are many comments like Teacher Ai Li, I'm a female, but it's strange. I'm seeing Baelier going further and further down the path of self-destruction, but I'm actually a little happy. Why is that? Me too, me too. I'm definitely not alone if I hug you. Belle has not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. Morian doesn't want her anymore. I really want to see what she would do if she knew that Morian is a male of the Volenda family. I really want to see Beryl get slapped in the face. I just want to say this. All you female lords who like to watch the fun, have you ever been like Baelier at home? Have the males at home ever made trouble, and you thought it was unreasonable, but in fact, they really thought so? I don't know why, but after reading the comments above, I feel a little uneasy. An arrow hit the knee. Lu Xiao felt relieved when she saw the sudden change in the tone of the comments section. It seemed that the novel she wrote did have some effect. But the good show has just begun, and the subsequent development will definitely be more exciting. Thinking of this, Lu Xiao wanted to throw out all the ideas in his mind and feed them into these people's mouths in one go, but it was a pity that he didn't have 8 hands. Updating 3,000 words a day is already her limit. But that's clearly not the limit of her work. After this chapter was updated, Lu Xiao found that there were more urgings in the background, and even many people sent her private messages, wanting to pay to see the sequel or ask her for spoilers. To be honest, Lu Xiao really wants to make this money, but the follow-up is still in her mind and has not been put into words. QAQ. Teacher Shirley didn't know the pain in Lu Xiao's heart, and she even pulled her aside to discuss. Would Morian really accept the punishment of divorce in the future? If Morian really wants a divorce, he must be punished. Otherwise, he can't get a divorce. Doesn't this further prove Morian's determination to leave Beryl? After hearing what Lu Xiao said, Teacher Shirley sighed. I don't know what's going on, but now I feel that Bailier is not that good. Morian was obviously very good to her, but she didn't really get her true heart. In the end, it was Morian who was punished. Seeing that Teacher Shirley, who had always firmly supported Bailier, also showed signs of wavering, Lu Xiao felt sincerely happy. She couldn't help but open the terminal. At this moment, she really wanted to post a message to her friends to express her feelings at the moment. But when she clicked on it, she saw someone left a message under the circle of friends she posted in the cinema last time. Dear Xiao, you haven't contacted me for a long time. Have you forgotten me? The lonely sheep Charles is waiting for your contact. Mua Lu Xiao was confused by this reply. What the Hades is this? Who is the lonely lamb Charles? She searched hard in her mind and finally found a male with flaming red lips posing in the room in her original memory. Lu Xiao raised her hand and pressed it on her head. Could it be that the original owner still has such a strong taste? This comment has been in her circle of friends for a long time. She just saw it today. I don't know if it has been seen by others. Scared, Lu Xiao quickly checked the permissions of the people who could view the reply. Fortunately, as long as they were not mutual friends, they would not be able to see the reply. Even so, Lu Xiao quickly deleted the comment and blocked it. To be on the safe side, she also set the comment so that no one could reply to it. At the same time, she also lost the intention to share her feelings. She had never been keen on posting on WeChat moments in the first place, and now she has even less enthusiasm. She really couldn't stand how many landmines the original owner had planted for her, and they would pop up and explode from time to time. However, this incident also sounded a wake-up call for her. Opening her friend list, Lu Xiao deleted all those people she had never contacted and didn't know, leaving only family and friends. The rest were almost all the original owner's network of relationships, so it was better not to have them. Anyway, there are no good people around the original owner. After deleting all this, Lu Xiao finally felt a little safe. Is Therapist Lu here? Just when Lu Xiao felt relieved for deleting these people, a voice came from outside the door. Lu Xiao turned around and saw the escorting officer bringing his men over. The people who applied for the afternoon clinic were not strangers. They were Kyles and Kenwit, both old acquaintances. Seeing the two of them, Lu Xiao smiled naturally. Long time no see. How are you two? Lu Xiao greeted the two people and led them towards the clinic. We're fine, very good. Thanks to you. Kyles answered gratefully, and his eyes were full of respect when he looked at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao was slightly startled when she suddenly heard Kenwit's words. Kenwit saw Lu Xiao's doubts and said with a slightly red face, I treated you badly last time. I feel very sorry, so I want to say sorry to you. I was really too rude. The further he talked, the more nervous Kenwit became, to the point where his voice was trembling. Calm down, Kenwit. I don't care about this matter. I would have forgotten it if you hadn't mentioned it. I accept your apology, so don't take it to heart. Let's move on, okay? You really don't mind? Yes, I can understand you, so I don't mind. Besides, you have behaved very well afterwards and apologized to me today, so this matter can be put aside. Okay, Kenwit, calm down outside, and Kyles and I will come in. The escorting officer locked Kyles to a chair. Lu Xiao raised her eyes and looked over. Does Kyles remember the agreement between us? Of course, Lord Lu Xiao, I have never forgotten the agreement with you. Kyles had a smile on his face. Compared with the last time, Kyle's condition was visibly good. There is a male orc named Domya in our shelter. He is a brown bear subject. He is very tall and has obsessive-compulsive disorder. He has to complete everything within the specified time, otherwise he will go crazy. What I find interesting is that when he can't sleep every night, he likes to sing, but his singing is not really good. But he said that singing is his dream. If he can leave here one day, he must realize this dream. I think he is very courageous, and I envy him. I don't know if it is because of this that although he has been in the shelter longer than me, his condition is very stable. Maybe people really need a dream to support themselves. You're right. People do need to have dreams. This orc called Dongya is indeed very powerful. It's really hard for ordinary people to do it, but you're even better. You've observed carefully and found things that make you curious in the shelter.
I'm very pleased.
After saying that, Lu Xiao put a candy in front of him, reward. Kyle's eyes widened as he looked at the candy in front of him. Although it was just a small candy and looked ordinary, it was the reward for fulfilling the agreement. This made Kyle's heart full of joy. Thank you, it looks delicious and must be very sweet.
Of course, I picked it myself.
It's strawberry flavored. I hope it can bring you some happiness. Come on, Kyles, let's get back to the point. Tell me, has your sleep improved in the past week? Thanks to you, I can now sleep for 20 minutes every day. Although it is still difficult to fall asleep after waking up, I can fall asleep completely in these 20 minutes without dreaming. I feel that my spirit is not so bad anymore. Just this small change made Kyles feel grateful. It sounds good, but it will be even better. The data on your mental danger level shows that your condition has not improved this week and remains at the original level. I think if you do some mental comfort again, you should be back to the initial stage. Okay, let's not waste any more time and have a good sleep, Kyles. After saying that, Lu Xiao reached out and pressed her hand on Keld's forehead. After 30 minutes, Lu Xiao put her hands down. She felt that her purification power had increased again. If her purification power was at the initial level 3 before, it has now entered the intermediate level 4. As expected, if you want to improve your purification power, you have to continue to treat it. Even with each large consumption, the purification power will increase faster. This is undoubtedly good news for Lu Xiao. This time, Kyle's sleep time increased a little compared to before and was close to 30 minutes. When Kyle's woke up, he looked full of energy. Kyles, please keep up the good work when you get back.
See you next week.
I will, Therapist Lu.
See you next week.
Lu Xiao called the escorting officer to take Kyles away, and then Kenwit came in. He had calmed down at this moment, but the look he gave Lu Xiao was particularly hot. It seems that you have calmed down. Kenwit, sometimes you don't need to think too much. Some things are simple. You don't have to dwell on them. This will make you feel much more relaxed. Let's make a promise. The same agreement as Kyle's? Kenwit asked impatiently. Lu Xiao smiled and said, it seems that you have communicated privately, which is good, but the agreement that applies to Kells may not apply to you. I have read your information, and you can draw. Can you draw a picture when you go back and bring it to me next time we meet? Of course, I will paint it very carefully. If I like it, I will give you a reward. We agreed. Okay, I will definitely not forget it.
Kenwa was very excited.
He thought Lu Xiao would hate him. After all, he was not very friendly to Lu Xiao last time. Although he regretted it later, when he came out of the clinic, he knew that Lu Xiao had made an agreement with Kyles, but not with him. His regret was even deeper. Now that Lu Xiao was finally willing to make an agreement with him, this was a very rare salvation for him, a cure that was more powerful than any panacea. He felt as if he was floating. Seeing him like this, Lu Xiao seemed to be infected by his good mood and asked with a smile, how is your sleep recently? Have you had nightmares again? Now I can sleep for some time without having nightmares, but after waking up, it is difficult to fall asleep again. However, this is good for me. As long as I can sleep for a while, I won't die too quickly. I don't want you to die, Kenwit. You're still young and your dreams have not been realized yet. You will only get better and better in the future. Believe me, I will not let you die.
Lu Xiao's eyes were firm.
If she of a patient who has been treated will eventually die, it will make her very frustrated. Kenwit's eyes were red. He was the youngest patient Lu Xiao had treated so far. He was only 19 years old. He had just grown up and was not very mature. He was even mentally a child. Suddenly entering S level, he was actually very scared and helpless because these emotions coerced him and made his condition progress very quickly. If he hadn't met Lu Xiao, Kenwit didn't even think he would survive the winter. But the little female in front of him seemed to know all about his fear and panic. She understood his helplessness, his confusion, and his fear. She even firmly told him that she would not die because she would not let him die. While chatting with Kenwit, Lu Xiao also took the opportunity to check the changes in Kenwit's spiritual C risk assessment data. Perhaps it was because Kenwit was full of guilt for the situation in the clinic last time this week, so that the stability of his spiritual C was not as good as Kyle's. However, during the conversation just now, the upward trend actually began to decline. Looking at the report information in front of her, Lu Xiao became more and more convinced that venting emotions appropriately would be beneficial for S-level orcs. Seeing Kenwit's eyes red because of her words, Lu Xiao smiled and said, "Are you feeling better now?" Kenwit smiled shyly, looking a bit like a big boy of his age. "I'm sorry to embarrass you." "No, I think it's good for you now. Laugh when you're happy, cry when you're sad, and vent your emotions. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, let's do some mental comfort and have a good sleep. Everything will be fine when you wake up." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Xiao's palm covered Kenwit's forehead. 30 minutes later, Lu Xiao returned to her seat and looked at the sleeping Kenwit. She suddenly thought that if the seat was replaced with a bed, would it make them sleep more comfortably? Thinking of this, Lu Xiao decided to discuss it with teacher AI Li after going out. She felt that teacher Ellie would agree. This time, Kenwit slept a little longer than last time, but not even 30 minutes. "When I woke up, I looked much more energetic." Okay, that's all for today's treatment.
See you next week.
Remember our agreement. After Lu Xiao finished speaking, she smiled at Kenwit, turned around and left the clinic. At the same time, teacher Ellie had just contacted Admiral Hans and explained the situation in their 5th Research Institute, where all therapists would use the clinic, and asked him to arrange some early S-level patient applications internally. When Lu Xiao found out that teacher Ellie had already made an agreement with Hans, she smiled and said, "I think the Admiral will be very happy." "He's so happy." Teacher Ellie rolled her eyes vividly. "He also asked me to ask you when you're going there next week, so he can get people prepared. Let's go on Monday. It's better to be early than late. Also, teacher Ellie, I want to apply for one more treatment quota, preferably for the mid-term level. The 2 initial quotas are not difficult for me. In addition, I also want to replace the chairs in the clinic with beds so that the patients should be more comfortable." Teacher AI Li looked at Lu Xiao with a complicated expression. "I can meet the latter request, but the first one, dear, the initial S-level male can no longer satisfy you. Are you going to challenge the mid-term S-level?" Lu Xiao reached out and hugged her and said coquettishly, "Okay, teacher AI Li, you can see that 2 early S-level patients are really not a challenge for me. Okay, I'll apply for it for you, but if I see you looking pale during treatment, I'll stop immediately." Lu Xiao responded obediently, "I promise I won't let teacher AI Li worry." Teacher Shirley heard this and said, Xiao, if you do this, those guys in the shelter will love you to death." Lu Xiao chuckled. "I'm just doing what I like. It's crazy. Only you would like this kind of thing." After spending a long time with Lu Xiao, they all knew that Lu Xiao really liked this job and enjoyed treating S-level males. This made them feel incredible, but at the same time, they felt that Lu Xiao should be such a special female. "Okay, it's getting late. Let's pack up and go home." Teacher Ellie patted Lu Xiao's shoulder. "I will pass on your request to Admiral Hans. Don't worry, he won't refuse." She even felt that Hans would laugh so hard that his teeth would show when he heard Lu Xiao's request. "Thank you, Teacher Ellie. I'm sorry for your trouble." "You're welcome. Go back and have a rest." Lu Xiao simply packed up her things and left the office. When she went out, Aries was already waiting for her. The man always stood there upright, as if she would see him whenever she turned around. Reliable and safe. Lu Xiao walked over with a smile. "Aries, I want to invite 4 teachers to my home this weekend. Do you have any objection?"
How could that be?
"I have no objection. I will purchase some ingredients in the next few days." "Yeah, that's what I wanted to tell you. By the way, after you finish your dinner with teacher Ellie and the others, take some time to invite your friends to your house." Aries' heart trembled when he heard this. "No need. They probably won't come." "How would you know if you didn't even invite me?" "What are you worried about, Aries?" "No, well, I'll try to invite you." "Well, I'm looking forward to meeting your friends." As soon as the words fell, the terminal on Lu Xiao's wrist suddenly rang. Therefore, Lu Xiao did not see the slight blush on Aries' face. An unfamiliar number was displayed on the terminal. Lu Xiao answered the call suspiciously, and then she heard a female voice coming from the other end. Lu Xiao, what are you busy with recently? Why don't you contact us? By the way, I heard that there are many new male faces at Charles's place. How about going to visit tonight? Lu Xiao realized what the other party was saying, but it was too late to turn down the volume. She could already feel Aries' gaze and subconsciously said, "Sorry, who are you? I don't have any notes here, so I didn't hear you." In fact, without asking, Lu Xiao knew that these must be the friends of the original owner, but she was not sure who they were. The other party obviously didn't expect Lu Xiao to say that and was immediately choked. After a long while, he screamed, "Lu Xiao, you are fine." As soon as the words were spoken, the communication was cut off, and it was obvious that they were very angry. Lu Xiao rubbed her ears that were unfortunately woken up and looked at Aries. "Well, maybe I dialed the wrong number. But the other party called out your name." "Really? Haha, but I really can't remember who she is. You see, I didn't even leave a note for her. It is also possible that it was deleted today, so there is no note. I'm glad I had the foresight." Seeing the little female's nervousness, Aries was not actually angry. No matter what Lu Xiao was like before, at least after being with him, Lu Xiao had never gone out, and that was enough. How could he be greedy for Lu Xiao's past? But the other party seems angry. What if he doesn't look for you in the future? Lu Xiao originally thought that the other party would not call her again after being angry with her, but she did not expect that when Lu Xiao returned home, took a shower, and was about to go downstairs to cook dinner, she received another voice request from the other party. "Lu Xiao, I see. Was there someone around you who was inconvenienced just now? Oh, I understand. Getting married is very troublesome. I don't understand why you took a concubine so early. Now you are not free. Charles just sent me several photos. The quality of the newlyweds is really high. I'll send them to you to see." The other party continued talking a lot and even found an excuse for Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao was so embarrassed that she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You misunderstood. I formatted my terminal before and lost a lot of numbers. I really didn't recognize who you are. Can you introduce yourself to me?" The other party was quiet for a moment. Just when Lu Xiao was wondering if the other party would cut off the communication again, the other party said angrily, "I'm Yuna. Yuna, you don't even recognize me? We have been friends since we were young." As soon as the other party said the name, Lu Xiao remembered that the original owner did have a good girlfriend who he had played with since childhood. The two of them fooled around a lot together. "Okay, Yuna, I'll remember that I won't miss your voice again in the future. But I won't go. Just have fun." After saying this, Lu Xiao was about to cut off the communication. After hearing Charles's name several times from Yuna, Lu Xiao had guessed the other party's identity without asking much. He was probably the same as the dad San in the nightclub. I don't know why, but I thought of the words "lonely little lamb" again, and Lu Xiao couldn't help but shudder. "No way, Lu Xiao, you won't go out to play just because I found a concubine. What's the matter? Is he jealous? He won't let you go out. This won't do. Haha, Lu Xiao, as the head of the family, how can you spoil him like this? Does he have to control you even if you find a main husband or a maid in the future? This is too outrageous. It's not his problem. It's that I don't want to go out. I just got back from get off work, and I'm very tired. I won't say anything more. Just have fun." This time Lu Xiao didn't say anything more and directly cut off the communication. If you want to have a harmonious family, you really can't go to that kind of place. Lu Xiao, who knows this very well, has no intention of breaking the current harmonious family atmosphere. She had no intention of taking in other males. She couldn't handle Aries alone, so she couldn't even think about taking on more. Fortunately, Yuna didn't call again, otherwise Lu Xiao would have really turned hostile. After Lu Xiao went downstairs, she received a list prepared by Aries. "What is this?" Lu Xiao took it suspiciously. "We need ingredients for the dinner party. See if you need anything else. I'll have the supermarket deliver them to you later." Lu Xiao curled up the corners of her lips when she heard that. She didn't expect that before she even started preparing, Aries had already taken her words to heart and started preparing. Aries was always like this, silently taking what she said to heart, and these little details really touched her. If you don't need anything, just prepare according to this list. Thank you for your hard work, Aries. It's not hard. Lu Xiao will never know that he likes doing these things for Lu Xiao, which makes him feel that he is useful to Lu Xiao. After dinner, Lu Xiao sorted out the expenses of handling matters for Lu Huan and sent them to Count Lu Guowei. After receiving the message, the other party immediately sent a voice message. When Lu Xiao answered the call, she heard Lu Guowei on the other end speak angrily. Lu Xiao, what do you mean by sending this? Bill's mother, didn't you see that? I can help Lu Huan deal with things, but mother won't let me pay for it. It's not impossible, but next time if there is anything, mother should solve it herself. I really have no obligation to help my sisters deal with things. Lu Guowei didn't expect that she had only said one sentence, but Lu Xiao said so much, and what she said made a lot of sense. It's just a small amount of money. Is it worth it for you to be so fussy about it? Is that what I taught you before? Did mother teach me this before? I don't remember. But since it's just a small amount of money, mother, please reimburse me. Oh, by the way, there's also favor money. Mother, give it as you see fit. It's not good to ask me to help you for nothing, right, mother? Lu Guowei was choked. After several contacts with Lu Xiao, she felt that her daughter had changed a lot. Now she was even more shameless. I know. I won't treat you badly. Your father is coming back. Take some time to come home. Lu Xiao raised an eyebrow when she suddenly heard the word father. She had not forgotten that the original owner's father was a general, but he was stationed on the front line for a long time and seldom returned home. Moreover, because of his outstanding military achievements, he was not under Lu Guowei's discipline, and the relationship between the two was not good. As for the relationship with the original owner, well, there is nothing to say. In the Empire, the parent-child relationship among orcs is very weak. I know, mother. Please remember to transfer the money. Just before the communication was cut off, Lu Xiao reminded Lu Guowei not to delay. Lu Guowei was very angry. After cutting off the communication, she transferred the money to Lu Xiao, as if she was afraid that she would bother her again. After receiving the money, Lu Xiao politely replied to Lu Guowei, "Thank you, mother. I love you." Lu Guowei was almost choked to death. When Aries came out of the bathroom after taking a shower, he saw the little female lying on the bed with a pair of white feet raised and a bright smile. Hearing the noise, Lu Xiao turned around and looked over. Aries, Earl Guowei just transferred money to me. I made a fortune. My mother is really a generous person. As he spoke, he put the amount on the screen in front of Aries. Aries looked at the bright smile on the little female's face and felt that his body, which had just been bathed, began to heat up again. He raised his hand and touched her neck and gave an affirmative answer. It is very generous. Right, let's pay for this dinner from here. Lu Xiao said as she sat up from the bed. She patted the pillow beside her and motioned for Aries to lie down over. They were going to start today's mental comfort. However, Aries was somewhat hesitant today. Seeing that something was wrong with him, Lu Xiao blinked. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Aries met the little female's puzzled and confused look and shook his head. It's okay. Then he laid down and emptied his mind, but his body was a little tense. His estrus period was approaching, but Lu Xiao obviously didn't know about it. He was not sure whether Lu Xiao was willing to spend her estrus period with him. After all, the two of them are still sleeping in separate rooms. Due to their body structure, male orcs will go into estrus every 3 months. Of course, this estrus period can be suppressed by injections, and Aries used to give injections in advance. But because he was getting married not long ago, Aries stopped the injections. And without the female's permission, injections are not allowed, so the sudden arrival of the estrus period caught Aries off guard. He selfishly didn't want to get the injection, but he was not sure whether Lu Xiao would help him through the estrus period. He was so entangled that the moment Lu Xiao entered his sea of consciousness, he discovered that those tangled spiritual threads were particularly active today for some reason. This made Lu Xiao curious about what Aries was thinking. He was obviously a little strange tonight, but she was currently being mentally comforted, so she couldn't ask. When the 1 hour mental soothing time was over, Lu Xiao withdrew the purification power from Aries' spiritual sea and found that Aries, who was sleeping soundly, had pink cheeks and slightly frowned brows and seemed to be very uncomfortable. Lu Xiao was slightly startled, then quickly reached out and covered Aries' forehead. The temperature of her hand was a little high. Aries has a fever. Is he sick? Realizing this, Lu Xiao instinctively panicked. You know, Aries has always appeared to be in good health. Even when Aries was covered with whip marks, he did not show any expression of pain. But right now, Aries was visibly uncomfortable. What to do? She had no experience in caring for orcs. The treatment device at home is only effective for external injuries. In a case like this with a fever, should I call a doctor to take a look, or can I just take some medicine? Also, why did Aries suddenly have a fever? Lu Xiao herself had no experience in this area, so she had to open the terminal and ask teacher AI Li for help. Have you rested? I want to ask you, what should I do if a male suddenly has a fever? Should I contact the hospital to ask a doctor to come, or should I just take some medicine? After sending the message, Lu Xiao couldn't help but worry that teacher AI Li hadn't seen it, or had fallen asleep. Just when she was thinking about contacting the hospital directly, teacher AI Li replied, "Sudden fever. Could it be estrus? Have you asked your concubine to inject inhibitors? If not, it should be estrus. For males who have been injected with inhibitors for a long time, their estrus period will be disrupted for a while once the injections are stopped." It was normal that Lu Xiao didn't notice it. Teacher Ellie even found an excuse for Lu Xiao, not realizing that Lu Xiao might have no idea that males have an estrus period. When Lu Xiao saw the 3 words estrus period, she felt sick all over. He quickly looked through the original owner's memory and found that there were indeed records about the male estrus period. He also found the rule that married males cannot privately inject inhibitors without the female's consent. Lu Xiao. The world always gives her a little surprise from time to time. She couldn't help but wonder, in those families with many males, would the female owner appease every male? If she couldn't do that and didn't want these males to be injected with inhibitors, would she just let them endure it? This would be tantamount to exploitation of the males. Since they are married, they still need to inject inhibitors to suppress their estrus period. Wouldn't that be a kind of mental torture for them? Suddenly I realized that this is an unsolvable problem. No matter what choice they make, for males it is either torture to their spirit or torture to their body. Lu Xiao looked at Aries, who was still frowning in his sleep, unable to hide his discomfort, and felt very complicated. Thank you, teacher Ellie. I know what to do now. You only have one concubine anyway, so just go through the estrus period with him. Normally, they only have it once every 3 months, so you should be able to handle it. Seeing teacher Ellie's thoughtful reply, Lu Xiao felt relieved for some reason. Fortunately, it was not once a month but 7 days each time. After thanking teacher Ellie again, Lu Xiao looked at the sleeping Aries and felt a little at a loss for a moment. She was not old enough to know nothing. The original owner had memories of how to get through the estrus period with Aries. Even if she didn't, an adult could learn it without any instruction. However, she had not expected to have a relationship with Aries so soon, so she was a little overwhelmed and felt like she was being forced into something. But then she thought again. She had already promised Aries that she would try to get along with him, slowly accept each other, and become a real couple, so this kind of thing is also very normal between husband and wife. Just when Lu Xiao was struggling, Aries uttered a painful warning. At the same time, Aries shrank back because of discomfort. Seeing this, Lu Xiao made up her mind and gently woke Aries up. The man opened his eyes. His usually cold black eyes were now misty. When he looked at Lu Xiao, he showed an indescribable fragility. Lu Xiao? Aries had just woken up, and his brain was not fully clear yet. He was not sure whether the Lu Xiao in front of him was real or an illusion that he desired too much. "I'm here." Lu Xiao held Aries' hand and said softly, "Are you feeling uncomfortable, Aries?" Hearing Lu Xiao's voice, Aries' eyes widened unconsciously, realizing that this was not the Lu Xiao he imagined, but the real Lu Xiao, which made Aries' heart tremble. Then, thinking of his own ugly appearance at the moment, Aries' face turned pale. He pretended to be calm. Xiao Xiao, why haven't you rested yet? Lu Xiao noticed that Aries' eyes were evasive, and her heart tightened unconsciously. What was going on? Was Aries avoiding her? Was he unwilling to let her help? Realizing this, Lu Xiao felt a little disappointed. Then he thought that it would be normal for Aries to refuse. After all, the two of them had not officially confirmed their relationship. If they did so, it would be a bit unreasonable. Aries, you are an estrus, right? Do you want me to help you? Or do you want to be injected with inhibitors? Lu Xiao felt that it would be better to give the choice to Aries. Still discovered. Aries' eyes flashed with panic, but he couldn't help but look at Lu Xiao, as if trying to judge whether his female mistress was feeling disgusted. Lu Xiao felt the heat in Aries' eyes, which made her feel inexplicably more uncomfortable. Just as he was about to say something to break the silence, Aries suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. Can you please help me through this, Lady Lord? I don't want to be injected with inhibitors. He wants to be with Lu Xiao. I want to very much. When Lu Xiao heard this, her face suddenly turned red. There was nothing she could do. She was just a rookie who had never been in a relationship. Being looked at with such burning eyes would make her feel flustered. The next morning, when Aries woke up, warm sunlight shone through the gauze curtains and gently fell on Lu Xiao's hair. The little female was sleeping soundly. Her face was pink and pale, with a hint of fatigue, yet she was exceptionally attractive. Thinking of last night, Aries silently raised the corners of his lips and gently kissed Lu Xiao on the cheek. Without waking up the sleeping little female, he gently lifted the quilt and went to prepare breakfast for his female master. At this moment, Aries' heart was filled with satisfaction. If he still had some doubts about Lu Xiao after last night, he didn't know how to express the joy in his heart. It was actually his mistress's first time. And even when she was very tired, Lu Xiao didn't think about herself first, but was concerned about whether his estrus period had passed. Whenever he thought of it, Aries couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips. He would treasure this joy forever. When Lu Xiao woke up, she only felt her body was sore, but it was still within an acceptable range. I subconsciously glanced at the time and found that I woke up much later than usual. As for Aries, he was no longer in bed. She didn't know when he woke up. She didn't even notice it. She didn't know how he was doing. He should have gotten through it smoothly, right? Otherwise, her waist would really be a bit overwhelmed. She still underestimated the seemingly gentle Aries. After all, he was a man with normal needs. After using the purifying power to repair her body and eliminate the feeling of soreness and weakness, Lu Xiao got out of bed, packed up, and went downstairs. At this moment, Aries had already put the prepared breakfast on the table. Seeing her coming down, he smiled and said, "Good morning. Are you feeling well?" Lu Xiao glanced at Aries, who had a slightly worried look in his eyes. After putting on his clothes, Aries became the elegant and clean Aries again. It's hard to imagine the madness of last night. Realizing what she was thinking, Lu Xiao raised her hand to cover her lips and coughed softly. "I'm fine, are you okay?" "I'm fine now. The mistress solved it for me completely." Hearing the word thoroughly, Lu Xiao's originally normal face suddenly turned slightly red. "That's good." Lu Xiao sat down pretending to be natural, hoping that this topic could end quickly. Fortunately, Aries has always been very sensible and did not continue. This made Lu Xiao feel relieved. But for some reason, she always felt that there was a smell on Aries today that she liked very much. And she herself seemed to have the same aura. This kind of atmosphere does not make people feel disgusted. On the contrary, Lu Xiao likes it very much. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Lu Xiao felt that the sense of estrangement between her and Aries had disappeared, as if they had really become very close. This feeling continued until Lu Xiao arrived at the 5th Institute. She had just gotten off the hovercraft, and before she could say goodbye to Aries, she saw Noah standing outside the door of the 5th Institute. "How come Earl Li Huan's son is here?" When the other person noticed her, he immediately smiled with joy and then ran towards her. Seeing this scene, Lu Xiao subconsciously stepped back and suddenly remembered what Lu Huan had told her about Noah asking about her. So it couldn't be what she thought, right? Mr. Lu Xiao, I'm Noir. We've met before. I'm really sorry for losing my composure in front of you last time.
I hope you don't mind.
I came here this time to say thank you in person. Thank you for saving me. Could I treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude? Facing the enthusiastic Noir, Lu Xiao could only think of refusing. Sorry, I'm afraid I don't have time to have dinner with you, but I received your thanks. I have to go to work, please go back. Noah didn't expect Lu Xiao to refuse so straightforwardly, but when he saw Aries sitting in the car, his eyes flashed with understanding. Okay, then I will come to see you later. Don't worry, I won't disturb your work. Lady Lu Xiao is a very remarkable female, I know. Looking at Noah, who was talking to himself, Lu Xiao really didn't know what to say. After all, the other party didn't confess to her right away, so it was not easy for her to refuse directly. After watching the other party leave, Lu Xiao turned to look at Aries. Aries raised an eyebrow at her, looking like he was watching a show. She suddenly realized that Aries seemed to have learned bad things. Wait for my news tonight. After saying this, Lu Xiao turned around, closed the car door, and strode towards the office building. Aries curled the corner of his lips slightly. If he had doubted before that Lu Xiao would not accept any males, it was probably to coax him. But after experiencing last night, he was willing to give his female master more trust. Teacher Ai Li looked at Lu Xiao, who came in from outside, and said jokingly with a smile, "Good morning, dear. You look radiant today. It seems that your concubine is very capable." At the end of this speech, Teacher Ellie did not forget to wink at her meaningfully. Lu Xiao knew exactly what she meant. Facing such a joke, Lu Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she didn't deny it. Yes, my Aries is really powerful. Hearing her say this, Teacher Ai Li was actually very surprised. She originally thought that Lu Xiao was thin-skinned and would not be able to withstand such a joke and would blush. However, she did not expect Lu Xiao to accept it well and did not let her see the good show. Teacher Shirley laughed loudly when she saw this. Teacher Ai Li, what did I say? Don't underestimate Xiao Xiao. Teacher Ellie sighed. You are right. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to not be shy. Lu Xiao couldn't see anything for a moment. This was Teacher Ai Li's bad taste. Am I easily shy in Teacher Ai Li's eyes? It's not that. It's just that your behavior is not like that of a normal female. You have a bit of the feeling of a veteran cadre. Suddenly hearing the word old cadre, Lu Xiao couldn't help but frown. Was he saying that she was conservative and boring? She didn't, did she? But when I think about the normal behavior of females, nightclubs, shopping, and teasing males, well, it seems that she has never done these things. Well, she felt that what Teacher Ellie said was right. She was indeed boring. Just think of it as you praising me, Teacher Ellie. Hey, I'm just curious, if you have a main husband in the future, what will happen to your current side husband? You're doting on him too much now. Lu Xiao blinked. Is it possible that Aries will be my house husband in the future? After hearing what Lu Xiao said, it was Teachers Ai Li and Shirley who were surprised. What? You're planning to nominate Aries as the head husband? Is Aries really that good that you love him so much? Teacher Ellie considers herself not a passionate female, but there are still 3 males in the family. Teacher Ellie and the others didn't understand why Lu Xiao had such a special liking for one person. In fact, Lu Xiao also didn't quite understand why they could like so many people at the same time. She felt that her energy was both abundant and limited. Abundant because apart from males, there were many colorful things in life waiting for her to do. Limited because she could not waste all her life dealing with interpersonal relationships. The more people there are in the family, the more conflicts there will be to deal with. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. In the morning, it was the first day that Teacher Ai Li and her clinic opened. While Lu Xiao was receiving patients, Teacher Ai Li also devoted herself to her work. What Lu Xiao didn't expect was that when Lu Xiao finished her morning work, returned to the office, and prepared to have lunch, the other 3 people, led by Teacher Ai Li, all looked pale. It's like being tortured. This scared Lu Xiao, who had just entered the office and had not yet had time to return to her seat. Teacher Ellie, Teacher Shirley, what's wrong with everyone? Teacher Ai Li drank warm water and looked at Lu Xiao, who was still energetic and vigorous after treating 2 S-level males in a row. "We also want to ask you now, Lu Xiao, how did you do it? Treating 2 S-level males at the same time and still being in such a good mental state? Are they really too delicate?" Lu Xiao was slightly startled and suddenly realized that their current situation was the sequelae of treating S-level males. "I didn't expect it to be so serious." Not knowing how to explain for a moment, Lu Xiao walked to Teacher AI Li and raised her hand to cover Teacher AI Li's forehead. "Relax." Just as Teacher Ellie was about to ask her what she was doing, she felt a coolness rushing out of her spiritual sea, and then she felt the fatigue in her body disappear. This was the first time that Lu Xiao entered the spiritual sea of a female. Compared with the spiritual sea of a male, the spiritual sea of a female was much smaller. There was no dark matter, but it was gray, as if covered with a layer of mist. There were several clusters of spiritual threads entangled together, which were quickly sorted out by Lu Xiao. 5 minutes later, Lu Xiao left Teacher AI Li's spiritual sea. Teacher Ellie, who had originally looked pale and tired, opened her eyes with incredible shock in her eyes. "My dear, you are amazing. Your spiritual comfort is very special. It seems to be different from ours. You actually comb our spiritual threads directly." Teacher AI Li seemed to have discovered some new path, and her eyes were full of admiration as she looked at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao raised her eyebrows. She knew that her purification power was different from the spiritual soothing of females, but from what Teacher Ellie said, it seemed that when they were doing spiritual soothing for S-level males, they were not combing those spiritual threads. "Then how did you do it, Teacher Ellie?" "We all inject our own spiritual power to suppress those restless and fluctuating spiritual threads, but the pollutants in the male orc's spiritual sea will also seep into our spiritual sea, causing us pain." Lu Xiao thought that the fog she had just seen in Teacher Ellie's spiritual sea should be caused by the pollution of dark matter. Where do those dark substances, pollutants, come from? She has treated many S-level male orcs. Most of the S-level males have dark matter in their spiritual sea, except for a very small number of them. The only difference is that the spiritual sea of an ordinary person is much cleaner than that of an S-class male soldier. Any male orc who has been on the battlefield and has come into contact with the Zerg will be infected. Once this pollutant enters the spiritual sea, it is difficult to remove it. It is like it has an absorption force, adhering to the spiritual threads and constantly multiplying by devouring the negative emotions of the orcs as nutrients. After listening to Teacher Ellie's explanation, Lu Xiao finally understood what dark matter is. "But Lu Xiao, how did you come up with the idea of sorting out those tangled spiritual threads?" Lu Xiao's heart tightened. She raised her hand to cover her lips and coughed softly. "Isn't that right? I thought everyone did this." Teacher Ellie was slightly stunned when she heard this, and then looked at Lu Xiao with relief. The little female in front of her was still young, so it was normal for her to have no experience in emotional comfort. But she, who had no experience, found such a way, which made her feel very amazing. There was no textbook teaching on mental comfort, and it seemed like they knew it instinctively. However, their idea had always been to suppress the negative emotions within the mental sea of the S-class males, but they had never thought of sorting out the tangled mental threads. "No, it's not that I have never thought about it, but compared to suppression, sorting out is more complicated. Compared with cumbersome and complicated methods, simple and rough suppression is of course more in line with the characteristics of females. After all, if they stay in the spiritual sea of an S-class male for one more minute, they will be invaded by those pollutants and suffer more. To treat an S-level male once, they need to rest for 2 days to excrete the pollutants. But those pollutants will not stay in the female's spiritual sea." So Lu Xiao couldn't help but wonder, does it mean that to a certain extent, the spiritual comfort of females actually has a certain purifying power? However, whether this purifying power is internal or external remains to be determined. After Lu Xiao's spiritual comfort, Teacher AI Li, who had fully recovered, looked rosy again. Teacher Shirley at the side said anxiously, "Dear, can you guys talk later? Lu Xiao, come and help us." Lu Xiao did not refuse. but went over to provide spiritual comfort to the 3 teachers. It is not difficult to provide mental comfort to a female, and it can be done in just over 10 minutes. My dear, your spiritual comfort is so comfortable. If I were a male, I would definitely take you home. After recovering, Teacher Shirley hugged Lu Xiao excitedly. Lu Xiao smiled and said, "Everyone is fine. I am very happy too." That's good. With Lu Xiao here, I will never be afraid to treat S-level males again. Teacher Shirley was extremely happy. Teacher Ai said, "Did you all feel Lu Xiao's spiritual comfort just now?" Teacher Shirley blinked, then opened her eyes wide and looked at Lu Xiao. "Xiao's spiritual comfort is different from ours. My spiritual threads have been combed clean by her. Now my spiritual sea is very comfortable and clear. I feel like I am bathed in the sun. I am in a very good mood." The other 2 teachers also nodded. What Teacher Ellie said seemed very likely to the other 3 teachers. It also made them gradually realize that their past research directions seemed to be wrong. Male emotions need not be suppressed, but released. Teacher Ai looked at Lu Xiao, who returned to her seat to rest after comforting them mentally, with tenderness in her eyes. How could there be such a smart little female? She is really like a light that illuminates everyone. Feeling Teacher Ai's gaze, Lu Xiao looked up in confusion. What's wrong? Is Teacher Ai still not feeling well? No, I'm not feeling uncomfortable, dear. I just suddenly feel that I like you more. Lu Xiao didn't expect that Teacher Ai would suddenly confess her love, and said with a smile, "Well, I like Teacher Ai too." "Oh, what are you 2 doing?" "Lu Xiao, don't you like me?" Teacher Shirley looked at Lu Xiao, pretending to be jealous. Lu Xiao quickly said, "Of course I like other teachers very much too." Teacher Ellie laughed. "You are still a good person. Can we watch you treat the midterm S-level male this afternoon?" In the past, they didn't really care much about the treatment of S-level males, mainly because there had been no progress after so many years of research. Even when the 5th Research Institute was first established, they were full of enthusiasm, but after decades of time, they no longer had the same enthusiasm as before. But Lu Xiao was like fresh blood, activating them. Especially Lu Xiao really gave them hope. Lu Xiao naturally wouldn't refuse. "Of course, but teachers, shouldn't we have lunch?" Yes, let's eat. I was wondering why I was hungry, but I was just busy talking." "Honey, what delicious food did you bring for lunch today?" "Aries made today's lunch: winter melon and pork rib soup, vinegar braised cabbage, cherry meat, and a small portion of pickles." "No way, your husband's cooking skills are so good?" Teacher Shirley looked at Lu Xiao's lunchbox in disbelief. "Aries is very good at learning. After teaching him a few times, he can do it very well. Do you want to try it?" "Of course. This looks very appetizing." "My dear, I found that you are very good at training males. It's a pity that you don't accept other males. Aries is really enviable." Teacher Shirley spoke with emotion. Even she, a female, was a little envious. Living with a little female like Lu Xiao must be a very happy thing. She can cook, is family-oriented, loyal, good-looking, and considerate. Oh my God, what a stunning beauty. Teacher Shirley even thought that if she were a male, she would definitely pester Lu Xiao. Of course, she was just thinking about it. The truth was that no male dared to pester a female here. If that happens, the outcome will definitely be very miserable. Lu Xiao didn't know what Teacher Shirley was thinking. Even if she knew, she would just be at a loss whether to laugh or cry. After lunch, Lu Xiao began her nap. Because there was another mid-stage S-level male patient in the afternoon, even though Lu Xiao didn't feel tired, she decided to do nothing, take a good rest, and adjust her condition to the best to meet the challenge in the afternoon. After all, he was a mid-stage S-level male, and Lu Xiao was not sure if she could treat him. Dean had already made it very difficult for her to treat him before. But that is also because although Dean's condition is in the middle stage, he is already in the advanced middle stage and is infinitely close to an S-class male at his peak. The patients to be treated in the afternoon are in the early to mid-stage stages. Lu Xiao feels that with her current purification ability, she should be able to handle it. Soon after lunch break, the escorting officer brought an S-class male to the door of her clinic. When they saw Lu Xiao, the two escorting officers greeted her very respectfully. Lu Xiao also responded with a smile. After Lu Xiao entered the clinic, teacher Ai Li also entered one after another, and they all sat aside very tactfully so as not to disturb Lu Xiao's subsequent treatment process. When the escorting officer was putting a helmet on the other party, Lu Xiao stopped him. "Don't wear a helmet."
But
The escorting officer wanted to say, "This one is a mid-stage S-class male." He could understand that S-class males did not wear helmets in the early stages, but the rate of loss of control of S-class males in the middle stages would be even greater. Lu Xiao did not explain, but looked at the male orc sitting on the chair with an unhealthy look on his face. "Will you attack me?" The other party seemed to have not expected the little female in front of him to ask such a question, and sneered. "Would you believe me if I said no?" "If you say no, I will believe you. There is no need for him to wear it. I trust him." Lu Xiao smiled at him with a gentle look in her eyes. Her reaction made the orc who had just deliberately provoked her feel uncomfortable. "I know you. You have provided mental comfort to Dean. Dean's story has spread in their shelter. Everyone knows that he was rescued by a little female. They even found out that the little female was called Lu Xiao, a new therapist at the Fifth Institute, a female who was willing to provide mental comfort to males. Do you know Dean?" Lu Xiaolu asked in surprise. "How is he now?" "We are not familiar with him. We just heard that he is now in quarantine. We don't know how he is doing now. Maybe he is dead, but it has not been made public yet." When saying this, the orc tried to see panic on the little female's face with a malicious look. Unfortunately, he didn't. Lu Xiao didn't even seem to hear the malice in his words. She smiled and said, "Then I think he must be in a safe place. What's your name?" Suddenly being asked his name, the orc fell silent. His several rude behaviors made Teacher Shirley, who was sitting next to him, very angry. He wanted to speak several times, but was held back by Teacher Ellie, who signaled her not to interfere with Lu Xiao's treatment. She could see that the healing process had already begun. Although the orc in front of her seemed to be provoking her, in fact, the initiative was entirely in Lu Xiao's hands. "Isn't there a number on my personal information? Why do they need to know my name?" Lu Xiao shook the notebook in her hand and said, "Because the conditions of each of my patients will be recorded separately, I don't want this notebook to only have cold numbers. Of course, if you don't want to say it, I will respect you." It seems to be handing the initiative to the other party, but in fact it is full of temptation. Teacher Ellie couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips. She found that Lu Xiao was really smart. Sure enough, after hearing Lu Xiao's words, the orc's expression showed some hesitation. Lu Xiao is never stingy with praise and is always sincere. This is simply unimaginable for males who have never been favored by this society and have always been ruthlessly suppressed. Because generally when females see them, they will just order them around in a condescending manner or look at them with disgust, as if they are some shameful bugs. But the little female in front of you smiled at you for telling him how great he was and praised him without reservation and naturally. Although Gru didn't want to admit it, the female in front of him was indeed different from those he had seen before. An unnatural blush appeared on his gloomy face. Teacher Ellie, who was sitting nearby and watching, saw all of Gru's changes and admired Lu Xiao even more. Lu Xiao is really born to be a therapist. Lu Xiao looked at Gru's personal identity information on the instrument. His spiritual sea danger assessment value was at the early to mid-stage, which had suddenly erupted in recent times. Gru's condition was relatively stable before. "Have you been able to sleep lately?" I didn't ask about Gru's recent sleep and medication. For an S-level male who has reached the middle stage, medication is almost nothing to them, and sleep has become a luxury. Sure enough, after hearing what Lu Xiao said, Gru laughed and said, "If I could still fall asleep, it wouldn't be like this. It sounds very tiring. We can talk about it when we have time. Get a good sleep first." Lu Xiao could see that the S-level male in the middle stage did not have good patience. He might have been tortured by long-term insomnia and no longer had much patience, so he would be very irritable. This kind of irritability is unconscious and may be expressed subconsciously. Lu Xiao put on her gloves again, stood up and walked in front of Gru. When teacher Shirley saw the scene, she became nervous unconsciously and was even worried about Lu Xiao. The guy in front of her was a mid-stage S-level male. He had not been very friendly since the start of the treatment. She was really worried that if Lu Xiao got close to him, this guy would suddenly become angry. However, although Gru was much more irritable than the previous patient, he showed no signs of going crazy. He was just puzzled to see Lu Xiao approaching him. Unfortunately, Lu Xiao had no intention of explaining to him and put her hand on his forehead. Then a cool feeling rushed into his spiritual sea. Compared to Dean's almost completely black spiritual sea, Gru's spiritual sea is much better. Lu Xiao could still handle this situation. However, the treatment time is 10 minutes shorter than that of the initial S-level male. After 20 minutes, Lu Xiao stopped the treatment. This length of treatment is just right for Lu Xiao. It's not impossible for her to continue, but she will most likely be overloaded. Right now, it is within the range that her body can just bear. After glancing at the sleeping Gru, Lu Xiao returned to the instrument and sat down. He drank some water and after a short rest, he checked the values on the instrument. Gru's spiritual sea danger assessment value was on the rise and turned red and green without any surprise. This shows that this treatment method is also effective for mid-stage S-level males. 15 minutes later, Gru woke up slowly. When he opened his eyes, he looked dazed, as if he was not sure where he was. Lu Xiao watched him wake up and said with a smile, "Do you feel a lot more relaxed now?" "I just fell asleep." When Gru spoke again, his voice was full of disbelief, as if it was an incredible thing that he could fall asleep. Lu Xiao gave an affirmative answer. "Yes, you slept for 15 minutes. Gru gradually realized that the reason he was able to fall asleep was closely related to the little female in front of him. Today's treatment ends here. You can continue to apply for my clinic next week, Gru. Don't think too much. Go back and have a good rest." After Lu Xiao finished speaking, she stood up, took off her gloves, opened the door, and called the escorting officer in. Seeing this, Gru quickly said, "Thank you." The voice was very small, but Lu Xiao still heard it. She turned around and smiled and replied, "You're welcome." After Gru left, Lu Xiao was surrounded by teachers Ellie. "My dear, you are so amazing. I feel like I am beginning to admire you. Did you see Gru's eyes just now? He was impatient before, but when he went out just now, the look he gave Lu Xiao was so hot. He must be very grateful to Lu Xiao in his heart now." Teacher Shirley's tone was filled with unconcealable happiness. Teacher AI Lee asked, "You all saw Lu Xiao's treatment just now, right?
Tell us what you think."
I didn't expect that Xiao Xiao could be so good-tempered. She didn't even get angry when faced with the provocation of a male. Xiao Xiao was very gentle throughout the whole process, and Xiao Xiao even asked the other person's name. "What does this mean?"
"I don't quite understand."
"There is a number, right?" As soon as this question came out, everyone else looked at Lu Xiao in unison. Lu Xiao did not hide it. "Don't you think that numbers are very cold and heartless? Usually we give numbers to things, some test subjects, some dead things, but S-level males are neither of these. Treating them with numbers is very disrespectful to me. Their names should not be replaced by cold numbers, so I will ask them their names, giving them warmth and respect at the same time." Teacher Ellie couldn't help but applaud when she heard this. She really didn't expect that Lu Xiao could consider so many issues. The reason why numbers were used in the first place was because it made recording easier, and we did not think about the issue from a male perspective. Looking back now, it was indeed ill-considered. In that case, let's prepare a notebook to record the information of these patients. I hope we can do the same as Lu Xiao. Teacher AI Lee put this method directly on the agenda. After a busy day, before leaving get off work, Lu Xiao smiled and reminded everyone, "Don't forget to come to my house tomorrow. I will treat you all with delicious food."
"Don't worry, dear.
We will be there on time tomorrow. We haven't forgotten this." A few people walked out of the office building chatting and laughing. After Lu Xiao waved goodbye to the 4 teachers, she walked towards Aries, who was waiting there. However, just as she was about to reach Aries, Noah appeared. Lu Xiao was startled. "Why are you still here?" Seeing that Lu Xiao was frightened, Noir quickly stepped back and scratched his head embarrassedly. I'm waiting for you. You're off work now. Can you accept my invitation? I really want to treat you to a meal.
Thank you.
Sensing Aries' dissatisfaction, Lu Xiao gently patted the man's arm, smiled at Aries to comfort him, and then said to Noah, "Just want to thank me?" She actually didn't expect that Noir would be so stubborn, but when she thought about his previous entanglement with Lu Huan, she could understand that this guy might just have a paranoid personality. Hearing this, Noir's face flushed unnaturally. I want to be your concubine. Or your servant. When saying this, Noah also subconsciously glanced at Aries. Perhaps he thought that with Aries' identity, he was just Lu Xiao's concubine. It might be a little difficult for someone like him to be a concubine. It didn't matter if he was a concubine. As long as he could be with Lu Xiao, he would be satisfied. Hearing this, Lu Xiao was not surprised at all, but felt relieved instead. Now that she has said it, she can refuse. Sorry, I don't accept husbands or concubines anymore.
Why?
Do you think I have no merits and abilities, so you refuse? Lu Xiao shook her head. Neither, I just simply don't like you, so I don't want to accept you. Do you understand? If you understand, go home. You should not think about these things at your age. Studying hard is the serious matter. Noah is about the same age as Lu Huan and has just reached adulthood. Lu Xiao couldn't understand why a man wanted to be someone's concubine or servant without experiencing life yet. In Lu Xiao's opinion, if she were a male here, she would never think about getting married. Even if she ended up living alone, she would still be happy alone. Noah looked devastated, but Lu Xiao's words were too blunt, leaving him no room for maneuver or fantasy. If he was rejected simply because he had no achievements, no ability, and was young, he could still try hard. But if he doesn't like him, there's really nothing he can do, because he doesn't know how to make someone like him. Seeing Nua's devastated look, Lu Xiao said, "Go home and study hard. Your life has just begun.
Don't worry about what I said today.
You will find someone you like in the future. Don't come to me again. You don't want to be a bother to me, right?" The last sentence almost killed all of Noah's thoughts. Lu Xiao said this without even waiting for Noah's response. She took Aries' hand and returned to the hovercraft. The door was closed. Lu Xiao patted her chest and said, "What should I do so that no one will come looking for me from time to time? Aries, do you think I should put a sign on my body saying I'm not looking for males?" Aries was amused by the little female's reaction. He felt warm in his heart, but at the same time, he felt that Lu Xiao had sacrificed too much for this. "Actually, you can. Stop it, Aries. If you want to persuade me to take in those males who want to be my side husband, my servant, or even my main husband, don't say it because I won't change my mind. Her family really doesn't need too many people. Now it's just her and Aries." Hearing this, Aries responded, "Okay, I won't say it anymore." Lu Xiao smiled and patted his shoulder. "It's worthy of praise." Aries actually didn't understand why Lu Xiao was different from other females. She didn't seem to have much enthusiasm for males, but she was kind to them. But at the same time, this kindness comes with a sense of distance. Unlike some females, no matter how devoted or how unapproachable they appear, they will mostly accept any male who comes to them. Because with one more male, what's added is not just one more person, but also the wealth they hold. But Lu Xiao rejected every male who wanted to join in. He felt that he was really lucky. While being touched, he also wanted to work hard to give Lu Xiao a better life and let her know that her decision was not wrong. Lu Xiao didn't know what Aries was thinking about. She planned the dishes for tomorrow on the terminal and said to Aries, "Teacher Ellie, and the others will come over tomorrow. Please help me see how these dishes are, and whether they are enough. There are 4 of them in total. I also want to make a dessert after dinner." Aries looked at the records on Lu Xiao's light screen. The little female prepared a total of 10 dishes. That should be enough. That's good. Aries, you have to come with me tomorrow morning. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to finish it. Sorry to trouble you. It's not hard. I can do it by myself. You can enjoy the weekend with your friends.
How can that be?
I invited you to my house. How can I ask you to do the work? This is not right. It's good enough that you can help me. Next time you invite friends to my house, I will help you. This house belongs to the two of us. There is no right or wrong for anyone to do something, Aries. Okay, I understand. After getting Aries' response, Lu Xiao hugged him happily. In fact, Aries has changed more and more now. He no longer kneels down or asks for punishment at every turn. Aries was becoming more and more open to her. This made Lu Xiao feel that Aries came alive. She liked Aries like this. It also proves that her guidance was correct. After returning home, Lu Xiao just got off the hovercraft and saw a figure lingering at the door. At first, I didn't recognize who it was until I heard some noise in the yard. Sister, I'm Lu Huan, are you back? Suddenly hearing the name Lu Huan, Lu Xiao frowned unconsciously. She didn't understand why Lu Huan came to look for her when he was not in school. Was he in trouble again? Lu Xiao was speechless and went over to open the gate. What's the matter? Seeing Lu Xiao's impatient look, Lu Huan restrained a smile and said, Tomorrow is the weekend, and I have nowhere to go, so I wanted to come and see you. What do you mean you have nowhere to go? You can't live in the school anymore? Lu Xiao didn't understand what Lu Huan meant. No, it's just that everyone goes out on the weekend and I don't want to go out, and I don't want to live in school. I want to live here, and I can help with the work. Lu Huan said the last sentence very quickly. It seemed as if he was certain that Lu Xiao liked to hear this. Are you getting into trouble outside again? Even though Lu Huan said this, Lu Xiao did not take it lightly. No, definitely not this time. I haven't been out for a long time. I don't go to bars anymore. Sister, I think you're right. I should study hard at my age. Hearing Lu Huan's words, Lu Xiao sneered. Okay, come in. She would just listen to Lu Huan's words but would not really believe them. After all, this kid has a criminal record. Hearing Lu Huan calling people obediently, Lu Xiao became curious about what this kid was up to. After letting the person in, Lu Xiao ignored her and went back to her room to take a shower and change clothes. When I came down, I saw Lu Huan fiddling with ingredients in the kitchen. Hearing the noise behind him, Lu Huan quickly turned to look at Lu Xiao and said with a smile, Sister, I'll make whatever you want to eat. Lu Xiao raised her eyebrows and noticed Lu Huan's flattery. Lu Xiao's eyes were too sharp and Lu Huan felt his scalp tingling. Sister, what's wrong? Tell me, what's the matter? Lu Xiao didn't believe at all that Lu Huan would come to work for her for no reason. After all, people can't change suddenly. Under Lu Xiao's sharp gaze, Lu Huan finally couldn't sit still anymore and whispered, There's a parents' meeting at the end of the month, can you go? Lu Xiao was slightly startled when she heard this. Before Lu Huan spoke, she had thought of many possibilities. The most likely one was that this kid only cared about food and had hooked up with some male again, and that guy came to her to hold her responsible, or that he had caused some trouble at school, and she had to solve it. But I didn't expect it to be this. You should ask your mother about this. No matter what he did, he couldn't find her. Mother won't go. She used to let the housekeeper or concubine go at most. She had never been there once. Of course, most of the females in her class were the same. No one was better than anyone else. But this time, Lu Huan looked at Lu Xiao. You go, sister. I should do well in this exam. Lu Xiao looked at Lu Huan, who was trying his best to persuade her, and suddenly realized that according to the way females in the empire raise their offspring, although females have a high status, they are actually very lacking in love. If I have time, I will go, but don't hold out hope. Lu Xiao did not intend to agree to Lu Huan so easily, because Lu Huan had no credibility in her eyes. Okay, go if you have time, forget it if you don't. It seemed that Lu Huan was already very happy that Lu Xiao could say that. Go out, you don't have to cook dinner. Lu Xiao just wanted to have a good meal in the evening and didn't want to eat something unpalatable just to blame Lu Huan. That's not blaming Lu Huan, it's being harsh on herself. It is better not to use this poisonous move that hurts the enemy by 1,000 and hurts yourself by 800. Lu Huan was reluctant to leave. Can I follow along and learn for a while? Lu Xiao couldn't help but think that if Lu Huan really wasn't pretending to be good, then the change was quite big. But he didn't refuse. Then don't get in the way. When Aries came down from upstairs and saw Lu Xiao and Lu Huan in the kitchen, he did not go over there, but turned around to clean up the house. At the same time, Lu Huan somehow got the hang of it this time. She actually knew how to use the terminal to record the entire process of Lu Zhao's cooking, so that she could watch it over and over again after returning home so as not to forget any step in the middle. Seeing this, Lu Xiao finally felt that Lu Huan was not so stupid. After dinner, before Lu Xiao and Aries could make any move, Lu Huan rushed to clean up the table. Sister, brother-in-law, you guys have worked hard all day. You should have a good rest. I will clean up here. Aries looked at Lu Xiao, his eyes full of question marks. Lu Xiao was too lazy to guess Lu Huan's little calculations and waved her hand. Since you are willing, then do it. Lu Huan was extremely happy when he got the permission. At night, when Lu Xiao was about to comfort Aries, Aries suddenly said, Sir Lu Huan has changed a lot. Yeah, I don't know what to do. Do you have any way to check it out? Although Lu Huan said that, Lu Xiao always felt that it was not the case. Aries had this intention originally, but it would be against the rules to investigate Lu Huan privately, without Lu Zhao's permission. But now that Lu Xiao said so, he had nothing to worry about. After saying yes, he asked, Can you stay and sleep with me tonight? Hearing this suddenly, Lu Xiao was stunned at first. You are not well yet? Seeing that Lu Xiao misunderstood, Aries' face flushed unnaturally. No, I'm fine now. I just want to sleep with you, okay? Realizing what Aries meant, Lu Xiao felt a little awkward, but the feeling quickly disappeared. After all, the two of them can now be considered a real couple, and it is only natural for them to sleep together. What's more, now that Aries has boldly proposed it, she certainly can't refuse. Okay, but I've never slept with anyone before, so I don't know if there will be any problems after falling asleep. If there is, just wake me up. No, the female master is very well behaved when she falls asleep. Ever since Lu Xiao said that she didn't like being called the female master, Aries rarely called her that. But he didn't expect that it would feel different when he called her that occasionally. Lu Xiao raised her hand to cover her lips and coughed lightly, then said in a natural manner, Okay, let's start mental comfort. Aries achieved his goal and said no more. He just said okay and lay down. An hour later, Aries fell into a deep sleep. She couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips slightly. Aries is really good looking. The next morning, when Lu Xiao woke up, Aries was no longer in bed. When they didn't live together before, she didn't feel much, but now that they sleep together, she realized that Aries actually gets up so early every day. No wonder breakfast was ready when she woke up. Thinking that she had invited 4 teachers to her home today, Lu Xiao did not stay in bed. Instead, she tidied up briefly and left the bedroom. Lu Huan, who was using a dust removal machine to vacuum dust, heard the noise and looked over. When he noticed that Lu Xiao came out of Aries' room, his eyes widened unconsciously. You two actually slept together. Lu Xiao raised an eyebrow and looked at her, as if she was making a fuss about something. Lu Huan realized belatedly that he had accidentally spoken out his true feelings and quickly explained, I saw that you two had been sleeping in separate rooms before, so I thought your relationship was just average, but I didn't expect that you two were doing so well. Lu Xiao rolled her eyes speechlessly. Mind your own business. Lu Huan nodded quickly. I know. I won't talk nonsense anymore. When will you go back to school? Can I stay here until school starts? Lu Huan asked cautiously, looking pitiful. Lu Xiao stared at her for a while and said, We have guests coming to our house today. If you have nothing to do, just stay in your room. Okay? I definitely won't cause you any trouble, sister. I really won't do the things I did before.
Please trust me this time.
Lu Huan could feel that Lu Xiao didn't trust her. No matter how Lu Huan assured her, Lu Xiao was still suspicious of her, and because she behaved too abnormally, Lu Xiao distrusted her even more. But Lu Xiao didn't particularly care what big trouble Lu Huan could cause for her. It's nothing more than that she hooked up with some male again and couldn't handle it anymore. After all, with Lu Huan's current abilities, there is nothing else he can do except these things. Teacher Ellie arrived with 3 other teachers. Each of them also brought gifts, including flowers, perfumes, etc. Lu Xiao welcomed them into the room. Please sit down first. We will have dinner in the garden later. Aries had just decorated the garden, But she still had a dish of sweet and sour pork ribs that teacher Shirley specially ordered that had not been prepared. "Honey, let us help you." Teacher Ellie stood up and said, feeling that it was not a good idea for them to come over and ask Lu Xiao to cook for them personally. Lu Xiao held her down and said, "There's only one dish of sweet and sour pork ribs left. I'll be done soon. You can sit for a while, or look around." Teacher Shirley smiled and said, "Xiao Xiao, your home looks so cozy." The house where Lu Xiao lives is not very big or luxurious, but it is clean and tidy, not messy at all, and there are no signs of many people living there. It's the kind of home that makes people feel very comfortable and relaxed. Yes, I was just about to say that. I feel very comfortable here. Hearing this, Lu Xiao smiled and said, "As long as you like it, you guys chat first, I'll go get busy." After watching Lu Xiao leave, teacher AI Li couldn't help but say, who would have thought that a female like Xiao Xiao would have such good cooking skills? Her concubine is really enviable. As teacher Ellie finished speaking, Aries, who was busy outside, pushed the door open. Seeing the 4 females gathered in the living room, Aries nodded slightly and went to the kitchen to help without saying anything. The 4 of them were not unfamiliar with Aries. After all, Aries would come to pick up Lu Xiao from get off work on time every day. They had all seen him before, but this was the first time they saw Aries at home. It feels slightly different from wearing a military uniform. Do you feel that Xiao Xiao's concubine is a little different? Teacher Shirley asked suspiciously, not sure whether her judgment was correct. I felt it too. Teacher Ellie nodded. Aries does not have the humility and restraint that other males have. For example, when he greeted them just now, Aries did it very naturally. If it were the concubines in their own families, they would always subconsciously avoid strangers when they saw them. Even if they really couldn't avoid them, they would only bow their heads and greet them and would never look up and look directly at the other person. This made them look very restrained and fearful from head to toe. Now, when I see Aries, I can clearly feel the difference between the two. Although they are both concubines, it is obvious that Aries is very confident. This confidence is naturally attributed to the fact that he has a very good female master. Several people couldn't help but sigh in their hearts, but they couldn't be like Lu Xiao and be devoted to only one person. At this time, the figures of Lu Xiao and Aries busy in the kitchen could be intuitively reflected to the 4 people through the glass door. Although it can be seen that Lu Xiao and Aries did not have much communication, their every move revealed a tacit understanding. Apparently, the 2 often cook together. Otherwise, it would be impossible, but just a look or a gesture can make the other person understand. Ask yourself, even when you are with their husbands, you seem to be unable to do this. There is always a layer of something in between. What the 4 teachers were thinking in this short period of time. After the sweet and sour pork ribs were fried, Lu Xiao came out of the kitchen and greeted the 4 people. "Okay, it's time to eat." Teacher AI Li came over and held out her hand. "Let me help you, Xiao Xiao." Lu Xiao did not refuse and handed the plate in her hand to Teacher AI Li. "Then I'll trouble Teacher AI Li. I'll go get the wine." Teacher Shirley immediately followed after hearing this. "I'll go with you." Aries cleaned up the kitchen and came out. He saw Lu Xiao coming back. Before he could say anything, he heard Lu Xiao say, "Ask Lu Huan to come down for dinner. You can come too." Aries' heart trembled slightly, and he wanted to say something, but because Teacher Shirley was still there, he nodded tactfully, "Okay." Teacher Shirley, who was standing by, did not feel offended at all when she heard Lu Xiao invite Aries to join them for dinner. She even thought this was very Lu Xiao. If it wasn't Lu Xiao, any other female would feel humiliated and offended if they invited the males in their family to dine with them. But when it came to Lu Xiao, it seemed so normal and natural. Because Lu Xiao took such good care of her concubine, he was not someone they could treat casually. In fact, even Lu Xiao didn't realize this, because the way she handled things made Aries receive the respect he deserved. When Lu Huan was called out by Aries, he was still a little dazed. "Does my sister really want me to go to dinner?" "Yes." Aries didn't mean to say more, he just responded and turned to go downstairs. Seeing this, Lu Huan hurriedly followed. Didn't she say anything else? For example, telling her not to talk nonsense, to be obedient, etc.? Aries replied expressionlessly, "No." Lu Huan was not reassured by this answer and continued, "Who are the guests at home today?" "The female master's colleague." "My sister really went to work?" Lu Huan still couldn't believe it. Faced with this question, Aries did not respond. It was really meaningless. When we arrived at the garden, we saw a few people chatting and laughing from a distance. The atmosphere was very good. Seeing Aries and Lu Huan coming over, Lu Xiao smiled and introduced them to the 4 teachers. "This is Lu Huan, my sister, and my partner Aries." When the 4 teachers heard Lu Xiao introduce Lu Huan, they didn't think it was a big deal. But when they heard Aries being introduced, even though the 4 teachers knew that Lu Xiao treated Aries differently, they didn't expect that she would use such a solemn introduction as partner. You should know that even when they introduce their own house husbands, they rarely use the word partner. Aries was able to accept it calmly, which meant that Lu Xiao had obviously introduced him like this more than once. Seeing Aries appear at the dining table, the 4 teachers did not have any objection. This shocked Lu Huan, who had just sat down. You have to know that when she was at home, her mother, Countess Zhiwei, never ate with her concubines and servants. Even when their father came back, they rarely sat together for meals. Aries' joining did not affect the atmosphere of the dinner, and with the addition of delicious food, the dinner went particularly smoothly. Lu Huan sat there, watching Lu Xiao chatting happily with 4 females who were much older than her, and envy unconsciously revealed in his eyes. I couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "Sister, what exactly do you do for a living?"
I don't even know yet.
Suddenly hearing this, the atmosphere at the table paused. Teacher Ai Li looked at Lu Xiao and said, "Dear, haven't you told your family about your job yet?" Lu Xiao still had a natural smile on her face, and she didn't feel embarrassed at all by Lu Huan's words.
I haven't said that.
Because it's not important at all. She doesn't need to inform Lu Guowei of what she does. Relatively speaking, Lu Guowei won't be bored enough to care about her affairs. What's more, it's not shameful for her to work in the 5th Institute. Hearing this, Teacher Shirley smiled and said to Lu Huan, "Your sister is very capable. Your sister is a full-time therapist at our 5th Research Institute." The 5th Research Institute. Isn't that? Even though Lu Huan had no idea what a therapist was, he had heard about what the 5th Research Institute did. Wasn't that to provide mental comfort to the males sent to the shelter? It was said that those S-level males were all terrifying, like crazy people. How could Lu Xiao go to that kind of place? Lu Huan was filled with shock. He couldn't believe that Lu Xiao would actually go to work at the 5th Research Institute. Is her sister crazy? Teacher Ai Li was not surprised by Lu Huan's shock and even laughed and joked. "See, most people will show such expressions when they hear that we are therapists from the 5th Institute, as if the place where we work is some kind of scourge. But how can they know that the place where we work is actually very safe? Otherwise, why are we still doing well after working for so many years?" Little female, don't look at people with tinted glasses. Your sister is very great, and she will definitely shock the entire empire in the future. Suddenly hearing Teacher Ai Li's praise, Lu Xiao laughed and said, "Teacher Ai Li, you are too good at praising me. Be careful, I might get carried away. Go ahead, you have the qualifications." Lu Huan sat here with a restless heart, listening to Lu Xiao and the 4 people chatting, and felt that he had never understood her. No, their whole family had never understood Lu Xiao. Looking at Aries, who had a calm expression on the side, it was obvious that Aries also knew what kind of job Lu Xiao was doing. He didn't even stop it. Lu Huan wondered uncertainly whether she should tell Lu Guowei about this matter, but she was not sure whether Lu Xiao was willing to let Lu Guowei know. If she did something bad, would Lu Xiao still go to the parent-teacher meeting for her? Thinking of this, Lu Huan felt that it would be better for him not to do anything that would challenge Lu Xiao's bottom line and just pretend that he didn't know about it. The 4 teachers stayed with Lu Xiao until the evening before leaving. When leaving, Lu Xiao brought Aries and personally sent the 4 people to the door and watched them leave one by one before going back. At this time, Lu Huan was actually quietly cleaning the table. Seeing the 2 of them coming back, Lu Huan said very considerately, "Sister, brother-in-law, you guys take a rest, I'll clean up here." Lu Xiao raised her eyebrows and did not do as Lu Huan said. Instead, she came over to clean up with Aries. Seeing Lu Xiao like this, Lu Huan pursed his lips, but didn't say much, just helped silently. That night, Aries investigated what had happened to Lu Huan at school during this period. I don't know if it was affected by Noah's incident, but Lu Huan hasn't been to entertainment places like bars since he broke up with Lu Xiao, and he even broke up with his previous friends because of it. The other party said that Lu Huan was a coward and was afraid to continue going out to play because of the threat from Lu Xiao. Lu Huan had a big quarrel with them and claimed that he had a good relationship with Lu Xiao. Those people mocked Lu Huan and said that if he really had a good relationship with Lu Xiao, then he should let Lu Xiao attend the parent-teacher meeting for her. Lu Huan was forced to agree. There was no need for Aristotle to explain what happened next. Lu Xiao knew it clearly. So this was the purpose of Lu Huan coming here this time to please her. Lu Xiao was a little surprised that Lu Huan actually showed signs of improvement. Aries looked at Lu Xiao, who looked incredulous. Surprised? Lu Xiao did not hide her thoughts. I am very surprised. I thought Lu Huan was no longer teachable. I didn't expect that she could be saved. However, I don't understand her change. Thinking back carefully, it seemed that Lu Huan was different the last time he left Earl Huan's mansion. She intuitively felt that it was something she said to Noir during their meeting that caused Lu Huan to change. But at the moment, this change is a good thing. I hope Lu Huan is not just making a whim. When Lu Xiao meets Lu Huan tomorrow morning, she will ask her when the parent-teacher meeting will be. Since the children are willing to learn well, parents will naturally not give up such an opportunity. In fact, Lu Xiao does not have a Madonna complex, nor does she think of herself as a savior. She just encountered a situation and could make a change, so she did it. If she hadn't met him, she wouldn't have been so bored as to change the world. The next day at the dinner table, when Lu Huan heard Lu Xiao ask her when the parents' meeting was, she became visibly excited. At the end of this month, are you going, sister? I'll go there when I have time at the end of the month. Please send me the specific time then. Since she had decided to go, Lu Xiao didn't keep Lu Huan hanging and gave her a reassurance, so you can go back to school if you're fine. Seeing that Lu Xiao finally agreed, Lu Huan felt relieved and nodded. Okay, then I will go back to school later and not disturb my sister and brother-in-law. Lu Xiao raised her eyebrows and glanced at Lu Huan, who was smiling. Now it felt more comfortable to call them sister and brother-in-law. After breakfast, Lu Huan helped clean up the table before leaving with a smile. Seeing her leave, Lu Xiao couldn't help but think that it would be a good thing if Lu Huan changed a little because of this. But Aries, I just remembered that I have to go to the S-class shelter tomorrow. I should go to provide mental comfort for Dean on that day. But don't worry, Teacher Ellie and Teacher Shirley will be with me this time. They will also help when the time comes, so you can focus on your work. She didn't want to make Aries worry because of the nature of her job. Hans and everyone in the S-class shelter were looking forward to Lu Xiao's next visit. Early Monday morning, Hans arrived at the S-class shelter in advance and took a look. In the past week, they provided Dean with an exclusive ward as requested by Lu Xiao, removed the instruments that restrained him, and carefully inquired about Dean's preferences, trying their best to meet all his needs. I don't know if this method worked, but Dean didn't riot again this week, and the instrument that monitors the danger assessment value of his spiritual C at all times shows that his spiritual C has been in a stable state. Although his lower body still maintained its orc state, this situation was already extremely good for a mid to high-level S-class male. During this period, in addition to eating every day, Dean has been assembling various mecha and aircraft carrier models and even put together a 3,000-piece jigsaw puzzle. No one expected that this guy actually had such a hobby. Although this method seemed to be effective in the short term, Hans still couldn't let go. After all, a mid to high-level S-class male is like a bomb that can explode at any time. Perhaps the calm now is just the calm before the storm. But this time Lu Xiao did not come alone. She also brought 4 other therapists from the 5th Institute. Hans was so happy when he heard that they would also participate in Dean's mental comfort today. Teacher Ellie saw that he wanted to laugh but tried hard to hold it back, so she rolled her eyes and said, "Just laugh if you want to. Why are you holding it back?" Hans raised his hand to cover his lips and shook his head quickly. "No, I'm going to make everyone suffer later. How can I smile?" You've been running all the way, do you need to rest first? Lu Xiao looked at the four teachers. In fact, they were not tired at all after taking the bus all the way here. Sure enough, Teacher Ellie shook her head and said, "Why take a break? Finish it early and end it early. Let's go now and take us there." On the way, Lu Xiao looked at Dean's monitoring report for the week. The report showed that Dean's condition was stable this week, neither rising nor falling. Has he recovered from his illness? I just checked, and it's not there yet. Hearing this, Lu Xiao was not surprised. After all, Dean was not like his previous patients. Dean's mental C danger assessment value was intermediate to advanced. It would be great if it was really that easy to cure. Lu Xiao didn't say anything else. She already had an idea in her mind. In order not to scare these females, Dean's lower body was covered with white cloth. After Lu Xiao entered, she walked over and greeted Dean. "Good morning, Dean. How have you been this week?" Seeing Lu Xiao, Dean's eyes were filled with excitement, but he greeted Lu Xiao very restrainedly. "Hello, Mr. Lu Xiao, I'm fine. I have prepared a gift for you, a puzzle, and I hope you like it. Do you still like puzzles?" "Yes, I like it very much. I know it was you who suggested them to provide me with a separate environment. I am very grateful, but now I have nothing. I hope you don't feel shabby."
How could that be?
"I've always wanted a puzzle, but unfortunately I'm not good at it. This puzzle came just in time." Lu Xiao's words made the smile in Dean's eyes even brighter. This feeling of not being betrayed obviously pleased Dean to a great extent. Afterwards, Lu Xiao told him about today's treatment plan and let the four teachers treat Dean first. In this way, when the four teachers finished, Lu Xiao could help the four teachers recover as soon as possible. It wouldn't be the case that all five of them would be wiped out in one trip. Neither Dean nor Hans had any objection to the treatment plan proposed by Lu Xiao. They all have the same idea in their hearts, and it would be great if someone is willing to provide them with spiritual comfort. How could they have the right to choose? So, Lu Xiao didn't say much, and Teacher Ellie led the others to start providing mental comfort to Dean one by one. However, Dean's current situation is a big challenge for Lu Xiao, not to mention the four teachers led by Ellie. At the end, almost every teacher was unable to stand. Fortunately, Lu Xiao gave them mental comfort in time and helped them recover. After the four teachers finished the treatment, Lu Xiao did not rush to give Dean the final mental comfort, but walked to the instrument to check the data report. The instrument showed that after four teachers had provided spiritual comfort, Dean's mental danger assessment value had dropped a little. Therefore, it is effective for females to comfort males mentally, but the treatment process is often too painful. That's why there are so many irresponsible females in the empire. After seeing the pain that Teacher Ellie and the others suffered with her own eyes, Lu Xiao could somewhat understand the reluctance of the females. Only after seeing that the four teachers had almost recovered did Lu Xiao begin to treat Dean. Dean was still awake at this moment. When he saw Lu Xiao coming over, he said apologetically, "Thank you for your hard work, Mr.
Lu Xiao.
Don't think too much, just get some good sleep." Lu Xiao patted Dean's shoulder gently, then raised her hand to cover his forehead. This week, Lu Xiao's purification ability has increased a lot, but it is still difficult to face Dean's level. 20 minutes later, Lu Xiao withdrew her hand. Although her face looked pale, it was much better than last time. When she finished the last treatment, she was a little unsteady. This time the condition is obviously much better. But Teacher Ellie came over to support her immediately, and Teacher Shirley also quickly handed her some water. "Dear, are you okay? You look so pale." They didn't follow last time, so naturally they didn't see Lu Xiao in a worse condition. Even so, they looked at her with worry at this moment. Lu Xiao smiled and said, "I'm just tired. I'll be fine after a good sleep. Don't worry.
I feel much better this time."
Teacher Ellie saw that she was still in a good mood to laugh. Sometimes she didn't know whether Lu Xiaosher was smart or stupid.
"Don't talk yet, take a good rest."
Lu Xiao nodded and drank a sip of water, then looked at Admiral Hans, who was about to come over, and hesitated to move forward, and said with a smile, "Sir, please continue to treat Dean specially. I will come at the same time next Monday. Actually, there's no need to be so anxious." Once a month is fine. You don't have to work so hard. Hans couldn't bear to see the little female so weak. When she came out of the shelter, Lu Xiao had a puzzle in her hand. The picture on the puzzle was a rising sun, representing hope. Lu Xiao was going to hang it up in her own clinic. So when I was preparing to go home with Aries, I asked Teacher Ellie to help bring me back to the 5th Institute. Teacher Ellie took the puzzle and said, "Don't worry, I will keep it well for you. Go back and have a good rest." In fact, at this moment, Lu Xiao's complexion has improved a lot, and she also feels that her recovery speed this time is obviously much faster than last time. It seems that the body is gradually adapting to this kind of thing. I know. Teachers, you should have a good rest when you go back. See you tomorrow. After waving to Teacher Ellie and the others, Lu Xiao followed Aries back to the hovercraft. Back in the car, Aries handed Lu Xiao a cup of still hot milk tea with sugar. He brewed to himself, thinking that Lu Xiao would feel more comfortable drinking something sweet at a time like this. Seeing this, Lu Xiao really smiled and reached out to take it. "When did you prepare it?" "She came here in Teacher Ellie's hovercraft this morning. I didn't see Aries making milk tea. I thought you might need it, so I cooked some this morning. Let me try it. I added some sugar. I wonder if it's too sweet." Lu Xiao really needed to replenish some sugar. After taking a sip of hot milk tea, she felt much less tired.
Just right.
Very delicious. Thank you, Aries. You're welcome. I'm very happy if I can help you. I'm also very happy to have you here, Lu Xiao said, and took the initiative to move over and put her head on Aries' shoulder. "I want to sleep with Aries." "Go to sleep." Aries took out the blanket next to him and covered Lu Xiao with it, while relaxing his body so that Lu Xiao could lean on him more comfortably. When he got home, Lu Xiao was already asleep. Aries was reluctant to wake her up, so he carefully picked up Lu Xiao and sent her back to the bedroom. During this period, Lu Xiao did not wake up. She just leaned over and rubbed against Aries' arms when she felt the familiar breath of Aries. Perhaps it was because of the physical intimacy between Lu Xiao and Aries that she no longer felt a sense of estrangement when interacting with Aries. Instead, she acted much more natural and more like a real couple. The little female was gently put down. Aries looked at Lu Xiao, who was sleeping soundly and whose complexion was gradually returning to normal, and his heart settled down. I know that Lu Xiao was not lying. She was just too tired and would recover after a good sleep. Without disturbing her, Aries adjusted the temperature in the bedroom, turned around, gently closed the door, and went downstairs to prepare meals for Lu Xiao. At the same time in the shelter, when Dean woke up, he had been sent back to his room and all the restraints on his body had been removed. He moved his legs and suddenly couldn't help opening his eyes wide. Then he sat up abruptly and lifted the white cloth covering his lower body. Sure enough, he recovered. The beast transformation disappeared and his legs reappeared. Just as he was getting excited, the room's monitoring system sounded an alarm. The sudden buzzing sound made the officers guarding outside nervous. I opened the observation port on the door and looked inside, and saw Dean sitting on the bed with his long legs propped up. This was different from the violent scene they had imagined. Dean was clearly back to normal. "Hurry, report to Admiral Hans." The officer who spoke could not hide his excitement. He had been in the shelter for a long time, but this was the first time he saw a half-beast orc who could recover to normal. Is that little female really that powerful? Hans rushed over after receiving the news, but he did not go to see Dean immediately. Instead, he went to the monitoring room next door to check the data on the instrument. Long before Lu Xiao left, they had already seen that after this treatment, Dean's mental C danger assessment value had dropped from mid-advanced to mid-intermediate. However, when I checked Dean's condition, he found that his half-beast transformation had not disappeared. Unexpectedly, after a nap, when people woke up, the danger assessment value had dropped again. At this moment, it remained between the mid-level primary and mid-level intermediate, and the line also turned red and green. The effect is so good. He transferred this report and sent it to Lu Xiao's terminal. He believed that Lu Xiao would be willing to see the result. After coming out of the monitoring room, Hans went to see Dean. Dean was sitting on the bed at this moment, crying like a baby. His eyes were red and tears kept flowing down. I hugged my legs and cried uncontrollably. But he was happy. After arriving at the shelter, he never thought that he would ever recover. Almost everyone here is silently waiting for death to come. The number of people around us is decreasing every day. Everyone seems to be used to it, but in fact, they have become numb. And I have done it. The next step is to prepare myself. During countless sleepless nights, countless people have thought about committing suicide to end this torturous and hopeless waiting. Physical pain is far less than mental pain. He fell into depravity in such torment, and at the moment of becoming half-beast, he even had a thought of relief. It was finally his turn. But the little female saved him. She healed him. She pulled him out of the abyss. Dean looked out the window, the blue sky, the warm sunshine. At this moment, he had never felt that being alive was such a wonderful thing. After crying bitterly, Dean felt exceptionally calm. Only then did he notice that Admiral Hans, who was standing outside the door, was a little at a loss for a moment. When did you come? Did you see what happened just now?" Hans smiled and nodded at him. Therapist Lou said that venting your emotions appropriately will help your body recover, so cry if you want to, laugh if you want to. Dean's physical data is very important to us now, so don't suppress your emotions, vent them out. How do you feel now? Dean's discomfort disappeared after hearing this. Lu Xiao had said this, so he must listen to Therapist Lou. I feel great. My body is relaxed. My mind is calm. I have never felt better. Look, my legs have recovered. I am alive. Your Excellency, the Admiral. Having said this, Dean couldn't help but shed tears again. He was really so happy. Admiral Hans could understand Dean's feelings and was even very excited to see him recover because it meant that these S-level males in the shelter had finally waited for their spring. The flower of hope finally blossomed in their shelter, a place known as the City of Abyss. After comforting Dean, Hans left in a hurry. He had to hurry back to organize the information to report to Her Majesty the Queen. Lu Xiao slept until the afternoon. When she woke up and wanted to check the time, she found that Admiral Hans had sent her a message. After opening Dean's latest report, Lu Xiao sat up. After reading the report carefully, Lu Xiao couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips. Her idea was indeed correct. Releasing emotions is a form of therapy in itself for S-class orcs. If this is the case, can such an experiment be carried out in the shelter? Lu Xiao felt it necessary to talk to Admiral Hans about this matter, but before that, she still needed to sort out her thoughts and try to come up with a detailed process. Thinking of this, Lu Xiao immediately became full of energy. After a quick wash, I came out of the bedroom and saw a busy figure downstairs. Aries, what delicious food did you make?
I'm hungry.
Hearing the voice, Aries looked up and said, Did you sleep well, Lu Xiao? Well, I feel like I've fully recovered. You know what, Aries? Admiral Hans just sent a message saying that Dean's condition has improved. His half-beast transformation has disappeared, and the mental C danger assessment value has dropped from the mid-advanced level to between the mid-primary and intermediate levels. This shows that the method we use is effective. Looking at the little female jumping and skipping towards him with joy, Aries could clearly feel Lu Xiao's joy. His eyes were unconsciously infected with smiles.
Great.
Lu Xiao excitedly reached out and hugged Aries. I think so too, haha. The little female's unconcealed happiness made Aries feel that he wanted to keep her smile forever, no matter what the cost. Being stared at by Aries' burning gaze, Lu Xiao belatedly sensed something and reached out to pat Aries' shoulder uncomfortably. I'm hungry. Hurry up and give me. Aries suddenly grabbed her wrist, and before Lu Xiao could finish her words, he kissed her. Lu Xiao was startled when she was suddenly kissed, but she was quickly kissed by Aries so tightly that she had no time to think more. At the end, Lu Xiao could only lean on Aries' arms to calm her breathing. Aries held her waist and said restrainedly, I'm sorry. Lu Xiao put her arms around his waist and tilted her head to look at him. What are you apologizing for? Do you regret kissing me?
How could that be?
That's not what I meant. I just did this without your permission because I was worried that you would hate it. You've already done it, and now you're worrying about whether I hate it or not. If I hated it, I would have pushed you away a long time ago. How can I let you kiss me, idiot? Lu Xiao gently patted Aries' head. After kissing in the future, don't apologize to me, otherwise I will be angry. Okay, I won't apologize anymore. I'll go serve you some food. Aries pretended to let go of her hand naturally, but in fact he was a little clumsy on the way to the kitchen. When Lu Xiao saw this scene, she couldn't help laughing out loud. What a fool. When you are close to your family, you think you are so brave. But Lu Xiao found Aries like this very cute. Aries' cooking skills are really getting better and better, and now Lu Xiao hardly cooks at all. Aries took care of all the food matters. For Lu Xiao, it is so comfortable to not have to worry about anything and just do her job well. The next morning, Lu Xiao returned to the office of the Fifth Research Institute. As soon as she entered, she heard teachers AI Li and Shirley discussing the latest plot of after the male house husband runs away after Morian left home and moved to a rental house. At first, Beryl thought that Morian was just trying to make himself known and that he didn't really want a divorce. He was just doing all this to regain her favor. It was not until a week later, when she received a message from the court asking her to be present to observe Morian's punishment procedure, that she realized that Morian really wanted to divorce her and that he would rather accept the punishment of divorce than be separated from her. At this moment, Beryl could no longer doubt Morian's determination, but she couldn't understand why Morian did this. She had no other habits except being a bit philandering, and philandering was very common among females. Why couldn't he accept it? Everyone's family had been like this. Her own female mother had many husbands, and she had never seen her male father say anything. But if Morian really accepted the punishment and divorced, she would lose all her face. Beryl was not thinking about how to win Morian back, but how to stop Morian. After being apart for a long time, she sent a message to Morian for the first time. Stop making trouble, okay? I will agree to whatever you want. Come back, and we can start over. After seeing the message, Morian's face showed no emotion, as if no matter what Beryl did, it would not affect him. He also had no intention of replying because no matter what he did, in Beryl's opinion, Morian was still being unreasonable. She felt that since she said so, Morian should accept it sensibly, but how could she know that she really wanted a divorce and didn't want to delay it any longer? Beryl didn't receive any message from Morian and finally couldn't sit still anymore. She was going to find Morian in person. She had to stop Morian from getting a divorce, otherwise she would definitely become the laughingstock of those females. She couldn't afford to lose face. Honestly, after seeing this, I really started to hate Baelier. She still hasn't figured out why Morian wants to divorce, and she thinks Morian is being unreasonable. She thinks Morian will give up if she says this. How can she be so arrogant? Teacher AI Li looked confused. The author writes too slowly. It would be better if he could write 10 chapters a day. I want to see Baelier get slapped in the face when she finds out the truth. Teacher Shirley sighed. I can't refute what you said now. I also thought Morian was being unreasonable, but I didn't expect him to be serious. I originally thought that Baelier just made a mistake that all females in the world would make. Why did Morian make such a fuss? Everyone has gone through this. Isn't it better to just endure it? But from Morian's perspective, he gave up such a superior family for Baelier and did so many things for her. In the end, Baelier didn't know how to restrain herself and even made things worse. I really think it's a bit too much. I feel that Morian is really a loser. But isn't this the current situation of many families? Lu Xiao said at the right time. Many males should have had experiences like Morian, but they don't have Morian's courage. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Teacher AI Li nodded and said, You are right. Many males do not live well after marriage. After saying this, Teacher Ellie was even a little dazed. She was reflecting on herself, wondering if she had done anything excessive like Baelier without realizing it. Lu Xiao did not disturb the 4 teachers' meditation, but turned and went to the clinic. As soon as she entered, she saw the puzzle hanging on the wall. It was quite a coincidence that a ray of sunlight happened to shine on the puzzle, which was originally a rising sun, and it really seemed to fit the theme at this moment. Lu Xiao walked over, wiped the photo frame, and raised the corners of her lips. The puzzle given by Dean has a really good meaning. The patient who applied for the consulting room today is an old acquaintance, Wilk. Lu Xiao still remembers him. He worked in intelligence in the military region. He liked to talk and had a good personality. His condition was the mildest among the patients treated by Lu Xiao. Without making her wait too long, the escorting officer took Wilk into the clinic. Seeing Lu Xiaowike took the initiative to greet him. "Good morning, Therapist Lu." "Good morning, Wilk. How's your week going?" "Every day I hope time will go faster so that I can apply for a therapist's office and be happy. Recently, I have a good sleep time and no nightmares." "That sounds very good, Wilk. I'm very happy for you." After Wilk lay down, Lu Xiao turned on the instrument to check the situation of Wilk's mental C danger assessment value this week. Wilk, who is in the early stages of the disease, is in very stable condition and has even improved over the past week due to improved sleep. According to this trend, after today's mental comfort, Wilk's mental C danger assessment value is likely to return to below S level. In other words, Wilk most likely met the criteria for discharge from the asylum. Although she had such thoughts in her mind, Lu Xiao did not say much. After all, this was her best expectation. All results will have to wait until the treatment is completed. How does it feel? Would a bed be more comfortable than a chair? Yes, after the last proposal, all the chairs in the clinic have now become beds. Yeah, it's much better. Did Healer Lu change it specially? I feel like this will make you feel much more comfortable when you fall asleep. Lu Xiao smiled at Wilk and put on her gloves. Let's start today's treatment and have a good sleep. Treating Wilk was not difficult at all for Lu Xiao, so Lu Xiao treated him for 10 more minutes. 40 minutes later, Lu Xiao returned to the instrument and found that Wilk's mental danger assessment value had indeed returned to below the S level. Now it belongs to the A level category. All the lines representing values turned green. These data all show that Wilk has recovered and met the discharge criteria from the shelter. This is undoubtedly very good news, proving that Lu Xiao's treatment during this period has not been in vain. There is hope for all S-level orcs to be cured. Lu Xiao transmitted the data to Admiral Han's terminal and left a message. I think he has met the criteria for discharge. Hans, who was sorting out documents, suddenly received a message. He thought it was another meeting notification. He clicked on it and saw that it was a message from Lu Xiao and paused. Then quickly open it, and the first thing you see is a monitoring report. After browsing through them all at once, Hans saw Lu Xiao's message and stood up from his chair. He then laughed excitedly. "Haraha, that's great, that's great, that's great." With this successful case and the information he had compiled, it was enough. "It's really great." The adjutant at the side looked at Admiral Hans, who had just had a gloomy face. Suddenly, he burst into laughter like crazy. He was puzzled and curious and asked, "General, did something good happen?" Good, really good. If this is not a good thing, then nothing can be considered a good thing." Hans calmed down and replied to Lu Xiao, "Sir Lu Xiao, please accept my sincere thanks. This is the first S-level male who can be discharged from the shelter since its establishment. I think this day will eventually go down in history." Lu Xiao looked at the message sent by Hans. She thought that Admiral Hans would be happy, but she didn't expect him to be so excited. Even the text couldn't cover up this joy. She couldn't help but smile and said, "But I still want to suggest that although Wilk has met the discharge criteria, there are too few specific reference cases. He still needs to be observed for 2 weeks. During this period, he must apply for treatment in my clinic as usual. At the same time, like Dean, he should be allowed to have his own independent private space and preferences." After the message was sent, Lu Xiao was not worried that Admiral Hans would refuse. Through several contacts with Admiral Hans, Lu Xiao had already realized that this was a leader who really wanted to achieve some results. Sure enough, after receiving Lu Xiao's message, Hans was not shocked by the surprise. "You are right. Wilk's specific situation is still unknown. We should observe it. I will do as you asked. Please rest assured, once again, I would like to express my gratitude to all the S-level males in the shelter. Thank you. I received it. But this is also the result of our joint efforts, .. After talking with Lu Xiao, Hans immediately asked his adjutant to prepare the same room as Dean's and wait for Wilk to return. For Wilk, who didn't know yet that he had met the discharge criteria for an S-class shelter, he was still in a deep sleep. This time it was obviously much longer than before. For this reason, Lu Xiao had to take the next patient to the next room for mental comfort. 5 hours later, Wilk woke up. When he woke up, the escorting officer who was in charge of guarding him immediately said to his colleagues outside the door, "You can report to therapist Lu that he is awake." When Wilk heard this, his mind gradually regained clarity. Have I slept for a long time? He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt indescribably relaxed all over. The dull pain that was always clamoring in his mind seemed to have disappeared, and he felt exceptionally calm and clear. He felt as if he had recovered. It just feels unrealistic. Just as he was doubting this, the escorting officer next to him said enviously, "You just slept for 5 hours. And it was all deep sleep. You know, these officers don't have such sleep quality, and they can only achieve it by taking medication." Hearing that he had slept for 5 hours, Wilk was stunned for a moment, then opened his eyes wide and asked, "Is this true? Look at the sky outside. It's already afternoon." Wilk immediately looked out the window, and sure enough, the direction of the sunlight had changed. Did he really sleep soundly for 5 hours? Was it that long? Wilk's heart began to beat violently, and he had a vague feeling that something good was happening to him. After receiving the news, Lu Xiao quickly followed the escorting officer back to the clinic. "To be exact, you slept for 5 hours and 23 minutes. How did you feel?" Lu Xiao patted his shoulder with a smile, then turned and walked to the instrument. After waking up, Wilk was in better condition than when he had just finished the mental comfort. Lu Xiao was very satisfied with this, but she did not show her emotions very obviously. "I feel very good, very, very good." As if he was disgusted with saying something that was so good that he couldn't express it, he quickly added, "I feel like I haven't felt this good since I entered the S level. I can no longer feel the dull pain in my spiritual C, and I feel very calm, just like before I was promoted to the S level." In the last sentence, Wilk's tone carried an unspoken sense of anticipation and caution. I know that Wilk should have some sense of it. After all, when Aries was demoted from Class A to Class B, his body felt it very obviously. Lu Xiao didn't let him hold on to this suspicion for too long, and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Wilk. You just met the discharge criteria for an S-class shelter. Your current mental danger assessment level is A." Lu Xiao's words plunged the huge clinic into silence. The two escorting officers standing beside him all had their mouths half open, as if they were too surprised to close them. Does the little female in front of me know what I am talking about? Has the danger level of Wilk's spiritual C been reduced from S to A? How is this possible? I have only heard that the danger assessment level of the spiritual C can only increase, but I have never heard of it being able to decrease. In this case, doesn't it mean that Wilk will become the first S-class male in the history of the S-class shelter to be successfully discharged and recovered? Even Wilk himself, the person involved, did not expect to hear such an accurate conclusion. He looked at Lu Xiao in shock for a moment. But the little female in front of him had a very serious expression. Did I just hear the voice? Can I be discharged from the hospital? I am now Class A? Wilk swallowed and asked cautiously. Yes, you don't have auditory hallucinations. You have indeed met the discharge criteria. However, I have just suggested to Admiral Hans that you stay in the shelter for observation for another 2 weeks. Currently, there are too few cases of recovery. I am not sure whether your current condition is stable. It will take some time to observe. During this time, Admiral Hans will provide you with a private space. You can do what you like and come to me once a week. If your condition is still stable after 2 weeks, you can be discharged. Wilk listened to Lu Xiao's words in a trance. He felt as if he had not woken up yet and was still in a dream. No, he had never had such a beautiful dream. Only nightmares. Can he really be discharged from the hospital? Thinking of this, tears came to his eyes unconsciously. The escorting officers standing by were not surprised when they saw this. After all, they were shocked just by listening to this kind of thing, let alone the people involved. It wouldn't be much better if they were in his place. Lu Xiao took out a tissue and handed it to Wilk. If you want to vent it out. You don't have to be patient. Venting your emotions appropriately is also very good for your situation. Even if you're discharged from the hospital in the future, you don't have to suppress your emotions too much. Cry if you want to cry. Laugh if you want to laugh. You should all learn to release yourself. Thank you, Therapist Lu. I don't know how to express my gratitude, but thank you so much. Lu Xiao patted his shoulder and said, I have received your thanks and I am very happy. Seeing that you can recover means that my efforts have paid off. Calm down, and you can leave now. Lu Xiao didn't stay in the clinic for too long. After she finished speaking, she left and went back to her office. After he left, Wilk calmed down and followed the escorting officer back. They could already foresee what kind of welcome they would receive when they returned to the shelter. As soon as Lu Xiao returned to the office, teachers Ai Li and Shirley found some ribbons from somewhere and shouted, Congratulations, dear. Lu Xiao looked at teacher Ai Li, who was hugging her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Congratulations. Wilk, an S-class male who had successfully met the discharge criteria for the shelter, was not only an honor for himself, but also an honor for the entire Fifth Institute. Oh my God. When I saw the report just now, I thought I was dreaming. When I was young, I fantasized about this day coming, but since I got older, I haven't held such hope. I didn't expect that, my dear, because of you. Our Fifth Research Institute has created an impossible miracle. If this news gets out, it will definitely affect the entire empire, and all the people will go crazy for you. Lu Xiao smiled and waved her hands. Teacher Ai Li, please stop praising me. If you continue praising me, I will really get carried away. I just did what a therapist should do. And I believe that in the future, our Fifth Research Institute will definitely cure many S-level males, and the 4 teachers will also have their own successful cases. Teacher Ai Li looked at Lu Xiao and couldn't help but sigh again. How could there be such a special little female in the world? She is neither arrogant nor impatient. Even after doing great things, she remains normal. If it were someone else, they would have gone crazy because of such things. However, Lu Xiao can still maintain a calm heart, which is really admirable. At this moment, teacher Ai Li felt that Lu Xiao deserved everyone's admiration and protection. She really wanted to say, protect the best Lu Xiao in the world, because she is a treasure. At the same time, in the S-class shelter, the news that Wilk has met the discharge criteria spread like wildfire. All the S-rank males were unconsciously boiling with excitement. Especially in the early stages, their conditions are milder, and they have a better chance of recovery and discharge from hospital. After hearing the news, some people even cried with excitement. Compared to others, those S-level males who were fortunate enough to receive Lu Xiao's treatment were much calmer. Because they had a premonition that physical changes would not lie, and they had foreseen the current results. So I can still keep a stable mentality. Those who had been full of doubts about Lu Xiao before were all crazy at this moment. They were excited but regretful at the same time that they had not taken action earlier to seize Lu Xiao's clinic, so that now it was too late for them to do so. After all, there are only a few spots available in Lu Xiao's clinic each week. It had already been fully booked, and there was no vacancy in front for them to squeeze in. For a moment, the entire primary area was filled with wolf howls. The officers in charge of guarding them rarely tried to stop them but allowed them to vent their anger. There have been cases of successful discharges from S-class shelters, and even though they have not been exposed yet, they have spread within a small circle. Lu Xiao was preparing to attend a parent-teacher meeting for Lu Huan. Lu Xiao went there directly after get-off work. Aries sent her to the outside of Lu Huan's school and said, "I'll wait for you here." Lu Xiao gave him an okay sign and walked towards Lu Huan, who was waiting at the door, craning his neck and hoping she would come over. Finally seeing Lu Xiao coming, Lu Huan's heart finally settled down. She was really afraid that Lu Xiao was just teasing her and would not come at all, or would send Aries to attend a parent-teacher meeting for her. After all, Lu Gui often does things like this. The better she promises before, the quicker she regrets when the time comes. But this is not just Lugue's problem. It is the same for almost all females. In their class, they have never seen a female parent come to the meeting, regardless of whether the child is favored at home. The better ones are at most the male fathers in the family, who come here by themselves. The worst ones were opened by the housekeeper and the mother's husband. Lu Huan himself had been fired by his housekeeper. Thinking of the ridicule he suffered at that time, Lu Huan still feels very uncomfortable. But she couldn't tell other people about this, because if she did, Lugue would think she was being pretentious and others would laugh at her. So, I can only keep it in my heart and digest it myself. But what she didn't expect was that Lu Xiao actually came and did not lie to her. This made her feel very happy, as if the missing space in her heart was filled by Lu Xiao's behavior. Sister. Lu Huan's call of sister expressed his true feelings. Lu Xiao waved her hand and said calmly, "Let's go." "Where is your class? Do you need to stay later?" "Yes, but I can't go in. I'll wait for you outside." "Thank you, sister. I didn't expect you to really come." Lu Huan looked at Lu Xiao with gratitude, and even his eyes were slightly red. Suddenly seeing her like this, Lu Xiao's heart skipped a beat. She was the kind of person who would rather be treated softly than harshly. "Since I promised you, I will definitely come. If you have nowhere to go, just get in the car. Your brother-in-law is here." Lu Xiao didn't know how to comfort Lu Huan. After all, she had no experience in coaxing children in her 2 lifetimes combined, especially since Lu Huan was so old. Lu Huan smiled a little embarrassedly when she heard this. "I know, sister, we're here. This is our class. You can sit in the first row later." Lu Xiao followed Lu Huan in and found that there were many parents in the huge classroom, but they were all male orcs, young or old. She was the only female parent here. So when they suddenly saw her, they subconsciously showed surprise, as if they didn't expect that a female parent would come to a parent-teacher meeting for their children. Lu Xiao thought of Lu Huan's excitement when he saw her coming over at the door, and couldn't help asking Lu Huan, who was helping her tidy up the tables and chairs, "Has your mother never come to a parent-teacher meeting for you?" When she asked this question, she also looked through the original owner's memory and found that there was no trace of Lu Gui in this part of the original owner's memory. Lu Huan shook his head. "Mother won't come. At most she will send a housekeeper. I haven't mentioned it to her yet. Do you want her to come?" "Of course, but every time my mother promised, she never fulfilled her promise." Lu Xiao nodded and didn't ask any more questions. After sitting down, he noticed that Lu Huan was still standing next to him. "You can go out. You don't have to stay here with me. I will come to find you after it's over." "When Father Xiong comes back tomorrow, did Mother ask you to go home?" "Yeah, she contacted me." "Shall we go together then?" "Okay, then you come back with me tonight." Lu Huan has learned her lesson now, and Lu Xiao is not reluctant to change her attitude towards her. Hearing this, Lu Huan immediately smiled happily. "Okay then, sister, you sit for a while. I'll be out first. The teacher will be here soon." Not long after Lu Huan left, a middle-aged female in high heels clattered into the classroom, stepped onto the podium, and scanned the classroom with a sharp gaze, finally landing on Lu Xiao's face. After a few seconds, her gaze suddenly softened. "Excuse me, whose parent are you?"
Lu Huan.
Lu Xiao reported the name, and the teacher nodded with a smile. Lu Huan has been doing very well recently and has completed her schoolwork very seriously. She ranked first in the entire grade in the final exam. "It's been a long time since I've seen a little female who takes her studies so seriously. Your family must be very attentive." Lu Xiao was slightly startled when she heard Lu Huan say that he did well in the exam, but she didn't believe it. She didn't expect it to be true. It seems that Lu Huan has been studying hard in school during this period. This is all thanks to Lu Huan herself and the school teachers. We as parents haven't contributed much. This is the truth. Lu Xiao would not take credit for something she didn't do, but she is still very happy that her sister has made progress. This also made the teacher on the stage very happy. "Thank you for your recognition." After communicating with Lu Xiao, the teacher on the stage had conversations with several other male parents, but his attitude was not as gentle and respectful as with Lu Xiao. Even the children of these parents have good academic performance. It seems that when female parents attend parent-teacher meetings, their children will be looked up to by school teachers. There is nothing wrong with this. After all, the presence of a female parent shows that she values the child to some extent. Why would school teachers care about a child who even his biological parents don't care about? This truth may seem harsh, but it is very realistic. Lu Xiao couldn't help but realize that this seemingly glamorous, arrogant, and domineering female actually didn't feel much love from her family during her childhood and adolescence. So, it is normal for some females to show extreme personality traits nowadays. This made Lu Xiao feel even more that the entire worldview of the Orc Empire was distorted. The parent-teacher meeting didn't last long, and it was obvious that the teacher didn't have the patience to lecture. But at the end, the teacher came over to greet Lu Xiao. "Who are you to Lu Huan?" "I'm her sister." Unexpectedly, just as she finished her words, the teacher said in surprise, "Oh my God, so you are her sister. I recently heard about Lu Huan making a bet with someone. I didn't expect that you two sisters have such a good relationship. I am very happy that Lu Huan has a sister like you. I hope to see you again next time." "What do you mean? Do you still want her to attend the parent-teacher meeting next time?" Facing the teacher's expectant gaze, Lu Xiao didn't know what to say, so she could only smile and say, "If I have time, I will definitely come." "That's great. I believe Lu Huan will be happy about it too."
Goodbye.
"Nice to meet you." "Goodbye, teacher. Lu Huan still needs your care at school." Lu Huan, who had been waiting outside, saw Lu Xiao coming out and hurriedly went to meet her, calling out with a little trepidation, "Sister, did the teacher say anything to you? I told you that you've been doing very well recently, and even got first place in the grade." "I didn't expect that, Lu Huan. You're amazing." Lu Xiao was really praising him this time. After all, Lu Huan must have put in a lot of effort during this period to get the first place in the grade. This is indeed worthy of praise. Lu Huan couldn't adapt to the sudden praise. Her face turned red, and she looked more like a little girl. "Well, it's not that great. Many people don't study, so I have a chance. There are only females in her school, and the status of females is there. Even if they don't know anything in the future, as long as they find a few males to marry, they will not starve to death. Therefore, most females go to school to just pass the time, and few of them really study. But you studied hard. You are the best." Lu Xiao patted her shoulder. "Let's go. Let's have hot pot when we go back today to celebrate for you." This time, Lu Huan really couldn't believe what she heard. She turned to look at Lu Xiao. You know, Lu Xiao had always disliked her before. Not to mention praising her. She didn't even want her to eat. This time we are going to celebrate for her. It seems that studying hard is necessary. Thinking of the previous conversation with Noah, Lu Huan couldn't help but secretly wonder if he was not so bad now. After coming out of the school, Lu Xiao took Lu Huan directly to the hovercraft. Unexpectedly, Aries prepared a cup of milk tea for each of them. Lu Xiao took it and said, "Thank you. When did you prepare it?" Unexpectedly, Lu Huan reached out to take it. This was milk tea from the milk tea shop near their school. She had drunk it before, but she didn't expect Aries to buy her an extra cup. She was still a little dazed when she took it, but she came to her senses and quickly said, "Thank you." "You're welcome. There's a milk tea shop over there. I see quite a few people queuing up. The taste should be good. I thought you would be thirsty when you come out." Aries answered and pointed across the street. Sure enough, Lu Xiao saw quite a few people queuing over there. "Thanks, it tastes really good. Try mine." Knowing that Aries didn't like sweets, he didn't buy any for himself, but Lu Xiao wanted him to have a taste. Seeing the straw stretched out in front of him, Aries' heart trembled slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he still held the straw and took a sip. So sweet. Aries said these two words with a smile, and I didn't know whether he was saying that the milk tea was really sweet, or that the milk tea that Lu Xiao had drunk was really sweet. Lu Huan, who was sitting in the back, watched this scene and felt a little envious in his heart. After being in contact with Lu Xiao and Aries for so long, she no longer doubts their relationship. The way they got along was different from any other female family she had ever seen. The female families she had seen, including Lu Gui, would not have such intimacy even when facing their own husbands. At least her mother wouldn't have to share food with her husband like this. Lu Huan held the cup of milk tea in her hand. She didn't know if it was influenced by Lu Xiao and Aries, but she began to feel that this cup of milk tea tasted much better than usual. Sweet to the heart. After returning home, Lu Xiao started preparing hot pot. This time, Lu Xiao didn't need to say much. Lu Huan took the initiative to come over to help. The most difficult part of preparing hot pot is preparing the ingredients. But with the help of Aries and Lu Xiao, this process became much simpler. So that night, with the joint efforts of the three of them, they soon had a hot pot. Lu Xiao even opened a bottle of fruit wine and shared some with Lu Huan and handed the rest to Aries. Let me first say that this hot pot is to celebrate. Lu Huan got the first place in the final exam this year. I hope he can keep up the good work. Lu Huan held the cup in her hand, her eyes red. After hearing Lu Xiao's words, she nodded quickly. Sister, I will continue to work hard and will not let you down. Oh, that's not necessary. You just need to not let yourself down. You don't have to get first place every time. As long as you take your studies seriously, that's enough. As for the result of studying hard, you'll have more choices in the future. Some females may think that the final result is the same whether they study or not, because they will be supported by males after marriage anyway. But if you want to improve your own value and want a job, you need academic qualifications. Lu Xiao was too lazy to say these words to Lu Huan before, but now that Lu Huan has truly changed, she is willing to speak out and show the little girl a clear path forward. Lu Huan knew that Lu Xiao was teaching her, and she also saw this in Lu Xiao. She was not completely dependent on Aries, nor would she arrogantly ask Aries to give her everything, because Lu Xiao herself was very outstanding. She saw this in the friends Lu Xiao interacted with. They exude true confidence from the bottom of their hearts. It's a different feeling from the confidence that comes from wearing a dress. And this kind of confidence is what she longs for after what she has seen. I will try my best. Seeing that Lu Huan understood, Lu Xiao said no more. Okay, let's stop talking and eat quickly. It has been a long time since Lu Xiao had eaten hot pot. In fact, she had been craving for it for a long time. Now that she finally had the chance to eat it, she was determined to enjoy it to the fullest. Only Lu Xiao ate the spicy soup base, while Aries and Lu Huan chose the non-spicy tomato soup base. Lu Xiao ate so much that sweat came out of the tip of her nose, but she was unwilling to stop. Seeing how happily she was eating, Lu Huan couldn't help but pick up a piece of meat. When she put it in her mouth, she felt like the meat was biting her. It was numb and spicy. She couldn't help but shed tears. Seeing her like this, Lu Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Drink some water quickly. If you can't eat, don't eat. But sister, you eat so deliciously. But I didn't expect it to be so spicy. Lu Huan said as he took a breath. I really can't imagine how Lu Xiao managed to eat so much. Isn't her sister too amazing? Lu Huan felt that he could never catch up with Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao was very satisfied with the hot pot and even made a cup of tea after the meal to help relieve the greasiness. Lu Huan came over after helping to clean up the table. Sister, what time will we go home tomorrow? In the evening. If you are in a hurry, you can go back early. She thought that it was just a matter of going back for a meal and didn't want to go back early to face Lu Gui. She and Lu Gui really had nothing to talk about, and there was no relationship that needed to be maintained. As for Lu Yu, just like the original Lu Huan, the original owner only remembered the name of this sister, and there was almost nothing else related to Lu Yu. It can be seen that these two sisters may not have any contact at all. Although they are relatives, they are no different from familiar strangers. But I didn't expect that Lu Huan and Lu Yu would be connected. But on second thought, Lu Yu is 4 years older than Lu Huan and 6 years younger than her. 6 years is a generation gap, so it is normal for him to be closer to Lu Huan. Lu Xiao didn't worry too much about this kind of thing. What does she mean? Does she want us to go back early? Lu Huan nodded, but I will listen to my sister. Lu Xiao laughed and said, then let's go back in the afternoon. Father Xiong will probably want to see us. In fact, there was only a little information about the original owner's male father, Admiral Clan, in the original owner's memory. That is, Clan was the eldest male in the Duke of Galiodro's family, and Lu Guwei was the female chosen for him by the family after he became an admiral. Over the years, there was no affection between the two, and Admiral Crane seldom went home, spending most of the year stationed on the front lines. But every time he went home, it meant that he needed Lu Guwei's spiritual comfort. This was an unspeakable humiliation for Lu Guwei because she was a female and was treated like a tool. But Admiral Clan is much better than her in both ability and family background. Although she was a female, she was tall and capable, and Admiral Clan had no way to stop her. The only way she could vent her anger was to bring many servants home. But Admiral Cran didn't care about any of this. At this point, Lu Xiao was still somewhat curious about Admiral Clan. How can he not be controlled by females and yet make them serve him in such a frustrating way? He is not a big boss. Since I was going home, I had to bring some things back with me, so when I returned to Earl Lu Guwei's mansion the next day, I went to the mall and bought some tea. After the shopping was completed, Aries was allowed to drive to Earl Lu Guwei's mansion. As a result, when they returned this time, they once again ran into Lu Guwei punishing her husband and servants, and she punished several people in a row. There were people kneeling in a row in the garden. Seeing this, Lu Xiao just wondered if this was done for Admiral Clan to see. Or does Lu Guwei simply like it this way, and every day she is either punishing her husband or on her way to punish him? Seeing this, Lu Huan subconsciously called out, "Sister, Mom is punishing people again. She does this every time Xiong's father comes back." Hearing this, Lu Xiao became more certain of her thoughts. If he couldn't punish Admiral Crane, he would take it back from someone else and let Admiral Crane know. I have to say that Lu Guwei is really a bit perverted. As they were talking, the old butler came forward and said, "Welcome home, ladies. Come with me to rest first. Admiral Clan is out meeting friends and will be back later. Madam asked you to come back and rest first. You can come down for dinner time." Lu Xiao had no objection to this, as long as she and Lu Guwei didn't have to glare at each other. Following the housekeeper back to the original owner's room in this house, Lu Huan returned to his own room. Lu Xiao noticed that their rooms were on the same floor. After Lu Xiao brought Aries in, she asked the butler, who had not yet left, "When does dinner start?" "It depends on when Admiral Crane returns." Lu Xiao responded with a "okay," without asking any more questions. She already had an idea in her mind. It seemed that Admiral Clan had a very high status in this family. After closing the door, Lu Xiao sat down on the bed. It was clearly a good day off, but she had to come here, feeling physically and mentally exhausted. She really would rather treat a few more S-rank males. Aries saw that Lu Xiao was not in good condition and walked over. "Do you want to take a rest? I will call you when the time is up." Lu Xiao took Aries' hand and asked him to sit down and talk to her. "How is the relationship between your mother and father?" She found that she didn't know much about Aries' original family or even his past. Being asked this question suddenly, Aries' heart tightened, but he still said, "I have never seen my mother. My father is an abandoned male. He raised me alone." Lu Xiao's eyes suddenly widened. He didn't expect Aries' original family to be like this. "Sorry, I didn't know you." Aries raised his hand to stop Lu Xiao from apologizing and looked at her tenderly. "No need to apologize. This is not the female master's fault. I am fine now." Lu Xiao held Aries' hand and pulled him down, holding it in her palm without letting go. "Then you and Father Xiong must have had a hard time. Is he still here now?" "Well, running a tavern on a third-class star is doing pretty well. It's actually not as hard as you think." Aries actually enjoyed Lu Xiao's heartache for him, but he couldn't bear to see her expression of sadness for him. He hopes that the little female will always be happy. "Do you miss him? If you do, we can take some time to go back and see him." Lu Xiao reached out and hugged Aries, trying to comfort him. "We can also bring him over to live with us." Aries' chest swelled with anger at Lu Xiao's words. He knew that Lu Xiao was kind, but he never thought that she could say such heart-wrenching words and bring his father to live with them. Why is there such a gentle female in this world? No matter how much he likes her, he will find that it is not enough, and he can like her a little more. "Thank you, but he probably won't want to bother us." The female master's words are enough. Hearing this, Lu Xiao felt that she was too emotional just now. She spoke rashly without even asking about the relationship between Aries and his father. Could it be that she was also confused because of her concern? Your relationship with your male father. Seeing that Lu Xiao misunderstood, Aries smiled and said, "No, I have a good relationship with my father, but if you see him, you will know what kind of person he is." Hearing this, Lu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she did not mean well, but end up with a bad result. She silently slapped herself in her heart and decided to be more careful when speaking next time. The parental love in this world is not what she thought it was. It sounds like your uncle is also a man with a story. Aries nodded. I guess so. The two didn't chat for too long because the housekeeper suddenly knocked on the door and said that Lu Gui wanted to see her and asked her to go to the study. Lu Xiao was stunned when she was suddenly summoned. She asked the housekeeper who was waiting at the door, "Did mother tell me what she wanted to talk to me about?" The housekeeper shook his head. "Madam only asked you to go for a while. Miss Lu Huan and Miss Lu Yu are also here." Lu Xiao raised her eyebrows. He called all the people, so he couldn't be going to have a heart-to-heart talk with the three sisters, right?
Got it.
I'll go there now. After saying that, Lu Xiao turned around and looked at Aries. Lu Xiao thought that Lu Gui must have no good news when she came to see them, and it would be a worry to let Aries follow her. In this case, it would be better to let Aries stay in the room and be at ease. Okay. Aries, you stay in the room and have a good rest, and wait for me to come back. Aries nodded. Since Lu Xiao had spoken, he would not disobey her. However, he was somewhat worried. When Lu Xiao turned around, he could not help but said, "If the female master encounters something bad and wants to leave, you can contact me at any time." Facing Aries' dark eyes that were filled with obvious worry, Lu Xiao curled her lips and smiled. "I know." Although it wasn't that serious, Lu Xiao was still very happy with Aries' words. The old butler standing by was filled with surprise at this moment. He had never seen a female being so intimate with her concubine. After making an agreement with Aries, Lu Xiao walked to the old butler and reminded him, "Let's go." The old housekeeper came back to his senses and suppressed his inner shock. "Ms. Lu Xiao and your concubine have a very good relationship. Shouldn't it be like this?" Lu Xiao asked back, leaving the old butler at a loss for words. "Of course they should, but I haven't seen anyone do that. If you continue like this, Lord Aries will surely be very sad if he has a mistress in the future." The old butler thought that this was a kind reminder. Lu Xiao glanced at him lightly and then said naturally, "Then can't Aries be my master husband? Or can I not have a master husband?" Either of these two sentences was enough to shock the old butler. After a long while, the old housekeeper, who seemed to have just recovered from his shock, said softly, "You are really different from your mother." Lu Xiao chuckled. "I thought you were praising me." On the way to the study, the old butler did not speak again, but he was more attentive and respectful when he received Lu Xiao. When she arrived at the study, Lu Huan and Lu Yu were already there. Seeing her, Lu Huan smiled and waved, "Sister, sit here." Seeing her calling Lu Xiao sister so intimately, Lu Yu and Lu Gui beside her frowned to varying degrees. "I didn't realize that you two sisters have such a good relationship now. Did something happen that I don't know about?" Lu Xiao sat down next to Lu Huan and smiled when she heard this. "Did mother know about Lu Huan's parents' meeting yesterday?" Being asked this question suddenly, Lu Gui's heart sank, and she looked at Lu Huan, who was looking reserved beside her. "She didn't tell me. I mentioned it before. Has mother been there?" Lu Xiao said this with a smile on her face. Before Lu Gui could answer, Lu Xiao continued, "I went there yesterday. Lu Huan got first place in the whole school this time. Isn't mother going to give her some reward? Not every female can get first place in the whole school." The moment she finished speaking, Lu Huan, as the person involved, did not expect that Lu Xiao would ask Lu Gui for a reward for her. She had never even thought of such a thing. But after hearing what Lu Xiao said, Lu Huan began to feel a little excited. He turned his head to look at Lu Gui, his eyes full of anticipation. Lu Yu, who was standing by, had already suffered 2 shocks in a short period of time, So what had happened during that period of time that she didn't know? Lu Guowei felt like she was being held up, but Lu Zhao's words were well-founded, and she was a little surprised. Is this true, Lu Huan? Lu Huan nodded, still a little embarrassed. It's true. In that case, tell me what you want, and I'll satisfy you. Hearing this, Lu Huan immediately said happily, Thank you, mother. When Lu Yu saw that Lu Guowei really agreed, she felt a little tempted, as she also wanted to buy something recently. After thanking Lu Guowei, Lu Huan turned to look at Lu Xiao. Unlike her verbal thanks to Lu Guowei, she was truly grateful to Lu Xiao. If Lu Xiao hadn't helped her, Lu Guowei would never have said such words. Lu Guowei noticed the scene, and her heart ached. She looked at Lu Xiao with a serious expression. I heard that you have a job. Where do you work? When Lu Xiao heard this, she understood that Lu Guowei must have heard something. Otherwise, she wouldn't ask this. Mother, since you know that I have a job, haven't you heard where I work? The 5th Research Institute. Mother should have heard of it. I am a full-time therapist there now. Nonsense. Lu Guowei slammed the table. Do you know where that is? Is that where you should go? You really embarrass me. Why did you say that, Mother? It's because the therapists at the 5th Institute have to treat S-level males, so you think this is a shameful thing. I thought I was contributing to the country and Mother would be proud of me, but I didn't expect Mother to think of me like this. Lu Xiao said the latter part with a disappointed look. Lu Guowei had a lot of words to teach Lu Xiao, but Lu Xiao brought up the national justice. How could she say it? If she admitted that she thought so, wouldn't it make her look small-minded? If it got out, she might be finished as an earl. But if she didn't admit it, what would the words she just said count for? Was she hitting herself in the face? Lu Huan, who was standing by, was originally worried that Lu Guowei would use this incident to suppress Lu Xiao, but she didn't expect that her sister was so eloquent that she could block what her mother wanted to say with just a few words. So addictive. But she didn't dare to laugh out loud, and felt a little uncomfortable holding it in. Lu Yu opened his mouth slightly, looking shocked.
What?
Her sister actually went to the 5th Institute to be a therapist. Her mother even knew about it. The mother wanted to teach her a lesson, but was pushed back by the interests of the country. When did Lu Xiao become so powerful? He's actually quite handsome. Lu Yu is still at the age of middle school, and now he is full of admiration when he sees Lu Xiao defying Lu Guowei so handsomely. But Lu Xiao didn't even look at her. After saying this, she just sat there with a sad and lonely look on her face, as if Lu Guowei's incomprehension had broken her heart. Seeing her like this, Lu Guowei felt more uncomfortable than if she had eaten a fly. Why did Lu Xiao become like this after marriage? It must be because of her concubine's bad teachings. He actually let the female mistress go out to work. How on earth does he manage to be a concubine? If your concubine can't afford to support you, then find a few more as soon as possible. You are the eldest daughter of Earl Guowei's family. No matter what kind of work you do, you should not do it. You should stay at home and enjoy your life. When Lu Xiao heard this, she knew that Lu Guowei was just looking for trouble. Since she couldn't attack her work, she started to find fault with Aries. Aries, who was resting in the room at this time, was shot while lying down. In their family, except for Admiral Clan, other males were not allowed to sit at the table for meals. She had no way to respond to this statement. She didn't know why, but she had never won in the few times she met Lu Xiao. I never thought that Lu Xiao could be so sharp-tongued. You are happy only when you confront me in everything, right? Lu Guowei glared at her impatiently, as if she was so ignorant. Lu Xiao looked innocent. Why does Mother think of me like this? It seems that I am just like this in her heart. Forget it, I won't say anything in the future. Seeing her look hurt, Lu Guowei immediately waved her hand and said, Okay, all of you go down and stop being an eyesore here.
Each one of them is so worrying.
Lu Guowei originally wanted to teach these little females a lesson and establish her authority as an elder, but not only did she not gain any advantage, she also got herself into a rage. Drive them away quickly, leaving no one behind. So the 3 of them came out of the study, and as soon as they closed the door, Lu Huan reached out and held Lu Zhao's arm. Sister, thank you. If you hadn't helped me, I wouldn't have known that I could use this to exchange for a reward from my mother. Then remember this after you learn it. Lu Xiao felt that since the child performed well, it was necessary to give him appropriate encouragement. However, she certainly couldn't pay for it, so Lu Guowei was the only suitable candidate. Lu Yu, who was walking behind, looked at the two people who were arm in arm and talking intimately, his eyes full of surprise, and he came over and said, "When did you two become so close? You want to hold a parent-teacher meeting for Lu Huan. Why didn't you hold one for me?" Lu Yu spoke in a matter-of-fact tone, exactly like Lu Huan did back then. Lu Xiaozhen laughed. "Why should I go and open it for you? Are we familiar with each other? Then are you familiar with Lu Huan?" Lu Yu tilted her head slightly. She was still young and had a childish face. She looked more like a naughty child who had not been properly disciplined. "I should be more familiar with him than you." She didn't care about Lu Guowei. He was just a kid. How could he not be cured? As a person who has experienced this, Lu Huan quickly pulled Lu Yu aside and said, "Talk to your sister properly. You didn't tell her in advance, so how does she know when you will have the parents' meeting? Won't she ask me then?" Lu Yu turned to look at Lu Huan, as if to say, "You are wrong for not attending the parent-teacher meeting for me." Lu Huan couldn't help but wonder, was she so annoying in the beginning? No wonder Lu Xiao didn't look at her well at that time. It was really annoying. "Why are you guys silent? Don't you know what to say?" Lu Yu was even more proud when she saw that Lu Huan and Lu Xiao were silent after she finished speaking, thinking that she had the upper hand. Lu Huan rolled her eyes. "I just don't want to bother with you. Whatever you think, I have no obligation to attend a parent-teacher meeting for you. Let's go." Lu Xiao was very pleased to see Lu Huan grow up. Seeing Lu Huan holding Lu Zhao's hand and about to leave, Lu Yu immediately chased after them. "You are teaming up to isolate me. I will tell mother." "Then go ahead, we're not stopping you." Lu Huan experienced from her own experience how Lu Xiao felt when facing her. Fortunately, she's changed now, otherwise it would be very annoying. Not only is he self-centered and self-righteous, but he is also a complainer. Whenever something goes wrong, he immediately looks for his mom. Thinking about her past self, when Lu Xiao was still willing to teach her, she thought, "Wow, how could Lu Xiao be so good?" Lu Xiao didn't expect that Lu Huan would be able to have some of her style when confronting people now. It seemed that this was all learned from her own experience. Lu Yu couldn't stand being bullied. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever dared to treat her like this. Unfortunately, she couldn't beat Lu Huan. She was so angry that she burst into tears. "I will never be friends with you again. You only know how to bully me." Looking at Lu Yu, who ran away crying, Lu Huan snorted, "Sister, don't worry. She is not that fragile. She herself is an experienced person. How could she not understand?" It can be said that what Lu Yu is doing now, crying, making a scene, and threatening to hang herself, are all left over from her tricks. With Lu Huan educating Lu Yu, Lu Xiao wouldn't bother to care. She still knows the principle that it is better to have less trouble than more. Back upstairs, Lu Xiao and Lu Huan returned to their rooms respectively. Aries saw her push the door open and immediately stood up. "Are you okay? What's wrong with that? You don't even know me yet. How can I be at a disadvantage?" Lu Xiao smiled back at Aries and then noticed that the folds on the bed were still the same as before she left. It was obvious that Aries had been sitting here waiting for her for most of the day. "Why don't you lie down for a while?" "I'm not tired." Aries knew that Lu Xiao asked this because she felt sorry for him, and that was enough. "After we have dinner with Admiral Crane, we will go home. I am not comfortable here. Come and lie down with me for a while. I am tired." Lu Xiao knew very well that if she didn't mention it, Aries would probably continue to sit down. Aries himself was not tired, but she felt tired just watching him. Aries naturally would not refuse after hearing this. I don't know if it was because having Aries by my side made Lu Xiao feel at ease, but she fell asleep after a while. Aries looked at the little female sleeping defenselessly in his arms, his eyes full of tenderness. Admiral Crane did not return until after dark. When Lu Guowei heard that someone had returned, she snorted coldly and ordered the housekeeper, "Prepare for dinner." He is really shameless to let so many people wait for him. The butler didn't dare to respond after hearing this. He could only respond with an okay and go to prepare. Lu Xiao had already received the news. After packing up, she went downstairs with Aries. When they arrived at the restaurant, the time was just right. Admiral Clan had already arrived and was sitting next to Lu Guowei. When he saw Lu Xiao bringing Aries over, his eyes paused, and then he saw Lu Xiao and Aries take their seats. This was not the first time Lu Guowei had seen him, so he was able to remain calm at this moment. On the contrary, Lu Yu, who had just entered the restaurant, frowned when she saw Aries sitting at the table like her father. Sister is becoming more and more unruly. How can anyone be brought to the table? How come the rule that males can't sit at the table has been passed on to you? Lu Xiaoyan glanced at Lu Yu calmly. The meaning was too obvious. Even though Lu Yu was young, he naturally understood it. After all, in their house, except for Admiral Clan, other males are not allowed to sit at the table. This is the rule set by Lu Guowei. Of course, the situation in other females' homes is roughly the same. Well, now that you're here, sit down. Even eating can't stop you from talking. Lu Guowei slammed the table impatiently, and the huge restaurant finally quieted down. During the meal, the table remained quiet. Lu Xiao, who had already tasted the level of the chef at Earl Guowei's mansion, wanted to go home more and more after just a few bites. Fortunately, this torturous dinner is finally coming to an end. Unexpectedly, Admiral Clan, who had been sitting opposite him and had not said a word from the beginning to now, suddenly spoke up. I heard that you are working at the 5th Research Institute now. Lu Xiao didn't expect that Admiral Clan would come and talk to her. In the original owner's memory, the most she had with this handsome father was to call him father when they met. In the past, Admiral Clan had no fatherly affection for these people. Yes, father, I am now a full-time therapist at the 5th Institute. Since Admiral Crane asked, she answered generously. After all, there is nothing shameful about this job. Hearing Lu Xiao's answer, Lu Guowei snorted coldly, showing her dissatisfaction, but did not say anything. Admiral Crane ignored her reaction and continued, Why do you want to work at the 5th Institute? Admiral Clan was shocked when he heard about this incident after returning. He went out today mainly to meet old friends whom he hadn't seen for a long time, including Admiral Hans, who was stationed at the shelter. When Hans saw him, he came straight over and hugged him, saying that he had given birth to a good female cub. But Hans spoke with particular certainty. That's why we have these problems today. Otherwise, he would not talk to these female cubs because there was no need. I didn't expect Admiral Clan to care about such things. I was bored staying at home, and there happened to be a job opening over there, so I went to try, and then I was hired. The actual situation is that she just wants to make money, and the salary and benefits of the 5th Institute are excellent. But it's somewhat embarrassing to say this. However, Admiral Clan believed this reason. If she really said that she went there because she wanted to make money, Admiral Clan would not believe it. Because females of noble status can lack anything except money. Admiral Clan, who was quite satisfied with Lu Xiao's answer, looked at Aries beside her. He knew that Lu Xiao now had a major general as her concubine. Of course, he also heard what Admiral Hans said and asked someone to find out before he came back. You don't have a husband yet, do you? As soon as Admiral Clan said this, everyone else at the table subconsciously looked at Lu Xiao and Aries. Except for Lu Huan, everyone else looked at Aries with eyes full of the intention of watching a show. On the contrary, Lu Huan, who had contact with Lu Xiao and Aries, was a little worried. She was very clear about the relationship between Aries and Lu Xiao. There must be a reason why Admiral Cran brought up this matter at the dinner table. Lu Xiao was also a little surprised that Admiral Clan would care about such things, and his approach was different from Lu Guowei's. She didn't know if it was because of his military service, but Admiral Clan was very direct. Often, these direct people are the most difficult to deal with, because you never know what their next sentence will be. I plan to promote Aries to be my husband. As soon as Lu Xiao finished speaking, both Aries himself and the others at the table looked at Lu Xiao in surprise. It was as if he didn't expect her to say such a thing. However, Lu Xiao remained calm. When dealing with someone like Admiral Clan, it was useless to say those empty words. The way to deal with a straight ball was to play a straight ball. Admiral Claude didn't expect to hear such an answer, which made him look at Ares again before he spoke. According to Major General Ares's position, he is qualified to be your house husband, but my subordinate, Lieutenant General Fred, is also suitable. Lu Xiao was not going to obey. Just when she was about to refuse, Ares said, "Father Xiong also means well." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao subconsciously looked at Ares and saw a pleading look in the man's eyes. Lu Xiao was somewhat reluctant, but she didn't say anything, thus tacitly agreeing to Admiral Claude's arrangement. After the dinner, Lu Xiao and Ares returned to the hovercraft. After closing the door, Lu Xiao looked at Ares and said, "Aren't you going to explain?" Ares knew very well that his behavior of stopping Lu Xiao at the dinner table just now made the little female unhappy. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have made the decision for you without your permission, but the selection of the mistress and the husband needs to be careful. I've heard of Lieutenant General Fred. He is an extremely outstanding officer. Needless to say, his military exploits are great. His background is not bad either. Together with you." "Stop talking." Lu Xiao suddenly interrupted him. Ares fell silent. His dark eyes fell on Lu Xiao. "I'm sorry." "Don't say sorry to me, Ares. Do you really not want to be my house husband, or do you want to have one more person in the family, or even many more people?" Ares pursed his lips. How could he not want to be Lu Xiao's house husband? He dreamed of it, but as Lu Xiao became more and more outstanding, he felt that he was not worthy of her. He was just a major general who had worked his way up to the top. He was already very lucky to be Lu Xiao's concubine, and he couldn't be greedy anymore. As for whether there should be one more person or more in the family, it was not something he could control. Maybe it had happened before, but now, he felt that Lu Xiao was not someone he could have alone. Why does he have the right to enjoy such a good female alone? Seeing that Ares didn't answer, Lu Xiao knew that this guy's inferiority complex was probably acting up again. She thought that after spending so much time together, Ares at least understood what kind of person she was. It seems that it is still not enough. Whether you believe it or not, there won't be any more people at home. If you don't want to be the head husband now, then leave it vacant. Don't persuade me anymore. At least you shouldn't be the one persuading me. We'll sleep separately tonight as a punishment for you." Ares knew that he shouldn't do this, but Lu Xiao's words made him feel at ease for some reason. But this punishment made Ares a little concerned. He would rather have Lu Xiao whip him with a whip when she got angry than sleep separately from Lu Xiao. "I'm sorry, I won't say that again." At night, Lu Xiao lay on the bed, closed her eyes, and tried to fall asleep. She didn't know if it was because she had slept during the day, but now she didn't feel sleepy, let alone dozing off. After tossing around in bed for a while, I felt that the bed was so big and so deserted, without even a trace of human presence. I couldn't help but think of Ares. After all, a person's habits are very scary. It was just one night apart from Ares, but she felt empty and couldn't even sleep because there was no one in her bed. Lu Xiaoping lay on the bed, thinking, is this a punishment for Ares or a punishment for herself? Isn't this the bad trick she hates the most, hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting herself by 800? The more Lu Xiao thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. She got up, threw off the quilt, took her pillow, and left the bedroom. Why should she suffer this? Ares, who was also awake at the moment, suddenly heard footsteps. He was afraid that it was his own hallucination, so he held his breath. Until the door was pushed open, the little female appeared at the door with a pillow in her arms, then climbed onto the bed and put her arms around his waist. When Lu Xiao performed this series of movements, she tried to be too natural and smooth, as if she had done it 1,800 times. Finally, she found a comfortable position in Ares' arms and lay down. Lu Xiao felt, well, it was great.
Xiao, you.
Shut up, don't talk, I'm still angry. Lu Xiao said that she was angry, but she didn't let go of her arm around Ares' waist. Ares, who was scolded, was not angry at all, and even curled the corners of his lips in the dark night. Even when the little female is angry, she is still cute. Since his mental level dropped, Lu Xiao's mental comfort for him has increased from once a day to once every 2 days. Aries has also regained his autonomous sleep pattern and can sleep until dawn without the use of medication. Although he has not yet been tested, he has a feeling that the assessment value has definitely dropped again. The reason why he hadn't slept yet today was because Lu Xiao suddenly separated his bed from him. Aries felt very guilty when he thought about what he had said that made Lu Xiao unhappy. But if time could go back, he would still say those words, because there are many males who are better than him, and he is not the most suitable candidate to be Lu Xiao's house husband. He didn't want his presence to delay Lu Xiao from choosing the most suitable person. But Lu Xiao's attitude was so firm that he was unwilling to admit that he was filled with joy when he heard those words from Lu Xiao. No male can resist the feeling of being treated as the only lover. He admitted that he really wanted to selfishly possess Lu Xiao. He was the only one in her sight, but she was so nice that it made him feel uneasy. Lu Xiao returned to Aries and slept well that night. After getting up and seeing Aries downstairs who had prepared breakfast, Lu Xiao snorted softly, indicating that she was still angry. Aries smiled and pretended that he saw nothing. "Good morning, Lu Xiao." As soon as she finished speaking, the chair at the dining table was pulled out for her, and Lu Xiao went over to sit down. "I told you before that you can invite your friends to your house for dinner. Have you invited them?" Aries didn't expect that Lu Xiao would still remember this incident. "Not yet." "I knew it." Lu Xiao glanced at him. The meaning was self-evident. Aries quickly said, "If you don't mind, can I invite my friends to my house today?" "Sure, your friends are all comrades in the military district, right?" "Yes, but I don't have many friends. The only one here is my adjutant." Lu Xiao raised her eyebrows when she heard this. "Aries, you are not going to just find someone to deal with me, right?" "Of course not. How could that be?" Aries knew very well that Lu Xiao did this because she wanted him to have a greater sense of belonging in this family, to let him know personally that he was also a part of this family and could do many things to take care of him, who lacked a sense of security. How could he not understand Lu Xiao's intentions? "That's good, but it's a sudden invitation. Does the other party have time?" "Well, he's on vacation lately, but I'll ask him. If you need any help, you can always call me." "Okay, lady, I will." Lu Xiao nodded, and after breakfast, she took the initiative to clean up the table and went upstairs to fill the hole. She has been too busy recently, and the updates have been intermittent. She finally got a break today and has to make up for it. Otherwise, the comment section will be full of people clamoring for more updates, and she will really feel guilty. Aries sent a message to his adjutant. "Are you free this afternoon? I invite you to my home, .. The adjutant, who was resting and playing games at home at the time, saw this message and the smiley face behind it and deliberately looked at who the sender was. After confirming that it was a message from Major General Aries, he sent a message full of doubt. "Is it you?" Major General Aries actually invited him to his home. Haraha, he must have opened it in the wrong way, otherwise how could he see such a message? Major General Aries is not that kind of person at all. Having followed Major General Aries for many years, how could he not understand that, based on Major General Aries' personality, when he was on leave, unless it was necessary, he was as good as dead? Not to mention that he is married now. Why doesn't he maintain a good relationship with the female master during this holiday and invite him to his home? He thinks that this is impossible for a married male. Besides, Aries is not the main husband. How dare he, a concubine, invite him to his home? However, before the lieutenant had much time to think, Aries sent a message. "It's me. Address, come before 4 p.m. This is an order. Remember, you are my good friend." The adjutant was even more confused. If he didn't understand the previous message, he was even more confused about this one. But if this was an order, then he could only accept it. As for being good friends with Major General Aries, I wonder what happened to Major General Aries? The adjutant was puzzled, but he still got up and went out. Since it was an order, he had to execute it. A normal person should buy something when visiting a friend's house for the first time. It's never good to go empty-handed. I just don't know if he can ask his good friend Major General Aries to reimburse the money when the time comes. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the adjutant showed up on time at the address sent to him by Major General Aries, holding a bouquet of flowers. Aries heard the doorbell and opened the door for him himself. At the same time, Lu Xiao came out of the bedroom. Aries, has your friend arrived? As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the adjutant come in with a bouquet of flowers. He was a very young officer, and it seemed that he did not expect to meet her at home. The moment he saw her, his expression froze, his eyes widened unconsciously, and then he straightened his body nervously. After a while, he saluted her and said, "Hello, I'm the adjutant of Major General Aries. My name is Kevin. Please forgive me for disturbing you." Kevin is now increasingly confused about what Major General Aries is thinking. He actually dares to invite him home when the female mistress is at home. You have to know that no female would like her male to bring someone he doesn't want to have adult love with home. Just when he was thinking about how to make amends for Aries, so as not to make his female mistress angry and punish him, Lu Xiao smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. Actually, it was me who asked Aries to invite his friends to our home. You should know that he is sometimes too boring. I hope he can spend more time with his friends in private. I'm glad to see you. My name is Lu Xiao." "Hello, Mr. Lu Xiao," Kevin said, and bowed again. It was obvious that there was no way to calm down the tension in a short time. Aries took the flowers from his hand and said, "Thank you for the flowers. Sit down for a while, and we can have dinner soon." "Let me do it, Aries."
You can talk to Kevin.
It's a good opportunity for Kevin to have a taste of my cooking skills.
Kevin was a little confused at this time.
What did he hear? He could hear every word that Lord Lu Xiao said, but why couldn't he understand them together? Just now, Lord Lu Xiao said that he asked Major General Aries to invite his friends to his home? And just now, Lord Lu Xiao also said that he wanted him to taste his cooking skills? Oh my God, is he really not hallucinating? How else would he hear such words? Fortunately, Aries didn't let him embarrass himself for too long. He pushed him onto the sofa and stuffed a glass of ice water into his hand. Obviously, it was to let him calm down. It turned out that this glass of ice water really worked. I glanced towards the kitchen and saw Lu Xiao busy inside. Kevin suddenly realized that Aries asked him if there were any females in the world who could cook. There is also the lunchbox that Aries brings to the office every day, which he once said was prepared by his female master. At first they all thought that this was Admiral Aries's way of saving face. But what did he see now? His mistress was really cooking, and he could eat it later. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. There are women who can cook. And there are women who can prepare lunch for their partners. And these two women are the same person. Aries didn't say anything, but just looked at Kevin, who was sitting on the sofa, looking shocked and dazed. Until Kevin finished a glass of ice water and looked up at him, his eyes full of urgent anticipation. Aries knew it was coming. "Major General Aries, so the lunch you eat every day is made by your female master herself?" Aries nodded calmly. "Major General Aries, so your ability to come out and continue to work was not exchanged for unequal conditions?" Aries continued to nod calmly. "Major General Aries, so does your mistress really cook for you every day?" The question came back to eating. Aries had a little regret in his eyes. "My mistress has to work hard every day, so I don't let her cook for me every day. Also, my mistress is very good to me. She comforts me almost every day, never abuses me or blames me. In order to make me feel safe, she once said that she would not look for other males. Today, she also wants me to feel like a part of this family, so she invited friends to visit." It was the first time Kevin heard Major General Aries speak so many words in one breath. After saying these words, Aries' expression was very calm, but all his words revealed a hint of showing off. And he just happened to show off. If other female mistresses have even a hint of this, it would be a disaster. It's incredible that Major General Aries' mistress has so many advantages. But Kevin, who saw it with his own eyes, had no way to refute it. Because at this moment, Lady Lu Xiao is still busy in the kitchen. We will know whether she can really cook later. "Major General Aries, please stop talking, it's too stimulating." He was still a pure and innocent male that no one wanted. How can he find a partner in the future if he is stimulated like this? Aries patted Kevin on the shoulder and said, "Don't think too much. There are not many females like my mistress. What I mean is, Just take a look at it and don't let your imagination run wild. Major General Aries, after I return, can I report a work injury? I feel I have been harmed. Aries curled his lips. What do you think? He wanted to go home. We're okay, it's time to eat. Aries, come and serve Kevin the food. Hearing Lu Xiao's voice, Kevin quickly stood up and walked over and said, Sir Lu Xiao, I can do it myself. You should take a rest. You're welcome. Just treat yourself as if you were at home. There aren't that many rules here. I know, it's just that I can't adapt for a while. Kevin can become Aries' adjutant, so he is smart and has good eyesight. He knew whether Lu Xiao was sincere or not. Because of this, Kevin looked shocked, terrified, and even a little excited and anxious. Oh my God, their Major General Aries really wasn't bragging. He really found a goddess-like female master. It will be so exciting to tell other people in the military district when I go back. After Aries came back, Lu Xiao had already asked about Aries' affairs in the military district, mainly concerned about whether Aries was tired in the military district and whether he had suffered any injuries. All topics revolved around Aries. Kevin was frightened by the question and wasn't sure if he could answer everything. He gave Major General Aries a questioning look, but Major General Aries acted as if he didn't see it and ignored his question. Realizing that Aries didn't mind letting Lu Xiao know, he didn't hide anything and answered whatever was asked, telling her everything he knew. When Kevin left, he received some cookies made by Lu Xiao as a gift. Kevin was very happy to eat and take. When I left, I was no longer so restrained and nervous when I was with Lu Xiao, because he discovered that Lady Lu Xiao was really different from the females he had ever met. She really had no airs at all. When getting along with her, he wouldn't worry about saying something wrong or offending her, nor did he have to think about how to please her. It's more like a communication with friends, very relaxed. On the way back in the hovercraft, Kevin couldn't help but feel happy for Major General Aries. He really found a very good female master. After Kevin left, Aries returned to the room and looked at Lu Xiao. Actually, you can ask me anything you want to know. Lu Xiao raised her eyes to look at him. If I ask you, you will definitely only report good news, not bad news. This sentence left Aries with no way to refute because he would really do that. Lu Xiao really understood him more and more. So Aries, you can no longer hide anything from me from now on, and I have officially infiltrated your life. The two of us are one and inseparable. Admiral Clan's arrangement was faster than Lu Xiao had imagined. At noon the next day, Lu Xiao had just finished her treatment and came out of the clinic when she received a voice invitation from Admiral Clan. Only then did she realize that Admiral Clan actually had her number. The voice was connected, and the man's mature and hoarse voice came. Are you busy? I hope I didn't disturb you. I have booked a restaurant tonight, and Fred will go there in advance to wait for you. She didn't expect Admiral Cran to be worried about whether he would disturb him. If she hadn't said the following words, she really thought Admiral Cran was a very polite person. But now it is both polite and bossy. Father, I think I should make my position clear. I don't want to have another person in the family. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm afraid the result won't be what you want. I hope you can understand. Admiral Crane was silent for a while. Why do you have such an idea? Admiral Clan obviously couldn't understand why Lu Xiao, as a female, would say this. In his impression, no female would stay with a male for her entire life. At the very least, there will be 2 or 3 male partners in a family, and these are all females who are relatively loyal in their relationships. Does father like mother's life with a house full of people? Lu Xiao did not answer but asked back. Admiral Clan's heart trembled slightly. Is it necessary to answer this question?
No male would like it.
Are you doing this for Aries? It's for myself. I don't like having to deal with interpersonal relationships when I get home, and I have to calm down the jealousy between males. I just want to live a peaceful life with a considerate partner by my side. I should have said this last night, but Aries is sensitive and has low self-esteem. He was worried that I would regret promoting him to be the house husband, so he spoke out to stop me. The truth is that I have no intention of looking for other males. I hope father can understand. Admiral Crane listened to the little female's firm words. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he was indeed shocked. You have changed a lot. After hearing these 5 words, Lu Xiao was somewhat surprised. It seemed that Admiral Clan knew something about the original owner. Father, is tonight's meeting cancelled? Before Lu Xiao finished speaking, Admiral Clan spoke up. Go and meet him. There's no harm in getting to know Lieutenant General Fred. As for the outcome, it's up to you. Admiral Clan said so Lu Xiao didn't need to say anything else.
Just go and meet him.
It would be fine as long as Admiral Clan didn't insist that she be with Lieutenant General Fred. After finishing the call with Admiral Crane, Lu Xiao sent a message to Aries. I'm going to meet with Lieutenant General Fred tonight. You come with me. If she were to go see Fred alone, she wouldn't know what to say. Aries and the other party were both soldiers, so she believed they would have something to talk about. Thinking of this, Lu Xiao felt that this arrangement was a good one. When I got back to the office, Teacher Ellie came over and asked, What's going on, dear? Has your family arranged a suitable mistress for you? Teacher Ellie, eavesdropping on people is very rude. Teacher Shirley chuckled and said, You have to keep your voice down. Do you need us to eavesdrop? Lu Xiao was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then she realized something. Is the sound very loud? Teacher AI Lee puncture her fantasy. It's very big. Fortunately, there are not many people here. Otherwise, everyone would have heard that our Xiao Xiao is determined not to look for other males and will stay with her concubine for the rest of her life. Lu Xiao couldn't help but cover her face. Stop talking. She was just thinking about how to convince Admiral Clan not to introduce her to someone and completely forgot whether other people would hear it. But it was nothing. It was just that Teacher Ellie's sudden joke made her feel a little embarrassed. The 4 teachers found it very funny to see the little female who suddenly became shy, with smiles and doting in their eyes. It was really because Lu Xiao usually acted very tough, as if there was nothing she couldn't do. Now that it suddenly happens, it seems so cute and real. As for what Lu Xiao said, they were not surprised because this was what Lu Xiao had been doing from the beginning to the end. They had all been to Lu Xiao's home as guests and had seen with their own eyes how she treated her husband. So if Lu Xiao said so, then it can definitely be done. She is not like those hypocritical females who say they are loyal but actually wish they had almost 100 males at home. The point is, she is loyal to each of them and is determined to give them a warm home. There is no female in the empire who deserves the word loyalty. But Lu Xiao might be able to do it because Lu Xiao gives people a sense of tenacity in her bones. It seems that as long as she says it, nothing can't be accomplished. Lu Xiao always gives people a very reliable feeling. I think Aries would be so happy if he knew. It is worth it for a male to experience such a life. Speaking of Aries, as soon as he arrived at the military area, he found that many people were looking at him today. When he reached the door of the office, he found his adjutant with a flattering look on his face, handing him a cup of water. Good morning, Major General Aries. I personally made tea for you. Aries took it and pointed at the people who were pretending to work but actually eavesdropping. What did you say to them? Adjutant Kevin looked innocent. I didn't say anything. I just gave them some of the cookies made by Lord Lu Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, he boldly asked, Major General Aries, does your mistress really know how to cook? Facing the speaker's expectant eyes, Aries gave his adjutant a look that showed he was doing enough. If you're too idle, go out and run laps. In one word, everyone became obedient in an instant. When Aries returned to the office, the group of people immediately surrounded Kevin and said, Tell me more, can you tell me more? Yes, just tell me what you know. Is the cooking of the female host of the Major General's family really that delicious? How is the relationship between the Major General and his mistress? Please tell me, I'm so anxious. Aries returned to the office, took off his coat, and hung it on the hanger. When he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to deal with the documents on the desk, he received a message from Lu Xiao, which was the exclusive ringtone he set for Lu Xiao. After checking the message, Aries' lips curled up slightly. Although he was going to meet Lieutenant General Fred, for some reason, when he thought of what Lu Xiao said to him yesterday, he did not feel uneasy, but rather at ease. In the evening, Lu Xiao and Aries entered the hotel that Admiral Clan had booked in advance. An officer sitting in front of the French window looked up and happened to meet Aries' eyes. The former was an accident, but the latter was much more understandable. After being reminded by Aries, Lu Xiao realized that the officer in front of her was Lieutenant General Fred. When the man saw them coming, he stood up and greeted them. "Hello, are you Mr. Lu Xiao? I'm Fred, and I'm glad to see you here." The other person was about the same height as Aries, with a resolute face and strong features. He was the kind of person who looked extremely upright. It seems like he was born to be a soldier, full of righteousness. Facing Fred's self-introduction, Lu Xiao said generously and appropriately, "Hello, Lieutenant General Fred. Seeing is believing, and I'm glad to meet you. This is my partner, Aries. I thought that since you are both soldiers, you should have many common topics, so I brought him here as well.
Please don't mind."
In fact, to such a meeting, it is very rude to bring one more person without greeting the other party in advance. But only in this way can the other party see her attitude. But proper etiquette should still be observed. Fred really didn't expect that Lu Xiao would bring Aries with him. The word partner was also used to introduce him. Fred couldn't help but realize something. Of course, he had inquired about the fact that Aries was Lu Xiao's concubine before coming here. Fred also admired this young officer who had become a major general at such a young age. Fred suppressed his doubts and made a gesture of invitation. "You are very thoughtful. Why would I mind? Let's take a seat." Aries walked behind the two of them, but when Lu Xiao sat down, he took the initiative to pull out the chair for her. Seeing this, Lu Xiao turned around and smiled at him. Fred happened to see this scene. His heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't describe the feeling. He actually didn't know much about Lu Xiao, but he suddenly received an order from Admiral Clan, saying that a female had been arranged for him and asked him to go and meet her. And this female is not an outsider. She is Admiral Clan's first female cub. She now has only one concubine by her side, and the position of the head husband is still vacant. After understanding this, even though Admiral Clan didn't say it explicitly, Fred already knew what he meant. Admiral Clan wanted him to be Lu Xiao's house husband. With his position of lieutenant general and family background, he could definitely become the house husband of any female. Fred never doubted this. But he actually didn't have any special expectations for this blind date. After all, the females in the Empire were all spoiled and willful. In their general perception, males are tools that they can consume and enslave, but their numbers are rare, and their mental power has an effect on males. Unless it is necessary, Fred is not very willing to find a female master so quickly and give everything to her. So when he saw Lu Xiao, her generosity and propriety made Fred's eyes light up. He could naturally tell whether the little female was really like that or just pretending. Lu Xiao's eyes were clear, and every move she made revealed a sense of calmness. She even smiled back and said thank you when Aries pulled out a chair for her. Although nothing could be seen from the brief contact, the feeling Lu Xiao gave him was not annoying, and he even wanted to get to know her better. "I just ordered some dishes. Please take a look and see if there is anything else you want to eat. Major General Aries, please take a look as well." Because of Lu Xiao's attention, Fred did not ignore Aries' existence. Lu Xiao did not refuse. She took the menu and started talking to Aries. "This croissant looks good. I want one." Aries silently wrote it down, then pointed to another dish on the menu. "This looks good. Then this one and this one?"
"Good."
After they made their decision, they called the waiter and handed over the menu. Fred took in the intimate and natural interaction between the two. There was a small ripple in his heart. He could see that Lu Xiao and Aries got along very well. It was not something that those females put on for show. "You have a good relationship." Lu Xiao was slightly startled when she heard this, then smiled gently and said, "Thank you. Has Lieutenant General Fred always been with my father?" "Yes, Admiral Crane and I are both in the 3rd Legion. We have worked together for many years. Admiral Crane has taken good care of me." Lu Xiao nodded. "I can see that." If this were not the case, Lieutenant General Clan would not have introduced Fred to her. The food came quickly, and during the meal, Fred and Aries chatted about some military matters. Lu Xiao didn't understand much of this and didn't participate, just eating her meal seriously. It has to be said that the restaurant booked by Admiral Cran was the most pleasant dining experience she had ever had out, and the food tasted pretty good. By the end of dinner, Aries and Fred had a great chat and even added each other's contact information. Seeing this, Lu Xiao did not stop him. If Aries could really make friends because of this, it would be a good thing. She could see that Fred was indeed a very good male. It would be good for Aries to make more friends with people like this. Today's dinner was a pleasure. Thank you, Lieutenant General Fred. Lu Xiao thanked Fred again before getting in the car. You're welcome. It's my honor to have dinner with Mr. Lu Xiao. Lieutenant General Fred should be able to see that I actually have no intention of looking for a house husband. I hope you can understand. Fred seemed to have sensed something, but he didn't expect that the little female in front of him would actually say it out loud. I don't know why, but I felt a little lost. Originally, he should be happy when Lu Xiao said this. After all, he didn't want to find a female master now, and this was what he wanted. But after seeing how Lu Xiao and Aries got along, he actually felt a little envious. If I were lucky enough to live with such a female, then getting married would become something to look forward to. I should thank you for your honesty. Seeing that Fred understood what she meant, Lu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, and the smile on her face became more sincere. It's getting late. I'm sorry to disturb Lieutenant General Fred's rest today. I'll invite you to my home another day.
Goodbye.
Even if I can't become Fred's partner, it would be a good thing if we could be friends. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths. Lu Xiao returned to the car and waved goodbye to Fred, who was standing outside watching them leave. Watched Lu Xiao and Aries leave. Fred pursed his lips, a hint of loneliness flashing in his eyes. On the way back, Aries said, Lieutenant General Fred is indeed as rumored. He is a very good person. It's very good. This kind of person is very reliable as a friend. Lu Xiao agreed with Aries' remarks because after getting to know him, she found that Fred was indeed like that. But the relationship is limited to friends only. No more. Aries nodded, agreeing with Lu Xiao's words, and did not persuade Lu Xiao to accept Lieutenant Fred as the house husband. He said that Lu Xiao had clearly refused, and if he said anything more, it would be a bit ungrateful. After returning home, Lu Xiao took the initiative to send a message to Admiral Clan. The meeting with Lieutenant General Fred is over. He is indeed a good person, but I still maintain my own wishes. I hope you can understand. Admiral Crane replied with 2 words, received. Looking at these 2 words, Lu Xiao couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Her father was really efficient and decisive. It should be much easier to work with such a person. If it works, it works. If not, forget it. It did make her change her opinion of him. The matter of Lieutenant General Fred was completely over for Lu Xiao. However, Fred, who had returned home at this moment, also sent a message to Admiral Clan. I have met with Ms. Lu Xiao. She is very special and very frank. Thank you for your introduction. Admiral Crane responded. It's up to you to decide what to do. Compared to Lu Xiao, Fred knew more about what kind of person Admiral Crane was. After all, the two had worked together for many years. Fred was not surprised by this, I know. Regarding the meeting between Lu Xiao and Lieutenant General Fred, Admiral Clan decided not to get involved in their affairs after Lu Xiao clearly expressed her intention to him. When it comes to blind dates, the bridge has already been built. As for whether the two people can be together, it is not something he can interfere with. But compared to him, Lu Guwei cared more about the result, so she went to the study to ask about it. Admiral Crane looked at Lu Guwei, who was standing in the middle of the study, trying to remain elegant and dignified. They will decide the result themselves. It has nothing to do with us. Why not? I have inquired about Fred. He is the eldest son of Duke Leslie's family. Such an identity and background is a good match for Lu Xiao. He is even more worthy of being Lu Xiao's husband. Such a suitable candidate should be decided early. Like you? Admiral Cran raised his eyes, his narrow eyes filled with indifference. I introduced them to each other not because of Fred's family background. What do you know? In this family, the only one who dared to speak to Lu Guwei like this was Admiral Clan.
How dare you be so mean to me, Clan?
I find that you are becoming more and more unruly. Do you know who your mistress is? Lu Guwei's carefully applied makeup was torn and hideous because of anger. Admiral Crane was unmoved and just looked at him coldly. Are you upset? This is the result of your emphasis on family background. These words directly hit Lu Guwei in the heart. If he had not been attracted by Duke Galeodro's background, he would not have to endure Clan's anger now. This was the matter that Lu Guwei was most. In this family, the only one who dared to speak to Lu Guwei like this was Admiral Clan. After marrying Admiral Clan, even though they were not on good terms, she had gained too many benefits from it. So much, so that if she were given another chance to do it again, she would still make the same choice. But this kind of thing cannot be exposed. Now that Clan has so bluntly revealed the veil, how could Lu Guwei be willing? Crane sneered. You can try. Lu Guwei's heart sank. In fact, she didn't dare to do that. Even though she dared to take action against those concubines and maids in the family, it was because they either had no background or their background was not as good as hers. But if Clan were to be punished, it would be seen as an embarrassment to Duke Galeodro. What she was afraid of was never Clan, but the family behind him. Lu Guwei sneered, shook her sleeves, and walked out of the study. Shortly after she left, the lights in the yard came on and someone suffered an unexpected disaster. Kellen sat behind his desk, thinking about what Lu Xiao said to him today. I just want to live a peaceful life. I don't want to go home and deal with interpersonal relationships and resolve jealousy. If your partner is the only one. Thinking of this, Clan suddenly stopped. He was really led astray by Lu Xiao. How could there be a female in this world who is willing to spend her entire life with just one male? Even if Lu Xiao said that, he actually didn't take it to heart. He just thought that Lu Xiao was young and had a good relationship with Aries, so she could say such naive words. When she sees more and more males who are better than Aries, she will naturally make comparisons and will no longer have such naive ideas. Aren't females naturally so vain? Lu Xiao didn't know that because of her, she had caused a big fight between Kellen and Lu Guwei. The next morning, Lu Xiao went to work as usual. When teacher Ellie and the others saw her, they all asked her curiously, how is it? How did the guy from last night compare to Aries? Well, gossip is human nature. It doesn't matter. My Aries is more to my liking. Seeing her like this, teacher Ellie said, You really don't understand romance. I think the male you are dating must be heartbroken. Even they could see that Lu Xiao was definitely a very good marriage candidate. Being fortunate enough to become Lu Xiao's male, no matter what your identity is, it is definitely a lucky thing. Because Lu Xiao knows what respect is. But such a good female is not promiscuous and is only loyal to her concubine. Even people like them are now a little jealous of Aries. If there is an award for the luckiest and happiest male of the year in the Empire, it must be given to Aries. A well-deserved lucky man. Oh, it would be great if Morian could meet a female protagonist like Lu Xiao. Teacher Shirley had obviously just finished reading the latest chapter and couldn't help but sigh. In the latest chapter of After the Male House Husband Runs Away, Morian had just accepted the punishment brought by the divorce. At this moment, Beryl truly realized that Morian's divorce was not just a simple talk. At the same time, she also knew that Morian was from the Imperial Chable, the Walenda family. Beryl, who was originally mocked for her divorce from Morian, realized what she had lost the moment Walenda sent someone to take Morian back. At the same time, the people around her looked at her with even more mockery. Teacher Ai Li had just finished reading the latest chapter, so she naturally knew what Teacher Shirley was sighing about. How is it possible? Females like Lu Xiao are a rare species. How can anyone have them? Upon hearing this, Teacher Shirley immediately said, Oh, what should I do? I'm already envious of Aries now. When Teacher Ellie heard this, she smiled and said, Who said it wasn't true? Lu Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How about I tell Aries? Teacher Shirley pretended to hit her. You are so naughty. After chatting and laughing for a while, it was almost time for Lu Xiao to go to the clinic to see patients. Among today's patients was an old acquaintance, Robin. Robin was once the head chef at Egger's restaurant. Seeing Lu Xiao coming in, Robin, who was already lying on the examination bed, seemed particularly excited. We have all heard about therapist Lu. Has Wilk really met the discharge criteria? Can he leave the shelter? Lu Xiao was not surprised that they knew this, and just answered strictly. To be precise, all indicators have indeed reached the discharge standards of the S-level shelter. However, to be on the safe side, he needs to be observed for 2 weeks. If his condition remains stable within 2 weeks, I think he can leave the shelter. Hearing this, Luo Bing's face became even more excited. That's great. It's really great. Although he is not the one who can be discharged from the hospital, doesn't the fact that Wilk can be discharged mean that they also have a chance? Robin was so excited that his fat body couldn't stop shaking and tears flowed out. Lu Xiao did not stop him. It was a good thing to let Robin vent his emotions appropriately. After crying, Robin was a little embarrassed with red eyes. I'm sorry, Therapist Lu. I made you laugh, but I really couldn't control myself. It's okay, Robin. You can cry if you want to and laugh if you want to. It's your right. And venting your emotions properly is also helpful to your spiritual sea. Don't be obsessed with suppressing your emotions. Really? Therapist Lu? No one has ever said anything like this to me. They only told me that as a male, I need to restrain myself, not make myself look like a lunatic, and not do anything embarrassing or disrespectful. They never told me that I can vent my emotions. Robin's voice was muffled, and it was obvious that he had not yet recovered from his out-of-control emotions. It's wrong to say that, Robin. No one can control anyone else's emotions. Everyone is a unique individual in this world. As long as you don't violate moral bottom lines and principles, break the law, and don't hurt or cause trouble to others, you can do anything. I know, Therapist Lu. It's great to meet you. By the way, I still remember the promise we made to you. I have never forgotten it. Seeing that Robin's mood had improved, Lu Xiao smiled and said, That's great, chef of Egger's restaurant. Now tell me what your specialty is? Robin didn't expect that Lu Xiao still remembered that he was the head chef of Egger restaurant. He was flattered, and his eyes were slightly red. Because the feeling of being treated sincerely is so good that it seems unreal. Even his parents never took him seriously. Healer Lu, thank you for remembering that I was the chef at Egger's restaurant, but that was a long time ago. Robin, you have to believe in yourself. Your condition is not serious. If you cooperate with the treatment, you will be like Wilk. After you're discharged from the hospital, you can go back to work or open a restaurant of your own. I think it is also a very good choice. If you open a restaurant, please let me know and I will bring my friends over. The future described by Lu Xiao was so fascinating, but Lu Xiao's tone was so firm. With Wilk in front, Robin knew very well that this was not just empty talk. A smile appeared on her face unconsciously. Okay, if I can really open a shop, I will definitely not forget Therapist Lu. You will always be a VIP guest here, free for life. That's awesome. So what's your specialty? I'd really like to know. It's actually pickled fish, a delicacy from my hometown. However, Iger's restaurant thinks the taste is too strong and doesn't allow me to make this dish, so I usually make it at home. If I could open my own restaurant, I would definitely open a restaurant related to this. I just don't know if Therapist Lu would like it. As soon as Robin mentioned sauerkraut fish, Lu Xiao's eyes lit up. Of course she knew about sauerkraut fish, and she had eaten it before and could make it herself. The only pity was that she didn't know how to pickle sauerkraut, and it wasn't sold here, so she could only think about it occasionally. Now she heard something. Robin can actually make pickled fish. I know this dish, but I have never had the chance to taste it. I didn't expect you to be able to make it. I'm already looking forward to it, Robin. Really? I didn't expect Therapist Lu to have such a wide range of expertise. I thought no one knew about it. That's great. Lu Xiao also thought it was great. She didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. Since you have fulfilled our agreement, Robin, I will also fulfill my promise. Wait a moment. She once said that if Robin told her what her specialty was, Lu Xiao would exchange it for a dish she cooked. When she saw Robin's name on the medical record today, she made preparations. Coincidentally, it was also a fish dish, sweet and sour fish. Lu Xiao had already heated it before entering the clinic, so the temperature was just right. When Robin saw Lu Xiao coming back with the lunchbox, his eyes lit up. Did you really bring it? She didn't expect Lu Xiao to really keep her promise, and she never thought that Lu Xiao could really cook. You know, females are reluctant to enter the kitchen. Females like Lu Xiao who love delicious food and can cook it themselves are really rare. What a coincidence. What I brought today is also a fish-related dish, sweet and sour fish. After Lu Xiao finished speaking, she realized that Robin's posture was not suitable for eating. Lu Xiao thought for a moment and said, "You can take it back and try it. Just tell me how you feel when we meet next time." "Can I take it back?" "Of course, I originally wanted you to eat here, but this may not be convenient. I will definitely enjoy it." "That's great. I'm looking forward to your evaluation, chef." It was rare for a professional chef to communicate with her. This is also a rare thing for Lu Xiao. The subsequent treatment went smoothly. According to Lu Xiao's original judgment, Robin would have to receive at least 3 treatments before she could meet the discharge criteria. However, because of her catharsis just now and the improvement of her purification ability during this period, Robin's condition improved a lot. When Robin left the clinic, he took away the sweet and sour fish that Lu Xiao gave him. He held it in his arms as if it were a rare treasure. Touching the warm lunchbox feels like it warms my heart. The officers who escorted him here all knew that the food inside was made by the little female herself. When they thought that this was made by healer Lu Xiao herself, a delicacy made by a female, the 2 escorting officers suddenly felt strangely that even if the danger assessment value of the spiritual sea reached S level, it would not be a bad thing. They could even come into contact with a gentle female like Lu Xiao. The 2 of them stared at the lunchbox in Robin's arms with envy, wishing they could take Robin away at that moment. Robin was seen with furry eyes and didn't dare to say anything. He could only silently hold the thing in his arms. He was different from these soldiers. He was just an ordinary person. He had never been a soldier, let alone been on the battlefield. If these 2 men really wanted to rob him, he would have no way to stop them. Fortunately, these escorting officers were subject to strict discipline, and apart from staring at the lunchbox in his arms, they did not do anything out of line. But even so, Robin was terrified. After all, no one would feel comfortable being stared at by 2 hungry wolves. Robin finally breathed a sigh of relief after returning to the shelter. Robin's dormitory is a 4-person dormitory. Except for special circumstances, everyone who comes here, no matter what their identity, status, or background in the outside world, is only given a cold number here. Probably Lu Xiao is the only one who can actively remember their names. Whenever someone comes back from treatment, everyone can't help but gather around to ask questions. There was envy in their tone. Even though they had not yet applied for therapist Lu's clinic, witnessing the improvement of others, they seemed to have an extra layer of anticipation. Compared to waiting for death, living is always full of hope. "Robin, what did you bring back? Did they allow you to buy anything?" Ever since they heard that calling each other's names was a form of therapy, they would call each other's names when they were alone. I don't know if it's because of this reason that their private relationship has become more intimate.
I didn't buy it.
Calm down quickly. This is the promise that therapist Lu made. It's the sweet and sour fish she made herself.
Try it.
It's still hot. Robin carefully placed the lunchbox on the table. When the others heard his words, they all moved. "What did you just say?" Therapist Lu made the sweet and sour fish herself. Can she cook? How is that possible? Someone said this, but someone else, although not saying anything, had already reached out and touched Robin's forehead to see if he was getting sicker. Robin waved the man's hand away and said, "I've already told you that Healer Lu is different from other females. She knows everything. She is the most powerful female I have ever seen. You can only know her goodness after experiencing her. Stop talking nonsense and come and try her." When Robin opened the lid of the lunchbox, he discovered that it was actually a whole fish. Since it is still warm, you can eat it without heating it. After entering the shelter, they were only provided with nutrient solution every day. They had not eaten such food for a long time. Now, when they suddenly saw and smelled it, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. What a nice smell. This fish looks good. I still don't believe it. This is a fish cooked by a female. Why would a female cook? If you're still worried about this, just go away and let's eat first. Forget it, I won't worry about it anymore. What a joke. No matter who cooked this fish, he must have a bite today. Robin suggested, The four of us, each with a piece, and we draw lots to decide who gets the head or the tail of the fish. You brought this fish back, so you don't have to give it to us. Why should I ask you to draw lots? I'll give you the head, and the rest will be divided equally among the three of us. Yes, the robin fish head is yours. If you don't like fish heads, you can choose a piece you like. Then I'll eat the fish head, and you guys share the rest. Robin didn't act pretentiously. He took the fish head and went to eat aside. He can also make sweet and sour fish, but it may not taste good, so it was not popular at Egger's restaurant. But for some reason, the sweet and sour fish made by Lu Xiao smelled very fragrant. Robin didn't know whether his filter for Lu Xiao was too heavy or if it was really so. Now with the fish head in his hand, Robin no longer hesitated and started eating it. As soon as it entered the mouth, it had a moderate sweet and sour taste, not too sour, not too sweet. In addition to sweet and sour, Robin also tasted other flavors in it, and his eyes lit up. Lu Xiao's sweet and sour fish is completely different from his cooking method, but the taste is better, and most importantly, it doesn't have a fishy smell. This is so delicious. Oh my god, this is the best sweet and sour fish I've ever had. What should I do? I even want to lick the lunchbox now. Hearing the voice coming from the side, Robin felt more deeply than them. As a chef, he understood the value of this dish better than these people, and he was really amazed by the little female's cooking skills. It turns out that therapist Lu's cooking skills are just as good as his, and are even better than his. How could there be a little female in this world who is so good at cooking? And how could therapist Lu be so amazing? Is there anything she can't do or won't do? If Robin was just grateful to Lu Xiao before, now he was full of admiration and respect for her. A dish of sweet and sour fish immediately captured the hearts of the four people in Robin's dormitory. Lu Xiao didn't know what happened in Robin's dormitory. She finished her work and returned to the office, preparing to provide some mental comfort to the four teachers. It turned out that both Teacher Ellie and Teacher Shirley were in very good condition today. Lu Xiao blinked. Are you all taking a break today? Teacher Ellie, who had been sitting calmly at her workstation, suddenly laughed when she heard this. Can't you believe it? We look normal, and we don't feel weak like before at all. Lu Xiao nodded and looked at Teacher Ai with a puzzled look. So you have received the patient? Teacher Shirley couldn't hold it in any longer and jumped up. Of course, we just finished seeing a patient, but this time I was not affected by those negative emotions. Can you believe it? Lu Xiao was really shocked this time. Her eyes widened unconsciously. Is this true? Of course it's true that the four of us could work together to deceive you. In fact, I had a vague feeling before, but I wasn't sure. I thought it was just my illusion. Later, after we talked, we found that we all had this feeling. So we think this may be related to you? It's related to me? What does it have to do with her? Lu Xiao was confused. Could it be her purifying power? Could her purifying power have such an effect? We think so. Not only that, we now feel that treating patients in the early stages is not as difficult as before. We feel that our own mental strength has also improved. We're going to do a mental strength test. Lu Xiao, will you join us? Lu Xiao also wanted to see whether the four teachers' mental strength had really improved, so she nodded, but she didn't have much hope for herself. After all, her situation is different from theirs. The test only requires a small amount of blood. After lunch, the results came out. The original mental power level of the four teachers was B. The test report showed that all of their mental power levels had become B+, which was indeed an improvement. The four teachers were very excited about this and gathered around Lu Xiao. When they saw that the test report in Lu Xiao's hand still showed that Lu Xiao's mental strength level was C, they couldn't believe it. My dear, your mental strength level is only C? Why do I remember Xiao Xiao has always been in grade A? Could it be that there is something wrong with the instrument? Lu Xiao, who was standing by, didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard this. These four teachers suspected that there was something wrong with the equipment, but none of them suspected that she was the one with the biggest problem. For a moment, I felt touched. The instrument is fine, and it has always been C. Maybe his mental power has mutated. Isn't this good? It doesn't affect eating or drinking, and it can still treat patients. It's fine as long as there is no impact. Yes, as long as there is no impact. And I do feel that Xiao Xiao's mental power is different from ours, but I can't tell exactly where the difference is. Even if it has really mutated, it must be a good thing. Teacher Shirley spoke gently, obviously afraid that Lu Xiao herself would care about this matter. Teacher AI Li on the side had to think more. We should not tell anyone about Xiao Xiao's situation.
We just need to know about it.
If anyone asks, just say that Lu Xiao's mental strength level is A. Lu Xiao should not be tested again in the future. All the data on the instrument, including the report in your hand, will be destroyed. When everyone heard what Teacher Ellie said, almost everyone understood her intention. Lu Xiao smiled and looked at Teacher AI Li. Thank you. This is what we should do. Xiao Xiao, you are young. We won't do anything to hurt anyone, but we must also be on guard against people who might hurt us. Don't talk about your own affairs outside. Teacher AI Li was worried about Lu Xiao and afraid that she would be fooled because she was young, so she gave her special instructions. Lu Xiao reached out and hugged her. I will. For some reason, she could feel a gentle maternal love from Teacher Ellie. It makes people want to get close to it involuntarily. Teacher AI Li not only formatted the instrument data, but also specially prepared an entry-level inspection report for Lu Xiao. She wasn't sure if anyone would come to investigate, but she had to be prepared. Later in the evening, Lu Xiao contacted Admiral Hans and made an appointment with him to visit Dean. Hans also talked more about Dean's situation this week in the communication. Ever since the last time Dean finished his treatment and left, his half-beast transformation was resolved, and he has not returned to the half-beast state in the past week. The instruments monitoring him showed that all his indicators were stable. Dean still lives alone, but he has a large garden. Not only can he read books, do puzzles and models every day, he can also plant flowers in his free time. If he wants to eat outside food, the shelter has opened a special channel for him. It can be said that as long as it is a request made by him, and it is not excessive, any demand will be met. Life is very comfortable. Even Hans felt a little envious every time he went to visit. He thought that even after retirement, it would be difficult to have such a leisurely life where he could do whatever he wanted. Dean even gained some weight. It's incredible. When Aries came in, he saw Lu Xiao smiling gently and beautifully at the information on the terminal screen. I couldn't help but make him a little concerned. What are you laughing at? Hearing his words, Lu Xiao raised her eyes and looked over. Her beautiful black eyes reflected Aries' figure. The feeling of being watched seriously made Aries feel happy. Dean's condition is getting better and better, which proves that my release therapy is correct. If Dean progresses well, I wonder if we can create more such environments in the shelter. Turn the shelter into a Garden of Eden. Lu Xiao, who said this, probably didn't even realize how beautiful she was. Her whole body seemed to be glowing. It makes people reluctant to look away and just want to stare at her. Lu Xiao belatedly felt the burning gaze of Aries, was stunned for a moment, and then blushed. She was not a completely inexperienced blank slate now, and she knew very well what Aries' look meant. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you in heat again? Counting the days, this month hasn't even ended yet, so Aries' estrus period won't come early, right? There's no such thing as an estrus period coming early, right? Aries curled his lips slightly, leaned over and pressed his forehead against Lu Xiao's. Will the female master hate my request for adult love? When Lu Xiao suddenly heard the word asking for adult love, her ears turned completely red. She had a vague feeling about what was going to happen next. She didn't reject it and even had a subtle sense of anticipation. Seeing that Lu Xiao did not dodge, Aries kissed her tentatively. He wanted her very much. Only by becoming one with her can he prove that he owns her. For some things, you may become proficient in them if you do them more often. When she woke up in the morning, Lu Xiao felt that her body seemed to have adapted to the situation, and she was not as tired as she was the first time. There is no need to use purifying power to intervene. When going downstairs, Aries prepared breakfast as usual. From the initial single sandwich, Aries can now make many different breakfasts. Seeing Lu Xiao, Aries pulled out the chair first. Are you okay? Knowing what he meant by are you okay? My cheeks felt slightly hot, and I nodded gently. Seeing this, Aries did not ask any more questions, knowing that Lu Xiao was unusually less open than some females in certain things. Easily shy. After breakfast, the hovercraft that teacher Ellie brought to pick her up to the shelter arrived at the door. Aries personally escorted her to the car and reminded her before closing the door, "I'll pick you up." Lu Xiao smiled and replied, "Okay, I will send you a message in advance." Teacher Ellie, who was sitting on the other side, also leaned over and said, "Don't worry, Aries, we will help you take good care of Xiao Xiao." Aries' expression softened when he heard this, and he smiled and thanked Teacher Ellie. "Thank you for your concern in this case." "You're welcome. This is what we should do." Because of Lu Xiao's concern for Aries, everyone in the 5th Research Institute treated Aries with more respect. She did not look down on him because of his status as a concubine's husband. Instead, she placed him in a position higher than that of the main husband. When they arrived at the shelter, Admiral Hans greeted them outside the shelter as he did last time, but this time, surprisingly, Lu Xiao met Lieutenant General Fred. When their eyes met, the man's expression was frank and sincere. Lu Xiao was a little surprised. After greeting Admiral Hans, she said to Lieutenant General Fred, "Why are you here, sir?" Hans was slightly startled. He just wanted to introduce the two people, but he didn't expect Lu Xiao to be with Fred. "Do you know each other?" Lu Xiao nodded. "Yes, I had the honor of meeting Lieutenant General Fred not long ago." Teacher Ellie and Teacher Shirley, who heard this, looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. If we talk about what happened not long ago, it would only be the time when Lu Xiao met her blind date. So the person Lu Xiao met was Lieutenant General Fred? Admiral Hans looked at the two of them and smiled as if he had noticed something. "I almost forgot that Lieutenant General Fred is your father's right-hand man. He came here to visit his brother. He just happened to know that you were coming today, so he came together." "I hope I didn't disturb your work," Lieutenant General Fred said apologetically. Lu Xiao smiled at him and didn't say much. She still had a lot of things to do next, so whether Lieutenant General Fred appeared here or not didn't have much impact on her. After entering the shelter, Lu Xiao went to see Wilk first. As the only one in the shelter who has met the discharge criteria, Wilk is relatively free. In addition to his independent room, he is allowed to go out and no longer needs to wear restraints. When we met Wilk, he was lying leisurely in a rocking chair, and the room was filled with relaxing light music. It was not until the music was turned off by Hans that Wilk came back to his senses. When his eyes fell on Lu Xiao's face, surprise and joy appeared in his eyes. He stood up quickly and said, "Healer Lu, why are you here?" "I'm here for something, so I came to see you." "You look good?" "Very good. This is the happiest day of my life. I know this is all arranged by you." "Thank you very much." Wilk was very excited. He thought he could only see Lu Xiao in the clinic of the 5th Institute, but he didn't expect that Lu Xiao would come to the shelter and come to see him specially. "On the way here just now, I read your test report. Your condition is very stable. You can leave the shelter in another week. Do you remember our previous agreement? What do you want to do after you get out?" Wilk suddenly remembered the scene when Lu Xiao asked him this question in the clinic. Does this mean that at that time, Lu Xiao had already confirmed that he would end up like this? Wilk's eyes turned red unconsciously, but he tried to hold it back and smiled. "I want to look around, then find a place I like and settle down." "That sounds great. I wish you realize your dream. I will work hard." "Well, you will have another chance for treatment next week. We will see you in the clinic then."
You should have a good rest,
Lu Xiao said without lingering for long. She turned around and left with Admiral Hans. Wilk kept watching Lu Xiao's figure go away, unwilling to leave. Fred, who was walking behind the crowd, turned and looked at Wilk, who was standing at the door. Then he turned to look at the little female walking beside Hans. He thought he had judged her too hastily, also looked down upon her. After seeing Wilk, Lu Xiao went straight to the examination room to wait for Dean to arrive. This time Dean walked in by himself. He seemed to have been doing well recently. He looked healthy and a little fatter. He no longer looked as lifeless and depressed as when they first met. Everything seems to be moving in a positive direction. "Dean, good morning. You look like you're doing well." Lu Xiao greeted him like an old friend. For Lu Xiao, being a female does not mean she is superior. No matter who is standing in front of her, she will treat them equally. Dean seemed a little at a loss when he saw Lu Xiao. "Good morning, Therapist Lu, it's nice to see you. Thanks to you, I've been doing well recently." His condition has gone from mid-advanced to mid-intermediate, and his half-beast state has also been lifted. Now he can take a short nap every day, although the time is very short, but even so, it is much better than before. It is because of your hard work and perseverance that you have achieved what you have today. Don't deny your own efforts. Okay, let's not talk too much, and start to relax today. Let's start with the 4 teachers headed by Teacher Ellie. Finally, it's Lu Xiao. While Teacher Ellie and the others were providing spiritual comfort, Lu Xiao was observing the readings on the instrument. This week, Dean's condition has improved a lot. If all goes well after this mental comfort, he might be able to recover to the mid-primary level. In this way, Dean's danger index will be reduced by another level. After thinking this, when Lu Xiao raised her eyes, she couldn't help but meet Lieutenant General Fred's gaze towards her. She was slightly stunned. Lu Xiao remembered that Admiral Hans had just said that Fred came here to visit his brother. Does Lieutenant General Fred have any relatives here? Do you need my help? Fred was surprised when he heard the sentence, because he didn't expect Lu Xiao to bring up this matter on his own initiative. If it were an ordinary female, she would probably not even have time to hide, but there are actually females willing to take the initiative to ask. The more you get in touch with Lu Xiao, the more you will find that Lu Xiao is different from others. Thank you, but his condition. At this point, Fred shook his head. He is already in a high-risk state. It's very dangerous. Lu Xiao had never seen a peak-level S-level orc. After hearing what Lieutenant General Fred said, Lu Xiao was not afraid, but became curious. If possible, I would like to meet him. Maybe there is another way. After Lu Xiao said this, she noticed that the spiritual comfort from Teacher AI Li was over. Let's talk about it later. Lu Xiao stood up and walked over, first comforting the 4 teachers mentally. It must be said that the 4 teachers' mental strength has improved during this period, and they are in much better condition when facing Dean. Only after the 4 teachers recovered did Lu Xiao begin today's mental comfort. Dean, get some sleep. Dean nodded gently at her. Thank you for your help, Therapist Lu. Lieutenant General Fred kept watching Lu Xiao, who was providing mental comfort to Dean. The words Lu Xiao had just said were still echoing in my mind. I want to meet his brother. Are there any females really willing to meet an S-rank male who is already in a highly dangerous state?
How dare she?
Hans walked up to him and said, How about this, Lieutenant General Fred? Have you never seen a female like Lu Xiao? Fred's eyes did not move away from Lu Xiao. Lieutenant General Fred didn't understand why there was such a strange little female in the world. As long as it appears, people can't help but chase it with their eyes. She has been like this since I met her and has never changed. Admiral Hans said this with certainty. Although she and Lu Xiao have only known each other for a short time, the little female has an ability to convince people. It naturally makes people want to believe her. She just told me that she wanted to go see Rhaegar. Rhaegar, Fred's younger brother, the danger assessment value of his mental C has reached its peak. Advanced dangerous status. Even their meetings had to be conducted behind heavy doors. Hans was a little surprised, but not too surprised. Have you told her about Rhaegar? I think he remembered what you just said, and asked me. Mr. Lu Xiao is a warm-hearted person. I didn't expect that either. Lieutenant General Fred silently stared in Lu Xiao's direction, the heat in his eyes gradually revealed. Hans seemed to have noticed something and raised his eyebrows. Mr. Lu Xiao doesn't seem to have a husband yet. Fred lowered his eyes, his expression suddenly showing a hint of loneliness. She has clearly rejected me. Hans was really surprised, so you guys have already. It was Admiral Crane who gave me the opportunity, but I don't think I was that useful. Hans didn't expect Admiral Crane to arrange this. This is not quite like his style, but it can be seen that he approves of you. I heard that she has a good relationship with her concubine. I met Major General Ares last time. He is an outstanding officer. Hans couldn't help laughing when he heard this. It seems like she made her refusal very obvious. Yes, I made it clear when we separated. Hans patted Lieutenant General Fred on the shoulder. Apart from silent comfort, he really had no better help or method to offer. Some things just are like that. He didn't ask what Fred thought. No matter what Fred did, it was a matter between them young people. Lu Xiao didn't know what Hans said to Fred during the time she was comforting Dean mentally. After completing the treatment, Lu Xiao was no longer weak as before, and even her complexion looked normal this time. Teacher Shirley and Teacher Ellie, who were ready to help her, breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. Obviously, during this period, not only they have made progress, but Lu Xiao has also made a lot of progress. But he still handed her the prepared water and let Lu Xiao sit down and rest. However, Lu Xiao just took the water and did not sit down. She went directly to the instrument to check the current level of Dean's mental C danger assessment value. When you see that line paragraph return to the mid-primary point, Lu Xiao smiled. Just as she thought, Dean had indeed recovered to the intermediate to beginner level. Admiral Hans came over and saw this, with a smile in his eyes as well. Great. Our efforts are paying off. So, Your Excellency Admiral, I think it is necessary to change the layout of the shelter. Lu Xiao only said one sentence, and Hans understood what she meant. Hans already had this idea after seeing the results. You're right, it's time to make a change. Don't worry, as long as I'm in the shelter, this will definitely be implemented. He has already prepared the materials to report to the Queen, and now all he needs is the right time. And that time will soon come. Having been in contact with Hans for such a long time, Lu Xiao also got to know him a little bit. She nodded and said, Then I'll trouble you, Admiral Hans. If there is anything you need my help with, you can just tell me. You've helped a lot. If it weren't for you, the shelter would still be the same shelter. How could we be here today? How could we be full of hope? He now feels that there is less dead air in the shelter and more life. This is all the result of our joint efforts. Lu Xiao would not take all the credit on herself, because this was not just her own effort, but the result of everyone's joint efforts. If it weren't for the cooperation of the shelter, even if she had a lot of skills, she would have nowhere to display them. Oh, by the way, I heard that Lieutenant General Fred's brother is already in a high-risk level. Can I go and see him?
Now?
Admiral Hans didn't expect her to bring up the matter again. Why don't you take a rest first, and find time later? Don't worry. With Dean's current level, it won't be that difficult to comfort him mentally. It's just that I've never seen what a high-level S-level orc looks like.
I want to learn more about it.
I hope the Admiral will give me a chance. Since Lu Xiao said so, Hans naturally would not refuse, not to mention that this was a good thing for them. When Lieutenant General Fred heard that Lu Xiao was going to see Rhaegar, he felt as if his heart was hit by an electric current. His sore head and fingertips were slightly numb. Lu Xiao actually hasn't forgotten yet. Thanks. Hearing this thank you, Lu Xiao was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Lieutenant General Fred, there is no need to be like this. I am really curious about the high-level S-level males. She wanted to make Vice Admiral Fred understand that she was not doing this for him. I don't want Vice Admiral Fred to think too much. Fred nodded. I understand what you mean. The more this happened, the more lonely Fred felt. Seeing him say this, Lu Xiao didn't say anything more. However, when Teacher Ai Li heard that Lu Xiao was going to meet a high-level S-level male, she directly expressed her refusal. No, I have already notified Ares. He's waiting for you outside now. I'm just going to take a look. I won't do anything. I'm really curious about what a high-level S-rank male looks like. What can it be like? Just think about what Dean was like the first time.
It will only be worse than that.
You're crazy. Teacher Ellie shook her head, strongly disagreeing. Admiral Hans saw this and asked tentatively, How about? Shut up. Do you have the right to speak here? If you hadn't instigated us, how could our Xiao Xiao want to go see some high-level S-class male? Teacher Ellie now wanted to slap Hans twice and tell him to say nothing. Hans didn't know how to explain the rejection. After all, Teacher Ellie was obviously angry. Lu Xiao didn't expect Teacher Ai Li to react so strongly, and she was a little confused for a moment. Instead, Teacher Shirley said since she wants to see it, let her go. At most, we can accompany her. Otherwise, do you want her to sneak in and see it when you are not paying attention? Lu Xiao's heart sank, and she secretly glanced at Teacher Shirley. She felt that Teacher Shirley really understood her better now. She really had this plan just now. After being reminded of this, Teacher Ellie immediately reacted. You are right. Since you want to watch it, we will accompany you and supervise you personally. Lu Xiao touched his nose and said, Okay, let's go together. I promise we'll just take a look. S-level males who have entered a high-risk stage are uniformly isolated and detained at the bottom of the income system. And in order to prevent them from escaping, multiple checkpoints were set up outside the riot. All these levels require Admiral Han's iris input to open. The officer in charge of guarding this place was very surprised to see Admiral Hans coming with so many people. But he didn't say anything. He just stepped forward and greeted respectfully. Your Excellency, the Admiral.
No 5433.
Admiral Hans reported Rhaegar's number. The guard officer immediately understood. Please follow me. Led by the guard officer, they passed through one closed room after another. Lu Xiao could feel that in every room here, there was an S-class male with a high-risk level imprisoned. I don't know if these cell-like rooms are soundproofed or if the people inside don't make any sound at all. As they walked along, there was almost no sound except for their footsteps. The atmosphere seemed very depressing. Lu Xiao noticed that Shirley and Teacher Ellie had unconsciously linked their arms and were leaning on each other. Obviously, the atmosphere here made them feel nervous and scared. She suddenly felt apologetic, wondering if she had been too willful. You can definitely come over next time when the 4 teachers are not here. It seems that I need to pay more attention to it in the future. Just because she herself is not afraid doesn't mean that others are not afraid. We're here. The guard officer stopped, opened the peephole on the door, and stepped aside. Lu Xiao looked inside through the small viewing hole and could only see endless darkness, like an abyss that could swallow everything. The 4 teachers who were standing behind him and suddenly saw this scene were shocked. He screamed instinctively and stepped back, trying to leave. Admiral Hans subconsciously took a step forward and stood in front of the 4 teachers. Rhaegar, we are here to see you. When the name was called, the vertical pupil exposed to everyone suddenly trembled, as if disturbed by something, and then a few moans came from inside. Lieutenant General Fred stepped forward first. Regal, are you okay? There was no response from inside, only a few sounds. Lu Xiao couldn't help but wanted to go forward, but was stopped by Teacher Ai Li. Lu Xiao, where are you going? Lu Xiao looked back and gave her a reassuring look. I'll just go and take a look and not do anything. While they were talking, Rhaegar seemed to have finally overcome something. When he reappeared, he had normal human eyes. His voice was like the sound of sandpaper rubbing against a hard object. Brother, why are you here? I came to see you. Fred actually didn't know what to say to Rhaegar. All his comfort and concern seemed pale and powerless in front of a high-risk S-level male. Because everyone knew that they were just imprisoned here, waiting for their final death. There will be no chance of survival at all. Sure enough, the next second, Rhaegar spoke again. You don't have to come again. His time is almost up. Lieutenant General Fred, can you please move aside so I can talk to Rhaegar? Just when the air was about to stagnate due to the depressing atmosphere, a crisp and clean voice was heard, piercing the solemn atmosphere and bringing a ray of life. Fred's straight back trembled slightly, and then he turned to the side to make room for the viewport. At the same time, Lu Xiao met Rhaegar's intact yet gloomy human black eyes. Female? Rhaegar's voice was full of disbelief. There was actually a female who was willing to come to such a dark, damp, and sunless place. Could he be really dying? Otherwise, how could he have such a ridiculous hallucination? The emotional fluctuations were so great that Rhaegar's intact black eye also trembled. He suddenly lowered his head and pressed down on that eye as if he was resisting something. Because of this, half of his body was exposed. Lu Xiaokai discovered that his beastly state was not just in his eyes, but half of his body had been transformed into a beast. And Rhaegar's beast form looks like a brown bear. Rhaegar, I'm Lu Xiao, a therapist from the 5th Institute. I came here to check on you. Are you okay now? Rhaegar, who was busy fighting against himself inside, heard this as if he had heard a joke.
Healer.
He suddenly turned around and put his half-beast pupil on the visitor port. His tone was particularly sinister and fierce. Do you think I'm okay? But Rhaegar, who was tapped on the forehead, seemed to be frozen by something. At the same time, everyone came back to their senses and noticed what Lu Xiao had done. Teacher Ai Li rushed over and hugged Lu Xiao, holding her hand tightly. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? How dare you? Facing Teacher Ellie's nervousness and worry, Lu Xiao stared at Regal and said with a smile, Don't worry, Teacher Ellie, I know what's going on. He can't get out. What do you mean, he can't get out again? Have you ever thought that if he had reacted faster just now, your finger would be gone? How dare you? These are S-level males with the highest level of danger. They have no rationality left. Teacher Ai Li's arms were shaking as she held Lu Xiao, and she was obviously frightened. She knew that Lu Xiao, the little female, was brave, but she had never thought that she was so brave. Lu Xiao reached out and hugged Teacher Ai Li. I'm sorry, Teacher Ai Li. I did it because I was prepared, but I'm sorry that I didn't consider your feelings and made everyone worried. I will pay more attention in the future. But just now, she knew very well that if she said it, the people here would definitely not agree, and she would lose the best opportunity. That's why she didn't speak, but found the right moment and took advantage of the moment when Rhaegar's emotions fluctuated the most to strike, injecting a little of her purifying power into Rhaegar's spiritual sea. S-level orcs like Rhaegar can no longer use conventional treatment methods. Even if it was possible, it would be impossible for her to do it with her current abilities, but it was possible to plant the seeds of purification power in Rhaegar's spiritual sea. The seed is very small, and it can't have any significant therapeutic effect, but it can be a little hope, allowing Rhaegar's spiritual sea to have a clean and uncluttered place to breathe. What did you do? Admiral Hans asked urgently. They all saw that something was wrong with Rhaegar at the moment. Don't think too much. With my current ability, I can't treat S-level males at a high-risk level. After she said this, Hans and Fred's eyes dimmed a little. Yes. What are they expecting? No matter how powerful Lu Xiao is, she is just a very young female. But in front of her was an S-class male with the highest level of danger. But I just condensed and compressed my spiritual power and stabbed it into his spiritual sea. Maybe it can help him buy some more time. The regret that had just spread was healed again by these words. Can it be done this way? It was the first time that Admiral Hans heard that the female's mental power could be compressed. However, if you think about it carefully, it is not impossible to achieve. After all, the male's mental power can do it. No one said females couldn't do it, it's just that no females have ever done it. He discovered that Lu Xiao always did things that were beyond everyone's expectations. Just like at this moment, there is more or less negative emotion in everyone's eyes. But she, and only she, stood here, like a star, as dazzling as a lighthouse, with no haze or fear in her eyes, but honest and bright. It seemed as if he firmly believed that Rhaegar would definitely survive. Fred looked at her intently. He had no idea where Lu Xiao's confidence came from. But at this moment, he firmly believed that if anyone could save Rhaegar, that person would definitely be Lu Xiao. Just when everyone was extremely shocked by Lu Xiao's actions and words, Rhaegar, who had quietly woken up at some point, said in disbelief, What did you do to me? The one intact human eye was revealed again, with a look of pleading and unexpressed expectation in it. He seemed to be eager to know what Lu Xiao had done to him. He felt it more deeply than anyone else here. Because at that moment just now, he felt a beam of light appear in his spiritual sea. The cool light rushed into his spiritual sea and became a bright moon in his dark spiritual sea. Although the light spot was weak at this moment, it emitted a slight coolness, alleviating the endless noise in the spiritual sea. Bring him a moment of comfort.
How do you feel now?
Did this help you? There is a bright moon in my sea of consciousness now. It's very faint, but the coolness it emits relieves me a little.
Thank you, you helped me.
What's your name? Can I know your name? Rhaegar was obviously much more sober. Seeing this scene, Admiral Han's eyes became warm again. Lu Xiao created a miracle again. Fred, who was standing aside, had his hands hanging by his sides, and he didn't know when they had clenched into fists. Everything he saw today deeply shocked him. My name is Lu Xiao, a therapist at the Fifth Institute. I can't solve your problem right now, so I can only help you in this way. I hope you can hold on, and don't give up hope. If you feel uncomfortable, you can vent as much as you want, and don't suppress yourself too much. At this point, Lu Xiao seemed to have thought of something, and turned to look at Admiral Hans. Is the room here sturdy? Don't worry, I will find someone to reinforce it, and there will be no problem. Hans understood what Lu Xiao meant. Did you hear me, Rhaegar? It will be good for you to let go of your emotions. Hang in there. I'll come back to see you. Okay, I will. Tears welled up in Rhaegar's eyes, which still retained some human rationality. It has been a long time since anyone has treated him so gently and told him firmly that if he held on, there would be hope of survival. Even though he was crying, he insisted on looking at Lu Xiao. He wanted to lock the little female's voice and appearance firmly in his mind, and never forget them. After doing these things, Lu Xiao looked at everyone and said with a smile, "Let's go." Everyone seemed to have just come back to their senses from all this. On the way back, the group remained quiet, but everyone was very uneasy at this moment. In order to comfort teacher Ai Li, Lu Xiao held her hand and comforted her on the way back. Hans and Fred walked them all the way to the door of the shelter. Lu Xiao saw Ares waiting there at a glance. She didn't know how long this guy had been standing there. It was sunny, so why didn't he go to the car to wait for her? Afterwards, she apologized to Teacher Ellie again, and Teacher Ellie hugged her and said, "Dear, I know you are very kind, but next time when you do something, you must think more about yourself and those who love you." "I will, Teacher Ellie. I'm very sorry for scaring you today." "No need to apologize, darling. You did something great that none of us could do, and we are so proud of you." Teacher Ellie kissed Lu Xiao on the forehead, smiled at her, and then left with Teacher Shirley. Hans and Fred came over and also expressed their gratitude to Lu Xiao. Lieutenant General Fred, in particular, gave Lu Xiao the highest chest salute of the Empire. "Sir Lu Xiao, on behalf of the Leslie family, I thank you for your help to Regal." "That's not necessary, Lieutenant General Fred. I treated him not because of his background, but because I happened to have this opportunity. You don't need to thank me. This is just my job. It's not because of any particular person. She doesn't want to cause such misunderstanding." She didn't say much to Vice Admiral Fred because Ares was still waiting for her. Ares saw her walking towards him with a smile and took the initiative to greet her. "Are you okay?" When Ares asked this question, there was only concern in his eyes. Lu Xiao put her arms around his waist and nodded in his arms. "I'm fine, don't worry. Dean's condition is stable now and the danger level has dropped. He can't cause any harm to me." As for the matter of Rhaegar, Lu Xiao subconsciously did not tell Ares. If Ares knew that she had gone to meet an S-level male with a high-risk level today, he would probably be worried again. So, let's not talk about it. When Ares opened the car door for Lu Xiao, he felt Fred's gaze on Lu Xiao. He looked up and nodded slightly to Fred. Fred didn't look away until he saw Lu Xiao and Ares leave. Hans patted Fred's shoulder gently and said, "If you like it, you should try to get it." Fred smiled lightly with a hint of loneliness. "I know, but she is different. Lu Xiao is not one of those females who always talks about being loyal and affectionate. She really puts it into action. Just look at Ares." Ares could face him so calmly because he believed Lu Xiao would not betray him. Ares' condition was good enough for everyone to see, and his confidence was something rarely seen in male orcs. Even if Fred, who has an excellent family background, asked himself, he would not have the same inner confidence as Ares. And this kind of confidence was given by Lu Xiao. His female mistress gave him enough respect and a sense of security so that he didn't have to live in anxiety and fear every day. It is hard not to be envious and yearn for it at the same time. Lu Xiao didn't know how many people she had shocked today. Now she was sitting in the car, eating the nuts prepared by Ares. She didn't know since when there would always be some of her favorite snacks in Ares' car. Whenever she wants to eat, she can always find it. Aries, have you been waiting outside for a long time today?
Fortunately, it's not long.
When waiting for Lu Xiao, he never felt it was long. Instead, he felt a sense of anticipation. Make him feel that all the waiting time is sweet. Next time, wait for me in the car instead of going down to wait. The sun is so strong. Won't you get sunburned? Unexpectedly, Lu Xiao cared about this kind of thing. Aries curled his lips slightly and said, "Okay. Then let's make a deal. Next time if I see you basking in the sun, I will be angry." Aries took her hand and squeezed it gently. "I will be obedient." Seeing how well-behaved he was, Lu Xiao narrowed her eyes and couldn't help but touch his head. So well-behaved. After returning home, Lu Xiao went straight to her room to take a shower and change clothes. When she came downstairs, Aries was already in the kitchen preparing lunch. Lu Xiao opened the kitchen, walked over, and hugged the man's waist from behind. "Do you have any other plans for the afternoon, Aries?" "No, you can do whatever you want." "Then how about we go shopping later?" She seemed to have not gone out for a walk since she came here. It was rare that she had the time and the mood this afternoon, so she didn't want to stay at home. Aries naturally wouldn't refuse. "Okay, after lunch." "Yeah, let me help you." Lu Xiao was about to lend a hand to help, but was held down by Aries.
Go out and take a rest.
"I'll be done soon. Be obedient." Lu Xiao was suddenly asked by Aries to obey. She felt a little amused and thought Aries was a quick learner. "Okay, I'll obey." After saying that, he turned and walked out. There were fruits washed by Aries on the table. Lu Xiao picked 2 grapes, ate one, and her eyes lit up. It was so sweet. Just when she was about to eat the second one, a voice invitation came from the terminal. It was Lu Guiwei's voice invitation. Lu Xiao raised her eyebrows and answered the call. Before she could say anything, Lu Guiwei's voice came from the other end. "Have you met Fred?" Unexpectedly, Lu Guiwei would be concerned about this matter. Lu Xiao responded, "Yes, I have. Lieutenant General Fred and I have no intention of doing so." "Did you not have it, or did he?" Lu Guiwei's tone made people feel uncomfortable, and Lu Xiao's patience was somewhat exhausted. "What's the difference? Do you know the family background of Lieutenant General Fred? He is the eldest son of Duke Leslie's family. If you are with him, it will only benefit you. What did my mother experience from my father?" Lu Xiao was obviously very good at finding the key points. That her words would directly touch Lu Guiwei's heart, making her feel that Lu Xiao was indeed Admiral Clan's son. They were both so bad at talking. "I'm doing this for your own good. Now that you have this opportunity, don't give up. According to Lieutenant General Fred's conditions, he is the most suitable candidate for the mistress. Don't let your concubine blind you. Aries is very good, so he is all I need. As for Vice Admiral Fred, if Mother feels good about him, that is Mother's business. What does it have to do with me? If there is nothing else, I will hang up. In the future, you don't need to contact me about this matter, because the result will not change. After all, I am not you. I really can't accommodate so many people at home, and my heart can't accommodate them either." After saying this, Lu Xiao cut off the communication without waiting for Lu Guiwei's response. Lu Guiwei's life was already like that, yet he still came to control her life. What qualifications does he have? Do you want her to live like that? She might as well live alone until the end of her life. Her good mood was ruined by this voice call. Fortunately, Aries' lunch was ready. "It's time to eat, Xiao Xiao." Lu Xiao ate the last grape, responded, and got up to help. Aries' cooking skills can now be said to be very much in line with Lu Xiao's taste, and he also understands her preferences very well. To the extent that Lu Xiao felt that no matter where she ate, it was not as comfortable as eating at home. Lu Guiwei called to ask her to be with Lieutenant General Fred, but Lu Xiao did not tell Aries because there was no need to. She had no intention of that kind towards Fred, and she had made it very clear to him, so there was no need to say it and add to Aries' pressure. After eating and drinking her fill, Lu Xiao felt that this was the life she wanted to live. The life she has now is worth more than anything else. "Aries, let's pack up and leave." "Okay, I'll go get the car ready and wait for you outside." Lu Xiao gave him an okay gesture, went upstairs to change into clothes for going out, and took a look through Aries' closet. I found that the men were wearing nothing but military uniforms, not even a piece of casual clothing. After turning over, Lu Xiao, who had something to hide, came out of the house and got on the hovercraft directly. Let's go to the mall. She wants to spend money today. To consume, to shop. The shopping malls in this world are not very busy because most of the needs can be met online. Among those who go out shopping in person, males account for the majority, while females account for a very small proportion. There are even fewer people like Lu Xiao who take Aries out shopping. So when Lu Xiao appeared in the mall, the sales staff all looked at them at the same time. There was curiosity in their eyes. Lu Xiao has now accepted this kind of looks. After all, in this world, if a female does something seemingly normal, it will attract attention. On the contrary, if she does something out of the ordinary, it will be considered normal. But Lu Xiao didn't want to suppress herself because of this. Good day, sir. How can I help you? A bold male salesperson came up and asked humbly. It happened that Lu Xiao was in such a place for the first time and was not very familiar with it. Where can I buy clothes that he can wear? When Lu Xiao said this, not only the salesperson was stunned, but Aries also didn't expect that Lu Xiao came here to buy something for him. He was just about to say that he had clothes to wear and Lu Xiao didn't need to spend money, but he met Lu Xiao's eyes that indicated he shouldn't refuse. This was probably the first time the salesperson had encountered such a thing, and he was a little overwhelmed for a moment. He had seen many males buying things for females, it happened almost every day here, but this was the first time he saw a female bringing a male here to buy things. He couldn't help but look at Aries a few more times, wanting to see what was so special about this male. Don't you know? Seeing that the other party didn't speak for a long time and just stared at Aries, Lu Xiao thought that there were no men's clothes sold here. No, of course I know. It's on the second floor. I'll take you there. The salesperson quickly came to his senses and explained, I was just too surprised. I didn't expect you to be willing to spend money on the male around you. You are really a considerate female master. Isn't this as I should? He is my partner. Isn't it normal for me to buy clothes for him? Lu Xiao smiled at him. Her expression looked very natural, without any intention of showing off. It was as if she was just doing something ordinary. The salesperson's heart skipped a beat, and he controlled his voice to avoid sounding too shocked. You are truly the best employer for partners I have ever met. Following Lu Xiao, one can't help but use the word partner. Going up to the second floor, Lu Xiao looked at the clothes in each store and walked in with Aries. The man had broad shoulders, a narrow waist, long legs, and a tall stature. He was simply a walking clothes rack. Lu Xiao felt that Aries was the kind of person who would look good even wearing a sack. However, after being with Aries for such a long time, she thought she understood Aries quite well. The man did not like to show off and was very low-key in his dealings with others. So we didn't choose clothes with bright colors for him. Instead, we selected shirts, t-shirts, hoodies, sweatshirts, sweaters, various coats, and other clothes for all 4 seasons for him from the 3 colors of white, black, and gray. In addition to this, there are matching accessories, terminal shells, ties, bow ties, brooches, necklaces, and more. It's even more addictive than choosing clothes for herself. Lu Xiao suddenly realized that dressing up Aries and watching Aries appear in front of her wearing the clothes she had personally chosen gave her a special sense of accomplishment. This is probably the joy of making money and spending it. The salesperson who was responsible for helping to look for things was numb by the end. Aries looked at the increasing number of things and couldn't help but whispered, Enough? Too much. Lu Xiao raised her eyes to look at him. What do you mean by enough? I checked before I left. Do you have any other clothes in your closet besides those military uniforms? Unexpectedly, when Lu Xiao went out, she said she was going to tidy up, but actually she went to look at his wardrobe. Aries was touched. Thank you, but it's enough. I still have to wear military uniform most of the time. These clothes. Even if you wear military uniform most of the time, there are always times when you don't wear it. Besides, you can wear it for me to see. Aries, I like to see you wearing the clothes I bought for you. You look so handsome. You don't know how good-looking you are. Lu Xiao looked at Aries with undisguised admiration in her eyes. It was really hard for Aries to refuse when he was being stared at by her pair of sparkling eyes that were full of trust, dependence, and appreciation. The salesperson next to him was going crazy. Ah, what is going on now? Is he dreaming? Are there really such nice females in this world who like males so much? But if I say there is no such thing, what does all this mean?
But if I say there is such a thing, why didn't I meet him?
Although he had only been with Aries for a short time, the salesperson was already envious. So while Aries was changing clothes in the dressing room, the salesperson couldn't help but follow him in. "Brother, how did you make your mistress willing to spend money on you?"
Can you teach me? I really admire you.
Aries didn't expect the salesperson to come and ask him about this kind of thing, but when he thought about what Lu shouted today, it was indeed easy to cause misunderstanding. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. "It's not that I have to do anything, but my female master is good." The salesperson looked regretful when he heard this. "Brother, I understand. It must be a unique skill that cannot be passed on to others, right?" "I understand. Thank you. Today I saw all of this. It turns out that there are really lucky men. I wish you happiness forever. Sincerely." Even if he can't get the favor of the female master, it's good to see that there are such happy males in the world. Aries saw that the salesperson didn't understand what he meant and was about to explain, but the other party turned around and left sadly. It's really his female master who's good. How can people believe it? Finally, Aries appeared in front of Lu Xiao wearing a light-colored shirt and trousers. The shirt with dark patterns that are neither too ostentatious nor too exquisite makes Aries' already cool temperament even more noble. Lu Xiao was very satisfied with his outfit and turned to the salesperson next to her and said, "Pack up everything I just selected." "Yes, sir." The salesperson made a gesture of invitation, "Scan the code, and pay over here." Lu Xiao walked over and swiped her card directly. "Sign here, sir." Lu Xiao wrote her name in a flamboyant manner. "It will be delivered to your door before this evening." The salesperson glanced at the name while collecting the slip and then checked the information on the card. This was the account held by the female. So, is this little female in front of us using the money in her own account to buy clothes for this male? You have to know that most females are unwilling to use the male's own money to buy things for him. It was the first time he had seen a female willing to pay for a male out of her own pocket. Oh my God, what kind of fairy beauty did he meet? At this moment, everyone looked at Lu Xiao with admiration. Feeling the salesperson's eager gaze, Lu Xiao raised his eyebrows in confusion. "What's wrong?" "No, nothing. I just think you must like your partner very much. You two have a great relationship." Hearing this, Lu Xiao smiled at him. "You have good taste."
Thank you for today.
"You have worked hard." "It's not hard. It's my honor to serve you today." The salesperson said this with real feelings. If not, how would he know that there are still females in the world willing to spend money on males? "I am touched."